I transmigrated to a parallel world. He became a down-and-out former agent selling pancakes outside a hospital. Thinking my life would be plain from then on, but unexpectedly activated the Invincible Detective System right at the start, gaining heaven-defying skills like insightful divine eyes and time hypnosis. The first customer who walked in turned out to be an S-level wanted criminal on drugs. With my system's doubled energy, I chased relentlessly for 10 kilometers and effortlessly subdued them. Through hypnosis interrogation, I not only uncovered the drug trafficking network behind him but also identified another S-level most wanted criminal, Lao A. I set up a trap, captured evidence of the illegal transaction, and just as we were about to arrest Lao A, he stabbed his accomplice and fled recklessly in a car. I didn't hesitate a second before flooring the taxi, launching a life-and-death pursuit at 260 kilometers per hour. This street racing spectacle drew countless onlookers, but my legend was only just beginning. Chapter 1, Can selling pancakes really catch fugitives? Uncle, can you help me turn my memories into pancakes? Sure, how long? Just give me the length of a song. Parallel world, the 1990s, in front of a county hospital. Ah, when will this kind of life ever come to an end? After seeing off the guests, Lu Yang looked at the pancake stall in front of him and sighed. A month ago, as a detective, he assisted the investigative team in infiltrating a human trafficking ring undercover, gathering intelligence on the criminal's hideout. But as soon as the intelligence was sent out, it was discovered by the gang leader, leading to a violent struggle where I accidentally took a bullet and perished together with the enemy. The difference is, here police officers are referred to as agents, categorized by rank, including trainee agents, full agents, squad leaders, and battalion leaders. Among them, the elite agents represent the highest honor within the exploration realm. In this life, he was an exceptionally strong investigator who had worked at the city precinct. Yet due to his obsession with solving cases, he neglected his family, causing his wife to suffer from depression and ultimately hang herself. After that, he completely descended into a state of madness. During the investigation of a case, he even mistakenly pointed his gun at a colleague, resulting in his expulsion from the team. With the job lost and no marketable skills to speak of, he had no choice but to return to his small hometown and set up a roadside pancake stall to barely scrape by. To make his business thrive, he jokingly played up the angle of being a Jay Chou impersonator to engage with customers. Occasionally, he would also perform, singing a few of Jay Chou's songs. Because he looks strikingly similar to Jay Chou, many customers are happy to dine at his place. Boss, how much for the pancake? A hoarse voice sounded nearby. Lu Yang quickly snapped back to reality and looked ahead. At this moment, a middle-aged man was staring at the food on the pancake stall, swallowing repeatedly. He didn't seem like a good sort, extremely gaunt in both physique and cheeks, with muddled eyes. What's more, he carried a strong tobacco odor, the very image of a drug addict, though judging solely by sixth sense, one couldn't jump to conclusions. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. Asterisk ding, the Invincible Detective System has activated. Completing system missions will earn you light points, which can be used for prize draws. Asterisk. System activation complete. Obtained Insight Divine Eye asterisk 1, Energy Purge Card asterisk 1, Healing Light asterisk 1. First mission, detected a drug addict conducting a transaction ahead. Host, please apprehend them immediately. System, Lu Yang was momentarily stunned. Under the influence of the original host, after transmigrating for a month, I've been making pancakes at a stall every day. To be honest, it's quite numbing, I can't seem to find my previous life's rhythm at all. Now we've got a junkie coming to us for a deal. Definitely arresting him. Cut the act. Lu Yang immediately shifted his tone, glaring coldly at him. Tell me, where's the dealer? Spill it, and I'll knock at least 5 months off your sentence. A cop? The junkie froze for a second, then immediately bolted in the opposite direction. Damn, my luck's rotten, stepped on a landmine right out the door. Nowhere to run. Seeing him flee, Lu Yang abandoned his pancake stall without hesitation, locked onto his target, and gave chase. Simultaneously, he mentally activated the system, instructing it to use an energy purge card to assist in capturing the criminal. Ding, the energy cleansing card has officially activated. Congratulations, host's energy has doubled. Congratulations, host's energy has doubled. Congratulations, host's energy has doubled. As the system notification sounded. At this moment, Lu Yang's body seemed to be reborn, brimming with energy from head to toe. Whether in strength or agility, he surpassed his peak condition when he first joined the profession by at least twofold, reaching an all-time high. At the same time, the muscles on his body began to bulge continuously, making him feel as if he could kill a bear with a single punch, extremely fierce and powerful. His footsteps also quickened, moving swiftly and forcefully. Originally, he would be out of breath after running 10 kilometers, but now he felt as light as a swallow. If his feet weren't still on the ground, he would have thought he could actually fly. Damn it, you just won't let go. We've already gone 10 kilometers, damn it, and they're still hot on our tails? I'm exhausted as hell. The middle-aged man turned his head to glance back while running. His already poor constitution, compounded by years of drug abuse, left his body so frail that the slightest movement felt like it might cause him to fall apart. Nevertheless, he still aimed for a dark alley and dashed into it. Dashing through the alley at top speed, he arrived at a bustling commercial shop, changed into a suit, and walked out, blending into the crowd with a completely new appearance, attempting to deceive and slip through by such means. By the time Lu Yang caught up, the scene was already packed with people, making it impossible to tell who the real drug addict was. But soon, he regained his composure. Activate command system, activate divine insight eyes. Ding, insightful divine eye has been activated. The host can use their eyes to perceive the sin values above the heads of surrounding individuals, confirming fugitive identities and leaving no room for escape. The next second, Lu Yang felt a bright light flash before his eyes, and moments later, numbers representing sin values appeared above the heads of the people around him. The majority had 0 sin value, and even those who did rarely exceeded 30, far from the level of an addict. But when he spotted a man in a suit with a sin value of 300 above his head, he didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward. Where do you think you're running? Damn it, ran into a tough one. How did he spot me even when I was disguised like this? The addict realized his identity was exposed yet still attempted to flee. Lu Yang swiftly kicked him to the ground and, while he was down, pinned his neck. Still running? Confess honestly. What crimes have you committed? Officer, I really don't know what you're talking about. The addict remained tight-lipped about the drug use, looking rather aggrieved. Tell me or not. Lu Yang then punched him in the face. The next second, with a loud smack, the corner of his mouth twisted to one side as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, you really hit hard. Talk or not. Lu Yang threw another punch. The junkie lost 2 teeth, his head was buzzing like crazy, and he felt like one more punch would make him suffocate. He immediately started confessing. Stop hitting me, I'll talk. My name is Su Bingtian. I first came into contact with drugs during my university years, and it has been over 30 years since then. I've always been in contact with a drug dealer named Lao A, purchasing large quantities of heroin from him for personal use. Afraid of being discovered by the cops, Old A had always dealt with me under various aliases. And this time, he specifically mentioned that he would disguise himself as a pancake vendor and agreed to appear nearby around 3 p.m. We had our secret code phrases. If I asked how much the pancakes cost, he would reply, a burrito with sausage costs $6. Once confirmed, the transaction could happen immediately. Who would have thought my luck was so bad? My watch malfunctioned, causing me to act prematurely. I mistook Old A for you and ended up getting caught by you. Hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Su Bingtian, Old A. They were S-class wanted criminals in the Bureau's crime archives. The National Bureau had already issued warrants and bounties for them long ago. It's been 5 years, and they still haven't been captured. Unexpectedly, I was just casually selling pancakes. Captured one of the wanted criminals? Just as he was contemplating whether to bring Su Bingtian back to the Investigation Bureau for questioning or to directly arrest Old A, the sound of the system reward distribution also came. Ding, congratulations host on completing the task, obtaining 700 light points. Lottery mode activated. Congratulations, host has obtained skills, time-space hypnosis *1, high-speed racing *1. Activating second major mission, apprehend drug lord Lao A. Chapter 2 time hypnosis, utilizing Su Bingtian. At 3 p.m., outside the affiliated hospital, Lu Yang hailed a taxi and sat in the back, firmly restraining Su Bingtian beside him. After much consideration, I finally decided to first take advantage of Su Bingtian to successfully apprehend the criminal Lao A, then take both wanted fugitives to the detective agency. He then looked at Su Bingtian beside him and said sternly, Su Bingtian, as a drug addict, your only chance for leniency and probation is to cooperate with me in capturing Lao A. Do you understand? What? You want me to help you catch Lao A? Su Bingtian was astonished and showed strong resistance. No way, absolutely not. Our line of work has rules. Drug users can't casually disclose any information about drug dealers. If we do, the supply chain will be cut off once we're out. What kind of time is this? You're still worried about the supply chain? Lu Yang held onto him tightly. Aren't you afraid that once you go in, there's no coming back? Detective, don't try to threaten me with this, it's useless. Su Bingtian seemed quite knowledgeable about the law. As a drug user, this isn't my first time being arrested. The law clearly states that being caught as a mere drug user falls under the Public Security Administration punishment law. At worst, I'll just pay a fine and be sent to rehab for 2 years of mandatory detox. After that, my life won't be affected at all. Of course, you could also charge me for illegally carrying a large quantity of drugs. After all, you're an investigator, you can charge me however you want. Except there's no solid evidence, so it won't hold up as a criminal case. When the time comes, my family can just spend money to hire a lawyer to defend me. So, there's absolutely no need to worry about going to jail. Aren't you afraid I'll beat you to death? Lu Yang clenched his fist at him. Not at all. Su Bingtian gave a fake smile, remaining completely composed, because you still need me to catch Old A. Hearing this, Lu Yang promptly frowned. He hadn't expected that even criminals these days would start studying the law. He was originally a detective and had dealt with investigators frequently, so he naturally understood the law and could tell whether Su Bingtian's words were true or not. The act of drug use alone does not constitute a crime and will not lead to a prison sentence. it is an illegal act that violates public security regulations. At the lighter end, it may result in detention or fines, while those addicted to drugs will be subjected to compulsory rehabilitation for 2 years. However, if it is determined to be illegal drug possession, it can lead to criminal charges, depending on the quantity of drugs held. Light offenses carry sentences of less than 3 years, while severe offenses are punishable by over 7 years or life imprisonment. If you purchase drugs and then resell them to others, it constitutes the crime of drug trafficking, which can result in a sentence of less than 3 years for minor offenses, a term of over 15 years, life imprisonment, or the death penalty. Su Bingtian, as an S-class wanted criminal in our country, undoubtedly carries large quantities of drugs while moving through the streets, apart from his drug abuse. Even when short on money, he inevitably resold his supplies to other drug users, which had already violated the law. However, Liu Yang currently lacked concrete evidence of his crimes, making it impossible to convict him. If arrested, at most he would be detained for a while before being sent to a rehabilitation center for compulsory detoxification for 2 years. Such punishment clearly didn't match the severity of his crimes. Clearly, Su Bingtian was far more cunning than he had imagined. However, this wouldn't stump him either, because he had the system. System, explain the time hypnosis skill. Liu Yang silently recited in his heart, following the system's prompt, and quickly understood the exact function of this skill. Time hypnosis, as the name suggests, allows the user to enter a criminal's memory at any time and place, navigating through various moments in their memory to grasp their weaknesses and exploit them, successfully controlling the criminal. Once the skill is activated, the host only needs to glance at the criminal, a single look is enough to hypnotize them. Hypnosis duration, 5 minutes. Host, would you like to activate the system? Activate. Hypnosis target, Su Bingtian. Liu Yang's gaze remained fixed on his side, and immediately after, he stepped into a void-like black hole. Inside, he encountered Su Bingtian's memories, every date, every action taken each day, all laid bare before his eyes. 5 minutes later, he withdrew the skill and began making threats. On June 1, 1990, at 1 p.m., you went to a restaurant near 320th Street for a meal and ordered a serving of braised pork knuckle rice. Old A pretended to be a restaurant waiter and, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, pulled out 500 grams of heroin from his sleeve and placed it under the plate to complete the deal with you. June 1, 1990, 2 a.m., you gathered dozens of individuals including Li Ding, Zhao Feng, and Zhao Wen. Stay in room 501 of Chaoyan Hotel across from Fengshan Tea House and sell the obtained 500 grams of heroin to them at double the price. Consume it together with them. On the night of June 2, 1990, at 10 p.m., you were invited by Li Ding, Zhao Feng, Zhao Wen, and others to spend money at the East City Night Paris Club, where a minor girl happened to come looking for someone. Pretending to be a successful businessman, you approached her, gained her trust, invited her for drinks, and secretly laced her beverage with 20 grams of heroin powder, engaging in sexual relations with the girl while she is unconscious. According to the criminal law of our country, trafficking in opium weighing 200 grams or more but less than 1,000 grams, heroin or methamphetamine weighing 10 grams or more but less than 50 grams, or other narcotics in relatively large quantities, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 7 years and shall also be fined. Additionally, gathering a crowd to harbor drug users, or abetting and inciting minors to use drugs, shall be punished more severely. Forcing sexual relations with a minor also constitutes the crime of rape, with combined penalties for multiple offenses. The timing and locations of these 3 incidents are all traceable. The Investigation Bureau can easily retrieve registration records and surveillance footage from relevant locations through the Sky Eye system, track them down, and arrest them for interrogation. With all the material evidence and witness testimonies present, Su Bingtian, I believe even if you don't receive the death penalty, you'll be spending the rest of your life behind bars. Do you still think you were just brought to a rehab center to be locked up for 2 years? Liu Yang's gaze was sharp. When he reached this point, he deliberately patted him on the shoulder and switched to a different tone, persuading him with both reason and emotion. But as long as you perform well and assist me in successfully apprehending Old A, upon our return, the task force will reduce your sentence based on your cooperation. As for whether to do it or not, that's up to you. Su Bingtian was terrified, his eyes wide with fear. Damn it, what just happened? Why did my body suddenly freeze up? Also, all these matters were carried out in secret. It has been 3 years since, with no one able to trace it. How did he know? Agent, I promise you. Su Bingtian couldn't bear such a heavy mental burden any longer and lowered his head. Just tell me, what can I do to help you catch Old A? Seeing Su Bingtian lowering his head, willing to cooperate in capturing Lao A, Liu Yang saved himself quite a bit of effort, then rolled down the car window and looked at the 3 newly opened pancake stalls across the street, asking, tell me, which of these 3 pancake stall owners is Old A? Chapter 3, The Light of Recovery. The hottest guy on the block. The one in the middle wearing white, Su Bingtian replied, pointing with his finger. Liu Yang scanned in that direction, his gaze sharp and piercing. Within 3 seconds, he turned back to Su Bingtian beside him. Good. Listen carefully. I'll only explain my plan once. You need to cooperate with me. Remember, there can be no mistakes. Su Bingtian nodded. Lu Yang continued. You go over there now and exchange passwords with him. Once the passwords match, proceed with the transaction. The whole thing should take just a few seconds. I'll be filming the transaction inside the car as evidence of the crime, then move in to make the arrest immediately. Your job is to restrain him during his escape attempt until I arrive to take him into custody. What? 2 pancakes? No way, no way. Go somewhere else. I'm closed for the day. At that moment, a customer approached a pancake stall. Old A, wearing a white shirt and an apron, looked disheveled with a protruding belly. After taking a drag from his cigarette, he impatiently shooed the customer away. He glanced at his wristwatch and spat out a curse. Damn it, what time is it? Why isn't Su Bingtian here yet? Does he really think I'm here to sell pancakes? What if the cops find out? Boss, how much for the pancakes? Just then, Su Bingtian walked over as planned. Old A looked up at him, immediately retracting his earlier words. He perked up and greeted him, roll with sausage, $6. Seeing the code phrase match, he and Su Bingtian exchanged a knowing smile and whispered. Old Su, what's up with you? We agreed to meet around 3 for the deal. You're half an hour late. Ah, don't mention it. I partied too hard last night and overslept. Su Bingtian waved it off casually. Old A immediately frowned and warned, the cops have been cracking down lately. For safety's sake, don't pull that stunt again. Got it. Su Bingtian feigned a yawn. Where's the stuff? Here it is. Old A bent down, retrieved several large bags of white powder from a hidden compartment under the cart, glanced around, and quickly slipped them into Su Bingtian's sleeve before asking. Where's the money? In my chest pocket. Su Bingtian opened his leather jacket, pulled out a wad of cash wrapped in newspaper, and handed it over. Here, take it. Old A turned, counted the bills, and tucked them away. Then he spun back around, be smarter next time. If you pull this stunt again, I won't do business with you. Yeah, I know. Su Bingtian replied, simultaneously pulling a pack of cigarettes from his chest as he approached, intending to seize an opportunity to pin him down. Here, have a smoke. No thanks. Too many people here. Can't linger long. Old A waved him off warily, then began pushing his cart away, moving slowly toward the exit. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Yang stayed in his car. After successfully filming Old A's transaction and backing up the footage, he immediately got out to make the arrest. Freeze. Where do you think you're going? Damn it, there really is a cop? Old A, seeing this, immediately abandoned all caution, ditching the car and taking off running. But the moment his front foot left the ground, his back foot was suddenly locked in place, halting his escape. He turned to see Su Bingtian grabbing him, his eyes widening in terror as he glared back. Wait, Su Bingtian, whose side are you on? Have you lost your mind? I'm not crazy. Su Bingtian lunged forward in one swift motion, pinning him down. Old A, you can't escape. Give yourself up. Damn it, you've gone over to the agents? I'll kill you. Old A said, sweat pouring down his face. After speaking, he pulled a restricted knife from his pocket and stabbed Su Bingtian in the chest. Seeing Su Bingtian unable to fight back, he immediately kicked him aside, scrambled into a van, and sped off. By the time Lu Yang arrived at the scene, Old A had vanished. Su Bingtian lay on the ground, his pulse faint. He called out to him, Agent, save me, save me. It's okay, it's okay. Lu Yang wasted no time. He initiated emergency treatment, tearing off clothing to bind the wound, while simultaneously pulling out his phone to report to headquarters. Hello, 110? There's a suspected assault and drug deal at the affiliated hospital entrance. Yes, send an ambulance immediately. The sooner the better. After hanging up, Su Bingtian continued to call out, his face deathly pale. Lu Yang suddenly recalled a skill in the system and commanded, System, activate the healing light skill. Ding, healing light skill officially activated. This skill allows the host to freely apply it to humans through intent, achieving wound healing effects. Activate the skill and apply it to Su Bingtian. The moment the words left his mouth, the wound on Su Bingtian's chest began to close and heal at an astonishing speed. Don't worry, you'll be fine. The agents and ambulance will be here shortly. This is evidence of the transaction. Once they arrive, report the situation to them and cooperate with their investigation. I, Lu Yang, guarantee you'll absolutely get a chance at a reduced sentence. I can't spare any more time for you now. If I delay, Old A will be gone for good. After speaking, Lu Yang immediately retrieved the transaction footage from his phone and tossed it onto Su's body. He then turned and sprinted back to the taxi. He shoved the driver out, tossed some cash at him, and sped off in pursuit of Old A. The car sped past, delivered into his hands like a galloping wild horse. It charged forward at lightning speed, far outpacing all other vehicles on the road. Poor taxi driver hadn't even processed what happened before a black gust slammed into his nostrils, leaving him covered in dust and frozen in place. Damn, that guy is way too cool. Does anyone know where he lives? I'd love to find him and have a bunch of kids with him. A few young fangirls happened to pass by and witness Lu Yang risking his life to save someone, then speeding off at breakneck speed to catch the criminal. They couldn't help but swoon, approaching the taxi driver to ask, "Sir, do you know him?" Yeah. Do you know what he does?" "I'm not entirely sure," the taxi driver replied blankly. "But he sat in the back seat for quite a while. From what I overheard, he sounded like some kind of agent." "An agent?" Several fangirls gasped. "Wow, this guy's got such a sharp mind when it comes to solving cases. Yeah, a detective this handsome is a rare find in real life. If that's true, I'd skip school just to investigate him thoroughly. Hey, look! His wounds are gone, how amazing! Could this detective be skilled in medicine too? No way. I only saw him slap on a quick bandage with his shirt, it didn't even stop the bleeding." Chapter 4, High-Speed Chase. Capturing Old A. 3 minutes later. Scene of the incident. Captain Huang Shengli of the 1st Squad at the East District Police Station received a call from headquarters and led his team to the scene for investigation. They immediately initiated standard investigative procedures, cordoning off the area, collecting fingerprints, and conducting door-to-door inquiries. Once the results came in, Deputy Captain Sun Hongse of the 1st Brigade promptly approached Captain Huang with the findings. "Captain, the results are in. Fingerprint analysis indicates 2 individuals. They are Old A and Su Bingtian. Both are S-level fugitives in our country, with identities as a drug user possessor and a drug trafficker, respectively. The deceased is identified as Su Bingtian. However, according to eyewitness accounts at the scene, an agent apprehended Su Bingtian first, then used Su Bingtian to apprehend Old A. The plan was discovered, causing Old A to snap. He stabbed Su Bingtian to death and fled. After the agent bandaged Old A's wounds, he drove off to pursue Old A. The police dispatch call we're familiar with was also made by him. Do you think this might be the work of the West District Precinct? Huang Shengli immediately dismissed the idea. No way. That doesn't fit the West District's modus operandi. True enough. Those guys are always eager to take credit from us. Sun Hongse quickly agreed with his words. No, that's not what I meant. Huang Shengli shook his head. First, as an S-level fugitive, Su Bingtian won't just let himself be manipulated. Even if our entire bureau mobilized, we couldn't pull it off. Second, I know those guys well. They never let anyone act alone, especially when chasing a criminal classified as super dangerous by our country 5 years ago. Third, the East and West districts have no contact with each other. Even if they called the bureau, it wouldn't be our jurisdiction to investigate. Therefore, I'll venture a bold hypothesis, either that guy genuinely possesses investigative talent but, constrained by his status, has been impersonating an agent all along, or he's in cahoots with that drug trafficker. It's simply because Su Bingtian inflated the drug price, angering Old A and leading to an unfair split of the proceeds. That's why he staged this whole charade. Hearing this, Sun Hongse hesitated before asking, "You mean it's a case of criminals turning on each other?" Exactly. Huang Shengli nodded. "I think that's highly likely. As captain of the East District's 1st Squad, he'd accumulated over a decade of investigative experience. Countless cases, big and small, had passed through his hands over the years. This had honed his sensitivity to crime scenes to a level unmatched by his peers. Moreover, upon carefully reviewing this case, it wasn't hard to notice that there were far too many inexplicable coincidences. In his view, it was utterly impossible for this self-proclaimed agent to have taken control of drug courier Su Bingtian. Detectives are the natural enemies of criminals. For one to willingly cooperate in arresting a drug trafficker like Old A, it would require either extraordinary connections or holding significant leverage over the target. Alternatively, there must have been an extreme familiarity between them, leading to a lapse in caution. As mentioned earlier, Su Bingtian took advantage of the situation to inflate the price demanded by the gambler, provoking Old A's displeasure. Old A then sent someone from his inner circle to impersonate an agent and deceive Su Bingtian, making him believe Old A had betrayed him. Su Bingtian would then cooperate with the agent to capture Old A. This back-and-forth maneuver ultimately ensnared Su Bingtian in Old A and his men's trap. During the arrest operation, Old A stabbed him to death. After Old A escaped, the undercover operative reported the incident to the authorities, then used the pretext of apprehending Old A to rendezvous with him. This way, everyone would believe it was an accidental fatality during an arrest, shifting all blame onto the investigating officers. After all, Su Bingtian was dead and couldn't speak for himself. A classic case of criminals turning on each other. You bastard, Old A. How dare you ruin my reputation in the field? Better not let me catch you. If I do, you'll be the first one I deal with. Huang Shengli's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze deepened, and he clenched his fists. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, team member Li Dongxing waved his hand and called out. Boss, come quick. Su Bingtian's awake. What? How could this happen? Sun Hongse looked as if he'd seen a ghost, staring blankly for a few seconds. The forensic report states the restricted knife pierced his heart directly. It also severed nearby blood vessels and nerves. With such massive blood loss, survival was virtually impossible. But not only did the wound heal itself, he somehow pulled through? Could it really be, as people say, thanks to that agent? But wait, didn't the boss say he's an imposter? Hey, snap out of it. Go check it out. Huang Shengli was equally stunned, but then, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, he slapped Sun Hongso on the shoulder and sprinted toward the scene. Seeing Su Bingtian regain consciousness, he exhaled in relief before demanding, Su Bingtian, tell us the truth, what happened? Who are you? Su Bingtian opened his heavy eyelids and stood up. Huang Shengli flashed his badge. I'm Huang Shengli, captain of Squad 1, East District Investigation Unit. This is my badge. Detective? His instinctive reaction. Su Bingtian jolted awake and tried to flee to the side. But he was quickly pinned down by two investigators. Behave yourself, or you'll regret it. Huang Shengli stepped forward and cuffed him. Now answer me this, did someone claiming to be an agent threaten you, forcing you to cooperate with him in arresting drug dealer Lao A? Yes. Su Bingtian nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Huang Shengli pressed his head down and demanded sternly, how did he manage to pull this off? Su Bingtian's legs trembled with fear as he replied. I don't know. He just looked at me once, and I felt frozen in place. It was like he saw right through me. He even knew every detail, where I used to hide drugs, where I used to shoot up, and who my partners were. Originally, as a drug user, after getting caught, I only needed to undergo 2 years of mandatory detoxification. But after all this happened, I couldn't guarantee how many years I'd get. So he had me in his grip and I followed his orders. Then why did your team fail to capture Lao A? Huang Shengli pressed on, his suspicions confirmed. Su Bingtian took a breath before explaining. His plan was for me to first exchange passwords with Lao A, keeping him calm until our transaction was complete. After he recorded the incriminating evidence in the car, he would then get out and make the arrest. If Lao A tried to escape during that time, I was supposed to restrain him. But Lao A broke the rules of combat. He actually stabbed me with a knife. I screamed for help, but no one dared come near. Only he stepped in to bandage my wounds, saying that if I somehow survived, you'd fight for my sentence reduction. Then, as I was about to lose consciousness, I saw him driving a taxi in pursuit of Lao A's direction. Oh, and here's the evidence of his deal he left behind. Strange. This doesn't quite match my understanding. If it was a case of criminals turning on each other, why would he go out of his way to do this? Huang Shengli's expression darkened at these words. He frowned slightly at the transaction footage on the phone, then pressed for details about the agent's real identity. Did he tell you his name? I think he mentioned it. Oh, right, I remember now. His name is Liu Yang. Su Bingtian was initially confused too, but after carefully recalling the details, he finally gave an accurate answer. What? Liu Yang? Isn't that the legendary super agent stationed at the downtown precinct? I heard he neglected his family while solving cases, leading his wife to hang herself, and he nearly shot a colleague. Strange. Wasn't he expelled from the force? How could he do such things in the name of being a detective? And isn't he Lao A's subordinate? Or have I got it all wrong? Both Su Bingtian and Lao A are S-level fugitives who've been on our nation's most wanted list for 5 years, right? Not only are they ruthless, but they kill without batting an eye. Yet he not only manipulated Su Bingtian using criminal psychology but also planned to use Su Bingtian to capture Lao A. Doesn't he fear for his own life? For a moment, Huang Shengli and the entire team of investigators were utterly stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Time, 3:30 p.m. Location, Guangda Expressway Toll Plaza. Liu Yang followed Lao A's departure route by car until he reached the spot. 3 forks lay ahead. One to the left, one in the middle, and one to the right. The left road connected to other provinces, the middle road led to the border, and the right road headed toward other cities. Based on 30 years of investigative experience from his previous life, it was unlikely that a drug trafficking organization like Lao A's would establish roots outside the province or in other cities. Especially after a transaction was exposed, most would flee abroad immediately. Since foreign territories are not subject to Chinese jurisdiction, fleeing there allows them temporary respite. However, multiple uncertainties now existed. To pinpoint Lao A's whereabouts as quickly as possible, Liu Yang had to improvise, using the highway toll gate surveillance footage to gather information. He pulled his car over, walked up to the toll booth window, briefly flashed the original owner's old work badge in front of the attendant, and then said, "Police investigation. Please review the surveillance footage from this area." "Certainly, please wait a moment." The attendant immediately tensed up and turned to access the feeds. Within moments, 6 24-hour surveillance feeds appeared on the computer screen. Liu Yang scrutinized the footage carefully before pointing to the bottom 3 frames and stating, "These 3 feeds, around 3:10. The staff member complied. Liu Yang fixed his eagle-like gaze on the 3 images. 3:10 a.m. Based on the timeline, this was precisely when Lao A should have been driving away. Logically speaking, Lao A should have arrived here about 20 minutes ago. But Liu Yang still felt uneasy. After all, this was merely a rough estimate. He couldn't be certain if Lao A had actually driven here at that exact time. These 3 surveillance clips captured precisely the 3 main roads he had identified. After scrutinizing them without finding anything, Liu Yang instructed the staff to fast forward further, 3:20. Speed it up. The technician complied. The 3 surveillance feeds began playing back at lightning speed. Liu Yang's eyes darted rapidly across the screens. His brow instantly furrowed as he locked onto one image. Pointing at the rightmost monitor, he commanded, "Stop." "That's the one." The image froze instantly before his eyes. The surveillance footage showed that Old A had appeared once at the toll booth and the license plate of the car he was driving. Exactly the license plate he remembered, Lao A 74888. After passing through the toll gate, he decisively headed toward the central highway leading to the border. "Lower the toll gate. I need to apprehend this individual." "But you haven't paid yet." "There's no time." Ignoring the staff's protests, Liu Yang decisively sped out of the toll booth, crashing through the barrier with his vehicle to pursue the suspect. Given the high difficulty of this pursuit, he had to save every second. Otherwise, by the time he reached the highway's midpoint, Old A might have already fled the country. System, activate the speed racing skill. Ding, high-speed pursuit activated. Host can utilize this skill to maneuver vehicles at maximum speed and pursue criminals in the shortest time possible. As the system prompt concluded. The next second, Liu Yang felt as if he and the taxi had become one. Every control inside the vehicle felt instinctively familiar, effortlessly at his fingertips. To catch up with Old A faster, he shifted gears with one hand, stomped on the gas, and steered around obstacles with the other. "Hello, 110? A dangerous driver has been spotted at the Guangda Expressway toll booth. The individual claims to be an agent, appears to be around 40 years old. Right after checking the surveillance footage, he rammed through all our toll gates. Get here fast, I'm worried something worse might happen later." Watching his receding figure, the staff began to doubt his identity and pulled out their phones to report to headquarters. Chapter 5, Old A shot. Recognition achieved. The Guangda Expressway entrance featured 3 lanes, one for passenger cars, one for light trucks, and one for heavy trucks. With rush hour traffic, all 3 lanes were inevitably packed with moving vehicles. The lane Liu Yang was in had the most vehicles. With vehicles traveling at vastly different speeds, it seemed nearly impossible to catch Old A by following the flow of traffic in his lane. Although the adjacent lanes had fewer vehicles, most were wedged between the gaps in the middle lane. To overtake safely here, Liu Yang would need exceptional driving skills. But no worries, the system's high-speed drifting skill came in handy. To save time, he turned the wheel at 260 km/h, moving into the far left lane to overtake the smaller cars traveling alongside him. A few minutes later, he turned the wheel to the right again, choosing to overtake on the right side and bypass a large truck ahead. Then, taking advantage of the empty right lane, he made a slight right turn to merge into it. Each lane change felt like walking a tightrope between life and death. Several times, he nearly scraped against surrounding vehicles, yet miraculously avoided collisions every single time. Such behavior naturally sent shockwaves through the surrounding drivers. Some slowed down and kept their distance, while others were simply stunned. With the breeze brushing their cheeks, they craned their necks to witness the skills of this master driver. Holy crap, is this guy on drugs? Drifting and racing at a highway interchange? Is he in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Hello, 110? There's a taxi on the main highway heading toward the border. Driver's identity unknown. I suspect he's driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Looks pretty old. Yeah, get here fast. Boss, we've got a situation. Sun Hongsa received a call from his colleague at the East District Police Station. After grasping the situation, he snapped out of his surprise. We received a tip that a middle-aged man posing as an agent appeared at the Guangda Expressway toll booth. Claiming to be apprehending a fugitive, he reviewed the surveillance footage, then rammed through the toll gate and headed toward the main road leading overseas. Additionally, there are reports from citizens on the main road leading from Guangda Expressway to the border. A taxi is weaving back and forth across 3 lanes at 260 km/h. The driver's physical description matches the individual reported at the toll gate exactly. Do you think it could be that superpowered criminal investigator the fugitive mentioned? What? Huang Shangli's eyes widened again as he exclaimed. Crashed through the toll gate? Charged onto the highway at 260 km/h? Yow! The other investigators were equally stunned upon hearing this. Then, led by team member Li Dongsheng, they approached Huang Shengli and asked, Boss, does he think he's Sherlock Holmes? Isn't this just plain reckless? He's already been expelled from the team, he's no longer an agent. Even if it's to catch a fugitive, reckless driving on the highway is unacceptable. What if he hits someone? You're right. We can't wait any longer. Huang Shengli said urgently. Immediately notify the main force to head to the main artery connecting Guangda Expressway to the border and clear the traffic. Ensure no casualties occur, then rush to the scene to stop that guy. Intercept Old A's escape. Huang Shengli spoke, then felt a pang of worry over Liu Yang's reckless actions. After getting into the car, he slammed his fist on the steering wheel, thinking to himself. That guy. He's risking his life just to crack a case. Who is Old A? He can kill a man with a single blow. How could you possibly handle him alone? 10 minutes later. Liu Yang successfully caught up to Old A. After confirming the license plate number was correct, he slammed into the car with a whoosh. In an instant, a loud bang echoed. A hole appeared in the rear panel of the van Old A was driving. Instinctively glancing back, he lost control of the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to slam backward and crash into the mast. Damn, is this guy a dog? How sharp is his nose? Yow! At the highway entrance, with all those obstacles, he still managed to find me? And wreck me like this? Old A exclaimed in shock, then regained his composure, preparing to unbuckle his seatbelt and escape. No way. I'm not gonna let him catch me like this. 50 meters ahead is foreign territory. I'll run into it if I have to. Run? You think you're so good at running? Seeing his attempt to flee, Lu Yan pulled his car over to the right lane ahead, completely blocking his path. He then got out, ran over, yanked him out from inside, and pinned him to the ground. Seriously, why bother? Being an agent is backbreaking work for peanuts. Old A coughed a few times, looking slightly disheveled, then turned his head and sneered coldly. How about this? Follow me, and I'll make sure you live like a king for the rest of your life. Shut up. You'll never live to see that day. Lu Yang kicked him hard, sending him sprawling. He pinned Old A's head down and began beating him mercilessly. Boss, look. That guy rammed Old A's car. He's got Old A. At that moment, Sun Honsa's vehicle was the first to reach the front. Witnessing the scene that had just unfolded, he grabbed his walkie-talkie and reported in disbelief. What? He actually caught Old A with his bare hands? Despite the numerous obstacles on the highway, he remained remarkably calm under pressure. Using surveillance footage from the highway toll booth, they tracked Old A's escape route, pursued him, and successfully apprehended him? Upon receiving the news, Wang Shangli and his entire team were stunned. They immediately rushed over with their men, surrounding the area so tightly that not a single person could slip through. Before Lu Yan could react, 2 agents stepped in to restrain him. They then handcuffed Old A and escorted him into the police vehicle. Senior, by all accounts, I should be addressing you as such. He approached Lu Yang, glanced at him, then smiled and extended his hand. Thank you immensely for helping us apprehend 2 S-level fugitives. I'm sorry, but these hands are stained with sin. I fear they might infect you. Lu Yang replied curtly, declining the handshake. Ah, senior, you really know how to joke around. Huang Shengli watched him, his smile beginning to freeze. He felt Lu Yang was indeed as difficult to deal with as the rumors suggested. He dropped the pleasantries, withdrew his hand, grabbed a piece of paper, scribbled a string of numbers on it, and handed it over. Alright then, head over to the East District tomorrow. When you arrive, just mention my name. I'm Huang Shengli, captain of East District Team 1. I'll report your contributions and, in accordance with higher-ups' directives, give you a satisfactory response. Here's my contact information. Call me if you need anything. Finished? Can I go now? Lu Yang took the paper and tucked it into his pocket, his expression unchanged. He lit a cigarette, got into a taxi, and drove back to where he'd come from. This guy is seriously weird. The taxi sped past, gradually disappearing from Huang Shengli's sight, leaving him standing alone, disheveled in the wind. Before he could process it, Sun Honsa approached with his men the next second. Boss, are we just letting him go like that? Yeah, boss. That guy's a lunatic. Even though he's dedicated to solving cases, he's caused a lot of trouble for the citizens. Are we really just letting him go? Chapter 6, East District Police Station Rumors. Reward earned. News of Lu Yang's arrest of Old A and Su Bingtian quickly spread throughout the East District Police Station. Early the next morning, as soon as Huang Shengli and his team arrived at work, they were surrounded by members of other squads, all eager to hear the full story. Captain Huang, we heard you cracked a major case yesterday with the help of a concerned citizen? Who exactly are these guys? They're seriously impressive. When can you introduce them to our 2nd and 3rd brigades? Yeah, squad leader's son mentioned it. Not only did that guy use his medical skills to save Su Bingtian, but he also raced solo, braved the highway, and captured Old A before you even arrived. That guy was an S-level fugitive. He was captured by just one person? You guys sure have your fingers in every pie. How'd you even hear about this? Huang Shengli smiled faintly. But that guy really is impressive. Without any backup, he exploited human weaknesses to control Su Bingtian and achieve his goal of capturing Old A. Despite a few hiccups along the way, both suspects were successfully apprehended without any casualties. What? He's that good? Where is he from? Has this been reported? I'll request approval from headquarters immediately to have him lead the team. Huang Shengli's expression darkened upon hearing this. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd brigades often worked together and frequently borrowed personnel from each other. However, Lu Yang, an exceptional talent in case handling, was an exception. At this moment, Huang Shengli found himself reluctant to part with him. Unfortunately, these men were unaware of the man's past work history. Though he admired Lu Yang himself, higher-ups had explicitly ordered that no such eccentric elements be allowed within the agent ranks. Sun Honsa clearly saw through his thoughts. He stood up and dismissed the idea. Look, guys, forget about this. He's neither an ordinary citizen nor a graduate of the detective academy. He's that exceptionally skilled detective who was expelled from the city's detective bureau 8 years ago. What? He's the one who cracked this case for you? They say he drove his wife to depression and suicide by hanging while pursuing this case. Afterward, he pointed a gun at his other colleagues. Can we really work with someone like that? Yeah, we wouldn't dare take someone like that. 8 years ago, as a top-tier detective at the city precinct, Lu Yang pointed a gun at a colleague, nearly killing him. Many people saw him as a lunatic and avoided contact. Add to that how his obsession with solving the case drove his wife to hang herself. This led to his poor reputation within the circle. Members of the 2nd and 3rd divisions had initially been eager to recruit him, but upon learning his true identity, they all left in disgust, returning to their respective posts. Chief, he's here. Just then, team member Li Dongshang led Lu Yang inside. Hearing this, Wang Shengli hurried over to greet him personally. Out of instinct, he extended his hand. You're here? MHM. Lu Yang replied curtly, still as unyielding as yesterday. Come with me. Recalling the words spoken yesterday, Wang Shengli withdrew his hand. He led Lu Yang into the office, closed the door, and said, after returning yesterday, I reported your situation to headquarters. Given your performance, they've decided to make an exception and award you the Citizen Award for good deeds. Here's your trophy, along with a 50,000 yuan cash award. Please take a look and confirm it's all in order. With that, he pulled a gleaming trophy and a thick stack of cash from his desk drawer, handing them to Lu Yang. Lu Yang took them and examined them, his expression remaining largely unchanged. In truth, this outcome differed from what he had anticipated. He had assumed that after helping the East District Police Station apprehend 2 S-level fugitives, the department would consider hiring him based on his performance. Even starting as an intern detective would be better than spending his days stuck behind a pancake stall. Unfortunately, all he received was a hollow trophy. As for the 50,000 yuan, while a substantial sum in those days, where couldn't he earn it? He casually tucked the trophy into his pocket. Much later, he placed it back on the table and said, you know my ambitions don't stop here. Tell me about it. Wang Shengli hesitated for a moment. Lu Yang paused slightly, his gaze drifting to the detective uniform Huang was wearing. Memories of the past began to flood his mind. A surge of passion washed over him again, his palms burning as his hands trembled slightly. If possible, I want to reclaim the rhythm of my old life. This. Wang Shengli froze for a moment. Realizing his true intent, he turned back and sat down. He lit a cigarette, pondered for a moment, and finally offered a tactful response. Senior, I know this might be hard to hear, but since you asked, I feel it's necessary to say this. First, since the public-police collaboration began, there hasn't been a single case nationwide where someone was promoted as a result. Second, becoming a qualified agent isn't just about individual investigative skills, it demands attention to detail across every aspect of the job. Take me, for example. It took me about 1.5 years to transition from an academy graduate to an agent trainee. During that period, I went through multiple rounds of written exams and interviews, requiring a substantial amount of assessment materials. It then took about 2 years to be formally appointed as a junior agent. Only after meeting these requirements would one's merits and demerits be considered for further promotion. And the most crucial point is that the decision to promote doesn't rest with me, I only handle the reporting. Moreover, you were originally a top-tier agent at the city's organized crime division. You were dismissed after accidentally pointing your weapon at a colleague during a case. While I hold you in high regard, given what happened to you, it's simply impossible to negotiate with the higher-ups. Do you understand my position? I understand. Lu Yang fell silent for a moment before turning his head. I'll be going now. Let me walk you out. Huang Shengli stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. Lu Yang turned toward the door. No need. After he left, Deputy Squad Leader Sun Hongtse emerged from another room. Boss, why not give someone as talented as Lu Yang another chance? Why not rehire him? Do you think I don't want to? Huang Shengli chuckled. We've both been in this job for years. We've always been spot on in judging people. From the day he single-handedly apprehended Old A and Su Bingtian, I knew his talent for investigative work was beyond comparison. But he's notorious in the field as the demon detective. He's reclusive, especially when investigating cases. He prefers to work alone. Even if I were willing to hire him, do you really think he'd mesh with the rest of the team? You're right. Sun Hongtse watched his retreating figure through the door inside. For now, this is the only option. Chapter 7, New Assignment. Opening a detective agency. After stepping out of Huang Shengli's office, Lu Yang felt the stack of bonus money in his hands grow unexpectedly heavy. He never imagined that the actions of the original owner would have such a profound impact on his own development. But it didn't matter. He had already planned his backup strategy. He thought to himself, since he couldn't become an agent, he'd just take their jobs instead. In this tug-of-war of contradictions, sooner or later, he would make these people change their attitude and come to pay their respects to him. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, the system alerted him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have earned 2,000 light points. Lottery mode activated. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the following skills: Unlimited Surveillance 1, Universal Disguise 2, Sound Localization 1, Unlimited Hypnosis 1. Initiating third major mission, establish a detective agency and take on a major case. Note, upon completing this case, the system will activate a new upgrade mode, adding multiple tasks. Hosts may simultaneously undertake several tasks based on their actual capabilities to earn higher light points for lottery draws. Higher light points yield more skills from lottery draws. Multiple tasks. Under the system's prompt, Lu Yang regained a spark of passion. Previously, the system only granted one task at a time, yielding minimal skills upon completion. If he could complete several tasks simultaneously, he wouldn't need to sell pancakes anymore. He could just focus on solving cases. Even if he couldn't solve cases anytime, anywhere like before, he could use these skills to make cases come to him. But where should he start to set up a detective agency? He was just a pancake vendor right now. Wait, didn't I just get 50,000 yuan? In this day and age, that's a fortune. Why not just buy an existing shop? As for cases, I could find a high traffic spot to attract customers, or use the opportunity to hypnotize the agents here. But a new shop lacks operational experience. Customers rarely come knocking on their own. We'd need to hypnotize one of the agents here beforehand to build some reputation. Lu Yang scanned the East District Detective Station, his frown gradually easing. Just as he prepared to use the system to plan his next moves. Suddenly, a conversation among several team members caught his attention. Hey, Littlely, you look so busy. What exactly are you organizing there? Yeah, it can't be a new case, can it? Come on, share the scoop with us. Several team members gathered around Li Dongsheng, teasing him. Li Dongsheng looked at them and smiled. This? It's one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries from the past 3 years in the East District Investigator's Office. It stems from a serial murder case reported by villagers from Gizili village in your province a year ago. All relevant details and clues were documented on this paper, but our team investigated and found nothing. Captain Huang asked me to organize it. Since I've got some downtime now, I'm going through it carefully before heading out to the field for further investigation. I see. You're in for another chance to earn some merit, kid. Congratulations, congratulations. What achievement. This is giving me a headache. Li Dongsheng scratched his head in frustration, offering an awkward smile. As a protege trained by both Huang Shengli and Sun Hongse, he was indeed one of the more capable detectives in the bureau. But when it came to this kind of murder mystery, he still didn't feel confident taking it on. A murder mystery? That's the one. Lu Yang perked up instantly. Watching him rack his brains, it was clear the guy lacked patience. He'd be a breeze to hypnotize. Once he was alone, I approached him. He confirmed the name on the badge pinned to his chest and silently commanded. System, activate infinite hypnosis skill. Ding, infinite hypnosis activated. Host may freely switch hypnotic subjects, control their thoughts, compel them to act according to the host's will, and cause them to forget the host's existence afterward. Hypnosis duration, 5 minutes. Hypnotic target, Li Dongsheng. In an instant. Li Dongsheng froze as if petrified, his hands suspended mid-motion, eyes vacant. Seeing this, Lu Yang continued issuing commands to control him. Li Dongsheng, retrieve the serial murder case reported by villagers from Li village in your province. Without another word, he selected a file from the desk and handed it to Lu Yang. Lu Yang took it and tucked it into his coat pocket. Before he could examine it closely, he hurriedly left the premises to negotiate the transfer of a shop. He recalled that during his days selling pancakes, he had frequently traveled around the county town. There was a commercial space outside a residential complex up for transfer, and the surrounding area had significant foot traffic. The owner had originally run a print shop. Later, due to some family issues, he urgently needed money, so he posted a transfer notice at the entrance. The shop was fully equipped with office supplies and furnishings. Most importantly, the price was reasonable, around 6,000 yuan per year. Since businesses in that area tended to thrive, Lu Yang feared someone might contact the owner first and snatch up the shop. So he skipped lunch and hailed a cab straight to the location. A few minutes later. County Hanlinyuan residential complex entrance. Lu Yang glanced at the shopfront before stepping inside. Just as he'd expected, besides the owner, a prospective tenant was already seated inside. They had finished negotiations and were preparing to proceed with the next step, signing the paperwork. Seeing this, Lu Yang seized the moment and interrupted. Excuse me. I was wondering, has this shop already been transferred? Not yet, but it's almost done. The shop owner walked over to him. Are you here for printing? No, I'm interested in taking over this shop to open my own detective agency. Lu Yang replied with a smile. As he spoke, he edged closer to Lu Yang's position. A detective agency? Ha! What a joke! Who makes money doing that these days? Seriously, are you out of your mind? The client negotiating the lease, seeing him trying to snatch the shop from him, couldn't help but scoff. Not for profit, purely for fun. Lu Yang shrugged it off, chuckling lightly in response. Then, behind the boss's back, he walked up to the man and patted him on the shoulder. Damn it, did I give you permission? Don't you understand the concept of first come, first served? The tenant started to lose his temper, slamming his hand on the table before turning his head. Seizing the moment, Liu Yang activated his all-purpose disguise skill, silently commanding. System, activate the all-purpose disguise skill. Turn into a scary face to frighten him. Ding, all-purpose disguise skill activated. Host may use this skill to infinitely transform into any desired character. Skill duration, 3 seconds. In an instant, Liu Yang's face began to turn pale, his tongue sticking out. Holy crap, I saw a ghost in broad daylight. Seeing this, the tenant's face instantly drained of color. He collapsed onto the floor, terrified out of his wits, then stumbled and scrambled out the door. He. Liu Yang covered his mouth and chuckled quietly. 3 seconds later, he composed himself and approached the owner. Sir, now that the tenant's gone, are you going to rent the shop to me? Or would you rather wait a bit longer? The boss was equally baffled. What? What just happened? How could you see a ghost in broad daylight? Who knows? Maybe it just forgot to take its medicine. Not wanting to waste time, Liu Yang decisively pulled out a stack of cash and placed it on the table. Here's 7,000 yuan. I want to rent this shop for a year. That should cover it, right? 7,000? What? Not enough? More than enough, more than enough. The owner instantly grabbed him, ready to sign the contract. Let's sign it. Better hurry up. Chapter 8, ready to go. Serial murder case. After completing the transfer paperwork, Liu Yang finally had his own detective agency. During his free time, he carefully studied the case file. Based on the information and clues within the file, he finally understood that this was a bizarre serial murder case. The victims were a family of 3. They were Li Wenwen, Li Dawei, and Zhang Shufan. Li Wenwen and Li Dawei were siblings, while Li Dawei and Zhang Shufan were husband and wife. A year ago, the East District Police Station received an emergency call. The caller identified herself as Li Xiama, the younger sister of Li Wenwen and Li Dawei. She stated that upon learning of their mother's death, she had returned home from college for the funeral. After sleeping at home, she woke up the next morning to discover the bodies of her brother, sister-in-law, and older sister. Upon learning of this, the police station immediately dispatched personnel to investigate and interview witnesses. They discovered that all 3 had died from blunt force trauma. There were no fingerprints or other clues to be found. Subsequent attempts to locate the blunt weapon proved fruitless. Neighbors mentioned that the family had not been particularly filial to the elderly woman during her lifetime. On the day of the incident, rumors spread throughout the village that the old woman's spirit had returned to exact revenge. Due to the remote location, lack of surveillance, and absence of any useful leads, investigators filed the case away in the archives of the 10 great unsolved cases. After reviewing the case, Liu Yang found himself momentarily unable to form any conclusions. But he recalled a passage from the book Profession, Police equals Psychology. Everything has 2 sides, and criminal cases are no exception. Moreover, the most cunning criminals are often masters of disguise. When a case offers no leads, it's worth considering the opposite perspective from a practical standpoint. First, he could be absolutely certain this was a deliberate homicide. Second, a high IQ killer intent on murder would certainly take measures to conceal fingerprints and the murder weapon, using so-called public opinion to divert police attention. For instance, to conceal fingerprints, the killer could wear insulated gloves during the murder. To conceal the murder weapon, the killer could discard it in an inconspicuous corner or destroy it on the spot. Combined with the villagers' accounts, this led investigators to mistakenly believe it was a supernatural case with no leads to follow. Therefore, he concluded that solving this case could only be achieved by approaching it from a realistic perspective. By meticulously analyzing clues, one could reconstruct the entire sequence of events attributed to ghostly killings, thereby uncovering the perpetrator's true motive. From this motive, he could then piece together the identity of the real killer lurking behind the scenes. To investigate these clues, one must take risks and enter the scene personally. For instance, visiting the crime scene. For instance, speaking with villagers. Recalling the experiences of the person who reported the incident. All these could serve as leads to investigate. For this purpose, after leaving the East District Police Station, he used the 20,000 yuan in his possession to rent a car. Before the East District Police Station could dispatch officers, he headed to Guizhou Province's Guizili village to investigate the case. 5 minutes later. Inside the East District Police Station, Li Dongsheng felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he recognized Deputy Captain Sun Hongzi. Deputy Sun, it's you. You gave me a start. You little punk, such a scaredy cat. Sun Hongzi sat down beside him and lit a cigarette. The boss sent me to get you. By the way, how's that case file organizing coming along? Case files? Li Dongsheng snapped to attention, frantically searching high and low, scrambling everywhere. But strangely, the case file seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Wait. Where's my case file? Where the hell did it go? What? The case file is missing? Upon hearing this, Sun Honsa urged anxiously. What the hell have you been thinking about all day? How could you lose such important documents? Hurry up and look for them. See if you left them somewhere? What's going on? Huang Shengli stepped out of the office to inquire. Boss, this kid accidentally. Sun Honsa was about to give the full account. Hearing this, Li Dongxing quickly stepped in front of him and interrupted. Oh, it's nothing. The phone just accidentally fell on the floor. Did you find it? Huang Shengli asked. Li Dongxing nodded obediently. Found it. What time is it? We can't waste time on such trivial matters. Huang Shengli frowned and urged. Go gather a few capable members from the first squad. Get out there immediately and thoroughly investigate that unsolved case from back in Kidnapperly village. Let me tell you, this case can't be delayed any longer. If we drag this out, all of us including me will be damned if we don't get cursed to death. Yes sir. Li Dongxing stood ramrod straight and saluted in response. Seeing his fighting spirit, Huang Shengli didn't ask about the file organization. He turned back to his office, sat down, and got to work. Only after he left did Li Dongxing relax slightly. Turning, he thrust a box of cigars towards Sun Honsa. Captain Sun, just a token of my appreciation. What's your game, kid? Sun Honsa felt a bit overwhelmed by the gesture. His mouth said no, but his hands had a mind of their own. Li Dongxing chuckled a few times and said, about the missing files, I hope you'll turn a blind eye. Otherwise, if the boss asks, I really don't know how I'll explain it. That shouldn't be too difficult. Sun Honsa scratched the back of his head and laughed aloud. Case files are just for reference anyway. As long as you can lead the team to crack this case, keeping them around is pointless. True enough. I'll do my best. Seeing he wasn't going to make things difficult, Li Dongxing gave a brief nod before turning to select a few capable officers. Zhang, Wang, Tian, and Feng, get ready. We've got a major assignment coming up. Hell yeah, finally getting to go on a call. Haven't solved the case in days, my hands are itching. This case is no ordinary one. Everyone, take it seriously. Yeah, a serial murder case. The team members immediately donned their hats, stepped away from their workstations, and lined up in formation, awaiting further instructions. Each possessed unique strengths, having been trained by Li Dongxing into the perfect partners. On every mission, they worked together seamlessly, their coordination second nature. At the mention of a major case, they all perked up, ready to give it their all. Seeing this, Li Dongxing gave further instructions. Zhang, go dispatch the patrol car outside. Wang, you check the combat readiness status. Xiao Tian, handle the navigation arrangements. And Feng, prepare the handcuffs, batons, and walkie-talkies. Today's objective, solve the serial murder case in Li Village, abduction capital of your province. Yes sir. Several officers saluted in unison before resuming their pre-dispatch routines. Once prepared, they followed Li Dongxing to Guizhou province's Guizili village to investigate the case thoroughly. Chapter 9, Villagers' Accounts. The cat-faced old woman. Guizhou province, Guizili village. It took Lu Yang half an hour to drive here. In search of clues, he first approached an elderly woman sitting by the village entrance, handing her a business card and saying, Hello, ma'am. I'm a private investigator. Here's my card. Could you tell me how to get to Li Xiaoma's house? Li what? The elderly woman, clearly hard of hearing, repeated. Seeing this, Lu Yang stepped closer and repeated, Li Xiaoma. M.O. what? The woman blinked, questioning him. Lu Yang was momentarily speechless. Never mind, I'll find it myself. Just then, an elderly couple carrying hose approached from the roadside. Seizing the chance, Lu Yang stepped forward, pulled out 2 business cards, handed them over, and repeated his earlier words, Hello, I'm a private investigator. Here's my card. Could you tell me how to get to Li Xiaoma's house? Xiaomo's place? Well, it's the 3rd house over there. The old man pointed him in the right direction. His wife chimed in, What's up? Why are you looking for her? Lu Yang adopted a serious tone, I'd like to speak with her about a case that occurred at her home a year ago. Hearing this, the couple's expressions immediately changed. They pulled him aside and whispered. Wow, you've got some nerve, coming here alone to investigate that case. You know, around here, people say her family members were killed by the old woman's ghost. Oh my, over the years, hardly anyone dares go inside her house anymore. They're all afraid of being dragged into trouble. I advise you to stay out of this. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. Ghosts killing people? Looks like there might be something to it after all. Interesting. Lu Yang pursed his lips slightly. No problem. I'm brave, ghosts don't scare me. If there really is a ghost, I'll challenge it head-on. Uncle, auntie, if you don't mind, please share everything you know with me. It'll help me piece together this case. Alright then. We'll tell you everything we know. The old man set down his hoe, motioning for his wife to join him as they squatted by the roadside. He lit a cigarette, twirling the filter between his fingers. To tell you the truth, that old woman was a pitiful soul. Her husband died young, leaving her to raise 3 children single-handedly through thick and thin. She thought she could rely on them to take care of her in her old age, but things didn't turn out that way. Her eldest son, Li Dawei, was an honest man but not very capable. After marrying that woman, Zhang Shufan, he became completely henpecked. He listened to her in everything and had no mind of his own. After getting married, he was manipulated by Zhang Shufan into not letting the old lady live in the new house. She was left alone in the old house, spending her days in solitude. The second daughter, Li Wenwen, is no better. Since her marriage, she's completely abandoned her birth family. Whenever she returns, she only has eyes for the old lady's inheritance, finding every excuse to squeeze money out of her. Yet when the old lady fell ill and needed care, not a soul came to help. She's nothing but an ungrateful wretch. The youngest daughter, Li Xiaoma, does show some filial piety. But after getting into college, she moved into a dorm outside the city and only comes home every few months. Then last December, we had a heavy snowfall. The old lady, being elderly and unsteady on her feet, grew worried no one would support her. So she took out an insurance policy for herself. Zhang Shufan feared the old lady favored her daughters and would leave the money to them after her death. So she laced the old lady's food with drugs. While the old lady was unconscious, she forced her to press her fingerprints onto an inheritance contract. Afterward, they dumped the old lady out in the snow and left her to freeze to death, then claimed the money as their own. Upon learning of this, Li Wenwen caused a scene on the day of the grandmother's burial. Fighting with Li Dawei and his wife over the money, she destroyed the grandmother's memorial altar. Folklore has long spoken of the cat-faced old lady. It's said cats possess 9 lives. Whoever steps over her coffin borrows one of those lives from the deceased. On the 7th day after death, she returns to haunt those who wronged her in life. According to eyewitness accounts from the funeral attendees, a cat did indeed pass by the coffin at the time, though most people dismissed it as nothing unusual. Then strange events unfolded. Li Wenwen, Li Dawei, and Zhang Shufan all died on the 7th day after the old woman's funeral. All 3 were killed by a blunt instrument. Li Wenwen had 5 wounds, Li Dawei had 1 wound, and Zhang Shufan had 3 wounds. Every member of the family, except for the relatively filial Li Xiaoma, met a gruesome end with no traceable evidence. Consequently, many suspect the cat-faced old lady was responsible for these acts. The cat-faced old lady? Lu Yang picked up the thread encountered. Then what happened next? How were the bodies of this family disposed of? The old man remained silent, glancing instead at his wife beside him. His wife then began recounting the events following the tragedy. At the time, Li Xiaoma rushed back from school to attend the funeral and stayed in the old woman's room. Little did she know that after just one night's sleep, she would wake up the next morning to find the entire family dead. Li Xiaoma immediately called the police station and assisted the detectives with the investigation. But they couldn't find any murder weapon, fingerprints, surveillance footage, or other clues. So the detectives classified it as a supernatural incident. For a whole year, no one showed up or asked about the case. Afterward, Li Xiaoma arranged the family's burial, inherited the elderly woman's estate, and took in Li Wenwen's son along with Zhang Shufan and her husband's 2 children. He currently volunteers as a teacher in the village and is known for his good character. Nephew, what else do you want to know? After finishing the account, the middle-aged man brushed dust off his pants, tossed his cigarette butt, and stood up alongside his wife, posing the question. Lu Yang smiled and shook his head. Stepping forward, he shook hands with them. That's the gist of it. If you need anything further, I'll get in touch. And thank you for your trouble. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. The couple said, hoisting their host to head out to the fields. Lu Yang waved goodbye, watching them walk away before placing his hand under his nose to analyze the words they had just spoken. On the surface, the entire incident seemed exactly as they had described. The old woman resented the 3 deceased for their lack of filial piety and chose the 7th day after their deaths to take action against them. But upon closer examination, there was a flaw in this theory. Chapter 10, Infinite Surveillance. The first murder weapon emerges. Yes, this flaw stemmed from the reporting party, Li Xiaoma. In Lu Yang's view, the most crucial source of conflict in this case stemmed from the insurance policy the old woman had taken out for herself before her death. Li Dawei and his wife, along with Li Wenwen, fought tooth and nail over this inheritance. Yet in the end, the ultimate beneficiary was Li Xiaoma, the one who never fought for it. Moreover, according to the villagers' accounts just now, the deaths of Li Dawei, his wife, and Li Wenwen all occurred after Li Xiaoma returned home on leave from school. Was this mere coincidence? Or was it premeditated? Could Li Xiaoma really be responsible for this? That doesn't add up. If that's the case, why did she choose to call the police after the murder and then take in the deceased's children? Why did she stay in the village to teach instead of fleeing immediately? Was it all just to throw people off the scent? What hidden motives lay behind these actions? All these questions only deepened Lu Yang's fascination with the case. To uncover the truth behind the situation, following directions from the villagers, Lu Yang drove to Li Xiaoma's house. After getting out of the car, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, there was no response from inside. Lu Yang surmised that no one was home. Seeing the door unlocked, he stepped inside. What met his eyes? Lu Yang discovered it was a large courtyard. 3 children were playing hide and seek inside. One of them, blindfolded with a black cloth over their eyes, was groping around the courtyard with outstretched arms. By chance, they bumped into Lu Yang. Gotcha! Gotcha! Exclaimed Li Du, the only child of Li Dawei and Zhang Shufan. True to his name, his face was chubby and round. The other 2 children were Li Wenwen's pair of offspring, one named Zhao Xiaolu, the other named Zhaoying. Hiding behind a water jar in the courtyard, they all popped their heads out and approached when they saw someone arrive at the house. Only after Li Du pulled off the black cloth did he realize he'd picked the wrong person. He quickly asked, "Big brother, who are you?" "Little one, I'm a classmate of your parents. My name is Lu Yang." Lu Yang crouched down and smiled. "By the way, where are your parents?" "Where did they go?" Li Du replied with a smile, "Auntie Xiaomo? She's at work at the school." Lu Yang pinched his little cheek. "Then could you guys go to school and tell her? Just say I need to see her and ask her to come over." "Sure thing." Li Du turned around with an innocent look. Then, grabbing the hands of his 2 younger siblings, he dashed out. Not a hint of suspicion about Lu Yang's true identity crossed their minds. "Slow down, watch your step, the ground's slippery." Lu Yang turned his head and waved at them. Only after they had disappeared from sight did he begin to scrutinize the large courtyard. He noticed the courtyard was sparsely furnished. Aside from a few flower pots and water jars by the entrance, there was almost no decoration. Inside the courtyard, 3 small huts stood crowded together. Lu Yang surmised that 2 of them were likely the dwellings once occupied by the Li couple and the elderly woman. He tentatively entered one of the rooms and looked around. To aid his investigation, he silently activated his infinite surveillance skill. System, activate infinite surveillance skill. Ding, infinite surveillance skill activated. Host may use this skill to scan for murder weapons used in corresponding cases on the spot. Even if buried 3 feet underground, it can be detected instantly. This is just what I need. 3 feet underground, and I can still find the murder weapon used by the killer. If this case was truly committed by Li Shema, there must be some clues to be found in these rooms. Lu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. The most dangerous place is often the safest. In a small mountain village like this, if someone did something unsavory, word would spread like wildfire. Therefore, assuming Li Shema was the murderer, she wouldn't have brazenly carried the murder weapon around after the crime. Moreover, a full year had passed since the incident. If the villagers truly suspected Li Shama of anything, they probably wouldn't speak so highly of her. Therefore, Lu Yang surmised that the murder weapon was most likely hidden somewhere within this large courtyard compound. As for where exactly, Lu Yang would have to search every single room one by one. Guided by the system's prompts, he was gradually adapting to this skill. The moment he activated it, his eyes felt like scanners, piercing through walls and other materials to see the internal structures. From every brick to a lively rat scurrying about. Clearly, under his thorough scan, this room showed no signs of anything unusual. In that case, I might as well check another room. With that thought, Lu Yang walked out and entered another room. As soon as he pushed open the door, the first thing he saw was the portrait of the old woman placed on the table. Clearly, this was the room where the old lady had lived before her passing. Out of respect for the deceased, Lu Yang promptly lit 3 sticks of incense, placed them in the incense burner, and bowed before the photograph. Then he activated his infinite surveillance skills, scanning every corner of the room. But even after checking every corner, he found nothing. Looks like I'll have to check the 3rd room then. If I'm not mistaken, that's the one Li Shoma stays in. Lu Yang sighed with patience. Though barging into a girl's bedroom seemed downright sleazy. But for the sake of solving the case, he couldn't afford to be too particular. Upon entering the 3rd room, a faint fragrance instantly filled the air. Everywhere he looked, there were photographs of Li Shoma with her grandmother, older brother, and sisters before her passing. The room's furnishings were equally simple. Besides a bookshelf, there was only a computer desk and a soft bed. Lu Yang walked over to the bookcase, casually picked up a book, and flipped through it a few times. Suddenly, 2 enormous exclamation marks appeared before his eyes. Immediately afterward, the system alerted him mentally. Ding! Detected a concealed weapon beneath the bookcase. Under the bookcase? Lu Yang's nerves instantly tightened. She actually hid the murder weapon under the most obvious place, the bookcase? Wasn't she afraid the children might find it? But he dismissed the thought immediately. Because when he looked down, there wasn't even a sliver of space beneath the cabinet. It seemed to be flush with the floor. Looks like I'll have to put in some serious effort next. Determined to find the most direct evidence of Li Shoma's murder, Lu Yang rolled up his sleeves and began moving the bookcase. The next second, an utterly shocking item appeared. Chapter 11, the second murder weapon emerges. Confronting the killer. Indeed, beneath the bookcase lay a cat-faced old woman mask and a white cloak that looked rather sinister. They were almost identical to the legendary photo of the cat-faced old woman reported in the news. It seemed the so-called ghost murder case had been a hoax from the very beginning. It was all staged by this woman. Though she appeared unassuming and unambitious, the most sensible and filial daughter in the family, human nature's darker side prevailed. As siblings, why should she be the one to inherit the money after the old lady's death? Why should she give that money to Li Dawei and Zhang Shufan? Why not herself? Thus, to quietly inherit the fortune, she orchestrated this ghost murder case. She hid the murder weapon and pinned all the blame on the deceased grandmother. Wearing the mask of the cat-faced old lady, she killed everyone else who could legally inherit the fortune. At this point, many might ask, why did Li Xiaoma choose to report the crime after committing it, continue raising the deceased's children, and stay in the village to teach? The answer is simple. She was covering up her own crime. So-called innocent murder refers to a perpetrator using clever tactics to shift blame onto others, then quietly hiding the murder weapon to cover their tracks. This leaves everyone around them, including investigators, completely in the dark. Li Xiaoma's brilliance lay in maintaining a flawless public persona. How could a bright, sensible, obedient, and filial college student possibly be linked to a serial killer? Second was her extraordinary psychological resilience. After all, no killer would linger at the scene after murdering someone and then choose to report it, most instinctively flee. But she was different. Beyond concealing her identity as a murderer from the outside world, Lu Yang could think of no other explanation for these phenomena. But now that this was confirmed, the crime scene must conceal more than one murder weapon. Don't forget, all the victims died from blows inflicted by a blunt instrument. Since the mask and cloak had been found, the blunt weapons must also be hidden in this room. But where exactly was it hidden? As Lu Yang pondered this, a system notification sounded in his mind once more. Ding! A concealed weapon detected beneath the bed in this room. Under the bed? Lu Yang's jaw dropped. How could that be? She actually hid the murder weapon in such an obvious spot? If that's the case, why didn't the East District Police Station find it when they investigated earlier? After all, unlike a hidden spot like a bookshelf, what's under the bed is plain as day. Yet she had managed to deflect the detective's scrutiny? What on earth was going on? With so many questions swirling in his mind, Lu Yang flipped on the room light and crawled under the bed to search. It was clear that Li Xiaoma had a certain level of cleanliness obsession. Beneath the bed, aside from a row of shoes, there was only a wash basin. The shoes were neatly arranged by type: flats, sneakers, canvas shoes, and high heels. A pink towel was draped over the sink, along with some basic toiletries. Lu Yang wasn't a pervert. He merely glanced at the personal items before setting them aside completely. His true target was the wall panel on the far right side beneath the bed. Only when his eyes landed there did two enormous exclamation marks appear in his eyes. Clearly, something fishy was hidden there. But to confirm whether anything was hidden inside, he'd need something to chisel open that section of wall. On his person, he had almost nothing useful except for the file attached to his nail clippers. After a moment's thought, he crawled back out from under the bed. He found a screwdriver nearby and, using it in conjunction with the file on his hand, exerted tremendous effort to finally chip away at that section of wall. Sure enough, he retrieved another distinct murder weapon from within. An ice pick. Cross-referencing the old photographs of the deceased in the case file, Lu Yang quickly matched the details, murmuring to himself. Victim Li Dawei sustained a single wound. The wound struck directly at the chest, presenting an elliptical shape at its deepest point, penetrating 3.5 centimeters. Victim Li Wenwen sustained 5 wounds, direct hits to the face, shoulder, back, ribs, and chest. The wounds were elliptical in shape at their deepest points, reaching 4.1 centimeters in depth. Deceased Zhang Shufan, 3 wounds on her body. Wounds directly struck the eye, arm, and heart. The wound depths were elliptical, reaching 5 centimeters. The commonality among all these cases lies in the elliptical shape of the wounds. And the tail end of the ice pick perfectly matches the shape of the wounds. This further solidifies Li Xiaoma's identity as the murderer. Lu Yang was overjoyed. With the evidence now in hand, all that remained was to confront Li Xiaoma. Imagine Li Xiaoma's reaction if he saw these 2 murder weapons? Sure enough, no sooner said than done. Lu Yang had just emerged from under the bed. Li Xiaoma walked in with several children in tow. "Auntie, this is the one looking for you." Li Du took Li Xiaoma's hand and introduced him. Li Xiaoma stared at the 2 weapons in Lu Yang's hands, her expression suddenly changing. Yet she quickly regained her composure and dismissed the children. "Go play outside, kids. Auntie needs to talk to this gentleman about something." "Okay, Auntie." Li Du led her 2 younger siblings outside. Once they were out of earshot, Li Xiaoma swiftly closed the door. She offered Lu Yang a chair and gestured for him to sit. "Please, have a seat." Lu Yang was stunned by her remarkable composure. He complied, sat down, lit a cigarette, and took a few puffs. "To be honest, I'm a detective. I came here specifically to investigate that murder case from years ago." "I know." Li Xiaoma sat down on the bed as if nothing were amiss, changing her shoes. "Is there anything you'd like to ask?" Lu Yang declared, "I've gathered all the clues in this case. The evidence is in my hands." "Li Xiaoma, every single piece points to you being the murderer." "Is that so?" "I don't agree with what you're saying." Li Xiaoma replied calmly, "That case was thoroughly investigated by detectives from the East District years ago. Not a single clue was found. How could a mere private detective like you possibly pin the murder on me? These two items were both found in your apartment. Lu Yang presented the ice pick, cat mask, and cape the murder weapons. The reason the detectives from the East District Precinct didn't identify you as the killer back then was simply because you hid these items well. Now that I've found them, what more can you say? What exactly do these two items prove? Li Xiaoma asked innocently. Chapter 12, The Finishing Move. The true scene of the criminal within. Indeed, what could these two murder weapons possibly prove? After a year had passed, the fingerprints on the murder weapons might have long since been wiped clean by her. Moreover, a highly intelligent murderer like Li Xiaoma wouldn't leave any clues for investigators during the killing. How could she be so foolish as to leave traceable evidence on the murder weapons? It seemed Lu Yang had underestimated this college student. Her intelligence and psychological resilience surpassed many murderers he had encountered. But every coin has two sides. Since the clues offered no breakthrough, perhaps he should shift his focus to the motive for the murder. Lu Yang quickly regained his composure. You're right. These two items don't prove much. Over a year has passed since the incident. Even if we sent them for fingerprint analysis now, it probably wouldn't yield anything. But Li Xiaoma, my presence here means I have absolute confidence in resolving this case. As far as I know, you returned on the night of your mother's 7th-day memorial service, correct? Given that, why did Li Daowei, Li Wanwen, and Zhang Shufan all meet tragic ends after that very night? Why did rumors about the cat-faced old woman begin circulating in the village after that night? Why did all three of them, who were also elderly women, die from blunt force trauma while you emerged unscathed? Why, after all three died, did you rightfully inherit the estate instead of it going to the deceased's surviving children? Why, a full year later, were you hiding an ice pick, a cat-faced old lady mask, and a cloak in your room? Can you explain these things to me? Li Xiaoma froze for a moment upon hearing these questions, then turned his head away and gave a few awkward chuckles. See that cat by the door? My mom used to say it was her favorite. I've kept it well all these years. Lu Yang glanced outside the window. Sure enough, an elderly cat was sprawled by the door, its limbs stiff and weary as it lazily basked in the sunlight against the wall. He promptly turned his head away, shifting his gaze, and frowned. Li Xiaoma, don't try to change the subject. Answer me. Li Xiaoma shrugged it off, grinning foolishly. Remember when we were kids? Me, my big brother, and second sister would always follow our parents around this cat. It was like motherly love, always circling us. But now, it's grown old and immobile, left to lean against the wall alone, waking only to bask in the sun. Its kittens are always playing and disappear for hours, but as long as I'm here, it'll always have food and never go hungry. Yet it will spend its remaining days living in solitude. Oh, and that wound on its arm? That's from when it was feeding the kittens the other day they bit it. Seeing this, don't you feel sorry for this cat? As she said this, Li Xiaoma turned her head toward him, her expression innocent and guileless. Seeing this, Lu Yang's frown deepened. The reason was simple, the Li Xiaoma before him seemed like a completely different person. Her gaze was singularly focused, utterly detached from the world, a stark contrast to the sharp-tongued, quick-witted young woman of moments before. But based on his years of experience solving cases, he knew there were only two possible reasons for this phenomenon. One was that Li Xiaoma was trying to conceal evidence of her crime and buy time. The other was that she was suffering from severe schizophrenia. First, let's examine the first possibility. Lu Yang believed that his visit was unwarranted, as he was investigating in the capacity of a detective. Upon learning of his investigation, Li Xiaoma must have prepared thoroughly in advance. She could have either investigated the identities of all the East District detectives to exclude him, or alerted the police beforehand, preparing to frame him as the villain who made false accusations. Legally, no one could forcibly enter a residence under false pretenses without a warrant. From this perspective alone, Lu Yang had already committed a major taboo. Moreover, he had arrived here before the East District Station could dispatch a team. This meant that after him, the East District Station would inevitably send personnel to investigate the matter. If Li Xiaoma could stall long enough until they arrived, she could defend herself. That way, Lu Yang would become the villain in everyone's eyes, even a pervert. Second, let's consider the second possibility. In his previous life, Lu Yang had been a detective himself, frequently called upon by investigators to assist in solving cases. Among the cases he handled, many involved perpetrators with psychiatric disorders. During interrogations, these criminals exhibited states identical to Li Xiaoma's current condition. At times lucid, at times clouded. Some were even bizarre enough to confront him with 6 distinct personalities. Lu Yang surmised that, given Li Xiaoma's intelligence, the first scenario was far more likely. Facing this situation, he quickly adjusted his mindset and devised a strategy. Fine, you won't talk? I'll speak for you. A year ago, the old lady, worried no one would support her in her old age, took out an insurance policy for herself. To claim this fortune, you chose the night of her 7th-day memorial. Wearing that cat face mask and cloak, armed with an ice pick, you murdered your brother, sister, and sister-in-law one after another. Afterward, to cover your tracks, you wiped away fingerprints, hid the murder weapons, and spread the legend of the cat-faced old lady throughout the village, attempting to pin the murders on a deceased person. Then you reported it. Once the East District Police Station team finished investigating the scene and classified it as a supernatural case, you seamlessly inherited the fortune. To avoid suspicion, he maintained a virtuous public persona, adopting the deceased's children and staying in the village to teach. Compounded by the victims' reputations for filial disrespect in life, this only solidified the belief that the old woman's spirit had sought vengeance. Li Xioma, I'll ask you one last time, am I right or not? Oh ho ho. Li Xioma shrugged nonchalantly, grinning foolishly. Look at you, you're just as pitiful as that old cat. At this point, you're still putting on airs in front of me? Lu Yang roared at him, fine. Since that's the case, I'll show you the real scenes described in the book Psychological Criminals. Chapter 13, The Dead Return. Li Xiaoma reveals the truth. Psychological Criminals is a detective novel written by the renowned mystery author Agatha Christie. One of the episodes specifically depicts a criminal who, after being apprehended, adopts a strategy similar to the current situation, feigning insanity and refusing to cooperate. To skillfully pry the truth from the criminal, the protagonist employs a slide-like technique. He gathers several team members on the spot to mimic the appearances of the victims and presents them before the criminal. Forcing the criminal to witness their victims' post-murder state step by step, this tactic gradually shattered his psychological defenses, ultimately achieving the true goal of extracting the truth. In his previous life, Lu Yang had employed similar interrogation methods during investigations. Such approaches were perhaps commonplace in that era. But in the present day, it was an extremely rare interrogation method. Moreover, he was confident he could perfectly recreate the victims' appearances. This was thanks to the omnipotent disguise skill granted by the system. Last time, he had used this very skill to scare off that rude tenant. But once activated, the skill only lasted for 3 seconds. Lu Yang must act swiftly and decisively. Otherwise, if he dragged this out, the agents from the East District would show up and interfere with his investigation. Wouldn't that be courting trouble? With that thought, Lu Yang decisively murmured in his mind, "System, activate the all-purpose disguise skill." Ding, all-purpose disguise skill activated. Host may use this skill to infinitely transform into any desired character. Skill duration, 3 seconds. First, transform into Li Daowei's appearance. Then transform into Li Wenwen's appearance. Finally, become Zhang Shufan. As Lu Yang silently chanted in his mind, the next second he effortlessly shifted between these 3 personas, all based on the mugshots in the case file, and each was their appearance after death. Then, baring his blood-stained fangs, he began to intimidate Li Xioma. He pulled out the voice recorder he'd prepared in advance and switched it on. "Xioma, how could you bring yourself to harm your own brother so cruelly? Down there, I spent every waking moment longing to come back and take my revenge on you. I, Zhang Shufan, died so horribly. I'm so resentful. How dare you kill us and still live comfortably, even inheriting that fortune? Xiao Mo, I'm your second sister. Have you forgotten how I treated you when we were little? How could you repay kindness with betrayal? For a measly sum of money, you stabbed me to death with an ice pick? Though I'm dead, I die with eyes wide open. Big brother? Big sister-in-law? Second sister?" Li Xioma stared at them, one with a gaping hole in his chest, blood gushing out, another with a face so disfigured, blood spurting from multiple wounds, the third with an eye and arm pierced through. She instantly covered her head in terror, crouching on the spot and shrieking, "Ah! Don't come near me! I didn't mean to kill you. Who told you to treat Mom like that? Mom?" Lu Yang then used their bodies to press her for answers. "Didn't you kill us to inherit that money? Didn't you think that by killing us, you could rightfully inherit the money? No. It's not what you think." Li Xioma shook her head in denial. "I've always been sensible and obedient since childhood, and you've done so much for me. How could I possibly kill you for money? Then why?" Lu Yang pressed, his voice sharp. Li Xioma explained tearfully, "Ever since I was little, you two fought constantly with Mom and Dad over disagreements. After Dad passed away, you only cared about your own families and never considered Mom's feelings at all. Mom worked tirelessly to prepare your dowries and wedding gifts. When she grew too frail to work, she counted on you to care for her in her old age. But you? To get your hands on her insurance money, you drugged her food and drink. While she was unconscious, you made her sign the property transfer contract. Worse still, on the day of her funeral, you caused a scene at the memorial hall and shattered her portrait. I, Li Xioma, grew up in this oppressive environment. Over time, I've been pushed to the brink of collapse. I often hear 2 voices inside me. One is pure, urging me to strive forward, study hard, and escape this life. The other voice is evil, urging me to protect Mom, fight back against anyone who bullies her, even kill them. To be honest, there have been many times I wanted to kill you both. But out of familial duty, I could only try to escape this environment by staying at school long-term, numbing myself. I also tried researching my symptoms at the hospital. The doctor told me this was schizophrenia caused by environmental factors. But since that diagnosis, I've isolated myself, taken medication, and never told a soul. It wasn't until I learned you killed my mother that I finally lost control. I chose to strike on the 7th night after her death. I disguised myself as the cat-faced old woman and stabbed you both to death with an ice pick. Finally, after killing you, I escaped that oppressive environment. With medication, my condition improved. Yet in the dead of night, I often weep in repentance, switch personalities, and relive that day's events through recurring nightmares. But come daylight, I resume life as another persona, as if the incident never troubled me. I forget how they died, forget the ice pick, the mask, the cloak. I simply face life with a fresh perspective. I raised my older siblings' children, donated half of my mother's inheritance to build a school, and stayed to teach those children how to live with integrity. Looking back now, I truly feel so sorry for you all. Please, for the sake of our years of family ties, stop harassing me, okay? Please. Li Xiaoma covered her face and wept as she spoke. Is that truly all there is to it? Lu Yang inquired. He wasn't sure if what Li Xiaoma was saying now was the truth. It is. Li Xiaoma nodded. There's a medical report in the desk drawer. It's from a legitimate hospital. All these years, I never revealed it to anyone. Today, I'm showing it to you partly for solace, partly to clear my conscience. Hearing this, Lu Yang slowed his pace, walked to the computer desk, pulled open the drawer, and took out the medical report to examine it. The next second, he was stunned into doubting his own life. Chapter 14, Li Xiaoma escapes. East District Police Station investigates. Yes, it was indeed a medical examination report issued by a legitimate hospital. The attending physician was none other than Feng Dagong, chief of neurology at the County First People's Hospital. A renowned and virtuous physician. Judging by the date, it was from 2 years ago. The diagnosis reads, environmental schizophrenia. It doesn't appear to be intentional. In that case, Li Xiaoma truly did not kill to inherit the money. Rather, it was the result of prolonged suppression stemming from his family of origin, which led to the development of a mental illness and the emergence of 2 distinct personalities. One was relatively normal. The other is uncontrollable. Before the old woman died, she could still control herself. But after learning that the old lady had been frozen to death by her eldest brother and sister-in-law, and her second sister caused a scene at the funeral hall fighting over the money, she lost control. Ultimately, she chose to kill them on the 7th night after the funeral, in the form of the cat-faced old lady. In that case, I truly had wronged her before. Ah, poor girl. But even so, you couldn't vent your anger by killing people. Lu Yang sighed, then returned the medical records to their place and quietly turned off the voice recorder. According to Chinese law, mentally ill individuals are only exempt from criminal liability when they commit crimes while completely unable to control their actions. Intermittently mentally ill individuals who commit crimes during periods of mental clarity shall bear criminal responsibility. Those who have not completely lost the ability to recognize or control their actions shall bear criminal responsibility, but may receive a lighter or reduced sentence. Based on Li Xiaoma's account, her case clearly fell under the 3rd category. She was legally accountable. However, the specific sentencing would ultimately be determined by the court. As an outsider, all Lu Yang could do before her arrest and trial was grant her one wish. Within the limits of his controllable skills, he began transforming her appearance to match the old woman's final likeness. He then fetched some paper and handed it to her. Don't worry. They won't blame you. Neither will Mom. Mom? Hearing that familiar voice, Li Xiaomo's eyes flashed instantly. She lifted her head and threw herself into his embrace. Is it really you? Xiaoma missed you so much. Good girl. Lu Yang stroked her head. Truthfully, up close, he could feel Li Xiaoma's genuine emotion. But familial affection couldn't erase the crime she had committed. When the skill's effect wore off, Lu Yang firmly grasped her hand. Li Xiaoma, he said, this is the only thing I can do for you. Regardless of the reason, if you took a life, you must face the legal consequences. Everything you just said has been recorded. When the East District detectives arrive shortly, I'll hand it over to them. What awaits you in the end will be the punishment of the law. Anything else you wish to say? You're not my mom? Li Xiaoma finally snapped out of it upon hearing this, turning to look at him as her expression abruptly changed. Yes. Everything you saw earlier was an illusion. Lu Yang didn't deny it, admitting, it was merely an interrogation tactic I used to get you to tell the truth. You bastard. How dare you impersonate my mother to deceive me? I'll never forgive you. Li Xiaoma, overcome with emotion, shoved Lu Yang aside and ran out. Where do you think you're going? Lu Yang immediately gave chase. At the entrance of Li Village. Li Dongsheng led several team members to the village by car. Seeing the many villagers who had built single-story houses, Li Dongsheng felt a surge of emotion. Compared to a year ago, the changes here were nothing short of remarkable. But after his moment of reflection, he didn't forget the case at hand. He instructed his subordinate, Xiao Zhang, and the others to wait here, then went alone to look for clues. He noticed several elderly women standing near the village entrance. He picked up a few bottles of water and handed them over. Auntie, just finished your meal? It's nice and cool now. Young man, what brings you here? One of the women took the water, took a sip, and smiled as she asked. Li Dongxing promptly produced his detective badge, showing it to her. I'm Li Dongxing, a member of the 1st Squad at the East District Police Station. I'm here conducting interviews, primarily to learn more about the tragic incident that occurred at the Li Xiaoma household years ago. Detective? Was that middle-aged man you saw earlier sent by you? The old woman asked again. She was the woman Lu Yang had encountered at the village entrance earlier. Exhausted after working in the fields with her husband, she had sought a place to rest, never expecting to run into detectives like Li Dongxing. A middle-aged man? Li Dongxing asked, puzzled. He thought to himself, how strange. Before leaving the station, he had only called a few people. How could someone have arrived here before them? The old woman continued, yes, before you arrived, a middle-aged man asked me the same question. If you don't believe me, my husband can vouch for it. That's right, that's right. It really happened. The old man beside her nodded in agreement. Li Dongxing then asked, but ma'am, did he tell you his name? He did mention a name, but I've forgotten it. The old woman seemed to have a poor memory, but she quickly pulled a business card from her pocket. He gave me a piece of paper, saying it was his card. I can't read, so I don't know what's written on it. Let me see. Li Dongxing took the card and glanced at it, muttering to himself, Lu's Detective Agency, founder and sole owner Lu. Lu Yang? At that name, Li Dongxing's eyes lit up instantly. Wasn't this the mad detective that Captain Huang and Captain Sun had spoken of? Without him, squad leaders Huang and Sun wouldn't have apprehended S-level fugitives Su Bingtian and Ole so swiftly. After hearing about the case's resolution, Captain Huang applied to headquarters for him, securing 50,000 yuan and a trophy. Such achievements would make him a surefire rising star within the detective bureau. Unfortunately, his past reputation was his downfall. In pursuit of solving the case, he drove his wife to hang herself and later nearly shot a colleague. Nowadays, he'd just be seen as a weirdo. I'd only met him once when escorting him to the station to report to Captain Huang. We'd barely exchanged words, and his appearance and demeanor left a distinctly unpleasant impression. But how did he know about the unsolved case here? Could he have stolen the case files from the station's desk? These thoughts sent a surge of anger through Li Dongxing. Fearing this man might ruin his plans, he quickly turned to his men, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, Xiao Tian, and Xiao Feng. Yes. The men immediately stepped forward. Li Dongxing gave his orders sternly. According to reliable intelligence, someone has already beaten us here to investigate the tragic case from years ago. To avoid complications, we're heading to Li Xiaoma's residence immediately. Yes, sir. Chapter 15, Losing Track of Li Xiaoma. The first confrontation with Li Dongxing. Li Dongxing and his team drove to Li Xiaoma's residence. About a year ago, he had followed team leader Huang and others here once. After a year's absence, Li Dongxing found little had changed. After he and his men got out of the car, they walked into the courtyard to scout the situation. At that moment, Li Du and his two younger siblings were playing nearby. Upon seeing them approach, their playful laughter subsided. They froze, standing in a row and staring at the group. Li Dongxing stepped forward, picked up one of the children, and asked, "Little one, are your parents home?" "They were just here, but they're gone now," Li Du replied, her voice slightly distant as she pressed her cheek against his face. Li Dongxing asked, "Do you know where she went?" "I don't know," Li Du replied, staring at him without blinking and shaking her head. "But a man came by earlier. He talked to my aunt in the room for a bit, then chased her out." Yeah. They were like playing hide and seek, running one after the other toward the east end of the village. Auntie looked really anxious. She was running while yelling at him not to come over. The other two kids chimed in, recounting everything they'd witnessed. Hide and seek? Could it be that guy, Lu Yang? Strange. Why was he fixated on Li Xiaoma? She was the one who called the police, not the perpetrator. Could he possibly think Li Xiaoma was the real murderer? Li Dongxing set the child down, a hint of doubt flickering across his face before his brow furrowed. He turned and punched the wall in the corner. This is ridiculous. I know that guy will stop at nothing to crack a case, but I never imagined he'd be so reckless. Captain Li, what's wrong? Yeah, what's going on? Why are you so angry? What exactly is it? Come on, tell us what happened. Li Dongxing had several key members under him, each with their own special skills. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, Xiao Tian, Xiao Feng. Xiao Zhang, whose real name was Zhang Dexiang, was a psychological profiler. Xiao Wang, whose real name was Wang Peng, was a negotiation expert. Xiao Tian, whose real name was Tian Xiaojun, was a seasoned forensic pathologist. Xiao Feng, whose real name was Qin Feng, was a former martial arts champion. Hearing Li Dongxing's complaints, they immediately gathered around, curious to hear more. Li Dongxing turned to explain, "Do you remember that insane detective who worked at the O District Police Station 8 years ago? You mean Senior Officer Lu Yang?" Zhang Daqian's eyes widened. The others also tensed up. The reason he was expelled from the city station 8 years ago still sent shivers down spines. Legend had it he'd become obsessed with solving cases. He neglected his family to the point his wife committed suicide. He nearly shot his own colleague. Li Dongxing suddenly brought up this man. Could it be? That's right, it's him. Li Dongxing explained. Earlier at the village entrance, when I said someone had arrived here before us, I was referring to him. And from the looks of it, he's already pinned the blame on Li Xiaoma. You must understand the victims were Li Xiaoma's family and they were the ones who reported the crime. How could they possibly commit such a heinous act? This is utter nonsense. Zhang Duqian gasped, what? Wang Peng's mouth fell open, it really was him? Tian Xiaojun was incredulous, that can't be right. How is that possible? Xin Feng looked slightly shaken, he's not even part of our station. This case is solely under our Eastern District's jurisdiction. Unless the files were leaked, there's no reason he should know about this. So what? He's always been an oddball, acting erratically. Stealing the file from me is hardly surprising. Li Dongsheng tacitly acknowledged his competence, but remained vigilant. He ordered his men, Wang, you lot, stop standing around. Follow me to the eastern edge of the village. If necessary, help me stop that guy. I'll see what tricks this Lu fellow is up to. Yes, sir. Several officers geared up and were soon driving in the direction indicated by the child, tracking Lu Yang. East end of the village. Lu Yang followed Li Xiaoma to a field planted with trees. Strangely, ever since Lu Yang arrived here, he had completely lost track of Li Xiaoma. The reason was simple. The terrain here was simply too advantageous for someone like Li Xiaoma, a farmer born and raised here, to escape. Why do I say that? Because the farmers in this area are different from others. While most farmers grow corn, wheat, and the like, this area specializes in nursery stock. As far as the eye can see, rows upon rows of trees are densely planted together, with not a single gap in sight. Peach trees, willows, poplars, and sycamores stand tall. Only a narrow path separates the two rows of fields. Standing here, one cannot see the end of either side stretching out before them. By the time Lu Yang tracked her here, Li Xiaoma had vanished. He couldn't even tell which direction she'd fled. Finding someone here was incredibly difficult. But shedding someone? That was child's play. In his previous life, Lu Yang might have struggled to locate someone, but in this life, with the skills granted by the system, the search was naturally much easier. However, just as he was pondering how to locate Li Xiaoma, Li Dongxing and the others were already speeding toward this location in their police car. Convinced Lu Yang had harmed Li Xiaoma, Li Dongsheng leapt out of the vehicle and seized Lu Yang's wrist. Lu Yang, I was right. You stole my case files. Tell me, did you kill Li Xiaoma? Kill her? No. Why would I kill her? Lu Yang hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Now being grabbed like this, he grew increasingly impatient. Li Dongsheng roared, don't try to wriggle out of it. Have you forgotten how you once pointed a gun at your own colleagues to crack a case? Someone like you is capable of anything. Wang, Tian, Feng, Zhang. Yes. Four subordinates stepped forward, ready for action. Li Dongsheng ordered, get the handcuffs, batons, and pistols ready. Give him a taste of what the East District's 4 great talents are capable of. Yes, sir. The 4 men, equipped with handcuffs and other gear, closed in. Freeze. Lu Yang countered, pinning Li Dongsheng to the ground. Zhang Duqiang and the others, fearing Lu Yang might harm him, hesitated to approach and froze in place. Li Dongsheng struggled a few times, then, realizing it was futile, turned and glared at him, bellowing, hey! What do you think you're doing? Do you know what this is? Assaulting an officer carries legal consequences. Of course I know. Lu Yang replied coldly, once this case is closed, I'll turn myself in at the East District Police Station. But until then, I suggest you stop interfering and disrupting my plans. Chapter 16, Standoff. Who's right and who's wrong? Li Dongsheng loathed it when people spoke to him with such cold indifference except, of course, his parents and the 2 captains at the station. This only fueled his defiance further, you bastard. Who the hell do you think you are, giving me orders? Because of this. Lu Yang spoke, using his free hand to pull a voice recorder from his pocket and press the record button. Ah. Don't come any closer. I didn't mean to kill you. Who told you to treat Mom like that? Didn't you kill us just to inherit that money? Didn't you think that by killing us, you could just take the money? No, it's not what you think. I've always been sensible and obedient since childhood, and you've done so much for me. How could I possibly kill you for money? Then why? Ever since I was little, you 2 fought constantly with Mom and Dad over disagreements. After Dad passed away, you only cared about your own families and never considered Mom's feelings at all. Mom worked tirelessly to prepare dowries and gifts for your marriages. When she grew too frail to work, she counted on you to care for her in her old age. But what did you do? To get your hands on the insurance money she held, you drugged her food and drink. While she was unconscious, you forced her to sign the property transfer agreement. Worse still, on the day of her funeral, you caused a scene at the memorial hall and smashed her portrait. I, Li Xiaoma, grew up in this oppressive environment. Over time, I've been pushed to the brink of collapse. I often hear 2 voices inside me. One is pure, urging me to strive forward, study hard, and escape this life. The other voice is evil, urging me to protect Mom, to fight back against anyone who bullies her, even kill them. To be honest, there have been many times I wanted to kill you both. But out of familial duty, I could only try to escape this environment by staying at school long-term, numbing myself. I also tried researching my symptoms at the hospital. The doctor told me this was schizophrenia caused by environmental factors. But since that diagnosis, I've isolated myself, taken medication, and never told a soul. It wasn't until I learned you killed my mother that I finally lost control. I chose to strike on the 7th night after her death. I disguised myself as the cat-faced old woman and stabbed you both to death with an ice pick. Finally, after killing you, I escaped that oppressive environment. With medication, my condition improved. Yet in the dead of night, I often weep in repentance, switch personalities, and relive that day's events through recurring nightmares. But come daylight, I resume life as another persona, as if the incident never troubled me. I forget how they died, forget the ice pick, the mask, the cloak. I simply face life with a fresh perspective. I raised my older siblings' children, donated half of my mother's money to build a school, and stayed to teach those children how to live. Looking back now, I truly feel so sorry for you all. Please, for the sake of our years of family ties, stop harassing me, okay? Please. Is that really all? Yes. There's a medical report in the desk drawer. It's from a legitimate hospital. All these years, I've never shared this publicly. Today, I'm letting you see it, partly for my own peace of mind, partly to clear my conscience toward you. What is this? From the sound of it, it seems like a conversation between two people. One sounds like Li Xiaoma, the other like Senior Liu Yang. Could it be that Li Xiaoma is the real murderer? After listening to the recording, Zhang Daxiang and the others analyzed the evidence and couldn't help but discuss their conclusions. But Li Dongsheng remained utterly unconvinced that she could have done it. He harbored a bias against Liu Yang, convinced that someone like him would stop at nothing to solve a case. He cut off his subordinate's discussion and began to question. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As a relative of the victim, how could Li Xiaoma have the heart to kill her own kin? And if she did commit the murder, she should have fled immediately. Why did she call the police and stay behind? Why would she stay in the village to teach and raise the deceased's children? Why did the legend of the cat-faced old woman suddenly appear in the village after the incident? And a year ago, when Captain Huang and I investigated, why did we find absolutely no clues? How is it that after you appeared today, this family member suddenly became the murderer? Spit it out. What methods did you use to coerce her? Beep. Liu Yang pressed the recorder switch again, tucking the device into his pocket. He then pulled two items from his chest, a cat-faced old woman mask and cloak, along with a snow-white, razor-sharp ice pick. He continued. See these? They were all found on Li Xiaoma. The cat-faced old woman mask and cape were hidden under the bookshelf, covered in dust when discovered. The ice pick was concealed within a wall beneath the bed. I pried it out using a nail clipper and a screwdriver. It bears traces of blood. Evidence suggests these murder weapons were concealed after the killings and remained undiscovered. A year ago, the East District Police Station responded to a report but failed to uncover these items due to limited technological capabilities. But why would I run a private detective agency without carrying a scanner? It was with this very device that I found them. As for why Li Xiaoma hid them so well, that requires a multifaceted explanation. First, criminals seeking to evade fingerprint evidence have countless methods at their disposal. The most common involves wearing insulated gloves. As a college student, Li Xiaoma was undoubtedly clever and would have considered this precaution before committing the crime. Second, she's human, and humans have their flaws. After hearing that her older brother and sister-in-law killed their mother for an unexpected inheritance, and then her second sister caused a scene at their mother's funeral over the money, she must have developed a desire for revenge. While murder is illegal, framing the deceased grandmother for the crime would allow her to evade legal punishment and seamlessly inherit the fortune. Given this, why would she flee? Reporting the crime now is merely to distract the police. My initial theory was that Li Xiaoma killed solely for the money, but I later realized I was wrong. Fundamentally, Li Xiaoma didn't kill for the money. After the murder, she stayed in the village to teach and raise the deceased's children. Then what was her motive? The answer is simple. Because in my view, this crime wasn't committed by a sane person. Chapter 17, The Two Clash. Searching for Li Xiaoma. Are you saying Li Xiaoma has a mental illness? Li Dongsheng looked at him, not quite sure he understood. Liu Yang nodded. Exactly. To be precise, it's more like a case of multiple personality disorder. After the murder, she went to report it, hid the weapon, obtained the property, yet didn't flee, stayed in the village to teach and care for the children left behind by the deceased. Could it be that Li Xiaoma killed his mother because of family issues and then couldn't handle the family's chaos afterward? The stress caused him to develop conflicting feelings, wanting to kill them but being held back by family ties. This tormented him night after night until it finally erupted on the 7th night after her death, when he killed his family. No, that's impossible. Exactly. There's absolutely no basis for that. You can't just jump to conclusions because Li Xiaoma ended up inheriting the money. Remember, evidence is everything in a Tuanfang investigation. Zhang Daxiang and the others responded as if they'd heard a joke, offering their defense. Liu Yang dismissed their objections and continued, "You all heard that recording earlier, right? She said she's always had two voices inside her, one from justice, one from evil. Influenced by her family of origin, her childhood was filled with endless fighting and arguments at home. Growing up in such an environment inevitably led to psychological abnormalities. Initially, she could control herself while boarding at school. But after her mother was murdered, she lost control. On the 7th night after her mother's death, she chose to kill those relatives in her mother's name. Medically speaking, this is called intermittent schizophrenia, also known as environmental schizophrenia. The patient alternates between lucid and clouded states, but after switching personalities, she has no memory of her actions. Only after switching back to her original personality might she occasionally recall fragments. In the recording, Li Xiaoma admitted this herself, no need for me to replay it. Another piece of evidence is the diagnostic report found in her computer drawer. Li Dongsheng, I know you don't trust me. That's fine. You can send someone to verify it. I never intended to be your enemy. I came here solely to solve this case. In other words, our ultimate goals are the same. Once I prove my claims are true, we might consider shaking hands and joining forces to pursue the killer, Li Xiaoma. In the end, the credit will be yours, and the reward will be yours too. I promise not to compete with you. What do you think? At this point, Lu Yang withdrew his hand and released Li Dongsheng. Li Dongsheng stretched his limbs, but the malice on his face remained undiminished. He then signaled his subordinate, Zhang Daxiang, to drive back and verify the situation. We'll see if what you say holds water before considering any cooperation. Not long after, Zhang Daxiang approached carrying the medical test results. Captain Li, we have the results. What's it say? Li Dongsheng pressed urgently. Zhang handed him the medical report and said, no mistake. There was indeed a medical report from the county hospital in the office drawer of Li Xiaoma's computer desk. It's dated 2 years ago, and the diagnosing doctor was Fang Dagang, the head of neurology. This really happened? Li Dongsheng glanced at it in disbelief. Though the results were confirmed, he still looked up skeptically. This Fang Dagang. Captain, you can question anyone else, but never doubt this man, Zhang Daxiang whispered in his ear. Oh? Why's that? Li Dongsheng asked. Zhang Daxiang replied, he's renowned as an exceptionally capable doctor at the county hospital. Just last month, he assisted Detective Fang in solving a theft case. You wouldn't have forgotten that so quickly, would you? Li Dongsheng carefully recalled the incident. Last month, after receiving a tip from the public hotline about someone stealing from the department's surveillance footage, the East District Police Station dispatched officers to investigate. With the cooperation of Department Director Fang Dagang, they successfully apprehended the thief. He recalled that there had been an emergency surgery that day, but the doctor hadn't attended it. A man of such integrity would rarely make mistakes in his diagnoses. Gradually, Li Dongsheng began to believe what Lu Yang was saying. Right. I remember now. That did happen. Li Dongsheng said, since he wrote this diagnosis, it must be accurate. It seems Li Xiaoma really does have a serious mental illness, just as he said. Captain Li, you actually believe it? Zhang Daxiang leaned in. You don't believe it? Li Dongsheng countered. Zhang Daxiang. No, I mean, what about your own judgment? What bull independence? How could my word possibly outweigh all this evidence? Li Dongsheng frowned and shouted, the recording, the cat-face old lady mask, the cape, the ice pick, the psychiatric case file, every piece of evidence points to Li Xiaoma. How am I supposed to defend him? Zhang Daxiang and the other team members fell silent. This Lu Yan was far more formidable than they'd imagined. Not only did he steal the case files without anyone noticing, but he also beat them to the crime scene, uncovered crucial evidence, and confronted the killer firsthand. Meanwhile, they, the so-called professional detectives. Not only did they fail to cooperate, they actually sabotaged his efforts. Questioning him. They even treated the killer like a good guy. Hey, I don't have all day. I can't keep waiting. Lu Yang lit a cigarette and asked, have you made up your mind yet? Li Dongsheng led his team over, his attitude completely changed from before as he proactively cooperated. Yet he couldn't stand the arrogant look on Lu Yang's face. What are you yelling about? It's not like we're refusing to cooperate. Spit it out. Where is Li Xiaoma now? Lu Yang snorted coldly and turned away. Why ask me? If you're so capable, find her yourself. Li Dongsheng retorted angrily, hey, I refuse to believe that. Does our team really need you to solve cases? Xiao Zhang, Xiao Tian, Xiao Feng, you search over there. Xiao Wang and I will search over there. Regardless of the outcome, meet back here before dark. Zhang Daxiang and the others stood in the middle, watching the two bicker. They thought to themselves, wow, team leader Li's got a pretty straightforward temper, but this veteran's even more direct than him. And even more eccentric. For a moment, they didn't know which side to take and stood frozen in place. Seeing no response, Li Dongsheng reached out and gave each of them a light pat on the head. Hey, I'm talking to you guys. Didn't you hear me? Yes, sir. The men snapped to attention. They split into two groups and headed into the fields on either side to search. Fine. Since you're handling it, I'll just sit tight in the car. After all, the promising investigators from the East District Precinct are all on this case. Saves me a lot of effort. Now we just wait for the killer to come running out. Watching them head off to search the fields on both sides, Lu Yang's lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 18, The Rat Hunt. Li Dongsheng and others surrender. Dusk. Li Dongsheng's two teams converged in the middle of the narrow path, crouching down, panting heavily. The reason was simple. The paths through these two fields were simply too difficult to navigate. Dense rows of mature saplings stretched endlessly in every direction. Finding a single person in such terrain was next to impossible. With dusk approaching and the team members feeling hungry, they called off the search. Captain Li, what's the situation on your end? Nothing. Not a soul in sight. Li Dongsheng said, fetching several bottles of water from the truck and handing them out. Taking a sip, he added. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have brought a few tracking dogs from the tracking unit. What about you guys? Any luck? Can't find her, several team members shrugged helplessly. Li Dongsheng downed the rest of his water in one gulp. This is bizarre. We searched this area thoroughly just now. How come we can't find a single soul now? Did she fly away? She didn't fly away. She was hiding in these two fields the whole time. You just weren't skilled enough to find her. Lu Yang had just roasted a chicken over an open fire. After finishing it, he scooped a handful of dirt to smother the flames, wiped his mouth, and said, "What did you say?" Li Dongsheng spun around, his voice cold. "You dare question our competence? What else could it be?" Lu Yang calmly stepped forward, a faint smile playing on his lips. The fugitive appeared right here. You're all trained agents, yet none of you could do anything about it. If not for lack of skill, what else could it be? You're capable enough. Go find him yourself. Li Dongsheng snapped, losing his temper. Lu Yang sneered coldly, I won't. Finding him won't benefit me anyway. If you want him, find him yourself. Li Dongsheng began, his rage boiling over as he lunged forward. Had other team members not restrained him, a fight would have erupted. The other team members, while physically restraining Li Dongsheng to prevent a fight, shared the same deep-seated contempt toward Lu Yang. Lu Yang's earlier words had not only insulted them personally but also belittled their status as agents. Led by team member Zhang Daxiang, they rallied to defend Li Dongsheng. Senior, we all know you're brilliant at solving cases, but even so, you shouldn't look down on us like that. We searched earlier. Both fields are covered in traces of mud irrigation. Not only that, but at a glance, it looks like a forest. The criminal is from the countryside. Escaping in this environment gives him a huge advantage. For us to track them down now is next to impossible. Unless, of course, we had tracking dogs. You were once an investigator yourself. You know well that cases cannot be delayed. If you let the criminal escape just to satisfy your pride, I believe you would bear some responsibility. I urge you to carefully weigh the consequences. This is all I can say. I don't need you to spell out the consequences. Lu Yang hated it when people spoke to him like that. But right now, besides me, who among you can find the criminal here? I ask you, who can do that? Li Dongsheng paused for a moment. Zhang Daxiang and several other team members followed suit, equally at a loss for words. Indeed, among this group of investigators, who still possess the skill to track down a criminal's whereabouts in such an environment? Probably not a single one. But even so. The proud and arrogant Li Dongsheng retorted, we can't, but you can, huh? That's right, I actually do have that ability. Seeing this, Lu Yang continued, there's a term in the agent training manual called the rat hunt operation. The gist is this, several people armed with electric prods guard 5 mouse holes. While the rat darts back and forth between the holes, the trappers use every trick to force it out, delivering small punishments one by one. Finally, when it's most weakened, they move in for the capture. The same principle applies here. It all depends on whether you're willing to follow my lead. The agent training manual is a mandatory course for every new agent. It does indeed contain a section on the rat hunt operation, and the details match his description exactly. The only difference was that the manual used mice as its subject, while here, it was criminals. The greatest difference between humans and animals lies in consciousness. Moreover, the criminals they were capturing were exceptionally clever. How could they be easily trapped? At this thought, Li Dongsheng still refused to be manipulated by him, turning his face away with a rather dark expression. But several team members were visibly moved. Zhang Daxiang, the most perceptive among them, immediately grasped the solution from the earlier conversation. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, right. Why didn't I think of that? We can split into 2 groups, light bonfires at each location, and blow smoke into these 2 fields. The criminals won't be able to stand the smoke, they'll have to come out on their own. Li Xiaoma is the rat. These 2 fields are the rat holes. The bonfires and smoke are the mousetraps. Senior, you're brilliant. I never would have thought of this. I really underestimated you before, Zhang Daxiang. As Zhang Daxiang spoke, his demeanor shifted. He stepped before Lu Yang. So, tell me how exactly do we catch Li Xiaoma? Very good. But if the crops catch fire from the bonfires, it's bound to cause a blaze. I think this plan, though clever, won't work. Lu Yang patted his shoulder approvingly, then turned to the others. What about you? Will you listen to me? Wang Peng, Tian Xiaojun, and Qin Feng considered privately, then after discussion, ultimately sided with Lu Yang. Brother Zhang joined the team after us. If he says it's feasible, then it is. Sorry, Captain Li. Given the urgent situation and how this case affects our future prospects, if you can't come up with a better plan, we'll have to follow the senior officer's lead. Senior, tell us what exactly should we do? Don't panic. Since this is a collective investigation, none of you can be excluded. Lu Yang paused slightly, glancing at Li Dongsheng with a faint, ambiguous smile. Right, team leader Li? Ha? Li Dongsheng's heart skipped a beat before he feigned confusion. I don't care. Our ultimate target is Li Xiaoma. As long as we catch her, anything goes. In that case, follow my plan. Lu Yang smiled faintly as he stepped forward. From now on, divide into 5 teams east, south, west, north, and center. Position yourselves outside the rightmost field. Once I enter and chase Li Xiaoma out, you advance to make the arrest. The field on the far right? What about the left side? What if Li Xiaoma is hiding there? Li Dongsheng and several team members raised objections. Lu Yang declared with certainty, there are no what-ifs. Wherever I say she's hiding, that's where she is. Chapter 19, Li Xiaoma captured. Li Dongsheng and the others shot. In truth, Lu Yang had known where Li Xiaoma was hiding from the very beginning. It was only because of Li Dongsheng and the others' skeptical attitude that the standoff had lasted this long. Now that Li Dongsheng and the others had obediently submitted and changed their attitude, he saw no need to dwell on it. He walked over to the far right edge of the field, glanced at it, and said, From dawn until now, we've been guarding these 2 fields. Judging by the footprints, the tracks left by several grown men are all roughly the same. But Li Xiaoma, being a woman, is different. As you mentioned earlier, both fields show extensive traces of soil being turned over. It's precisely because of this that we can draw clearer conclusions from the comparison. And in the field on the far right, there are distinct traces of results. As investigators, you should have noticed this immediately, yet you failed to consider this aspect. Isn't that rather laughable? Are you kidding me? How could such basic knowledge determine Li Xiaoma's whereabouts? What Lu Yang truly relied on was the sound-based positioning skill granted by the system. But in front of these people, he had to put on a show. He couldn't exactly tell them he had a cheat code, could he? After hearing this, Li Dongsheng and the others crowded closer. They checked the spot exactly as Lu Yang had instructed, then lowered their heads. Knowing they were in the wrong, they accepted the conclusion. Except for Li Dongsheng, the others began praising Lu Yang. It really is like that. Who would have thought the senior was so observant? Senior, you're truly amazing. If you hadn't pointed it out, we never would have noticed. Enough flattery for now, Li Dongsheng interjected, unable to bear it. Talk is cheap. Actions speak louder. Lu Yang could sense the thick atmosphere of jealousy. Seeing Li Dongsheng's petty nature, he smiled and said, You're right. Actions speak louder than words. Now, stand in different positions. Watch how I flush out the criminal. The sky gradually darkened. Lu Yang stepped into the rightmost field. Instead of actively searching for Li Xiaoma, he activated the sound localization skill granted by the system, pricking up his ears to absorb the surroundings. Sound localization focused his inner ear's perception onto a single point, sharpening it to the point where he could gradually detect the faintest sounds of particles in the surrounding air. Judging by the footprints, Li Xiaoma was indeed hiding here. And if she was hiding here, she should be making some noise. After all, she was human, and humans needed to eat. This area was abundant with all kinds of fruit trees. If Li Xiaoma was hungry, she would surely seek food nearby first. Even if he couldn't track her movements by footsteps, he could still infer her presence by the sounds of her eating and confirm the outcome. Therefore, even if Li Xiaoma remained silent for a short while, delaying for a certain period of time, she would inevitably be unable to hold out and give herself away. All he had to do now was wait. He would wait until the slightest disturbance in the wind or rustle of grass before making his move. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoma perched atop a poplar tree, surveying the surroundings. Gentle breezes swept across her face. Combined with her thin clothing, a chill crept over her. A gnawing hunger began to take hold. Yet she dared not descend to forage for fruit, fearing the middle-aged man might appear nearby. From their confrontation earlier that day, it was clear he was an exceptionally cool-headed and intelligent man. In fact, he seemed far more capable than any of the investigators she had encountered before, able to see things most people missed. This included the murder weapon, the reasoning behind it, and the entire process and motive of her crime. Prolonged confrontation with such a sharp mind would likely prove disadvantageous to her. For now, she could only stall until he wore himself out, then seize an opportunity to escape. If possible, she would take the children far away, perhaps even abroad, to carve out a new path for herself elsewhere. Thus, driven by this conviction, she remained motionless in the tree all night. The next day, as dawn broke, before Li Xiaoma could react, Li Dongsheng and several other team members were the first to crack. Standing at different positions, they complained over their walkie-talkies. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Tian, Xiao Feng, Xiao Wang, anything happening over there? Reporting to the captain, nothing's happening here. Yeah, nothing happening. Just want to find a place to grab a bun and satisfy our hunger. What about you? Any movement on your end? Hearing the responses, Li Dongxing's expression darkened. This is strange. I really don't know what Lu Yang is up to. He said he was going upstairs to catch the killer, but why hasn't he come back after so long? Could he be pulling our leg? Unlikely. Zhang Daxiang had heard about Lu Yang's investigative methods back in school and was his biggest fan. After all, the senior's dedication to solving cases borders on obsession. Yeah, that's true. The other team members nodded in agreement. Otherwise, his name wouldn't be so well known. Let's wait a bit longer. We might get something. Alright, I'll go with your lead. Reluctantly conceding to the team's persistence, Li Dongxing exhaled a long breath, lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and then spoke. What they didn't know was that every word they'd just spoken had been overheard by Lu Yang. Though he hadn't slept all night, his alertness remained as sharp as yesterday's. He dared not let his guard down. In contrast, Li Xiaoma was struggling to hold on. To relieve herself, she gathered some leaves from a tree branch, climbed down, and pulled down her pants right there. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water reached Lu Yang's ears, causing his eyes to light up. Finally found you. Li Xiaoma, let's see where you run off to this time. As he spoke, he used his sound localization skill to pinpoint her location and sprinted toward her at top speed. Taking advantage of Li Xiaoma's momentary distraction while foraging for fruit nearby, he pounced instantly, pinning her beneath him. Li Xiaoma, you're not getting away this time. You bastard, let me go. Li Xiaoma struggled relentlessly. I thought you'd left long ago. I never imagined you'd be chasing me like a dog. Lu Yang undid his belt, binding her hands together. I've been waiting here all night for you. Finally, I've got you by the short hairs. Come on, let's go. We're going to meet those agents. Wah! Li Xiaoma struggled a few times, but when he realized it was useless, he had no choice but to obediently follow him out of the field. Not long after, Li Dongxing and the other agents heard the commotion, immediately perking up. They jumped to their feet and rushed over. Senior, this is. Lu Yang explained, this is the suspect you're looking for, Li Xiaoma. What? Li Xiaoma was actually hiding here? He actually caught him? Hearing this, Li Dongxing and the others were instantly overcome with shock. There. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape again. Taking advantage of their momentary daze, Lu Yang shoved the person toward them and said, I've got things to do. I'll be heading out now. Senior. Zhang Daqiang and several other team members called out. Lu Yang asked, what is it? They all fell silent instantly. Instead, Li Dongxing picked up the thread. Wait, you're just leaving like this? What else? Stay and drink tea with you? After exchanging a knowing smile, Lu Yang turned and drove away. Chapter 20, Bringing the Criminal to Justice. Huang Shengli hatches a plan to win him over. Stay, to drink tea with him? Wow. Not even a hint of subtlety? Li Dongxing stood rooted to the spot, staring at the direction he'd driven off. His mind churned like a stormy sea, unable to calm for a long while. On one hand, Lu Yang's appearance had publicly humiliated him. On the other hand, he felt an inexplicable admiration for the other man's investigative skills. Not long after Lu Yang left, someone called him. Li Dongxing snapped back to reality and pressed the answer button. Chief, this is Detective Li Dongxing, badge number 13459. What are your orders? What's the situation? Have you apprehended the suspect? Huang Shengli asked through the receiver. We've apprehended them, but... Li Dongxing replied hesitantly after a few words. Huang Shengli pressed, but what? Li Dongxing took a breath and recounted what had just happened. Boss, don't blame me for what I'm about to say. No, you little rascal, did you get me into trouble out there? Huang Shengli asked anxiously. Li Dongxing exhaled in relief, letting go of his burden, then continued, before I left the unit, that case file was already missing. At first, I thought I'd accidentally misplaced it somewhere. But when I later discovered Lu Yang had also appeared in this village, I realized the missing file was connected to him. He got here before us, found several murder weapons at Li Xiaoma's house, and a recording where she confessed to the crime. Before we arrived, he confronted the perpetrator, Li Xiaoma, and chased her all the way to the farmland near the eastern edge of the village. Li Xiaoma? The one who reported the crime back then? Huang Shengli questioned. No way. How could she be the killer? Li Dongxing admitted frankly, at first, we didn't want to believe it either. We thought this guy was deliberately causing trouble because you didn't let him join the team. So we asked around among the villagers, tracked down Lu Yang's location, and confronted him directly. You fought him? Huang Shengli exclaimed in surprise. What happened then? Did you injure him? No, we just exchanged blows. He didn't intend to harm us, Li Dongxing replied. But he said that once the case was solved, he'd come to the police station to settle this matter. Huang Shengli exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Alright, I figured that's how it would go. So what happened next? What unfolded? Huang Shangli's tone was unusually calm. Li Dongxing could clearly sense that the other man had no intention of blaming him. He then spoke plainly, recounting what happened next. After that, he showed us evidence and revealed the truth. He claimed Li Xiaoma committed the murder due to severe mental illness. We were reluctant to believe it until our team retrieved a medical diagnosis from her room, at which point everything seemed settled. Li Xiaoma was the killer. After that, he led the team and directed us to apprehend the criminal. Anyway, this guy was really strange. After solving the case, he just vanished without giving us any time to talk. As Li Dongxing spoke, he muttered under his breath, "Chief, you won't blame us, will you? Lu Yang has always been an eccentric, even bordering on obsession when it comes to solving cases. But he's not a bad person. Alright, bring the criminal over first. Leave the rest to me and Captain Sunday." Huang Shengli chuckled over the phone. Li Dongxing replied through the receiver, "Yes, understood." After hanging up, he turned to face Zhang Daxiang and the others to arrange the next steps. Since the speakerphone wasn't on, Zhang Daxiang and the other officers assumed Huang Shengli was about to reprimand them. Braced for the worst, they approached cautiously. "Captain Li, was that the boss calling? Is he upset we took too long? Does this mean we'll be interrogated like criminals when we get back?" The term interrogation seemed somewhat inappropriate when applied to investigators, but those who truly knew Huang Shengli understood he was a man of stern demeanor. He rarely smiled unless addressing superiors of higher rank or someone he genuinely respected. No wonder Zhang Daxiang and the others were so nervous. But it was okay. Li Dongxing quickly reassured them, "No, not at all." He even laughed a few times on the phone. "Ha? Huang team laughed? Was it because of Senior Lu Yang's brilliant detective work?" Zhang Daxiang and the other team members looked utterly astonished. "Yes." Li Dongxing replied immediately. "Honestly, I couldn't believe it myself. It just shows how highly team leader Huang regards Lu Yang." "Never mind that now. Let's wrap things up quickly. Team leader Huang is waiting for us back at the station." "Yes, sir." Zhang Daxiang and the others replied in unison. After over half an hour of bumpy driving, Li Dongxing and his team finally arrived at the East District Police Station with the criminal. To their surprise, Lu Yang had indeed kept his word and was waiting for them there. Unlike other criminals who had attacked investigators, however, he wasn't detained at all. Instead, team leader Huang treated him like a VIP guest. "Chief, what's going on?" Li Dongxing and the others stood at the office doorway, visibly astonished. Huang Shengli waved his hand dismissively. "I've heard the details from my senior. Once you transfer the prisoner and complete the paperwork, take your team back to rest. Oh, and stay alert these next couple of days. The serial killings in Kidnapperly Village have now been over a year. Besides the higher-ups paying close attention to this case, a large number of journalists have also come to cover it. As the person involved, you'll be in the spotlight even more than me. You might even get promoted by higher-ups." Of course, the same goes for Zhang and the others. Li Dongxing and the other team members stood there dumbfounded. Wait, such a major achievement just handed over like that? This Lu Yang really is one strange character. Most people crack cases for promotions and raises. But he solves the case and then just walks away. It's like that poem by Su Jima. "Quietly I depart, as quietly as I arrived you wave your sleeves, leaving not a single cloud behind." Well, it all boils down to one word, fun. Of course, after the initial bewilderment, excitement took over. This case was of immense importance, and now Lu Yang had used them to solve it. The higher-ups would surely promote them beyond the usual channels. And Lu Yang would reap the benefits too. During media interviews, team leader Huang blurted out his name, making it a legendary tale in the detective world. "Yes, sir." With hearts racing from the sensation, the team escorted the criminal to the detention center before dispersing. Once they were gone, Huang Shengli began contemplating how to win over Lu Yang as a valuable asset. After brewing him a cup of tea, he said, "Senior, this is premium tea Guanyin. Please try it." "Sorry, I'm more of a drinker myself." Lu Yang pushed the teacup aside. "Just get to the point." Chapter 21, Multiple Assignments. The sudden death of a psychologist. Huang Shengli rarely entertained guests like this, primarily due to Lu Yang's unparalleled investigative skills. From single-handedly apprehending Old A and Su Bingtian to assisting Li Dongxing and others in solving the murder case in Li Village, the notorious human trafficking hub in your province, every operation had been flawlessly executed without exception. If before, he might have hesitated, considering the past deeds of this senior figure, now his eyes held nothing but admiration and awe. Still, Lu Yang's consistently eccentric nature was something Li Dongxing found genuinely hard to stomach. Take this moment, for instance, having personally brewed a cup of tea only to have it refused. Who wouldn't feel a twinge of discomfort in such a situation? But who could blame him when it was Lu Yang? To that end, Huang Shengli composed himself and sat down. "Senior, last time I was short-sighted in refusing you. Now that you've cracked this major case, logically speaking, the higher-ups shouldn't hold your past actions against you. How about this? I'll draft a report to submit to headquarters, recommending you for a position at the Investigation Bureau. Would you be interested?" "No need. Opportunities only come once. Lu Yang read his expression and, anticipating what he was about to say, cut him off immediately. Once that opportunity is gone, it's gone for good. Bringing it up now seems pointless. Are you blaming me, senior? Huang Shengli's expression darkened. Not blaming you, but it truly isn't necessary. Lu Yang placed his business card on the table. I've opened a detective agency in the county. It's not well known yet. If you're willing to help, just say a few kind words about me to the media and help bring in some clients. Lu Detective Agency. Director Lu Yang? Huang Shengli picked up the card, studied it, then looked up with a smile. No wonder you declined my offer. You'd already planned to strike out on your own. Just trying to make a living. What's the problem? Lu Yang countered. No, nothing at all. Huang Shengli chuckled awkwardly. All right, senior, rest assured. Leave this matter to me. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Lu Yang said, rising to his feet. Let me walk you out. Huang Shengli rose to accompany him. Lu Yang repeated his earlier response, no need. Night fell, dotted with stars. Lu Yang tidied up the detective agency's belongings, then sat at his computer desk reading a mystery novel for a while. Before long, his eyes felt dry, so he lay down on the bed. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the third major task. You have earned 5,000 light points. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the following skills: Psychological Profiling 1, Superb Coroner 1, Instantaneous Nose 1. System upgrading. System upgrading. System upgrading. Ding! System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. You may now undertake 2 tasks simultaneously. Issuing 4th task, a deceased individual detected at a nearby psychological clinic. Host, please proceed to investigate immediately. Issuing the 5th task, the investigation team must proactively approach and seek cooperation to solve a major case. Note, if one task is completed while the other remains unfinished, the system will invalidate the pending task within 3 days. Reward skills will be granted based on accumulated light points. Upon completing both tasks, the system will grant rewards or skills based on the combined light points earned. Subsequently, the system will undergo further upgrades, extending the pending period for both tasks. System, may I interpret this as follows? Lu Yang mentally conversed with the system. Meaning, if I complete only the 4th task or the 5th task, I can still receive the reward. However, after 3 days, the remaining uncompleted task will be invalidated. But if I complete 2 tasks, the pending time for the unfinished tasks will be delayed when the next task cycle begins, correct? And after completing 2 tasks, I'll still receive the skill granted by the system, correct? That's correct, the system replied. Got it. Lu Yang smiled. Since he wasn't sleepy yet, he might as well visit a nearby mental health clinic to figure out what was going on. As for how to complete the latter task, he'd figure that out later. He pulled the door shut on the detective agency, then walked around the neighborhood until he spotted a clinic called Red Radiance. It was the only mental health facility in the area. The system had provided keywords indicating it was nearby, so it must be nearby. Lu Yang didn't question it and headed straight for the place. But the moment he approached the entrance, his keen sense of smell detected something off. He frowned. Strange. A mental hospital this size should be open at this hour. Why is it pitch black inside and out, with no sign of anyone around? And most crucially, he added, as I approached, I could detect a faint stench in the air. Could it be true, as the system suggested, that a murder had occurred here? Moonlight bathed Lu Yang's face in a brilliant glow. Occasionally, a few crows flew overhead, adding an eerie touch. Sigh, looks like another tricky case. Lu Yang tilted his head back, sighed, then walked toward the hospital entrance and tried the door handle. Finding it locked, he shifted his gaze toward the windows. Spotting one window ajar, he climbed through using rock climbing techniques. He flipped on the lights inside the clinic and surveyed every corner of the room. Finally, following the foul stench, he found a corpse. Visually, the deceased had clearly been dead for over half a month. Multiple areas of the body had begun to rot, crawling with maggots. The foul stench had attracted a swarm of flies. Fortunately, Lu Yang had been a detective in his previous life and had seen many such scenes, so he managed to avoid vomiting. However, to accurately reconstruct the victim's tragic state, mere observation wasn't enough. He needed to use the skills granted by the system. But first, he needed to confirm the victim's identity. Fighting back the stench emanating from the corpse, he searched the area near the clothing and eventually found an ID badge and a wallet. The ID card read, by Hong Yao, chief physician and founder of Hong Yao Mental Health Hospital. Inside the wallet lay a photograph, an ID card, several credit cards, and a few bills. The photo depicted him and a woman embracing each other. The ID card showed by Hong Yao, a resident of Yuan, 316th Street, Lujiakou, Hongshan County, with ID number 410-8890. The credit cards included Postal Savings Bank and Huaxia Bank debit cards. It seemed certain that the deceased was indeed the founder of this mental hospital. But why had he died? Chapter 22, The Super Forensic Examiner. The deceased's body bears signs of assault. Lu Yang couldn't fathom how Bai Hongyao had died. But uncovering the cause of death wouldn't be difficult. He just needed to utilize the system's super coroner skill to conduct a thorough examination of the body. By identifying the injuries, using surrounding evidence to infer the circumstances, and combining that with clues left behind by the victim, he should be able to find the killer. But first, he needed to understand the extraordinary capabilities of this super forensic skills ability. System, activate the super forensic skills. Lu Yang silently commanded. Ding, super forensic skills officially activated. Host can now visually assess all internal and external injuries with a single glance, analyze the findings, and determine the cause of death. Skill duration, 5 minutes. A single glance can reveal all the injuries on a corpse? Lu Yang was taken aback. He had expected the skill to manifest as knowledge of ancient autopsy techniques, allowing him to pick a few points to learn on the spot and apply them to examine the deceased's internal and external injuries. But who knew the system would grant the most straightforward examination method? A single glance could reveal the wounds on the deceased. Well, that settled it. No need to bother with ancient autopsy skills, might as well just coast through. The only downside was the skill's short duration. If only it could last a bit longer. Ding, host request detected. Complete tasks to randomly draw skills and extend the duration of existing skills. So, after completing future tasks, I might be able to extend the duration of this skill, right? Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Correct, the system replied. That's fantastic. A gleam appeared in Lu Yang's eyes. Right now, I'm dealing with someone who's been dead for half a month. The body hasn't fully decomposed yet, so I can easily make a diagnosis based on the surface injuries within 5 minutes. But if I encounter someone who's been dead for a year or two, I doubt I could do that within 5 minutes. If we could extend the skill's duration, it would perfectly compensate for this limitation. Lu Yang thought to himself that he'd have to spend more time completing the system's assigned tasks going forward, lest opportunities slipped through his fingers. He adjusted his focus, rubbed his eyelids, then fixed his gaze intently on the deceased, Bai Hongyao. The next second, numerous oval-shaped red spots appeared across Bai Hongyao's body. 3 on his face, 3 on his abdomen, 1 on his neck, and 1 on each wrist. Lu Yang then proceeded to turn the deceased over. Finally, he froze in place, utterly astonished. The reason is clear. For behind the deceased, countless similar red spots densely covered the area. They appeared to be caused by physical assault. However, judging by the external injuries on the victim's body, there were no fractures anywhere. It seemed that although he had been beaten, it was not enough to cause death. If that's the case, then how did he die? And who could be so cruel as to inflict such severe punishment? Lu Yang didn't know either. He habitually fixed his gaze on the photograph, whereby Hongyao and the victim were seen embracing tenderly. He surmised their relationship was more than ordinary. However, constrained by insufficient personnel, she couldn't spare the manpower to investigate personally. She therefore sought to leverage the technical capabilities of the police bureau to thoroughly examine the case. He gathered the evidence into a bag, pulled out his phone, and reported the incident. Hello, 110? I need to report a death. A body was discovered at Hongyao Psychological Clinic. Preliminary investigation indicates the deceased is Bai Hongyao, founder of this hospital. Right, hurry over. I'll ensure the body remains undisturbed. Relevant items have been collected. Observation indicates multiple signs of beating on the deceased, Bai Hongyao. He appears to have been dead for about half a month when discovered. The exact cause of death remains unknown. Hello? Hello? The night was shrouded in darkness. Inside the East District Police Station, the duty officer received this emergency call. At first, he thought it was a prank and shouted into the phone several times. Only when there was no response did he calm down and head to the duty captain's office to report. At that moment, Captain Huang Shengli of the 1st Squad and his deputy were reviewing reports in preparation for an upcoming commendation ceremony organized by higher-ups. Before they could exchange more than a few words, the duty officer knocked on the door. Captain Huang, can we head out now? What's happened? Huang Shengli asked. The officer reported, we just received a call reporting a dead body found inside the Hongyao Psychological Clinic. The caller claimed they've secured the body and gathered relevant evidence, and mentioned the deceased showed signs of physical assault. The exact cause of death remains unclear, but he stated the victim is Bai Hongyao, the founder of this mental health hospital. Captain Huang, Captain Sun, you two are on duty tonight. Do you think this is a prank or a real incident? Regardless of whether it's true or not, we should go check it out first. Huang Shengli perked up immediately upon hearing this and pulled on his hat. Old Sun, notify the patrol officers outside and have them return. I'll drive over first to assess the situation, then meet up with you afterward. Got it, I'll notify them right away, Sun Hongsa replied. Be careful yourself. With that, he returned to his post, picked up the phone, and summoned the patrolman outside. A few minutes later, Huang Shengli drove to the scene. Spotting Lu Yang there, he paused for a moment before walking over. You're here? Lu Yang glanced at him. Yeah. Huang Shengli nodded. So that call was from you? Who else do you think it was? Lu Yang chuckled softly. True. How could an ordinary citizen analyze the beating marks on the victim? Huang Shengli remarked. Only someone with your expertise could have done that. Save the flattery for later. Since you're here, let's examine the victim together. Lu Yang patted his shoulder and led him over to Bai Hongyao's body. Having met several times now, they no longer felt the awkwardness of their initial encounters. Standing together, they resembled a pair of close friends. As Huang Shengli approached the body, Lu Yang rolled up his sleeves and explained, "Look, the body is already decomposing, but there are distinct crimson marks on the bones. Clear evidence can be found on the wrists, arms, abdomen, neck, and back. Several areas show the most direct signs." I can indeed see signs of beating. Huang Shengli asked, "But senior, why did you later say the cause of death was undetermined?" Chapter 23, Inferring the Cause of Death. Heading to the Hanhai Hotel. Facing Huang Shengli's question, Lu Yan once again touched the deceased's bones and explained, "There's a reason I said that. You see, although the body bears multiple signs of beating, none of the injuries reach the underlying bones. Among them, the deepest wounds are on the back, yet upon examining the spine, it remains completely intact. Therefore, I suspect that although the victim suffered beatings before death, the actual cause of death did not stem from these injuries." That makes sense. Before entering the field, Huang Shengli had received forensic training. After his own examination, he found Lu Yang's assessment accurate and nodded in agreement. He then asked, "How do you think he died, senior?" Lu Yang didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled a photograph from the victim's wallet and handed it to Huang Shengli. This photo was found on the victim. It appears to have a close connection to him. "What do you mean, senior?" Huang Shengli took the photo and examined it. His first thought was a crime of passion. After all, in the cases he'd handled, there were many instances where breakups over romantic issues led to hatred and murder. But since it was only a guess, he kept it to himself. Lu Yang picked up the thread. "No, I'm just curious. Why did the victim lie dead in his own clinic for over half a month? As the person closest to him, why didn't anyone suspect anything or show concern? Under normal circumstances, if someone goes missing for over 10 days, someone should come looking. But no one bothered to check on him until his body was already decomposing. If I hadn't happened to walk by and caught that foul stench, it would have been a long time before the body was officially discovered." "Yeah, it is strange," Huang Shengli agreed after hearing this. Just as they were pondering this baffling situation, Sun Honsa arrived with several subordinates. "Boss, everyone's here except Xiaofeng. He's still out on an anti-prostitution sweep." After completing his report, Sun Honsa immediately turned to Huang Shengli. Simultaneously, he shifted his gaze to the side, frowned, covered his nose and mouth, and looked at the deceased. He then turned his head and spotted Lu Yang, his eyes brimming with admiration. Good work." Huang Shengli turned and waved to Xiao Tian. "Xiao Tian, as the senior forensic expert on the team, go take a look." "Understood," Tian Xiaojun replied. Following his usual routine, before examining the body, he pulled a slice of ginger from his pocket, washed it down with a sip of vinegar, put on white gloves, and stepped forward to inspect. The body shows multiple bruises, none of which penetrated the bone. Superficially, it appears the victim was beaten. But none of the injuries were fatal. There must be another cause. "Mei-chem, looks like Senior Lu Yang's analysis was correct." Huang Shengli nodded in agreement, then handed the photo to Sun Honsa and the others. "Go investigate the identity of the girl in the photo. See if you can find any suspicious details about her." Sun Honsa and the other team members responded, "Yes, SIR." 1 hour later. Using technical means, Sun Honsa and the others identified the girl in the photo. They then brought the printed information to the Red Radiance Psychiatric Hospital to report to Huang Shengli. "Boss, we've got the girl's details. According to the records, her name is Li Hongmei. She resides at 316 Lujiako Street, Hongshan County. She is 26 years old and currently holds a managerial position at a publicly listed company." A 26-year-old executive at a listed company? Before Huang Shengli could react, Lu Yang voiced his astonishment first. Seeing his strong reaction, Huang Shengli stepped forward with the printed documents and asked, "Senior, is there a problem with this?" Lu Yan lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said, "Don't you find it strange? Lujiako is considered one of the poorest neighborhoods in the county. Even the most capable college graduate from there couldn't possibly reach an executive position at such a young age, unless..." "Unless what?" Huang Shengli pressed. Lu Yang replied, "Unless the people backing this girl are no ordinary figures. But judging from the photo, the deceased was her boyfriend. How extensive could a psychologist's connections be to pull something like this off?" Huang Shengli seemed to catch a whiff of a clue. Somehow, 3 words slipped out. "Love triangle?" "Exactly. That's where the problem lies." Lu Yang cut straight to the heart of it. According to the records, Bai Hongyao and Li Hongmei were from the same neighborhood, growing up together since childhood sweethearts, you might say. Initially, Bai Hongyao liked Li Hongmei, and Li Hongmei liked Bai Hongyao. But as their relationship deepened, it soured. Li Hongmei likely fell for another wealthy boy behind Bai Hongyao's back. Eventually, Bai Hongyao discovered their affair. The three got into a heated argument over the emotional entanglement. In the end, Li Hongmei sided with the wealthy man and abandoned by Hong Yao. Enraged, Bai Hong Yao attacked them. This explains the multiple injuries found on the victim's body. Of course, these are merely my speculations. To determine the actual cause, I must ask you all to conduct a thorough investigation. In short, to uncover Bai Hong Yao's cause of death, Li Hongmei and the third party may hold a significant breakthrough. Senior's words make sense. Huang Shengli summarized Liu Yang's words, then voiced his reservations. But as the team's senior forensic pathologist, Xiao Tian has already examined the body and determined the victim did not die from physical assault. Therefore, Li Hongmei and the third party are essentially cleared of suspicion. Summoning them for questioning now might be a bit hasty. True, you're right. Lu Yang turned to Sun Hongsa on the other side. Satellite tracking, where exactly is Li Hongmei located? Room 306 at Hanhai International Hotel, Sun Hongsa replied, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. Coincidentally, Xin Feng and his team are conducting an anti-prostitution sweep there right now. Hearing this, Lu Yang smiled. At this hour, appearing in a hotel, what else could it be? Nothing more than that sort of thing between men and women. Originally, he'd hoped to use Li Hongmei to track down the mistress behind it all. Now, he could kill two birds with one stone. Why not investigate them under the pretext of cracking down on pornography? That would give us a legitimate reason to act. With that thought, Lu Yang said, send a car and arrange for me to meet with Agent Qin. What do you mean, senior? Huang Shengli seemed to have guessed something. Don't worry. I'm only responsible for solving the case. Everything else is none of my concern. Lu Yang patted his shoulder. I'll handle this properly. Hesitating for a moment, Huang Shengli glanced at Sun Hongsa on the other side and said, Old son, you handle the arrangements. But Chief, Senior Liu Yang isn't an investigator. What if? Sun Hongsa voiced his concern, but the words died on his lips. Huang Shengli's gaze hardened. There are no what-ifs. This time, I choose to trust the senior. Chapter 24, Seizing Command. Emergency Room Inspection. Outside the Hanhai Hotel. Attention, everyone. Tonight's anti-prostitution operation needs to be efficient. Ensure every single room is checked. Xin Feng, dressed in plainclothes, stepped out of the vehicle and took command at the entrance. 10 members followed him, all young men now standing in a line, alert and ready to respond to his commands. They answered in unison, yes sir. Xin Feng waved his hand. Let's move out. Xiao Feng, Xiao Feng. No sooner had he spoken than Huang Shengli's voice crackled over Qin Feng's walkie-talkie. Tell your men to hold off on the operation for a moment. Roger that, Qin Feng replied over the radio before halting his team. Everyone, hold your positions for now. Once the team members had completely halted, Huang Shengli issued further instructions over the radio. Senior Officer Liu Yang will be joining you shortly. Follow his specific commands for the operation. Liu Yang? Qin Feng hesitated, his doubts surfacing. Boss, he's a strange one. Doing this might. I know what you're thinking, Huang Shengli replied over the radio. But this operation isn't just about cracking down on prostitution, it's about a homicide case. Never mind the details for now. Just follow my orders and hand over command to him. Murder case? Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Seems trouble follows wherever he goes. Back when he and several team members had followed Captain Li to Guizili village to crack the murder case, he'd witnessed Liu Yang's deductive skills and investigative methods firsthand. Though he was deeply reluctant to work alongside someone like him, since Captain Huang had given the order. He had no choice but to comply. Soon, an investigation vehicle pulled up outside the hotel. Sun Hongsa, responsible for transporting Liu Yang, was the first to step out. He waved briefly before leaving Liu Yang behind and driving alone back to the Hongyao Psychological Clinic. After seeing him off, Qin Feng led his team forward. Senior, we meet again. Let's skip the pleasantries. Liu Yang responded with a simple MHM, then cut straight to the point. This visit has one primary purpose, under the pretext of an anti-prostitution operation, to investigate two suspects in room 302. Suspects? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment. Senior, may I ask what exactly is going on? There's no time for that, Liu Yang said sternly. Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. Ha? Liu Yang continued, do you really think the people inside haven't noticed with all this commotion? If we delay any longer, this won't be an anti-prostitution raid anymore. Those women will have fled long ago. You're right, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Rough words, but true. Cracking down on prostitution was all about efficiency. This time, he'd been dispatched because of a tip from the public. As the saying went, there's no such thing as a wall that doesn't leak. If the people being watched had caught on, they'd have vanished without a trace long ago. Still, he couldn't help but wonder just how important was this murder case that even Captain Huang had become so careless, ordering him to hand over command to this strange man? Just as his doubts swirled, Liu Yang had already stepped into the center of the crowd and begun issuing commands. Everyone, follow my instructions. The other officers glanced at Qin Feng, their gazes unfocused. They all worked at the same station. Some arrived early, others late, but regardless, they had a general understanding of their colleagues. This man before them, however, felt somewhat unfamiliar. So, they all began whispering among themselves. Who is this guy? Don't recognize him. Doesn't look like he's from the institute, does he? What gives him the right to boss us around? Seeing their defiant attitude, Lu Yang decided it was time to give them a stern warning. He turned, patted Qin Feng's shoulder with a serious expression, and said, Agent Qin, it seems your subordinates aren't exactly following orders, huh? Shall I call your team leader Huang again to confirm? Ahem. Qin Feng's face fell, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. Joking aside, team leader Huang would never readily hand over command to an outsider. He must have his reasons for doing this. If he disobeyed and called team leader Huang, he'd be asking for a dressing down. Senior, I was out of line. Please don't take it personally. After saying this, he shot a glare at the group. Wait, this is Captain Huang's order. Are you all refusing to follow his command? Captain Huang's orders? Damn, I'll have to take back what I said earlier. This guy must be no ordinary person. Hearing this, the team members all shifted their attitudes. Shock flashed across their faces as they straightened their backs, significantly toning down their criticism of Lu Yang. In unison, they declared, we'll follow team leader Huang's orders and obey his commands. Seeing this, Lu Yang continued, good. Very good. Since that's settled, once we're inside, follow my instructions. Stay near the door of room 302. Conduct separate searches on both sides of this building. After searching, stay silent at the building entrance and wait for my signal. Only act once I push open the door. Understood? Understood. All agents, including Qin Feng, nodded in agreement. Lu Yang waved his hand. Let's go. Room 302, Hanhai Hotel. A man and woman lay tangled together, exhausted after their passionate encounter. They lay limp on the bed, panting heavily. This was Li Hongmei and her current boyfriend, Zhao Lu, son of the chairman of Jufeng Corporation. As was their custom, before this date, they had not only exchanged funds but also gone through a series of ritualistic gestures. Activities like window shopping, watching movies, and buying handbags. You little vixen, you seem even more skilled than before, Zhao Lu murmured, pinching Li Hongmei's chin after his satisfaction. Li Hongmei pouted coquettishly, oh dear, how could you say that? Where am I being naughty? Isn't this just the give and take between lovers? Exchange of gifts? Zhao Lu chuckled. You're such a college student, your words are so sophisticated. But sweetheart, tell me honestly, how long has it been since you last contacted that useless ex of yours? About half a month. Why? Zhao Lu replied, that doesn't add up. Given his temper, he wouldn't let us off the hook. How come he hasn't shown up after all this time? Could it be, he's really given up on you? Li Hongmei hesitated for a moment. She still had feelings for Zhao Lu. But as she grew older, her priorities shifted toward financial stability. Though Zhao Lu was a bit frivolous, he could provide what she wanted. As for her ex, perhaps only a few memories remained now. Maybe, Li Hongmei said softly. After all this time, he should have moved on by now. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the door. The doors on both sides of the room slammed open. Room inspection. Present your identification. Chapter 25, Interrogating the Suspect. Shattering conventions. Room inspection? What era is this, where such things still happen? Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Li's brows instantly furrowed. Without a second thought, he pulled on his clothes and prepared to leap out the window. Brother Zhao, what are you doing? Li Hongmei rushed over and grabbed him. Zhao Li's face darkened. Didn't you hear them outside? Room inspection. Li Hongmei retorted, so what? We're a couple, not some business transaction. If he wants to check, let him check. Seems like you're right, Zhao Lu conceded after a moment. However, this unusual behavior made Li Hongmei suspicious of him. Under normal circumstances, anything that happened between two people in a relationship was perfectly legitimate. Yet Zhao Lu chose this moment to make a dramatic leap out the window. It was hard not to suspect he'd been fooling around outside the relationship before. But she didn't want to dwell on it now. Arguing over such a minor issue would only prevent her from gaining more benefits from him in the future. Come back in. Don't embarrass yourself. Haha, sorry to make you laugh, Zhao Lu said, crawling back under the covers. But just as they were about to become intimate again, the door suddenly kicked open, its origin unknown. Lu Yang then ordered several agents to stand outside while he barged in alone. Room inspection. Show your IDs. Hold on, which precinct are you from? Don't you know the rules? Zhao Li's expression darkened instantly. Hongmei and I are in a relationship. What business is it of yours if we sleep together? Cut the crap. Show me your IDs. Lu Yang stepped forward sternly. We received a tip that prostitution is occurring in a room on this floor. If you're not involved, cooperate with my investigation. Otherwise, you'll face consequences. Screw your investigation. I told you, we're a couple. A couple. Don't you get it? Zhao Lu remained defiant. Smack. Lu Yang grabbed his head and slammed it against the bed frame. Final warning, are you cooperating with my investigation or not? Damn it. Zhao Le clenched his fist, ready to strike back. Just then, Li Hongmei stepped forward and pulled him back. Brother Zhao, let it go for now. He's an investigator. We can't afford to mess with him. After saying this, she turned to Lu Yang with a smile and obediently pulled 2 ID cards from her bag, handing them over. Here, these are our IDs. Lu Yang glanced down to inspect them. One was named Li Hongmei, the other Zhao Lu. Based on Li Hongmei's various details, he could now confirm these were the 2 individuals he was seeking. Can we have them back now? Li Hongmei asked softly once more. Sure, but... Lu Yang handed the IDs back to them. How can you prove you're a couple? Li Hongmei replied, there are bags, cosmetics, clothes, and other things he bought for me in the room. If this were prostitution, do you think he would do that? Any financial transactions? Lu Yang pressed further. Yes, Li Hongmei took the bait. There's 1,000 yuan he gave me in the bag. Lu Yang walked over to inspect it, then decisively pulled out the money and confronted them. Utter nonsense. What couple on a date would give that much money? It's clearly prostitution money. 1,000 yuan in the 1990s was no small sum. A typical date would cost around 100 yuan at most. Even though Lu Yang knew they were a couple, he still made a big deal out of it, using this as leverage to pry information from them about their connection to Bai Hongyao. As for why he had instructed Qin Feng and the others to wait outside. On one hand, he was constrained by their status as investigators and couldn't act recklessly. He had promised Huang Shengli he would handle this matter properly, and he intended to keep his word. On the other hand, having them stationed outside served as a deterrent. If the two pursued the matter afterward, he would shoulder the responsibility. At worst, he'd spend some time inside. In this regard, Lu Yan was remarkably similar to his original self. To crack a case, he seemed to have reached a frenzied state, reckless of the consequences. What did you say? Zhao Lu instantly clenched his teeth. This was clearly money I spent on my wife. How could it be prostitution fees? Your wife? You two are married? Where's your household registration? Hand it over, I want to see it. Lu Yan retorted. Zhao Lu was instantly speechless. Silence means admission. Lu Yang pinned him to the bed and turned to Li Hongmei sternly. You, get dressed. You're coming with me for questioning. Yes. Li Hongmei nodded fearfully. After getting dressed, she followed him out of the room. The wail of police sirens pierced the air. Before long, Lu Yan brought the two of them to the Hongyao Psychological Clinic. There, they saw the deceased by Hongyao. Instantly, they sat down on the floor, cold sweat pouring down their faces. You? Weren't you supposed to take us to the station for questioning? Why did you bring us here instead? Lu Yan could tell from their reactions that they were involved in this matter. He then said, if I hadn't said that, would you have followed me willingly? Both men were rendered speechless. For a moment, the air stood still. Qin Feng and the others recounted the recent events to Huang Shengli. Learning that Lu Yan had brought them here under the pretext of an anti-prostitution raid without allowing any agents to interfere, they breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Lu Yang, they said, Senior, you really pulled it off. Didn't I tell you? I'd handle it cleanly. Lu Yang said, consider this my mistake. If there are consequences later, they'll fall on me. But right now, we need to discuss how to get the truth out of these two. Have you figured out how to do that? Huang Shengli asked. Lu Yang replied, leave it to me. With that, he approached Zhao Lu and the other man, crouching down and pointing at the dead Bai Hongyao as he confronted them. Do you two recognize this man? We know him. No, we don't. Zhao Lu started to say something, but then realized something was off and quickly corrected himself. Do you know him or not? Lu Yang barked angrily. Li Hongmei, timid by nature, froze in fear and stammered, yes, we know him. His name is Bai Hongyao. He was my predecessor and the founder of this clinic. Now tell me, Lu Yang demanded, raising his voice further, do you know how he died? No, we don't know. Li Hongmei and the others shook their heads. Do you know or not? Seeing this, Lu Yang immediately walked over to the desk Bai Hongyao had used during his lifetime and slammed his fist down on it. The next second, something utterly mind-blowing happened. Chapter 26, Confession Revealed. Psychological profiling begins. The next moment, something utterly mind-blowing happened. Everyone watched the scene unfold, utterly speechless. The desk shattered instantly from the center into two pieces after being struck by his fist. Faced with this, Huang Shengli immediately grew anxious, but that's marble. He shattered it with just one punch? Sun Hongse felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. No way. Is this even something a normal person could do? Qin Feng, even though I'm a martial arts champion, compared to him, I'm nothing but a frog in a well. Zhang Daxiang, I've only heard of the senior's investigative skills, but never witnessed his physical prowess. If it were me, I doubt I could withstand that punch. Wang Peng, Tian Xiaojun, and the others were utterly speechless, their jaws dropping. Even the officers who'd accompanied Chin Feng on the anti-prostitution raid stared at him in disbelief, thinking inwardly, thank goodness we didn't clash with him earlier, otherwise, we wouldn't even know how he died. As for Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu, they were so terrified their legs went weak. To avoid provoking this strange man, they immediately confessed obediently, I'll talk. It happened like this. Li Hongmei was terrified. Originally, Hong Yao and I grew up on the same street. Our families were incredibly close, we were practically childhood sweethearts. We started dating in junior high. But after the high school entrance exams, his family faced a tragedy. Both his parents died in a car accident. Without any income, he had to drop out of school to work outside the city. After I entered high school, we could only stay in touch by phone, barely seeing each other a few times a year. The long-distance separation gradually cooled our relationship. It wasn't until we both entered university that things started to improve. But during college, my vanity started to grow. The allowance my family gave me wasn't enough anymore. To keep up with my roommates and buy designer brands, I made demands of him. I demanded he give me 5,000 yuan monthly for living expenses, threatening to break up with him otherwise. After that, Bai Hongyao managed to keep the relationship going by working 2 jobs alone, sending me money regularly each month. This arrangement lasted until our senior year. At a class reunion, I met Zhao Lu, the son of the owner of Jufeng Company. He was handsome, wealthy, and generous. After learning through mutual friends that he was still single, I grew restless and began pursuing him. A month later, we became intimate. Zhao Lu truly loved me as promised, giving me 20,000 yuan monthly plus regular gifts. Gradually, I became consumed by this life of luxury and excess. Slowly, I drifted apart from Bai Hongyao. Bai Hongyao seemed to grow suspicious of my coldness. One day, he waited for me outside our dormitory and saw me acting intimately with Zhao Lu. He confronted me about it. Zhao Lu, being tall and strong, punched him and drove away. After oscillating between these two relationships, I ultimately surrendered to reality and chose Zhao Lu. I broke up with Bai Hongyao, but he refused to accept it. He seemed to think he hadn't done enough, so he spent the following period self-studying psychology, earned a psychologist's license, and opened a clinic. When he came looking for me again, I had already graduated from university. Through Zhao Lu's connections, I secured an executive position at his company. The gap between us and Bai Hongyao was starkly obvious. Bai Hongyao tried to win me back with his current achievements, but my heart no longer had room for him. So I made our relationship clear, told him I no longer loved him, and asked him to let go. Bai Hongyao was always introverted and prone to extreme thinking. He blamed everything on Zhao Lu. He ambushed us at our usual meeting spot, wielding a stick ready to attack Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu has a short temper and fought back, wresting the stick and beating Bai Hongyao. Fearing someone might get seriously hurt, I stepped in to stop him. What happened after that, we don't know. All I know is that after Zhao Lu beat him up, he could still move and limped back on his own. Li Hongmei finished. Zhao Lu added his explanation, that's right. I hit him hard, but I held back, I didn't mean to kill him. So how did he end up dead? What's going on here? The two finished their statements. Those present immediately began discussing the matter. Words spoken in fear are usually heartfelt. Clearly, Bai Hongyao's death has nothing to do with them. Yes, but judging by their conversation, it's almost certain that Senior Lu Yang's deduction was correct. The only difference is that Bai Hongyao didn't die from the beating. If that's not the case, then what caused his death? The murmurs abruptly ceased. Huang Shengli, now also puzzled by the case, approached Lu Yang and asked, Senior, do you think their statements are reliable? Lu Yang analyzed the situation for a moment before replying, logically speaking, it doesn't seem problematic. Earlier, both Tian Xiaojun and I examined the deceased separately and confirmed he didn't die from beating, he only sustained injuries. However, I can't be certain whether this confession is genuine or fabricated. The only way to confirm it would be through psychological profiling. Psychographic analysis? Huang Shengli asked. Yes, psychological profiling. Lu Yang walked over to Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu, circling them once. Specifically, it involves inferring a subject's psychological state based on their behavioral patterns, thereby analyzing their personality, living environment, occupation, and upbringing. In the 1950s abroad, a bombing spree occurred. A bomb maniac calling himself FP planted explosives across city streets, causing multiple casualties in rapid succession. Traditional criminal investigation methods proved ineffective in solving the case, forcing authorities to seek help from James Brussels, a psychiatrist who had conducted extensive psychiatric research for the military during World War II. Based on the available information, he conducted a psychological analysis of the bomber, drawing 11 conclusions. He advised the police to publish these analyses through newspapers, radio, and television. He even boldly predicted the clothing the bomber would be wearing at the time of his arrest. It was precisely based on these analyses that the police ultimately captured the criminal, George Mateski. Astonishingly, he matched every single one of Brussels' analyses, down to his clothing. This marked the first major triumph of criminal psychology. From then on, this discipline, which uses criminal behavior to profile psychological traits and aid in investigations and interrogations, became an indispensable part of modern criminal justice. At this moment, I believe this is the only way to determine whether what these two men are saying is actually true. But Captain Huang. At this point, Lu Yang turned his gaze back to Huang Xingli. I wonder if your team has someone with that kind of expertise? Chapter 27, New Skill. Discovering Overlooked Clues. We do. Daqiang is one. Huang Shengli gestured toward Zhang Daqiang standing nearby, beckoning him over. Before he was officially hired, this kid came from a family of investigators 3 generations skilled in psychological profiling. He just never got the chance to show us his abilities. Hearing this, Lu Yang turned to glance at Zhang Daqiang. Alright then. Since that's the case, I'll leave the rest of the investigation to him. Senior, Chief, I haven't used this skill in years. I'm not sure if it still works. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me. Zhang Daqiang knew nothing about psychological profiling. Before joining the team and becoming a full-fledged agent, he had merely taken some psychology courses. To build rapport with his colleagues, he had embellished his background, hoping to boost his popularity. When Captain Huang asked him to step forward for the profiling, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He steeled himself and walked up, letting out a few awkward, sheepish laughs. Go on, Huang Shengli patted his shoulder encouragingly. Be confident. Show them what you're made of. Prove yourself to your colleagues. Alright. After responding to team leader Huang, Zhang Daqiang walked behind Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu, closed his eyes, and placed his hands on their heads. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and reported to Huang Shengli and the others. Senior, Chief, colleagues. Based on the graphology analysis, suspects Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu do show some signs of remorse. However, suspect Li Hongmei appears to be deliberately concealing something from us. For instance, she may have exchanged harsh words with the victim, or perhaps she knows some specific habit of the deceased. As for what exactly it is, my personal abilities are limited, and I can't speculate on that at this time. According to criminal psychology, when criminals deliberately conceal information, they often exhibit symbolic overreactions when investigators approach. Zhang Daqiang made this observation because when he had just placed his hand on Li Hongmei's shoulder, Li Hongmei's shoulders twitched slightly. Zhao Lu, however, remained completely still. Hearing this, Huang Shengli and the others immediately turned their attention to Li Hongmei. This frightened the fragile Li Hongmei, who immediately shook her head in denial. No, that's not it. I truly regret my actions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have revealed so many clues to you. Then why did your shoulders flinch just now? Zhang Daqiang pressed. Li Hongmei explained, a strange man touched me. Wasn't that my natural reaction? That's just an excuse. Zhang Daqiang snapped angrily. After saying this, he approached Huang Shengli. Boss, this woman doesn't seem honest at all. Should we take her back for further interrogation? Well. Huang Shengli hesitated, unsure what to decide. Based on Li Hongmei and Zhao Li's statements, the most evidence linking them to the victim was physical altercation marks. There was insufficient proof to determine by Hong Yao's cause of death. Technically, they could take her in for questioning, but even then, it would only be under the pretext of investigating a brawl. Before he could respond, Lu Yang interjected with a cold smile. Evidence is the foundation of an investigation. How can we determine a suspect's guilt based on a criminal's minor actions? Isn't that a bit rash? What do you mean, senior? Zhang Daqiang asked, puzzled. Lu Yang replied, what I mean is, your profiling technique is too crude. While your deductions might be useful, they can't match the precision of the clues left behind by the actual criminal. Zhang Daqiang had intended to show off in front of his colleagues, but unexpectedly, his bluff was called. Still, determined to save face, he forced himself to remain calm as he stepped forward. Oh? Might the senior colleague care to offer some guidance? I wouldn't call it teaching. Lu Yang walked over to Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu and said, I just want to let the facts speak for themselves. The psychological profiling technique circulating outside was called the criminal dichotomy method, a crime-solving approach that dissected criminal psychology to draw conclusions. The profiling technique Zhang Daqiang employed was precisely this one. Had it been used in the 1950s or 1960s, when technological means were limited, it might have been considered astonishing. But by the 1990s, with constant technological advances, this method had gradually fallen out of use. To grasp the traces criminals left behind more swiftly and accurately, one must utilize the psychological profiling skill granted by the system. Though Lu Yang didn't know what this skill could do, he guessed that anything the system provided would likely be innovative. He tentatively murmured in his mind, System, activate the psychological profiling skill. Ding, psychological profiling skill activated. Host may touch the criminal's body to intuitively deduce unspoken confessions through this skill. Skill duration, 10 seconds. Subjects, Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu. After silently reciting the command, he placed his hands on both their heads, closed his eyes, and began his deduction. Li Hongmei met with the deceased shortly before their breakup and gave him 100,000 yuan as compensation for the separation. During that time, she did indeed exchange some harsh words with him. The victim knelt to plead with her, presenting a notebook and telling her it contained many sweet memories of their time together. He also mentioned that while they were together, they had adopted a stray dog she adored. If they broke up, he threatened to write a final entry in the notebook and brutally kill the puppy. The criminal, Li Hongmei, attempted to intervene and persuade him, wanting to get the puppy back, but it was useless. So the two got into an argument. The criminal Zhao Lu was sitting in a car nearby. Seeing them fight, he stepped in to stop them. The victim then tried to stab them with a knife but was kicked down by Zhao Lu. After this incident, Zhao Lu and Li Hongmei completely severed ties with the deceased. 10 seconds passed in a flash. Zhao Lu and Li Hongmei heard every word. Then, expressions of shock appeared on their faces. You can really write down words I never spoke? No, how is that possible? How could such a thing exist in this world? Hearing this, agents like Huang Shangli and Zhang Daxiang also found it unbelievable. One thing was certain, judging by the criminal's reactions, Liu Yang's psychological profiling skills were truly formidable, so precise that he could even extract confessions they had never uttered. Chief, this can't be possible. My family has specialized in profiling for generations, and no one has ever achieved this level of precision. Yet he did it. Zhang Daxiang rushed over to Huang Shangli, his voice filled with astonishment. You're asking me? How should I know? Huang Shengli's face was equally aghast. I only knew the senior's investigative methods were formidable. Who could have imagined he'd be this terrifying? The other team members murmured in astonishment. Seriously, how come I've never seen such incredible techniques before? Daxiang's analysis was already spot on, but I never imagined the senior investigator could be even more formidable. He even pinpointed every single crime the suspect had committed before? Chapter 28, The Instant Nose. Stray Dog in Diary. Everyone present, except the deceased, fixed their gaze on Liu Yang, stunned by his actions. Only Liu Yang, with his keen attention to detail, noticed something amiss based on the ink blot traces from earlier. Soon, he regained his composure and declared, "We've been wrong all along. The victim's death has absolutely nothing to do with Li Hongmei or Zhao Lu." Senior, what do you mean by that? Yeah, Senior, there should be an inseparable connection between them. Have you discovered something new? Tell us quickly. Hearing this, Wang Shengli and the others rushed forward to ask questions. Liu Yang glanced at them, then walked calmly to Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu and said, "Actually, in my view, the core of this entire case revolves around the love triangle between these three individuals. The victim and Li Hongmei were childhood sweethearts, deeply in love at first. Later, due to the disparity in their social status, Li Hongmei began to look down on the victim. During their relationship, she openly entangled herself with a third party. When the deceased discovered this affair, the conflict escalated. As Li Hongmei mentioned earlier, the deceased was introverted and prone to extreme thinking. Faced with heartbreak, he might have lost hope and done something reckless. Initially, I suspected suicide. But after conducting psychic readings on both Li Hongmei and the deceased, I changed my mind. Because the root cause of everything stems from that stray dog. That dog was a symbol of his love for Li Hongmei. As the psychic reading indicated, if they broke up, the victim would kill the dog. Meaning that after they separated, the victim took his frustration out on the dog and began abusing it. Could it be possible that during the abuse, the dog bit back, infecting him with rabies? Without treatment, the disease progressed and he died in his own clinic. Rabies? Hearing this, Wang Shengli and the other detectives, along with Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu, all asked in unison. Yes, rabies. Liu Yang explained, it's a zoonotic disease. In China, most transmission sources come from cats and dogs. If a human is scratched or bitten and doesn't receive a rabies vaccine promptly, symptoms will develop within 5 to 3 months, and there's no cure. Stray dogs are inherently untraceable. Without vaccination, they carry the rabies virus 100% of the time. When emotionally unstable, they bite indiscriminately. Combined with the victim's deliberate abuse triggering the animal's instinctive reaction, infection was inevitable. Moreover, a dog infected with rabies will inevitably die within 10 days after biting someone. This information is documented in reports from the World Health Organization and can be verified in relevant literature. Beyond that, 3 additional avenues corroborate my hypothesis. First, the diary mentioned in the earlier handwriting analysis results. The deceased explicitly stated that if they broke up, they would write a farewell note in the diary. Since it's a farewell note, it's likely to document his dog abuse. We only need to locate it to verify my hypothesis. Second, locate the deceased stray dog and arrange for a veterinary examination to validate my theory. As for the third method, I'll demonstrate it to you shortly. At this point, Liu Yang paused briefly and took a sip of water. Old son, take a few men over there and search. Xiao Wang, take a few people to search over there. Xiao Tian, go notify the quarantine station to send someone over. Remember, the diary must remain intact, and stray dogs must be brought in using isolation methods. Huang Shengli immediately seized the opportunity, directing his men to search the room thoroughly and instructing them to assist Liu Yang with the investigation. Yes, sir. The team members sprang into action. 1 hour later, Huang Shengli and the others returned. The veterinarian from the disease control station had arrived. However, they found no trace of the diary or the stray dog. This led some to question Liu Yang's judgment. Boss, we've searched the entire area. No stray dogs, no diary. Boss, is what he said even true? Yeah, boss. The more I hear, the more bizarre it sounds. We shouldn't jump to conclusions until we've thoroughly investigated. Huang Shengli also harbored doubts about this theory, yet Liu Yang's earlier words seemed to carry a grain of truth. He turned to Liu Yang, Senior, where do you think the diary and stray dog might be hidden? No idea. Liu Yang replied. What? You don't know? Huang Shengli exclaimed in surprise, thinking to himself, so he's just stringing us along, huh? Just as he frowned, about to ask more questions, Liu Yang shifted his gaze around the entire room. Do you have any detection dogs with you? No, Huang Shengli shook his head. We don't need detection dogs for criminal cases, they're only used during searches. Plus, we rushed here and didn't think of that. Why the sudden question, Senior? After being bitten, victims typically show symptoms within 15 days. Based on that timeline, the stray dog should have died before him. There should have been a foul odor. Liu Yang explained, plus, the diary carries the victim's scent. If we had detection dogs, they'd likely pick up on these clues. But it's fine, I have a solution. Among the skills granted by the system was one called Instant Nose. It sounded like it could be used for searching. Liu Yang might as well give it a try, it might just help him find those two items. As he contemplated this, he silently activated the skill in his mind. Ding, Instant Nose skill activated. Host may extend olfactory range with this skill, detecting objects miles away and locating any desired item at maximum speed. Skill duration, 2 minutes. The system prompt echoed. The next second, Liu Yang felt a flood of distinct scents wash over his nose, the savory aroma of steamed buns from the shop at the entrance, the musty stench of rotten garbage, the acrid smell of something decaying, and even an inexplicable scent reminiscent of old books. Wait, the scent of something decaying? An inexplicable scholarly scent? Isn't this exactly what I've been looking for, the stray dog in the diary? Liu Yang was instantly overjoyed. Following the two scents, he flared his nostrils and began searching in the direction they led. Before long, he discovered the dead stray dog nestled within the lining of one of the cabinets. Inside a wooden box, he discovered the diary. Found it. Over here. Huang Shengli and several other team members heard the shout and followed him. Then, they were shocked once more. Sure enough, before their eyes lay the very stray dog Liu Yang had mentioned, now dead, and the yellowed diary. Chapter 29, Double Confirmation. The diary's contents revealed. Everyone was left speechless once more. They never expected this. Even the professional investigators who had searched the entire room. They hadn't discovered those two items. Yet Liu Yang found them with just a sniff. Such extraordinary investigative skills, truly unprecedented. Boss, this is just too hard to explain. Yeah, boss. Who'd have thought his nose was sharper than the police dog's? We searched everywhere and couldn't find them, yet he located them effortlessly? After processing the situation, Zhang Daxian and the others immediately brought their team to Huang Shengli's side. Even Huang Shengli himself struggled to explain this phenomenon, sighing deeply. Yeah, I've been in this line of work for over a decade and never witnessed anything like this. The veteran truly lives up to his reputation as a legendary agent. It's just a shame I can't put him to use. Debeo, my Debeo. At that moment, a sudden cry drew everyone's attention. While everyone marveled at Liu Yang's investigative technique, only Li Hongmei cried out tearfully to the dead stray dog. Had Zhao Lun not held her back, she would have rushed forward, clutching her beloved pet and weeping uncontrollably. This reaction perfectly validated the accuracy of Liu Yang's earlier profiling. Had Li Hongmei truly been indifferent to the dog, she wouldn't have reacted so intensely. Enough. No need for further words here. Now, everyone, witness whether my guess is correct. Liu Yang interrupted them, then opened the diary in his hand and began reading aloud. "No 1 days, Hongmei and I both got into the top high school in the provincial capital. We'd promised to go to school together, eat together, grow up together. But then something happened at home, and I had to drop out. Day 2, Hongmei got into a teacher training university, but the tuition was steep. To make her happy, I sent her all the money I'd saved from years of working. We agreed to meet in another city after she started school. In 3 days, I noticed a wealthy man always accompanying Hongmei. When I confronted them, I discovered she had fallen for him. To protect him, she attacked me. Believing I hadn't done enough, I spent the following year studying psychology and opened a mental health clinic. In 4 days, when I went to find Hongmei again, she pretended not to know me. I asked what happened, but she said she no longer loved me and told me never to contact her again. After returning home, my heart turned to ashes. I swore to teach that man a lesson. In 5 days later, I ambushed them at their usual meeting spot. I attacked him with a stick, but he wrestled it away and beat me up. In 6 days, a few more days passed. I lured Hongmei out again under the pretense of discussing breakup compensation. I threatened her with the stray dog we adopted during our time together, even kneeling before her and declaring I'd kill the dog if she didn't take me back. Hongmei refused to give in and demanded the dog back. We got into a fight. That bastard saw us struggling, jumped out of a nearby car, kicked me, and walked away. From that day on, we lost all contact. Hongmei stopped answering my calls and ignored my messages. I gradually descended into madness. Anno 7 days, this is my final diary entry for Hongmei. Surrounded by every trace of our shared life, imagining her current indifference to me, I suddenly felt no reason to go on living. I tossed every trace into the brazier to burn it all away. Then, wielding a cleaver, I unleashed all my fury upon that stray dog, severing its paws. But unexpectedly, the dog bit me back and ran off to hide somewhere. After that, I tried to find it, but no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't locate it. 15 days later, my body began exhibiting extreme reactions. First, the wound felt like ants crawling over it, followed by high fever, vomiting, and blurred consciousness. I sensed my time was near, so I transferred all my money into one account, the one Hongmei and I had shared. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving this one true love behind. Slam! Reaching this point, Lu Yang swiftly snapped the diary shut, flinging it before Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu. He shot them a withering glance before stating, "The deceased wrote up to this point and never continued." But judging from the final entry, he did indeed interact with that stray dog before his death and developed a desire to abuse and kill it. The dog, acting on instinct, bit him. This aligns almost perfectly with my reconstruction of the truth. It's just pitiful, such a good man, betrayed in love, yet even in his dying moments, he still thought to hand over every penny in his account to Li Hongmei. Yet Li Hongmei showed no gratitude for his sacrifice. She cared more about that stray dog than about how Bai Hongyao died. Sigh. The world is full of lovesick men and women entangled in countless tragic cases. Who would have thought the victim lost his life over that stray dog? Truly pitiful. For a moment, the air froze. Huang Shengli picked up the diary lying on the ground. Surrounded by the investigators, he carefully leafed through its pages. Upon realizing that the content Lu Yang had recited matched the words written in the diary word for word, he fixed Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu with the same piercing stare, then slammed the diary down before them with a loud thud. Well, it seems the victim was indeed killed by that stray dog. Senior's analysis is spot on. It was our incompetence that led us to doubt you. However, this only serves as evidence. It's insufficient to clear Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu of suspicion. Now it's time for the quarantine station to step in. Old Liang, as the duty doctor at the county disease control station, you've always dedicated yourself to studying infectious diseases and other fields. Go examine this dog. Sun Hongsa patted the veterinarian on the shoulder and said, if this dog does indeed develop symptoms within 10 days of biting someone, it will prove the senior's analysis correct. MHM. Upon hearing this, old Liang, the county quarantine station doctor, immediately donned white gloves and stepped forward to examine the dog. He lifted the stray dog's eyelids to examine its eyes, then opened its mouth for inspection. Turning back, he stated, bloodshot eyes, drooling mouth, bloodstains on the teeth. Yes, preliminary findings confirm this dog has bitten someone. When dogs develop rabies, clinical symptoms can be divided into 3 stages: the prodromal stage, the excited stage, and the paralytic stage. The prodromal stage may manifest as reluctance to interact with its owner, quietness and lack of liveliness, and inability to recognize its owner. It may also show erect ears, fixed staring eyes, and extreme alarm at external stimuli, biting at the slightest provocation. The prodromal stage lasts 1-3 days. During the excitement stage, dogs may bark erratically, chase aimlessly, and exhibit a strong urge to bite or attack people. They become even less able to recognize their owners. This stage typically lasts 2-3 days. The paralytic stage involves paralysis of the jaw, throat, and tail muscles, leading to drooping jaw, excessive drooling, hoarseness, and a hanging tail. This is followed by paralysis of the trunk and limb muscles, ultimately resulting in respiratory failure and death. Clearly, this dog bit the victim while in the excitement phase and died before the victim developed symptoms. Additionally, the World Health Organization has a clear guideline known as the 10-day observation period. If a dog bites someone and survives for 10 days afterward, it is considered a healthy dog. However, if it dies within 10 days after biting someone, that indicates rabies onset. Clearly, the various symptoms exhibited by this dog align with the latter scenario. Combined with the injury to its forelimbs being chopped off, the analysis presented by this individual appears factually accurate. Chapter 30, Dispelling Doubts. Ancient Autopsy Techniques. What? Could this be true? Did that dog truly succumb to the disease after biting someone? The diary entries were confirmed. Then Dr. Liang from the county disease control station conducted an examination. How come every result matches Lu Yang's account exactly? How could he analyze every detail so perfectly? How on earth did he manage that? For a moment, everyone present was even more bewildered. Everyone felt inadequate. Then they all marveled, admiring the unique charm and investigative skills that Lu Yang possessed. Chief, is this really true? The diary entries and the personal examination by the quarantine station doctor both conclusively prove that the victim died at the hands of this stray dog. No way, this is absurd. In all our years on the job, we've never encountered such a baffling tragedy. What is his brain made of? How did he even figure this out? Huang Shengli remained silent, his brow perpetually furrowed. his gaze fixed intently on Liu Yang, as if detecting some contradiction between the two pieces of corroborating evidence. Yet, constrained by his subordinate's reaction, he didn't have time to voice his thoughts. Sun Hongsa, his right-hand man, instantly grasped his thoughts. Stepping forward, he explained, Chief, old Liang worked at the disease control station for years, dedicating himself to researching rabies and related topics. He published numerous academic papers and is considered an authority in this field. If he says this dog died from rabies, then it must have died from rabies. We shouldn't have any doubts about that. Besides, the diary entries also confirm this fact. I know. Huang Shengli said, his frown easing slightly. But in the diary entry just now, while it states the deceased was bitten by a dog, he couldn't find the dog afterward. Although symptoms appeared 15 days later, that doesn't prove the bite came from this particular dog. It could have been another dog, or perhaps the symptoms were merely similar, with the actual cause of death being something else? And while this stray dog died of rabies, it doesn't prove the victim developed symptoms within 10 days. I have some doubts about that. Huang Shengli, a veteran with years of experience, was the most seasoned investigator at the station. His keen observational skills and sharp analytical abilities allowed him to pick up on these details effortlessly. Combining this with the diary entries in old Liang's confirmation, Sun Hongsa beside him seemed to catch on too. He slapped his thigh. Yeah, a lot of the clues don't quite add up. Team leader Huang, you really nailed it with that analysis. Exactly. The diary mentioned that after Bai Hongyao was bitten by the dog, he tried to chase after it again, only to find it had vanished without a trace. So, did it develop the disease within 10 days? What if it wasn't sick when it bit Bai Hongyao, but bit someone else during its own illness? Or what if it wasn't sick when it bit Bai Hongyao, but while Bai Hongyao was out searching, he saw a dog that looked just like it, one that was already sick, and got bitten by that one instead? Senior, how do you explain these possibilities? Hearing this, Liu Yang calmly addressed the doubts. These questions you've raised, I've naturally considered them as well. When we passed the clinic earlier, I noticed surveillance cameras installed outside. The date on the last page of the diary is precisely 3 p.m. on the 15th of this month. During that time frame, if the dog and the deceased had run outside, it would definitely be visible. To confirm whether they went out, we only need to review the surveillance footage. Huang Shengli immediately instructed Sun Hongsa beside him. Son, go check the surveillance footage from after that day on the clinic's computer and report back to me. Yes. Sun Hongsa responded promptly, decisively opening the clinic's computer. Using the Lekking software, he reviewed the exterior movements after that day and quickly returned to report. Boss, I checked. After that day, neither the deceased nor the dog ever left this clinic. That's strange, Huang Shengli muttered under his breath. If neither the victim nor the dog had left the clinic, then his suspicions were completely overturned by the facts. Not strange at all. Liu Yang walked calmly to the deceased's body. Since the victim had already prepared his final words in his diary, it means he was fully prepared to die. When someone wants to die, would they still have any attachments to the outside world? As for the dog, it was found dead in the cabinet's hidden compartment. If it had tried to escape, why wasn't it dead outside? Moreover, old Liang mentioned that during a sick dog's outbreak, the excitement phase lasts 1 to 2 days. Assuming it had already entered the final stage of that phase, after biting someone, it would have immediately entered the paralysis phase, rendering its limbs completely immobile. Combined with the victim's intent to torture it, the dog would have sought shelter in a safe spot, leading to this bizarre scene. If this explanation still doesn't dispel your doubts, then I'll have no choice but to proceed with the third round of verification, conducting experiments using ancient autopsy methods. Ancient autopsy methods? The crowd gasped in shock. Correct. Liu Yang fixed his gaze on the deceased. The so-called ancient autopsy technique originates from a passage in the Song Ci notes. It recounts that during the reign of Emperor Xiaozong of the southern Song dynasty, before Song Ci entered official service, he apprenticed under a master at a charitable mortuary. A similar suspicious case occurred locally. The village chief of Songjia village died under unknown circumstances and was brought to the charity mortuary by the authorities. The master in charge of the mortuary was most skilled in ancient autopsy techniques. He and Song Ci discovered a black hole on the sole of the village chief's foot. The master immediately dissected the injured part of the foot, used a magnet to extract the iron nail inside, and concluded that the cause of death was tetanus. Regarding this story, I imagine Agent Tian knows it better than I do, right? Before joining the team, Tian Xiaojun had studied forensic medicine, so he was naturally familiar with such cases. After hearing Liu Yang's account, he nodded. That's correct. The senior officer's account is entirely accurate. Xiao Tian, are you certain this actually happened? Huang Shengli pressed. Confirmed. Tian Xiaojun nodded firmly. Alright, then. Given that, what does the senior investigator plan to do? Huang Shengli inquired. Get me 2 lab mice. I'll demonstrate the specifics later, Liu Yang said, facing him. Huang Shengli, adopting a trial-and-error mindset, nodded and instructed his 2 agents, Xiao Wang, Xiao Feng, go get 2 from the pet store. The sooner the better. Yes, sir. The 2 replied in unison. Chapter 31, The Truth Unveiled. The Serial Rape and Murder Case. A few minutes later. Wang Pang and Qin Feng approached, each carrying a cage. Boss, here are the mice you asked for. Bought from the pet store. They're perfectly healthy. Such cute little white mice. Seeing the two lively white mice, several team members felt playful and crouched down to handle them for a moment. Ahem. Huang Shengli shot them a stern look. After a moment, he composed himself, took the two cages, and handed them to Lu Yang. Senior, these are yours. Dr. Liang, prepare a pair of white gloves and a rabies vaccine. Lu Yang took the cages and turned to instruct. Veterinarian Liang from the disease control station glanced back at Sun Hongsa. After receiving his tacit approval, he began preparations. He pushed the plunger of a syringe, retrieved a vial of rabies vaccine from the medical kit, and then pulled out a pair of white gloves. He handed both items to Lu Yang and instructed, once the vaccine is exposed, it must be administered immediately. Otherwise, it can easily lose its effectiveness. I know, Lu Yang replied. He slipped on the white gloves, took the vaccine, and walked over to the deceased. He set it down. Using his exceptional coroner skills, he located the bite wound on the body, carefully extracted the hand bones, and carried these items to the clinic kitchen. There, he prepared a pot and lit the stove to boil water. Once the water began to show signs of boiling, he placed the deceased's hand bones inside and brought them to a boil. After boiling vigorously for half an hour, he retrieved 2 bowls, scooped out 2 ladlefuls of water, and fed them to the 2 white mice in the cage. He then injected the rabies vaccine into the white mouse on the left. He ignored the white mouse on the right. After waiting for a while in place, the mouse on the left remained unharmed, scurrying about. The one on the right, however, collapsed where it stood, foaming at the mouth. Before long, it completely lost all signs of life. Boss, look. One's perfectly fine, but the other's dead. Sun Hongsa pointed at the scene, his face filled with astonishment. Yeah, I noticed too. Huang Shengli exclaimed, eyes wide. How could this happen? The other agents also looked puzzled. After just this steaming process, the extracted water could actually form rabies virus? No way, that's not scientific. Aren't humans supposed to have a 3-month incubation period after a dog bite? How come the mice got sick so fast? It's perfectly normal. Dr. Liang, standing nearby, suddenly burst into laughter. The rabies virus itself is infectious. He extracted the patient's bitten area and placed it in water for steaming. Naturally, the water would then carry similar viral factors. Then he fed the water containing these viral factors to 2 separate mice. Both mice became infected. He also treated the 2 mice differently. One mouse received a rabies vaccine injection, while the other was ignored. Naturally, the vaccinated mouse survived, while the other inevitably died. As for why the incubation period is shorter in mice than in humans, there's an explanation. Scientific evidence shows that the incubation period of the rabies virus is related to the location of the bite wound. Humans are larger in size. After being bitten, the virus travels through the body at a relatively fast pace toward the brain. For example, if bitten on the leg, the incubation period will be slightly longer. If bitten on the head, the incubation period will be slightly shorter. Mice, being smaller, have nerves closely connected to the brain. Regardless of the bite location, even if the virus moves slowly, symptoms appear within a short time frame. The scientists who developed the rabies vaccine also employed this technique to conduct their experiments. What an ancient autopsy technique! I've truly learned something new today. Indeed, Dr. Liang has explained it perfectly. Lu Yang picked up the thread. I isolated the rabies virus from the infected limb, placed it in water, and boiled it. After a certain period, the water naturally became contaminated with these viral particles. Then I fed the water to 2 mice, administering rabies vaccine to one of them. If the deceased did not die from rabies, the vaccine would prove ineffective, and both mice would perish from other viral factors. But now, the 2 outcomes are clear. Based on comprehensive analysis, the deceased succumbed to rabies. For a moment, the air froze. Everyone present, including Huang Shengli, was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, is this real? Could this actually be true? Did the deceased really contract rabies from being bitten by a dog after abusing it? This outcome was utterly unbelievable. The truth has finally come to light. Since the death was not a homicide, there was no need to pursue responsibility. Huang Shengli ordered several subordinates to isolate the body and the dog and take them away for disposal. Li Hongmei and Zhao Lu, however, were detained for several days on suspicion of assault. Though they hadn't committed murder, ultimately, the deceased had been indirectly harmed by their actions. Legally speaking, they deserved some punishment. After dismissing all personnel, Huang Shengli approached Lu Yang and said, Senior, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have doubted you. The day after tomorrow, the higher-ups will hold a celebratory banquet at the hotel across the street. As the primary investigator who solved the mysterious case in Guizili village, I believe the credit should rightfully be yours to claim. I wonder if you have time. No need. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Before Huang Shengli could finish, Lu Yang cut him off and promptly turned to depart. Huang Shengli watched his receding figure, a hint of admiration involuntarily flickering in his eyes as he smiled. 2 days later. Shinhao Hotel. Several county and district leaders gathered together. The chief inspector had summoned all agents from the East, West, South, and North districts to this banquet to celebrate the East District agents' breakthrough in solving the serial murder mystery in Kidnapperly Village. Everyone, it's rare for us all to gather here. I have some good news to share with you. The Guizili Village murder mystery, which had remained unsolved for over a year, was successfully cracked a few days ago by East District detectives Li Dongxing, Qin Feng, Wang Peng, Tian Xiaojun, and others. Given the high priority placed on this case by headquarters, I have gathered you all here today in my capacity as Chief Inspector to celebrate their achievement. Now, let us begin the awards ceremony. Captain Huang Shengli of East District's 1st Brigade, for his exceptional leadership, is awarded the Super Detective Medal and a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Detectives Li Dongxing, Tian Xiaojun, Qin Feng, Wang Peng, and Zhang Gaxiang of the East District, who personally faced danger and fearlessly confronted formidable adversaries, are awarded the First-Class Detective Medal, each receiving a cash reward of 30,000 yuan. Please welcome them to the stage to deliver their acceptance speeches. Clap clap clap. The audience erupted in applause. Captain Huang Shengli of East District Brigade 1 led Li Dongxing and several other members onto the stage to receive their awards. Afterward, they each delivered acceptance speeches. It's a pleasure to meet everyone on this occasion. Our success in solving this case is primarily due to our exceptional teamwork. Secondly, our deepest gratitude goes to Mr. Liu Yang, founder of Liu Detective Agency. Buzz. A bolt of lightning flashed through everyone's mind. Liu Yang? Such a familiar name. It hit them. Wasn't he that mad detective who worked at the city's O division 8 years ago? Rumor had it he neglected his family while pursuing a case, leading his wife to hang herself. After that, he nearly shot a colleague while trying to crack another case. After getting fired, he vanished completely. Who would have thought that 8 years later, they'd hear that name again? Could it be that he assisted the East District Precinct in solving such a major unsolved case? For a moment, murmurs rippled through the crowd below. But just then, 3 people approached the chief inspector one after another, urgently whispering in his ear, "Chief, it's bad news. Someone reported finding a body in one of the hotel rooms. And another body has been found along the southwest coast. A body was also discovered in a trash bin near Jaffa Bank." Chapter 32, Clue Lost. West District Police Station seeks Liu Yang's assistance. What? What kind of day is this? Why are these incidents happening one after another? The chief inspector's face darkened upon hearing this. Where is Fan Ziyun? What is he doing? Chief Inspector, you called? Fan Ziyun hurriedly rose from his seat at the back and approached. The security situations at Shinhao Hotel, Xinhai South, and Jaffa Bank all fell under the jurisdiction of Fan Ziyun, captain of the 1st Squad in the West District. At this moment, the chief inspector had personally arrived to host a commendation ceremony for several detectives from the East District. What should have been a day for celebration had instead been marred by criminals committing crimes one after another right under his nose. As chief inspector, how could he not be furious? 3 areas under your jurisdiction have all seen murders, one right here in this hotel. And you have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Is that so? Fan Ziyun froze in place, then quickly lit a cigarette for the chief inspector in an attempt to appease him. Sir, please calm down. I'll send people to investigate immediately and give you a report today. Oof. Better hurry. Otherwise, you won't be wearing that uniform much longer. The chief inspector's expression softened slightly. Yes, sir. Fan Ziyun smiled obsequiously, agreeing verbally, but inwardly he began to fret. 3 locations, 3 murders. And all on the same day. This was practically on par with China's 10 major unsolved cases. It might even be tougher to crack than those famous cases. Solving it all in a single day? Is no easy feat. Just as he was frowning gloomily, preparing to gather his men and leave, Huang Shengli noticed the chief inspector's unsettled expression and approached him. Chief Inspector, what's wrong? Little Huang, this doesn't concern you. Just sit there and rest. The chief inspector quickly changed his tone, smiling as he spoke. Is there a new case? Huang Shengli sat down beside him. Though annoyed, the chief inspector still held respect for the East District detectives. He sighed. Well, since you asked. Just moments ago, 3 murders occurred simultaneously at 3 locations, the Shinhao Hotel, Southwest Coast, and Mega Prosperity Bank. Got it. Huang Shengli immediately grew serious. Patting the chief inspector on the shoulder, he rose and walked over to Fan Ziyun. Ziyun, the East and West Districts don't usually interact. Technically, I shouldn't be helping you. But we're all here to serve the people. I happen to have a business card here. If you run into any trouble, feel free to give him a call. I reckon if he can't help you, then there's probably no one in this world who can solve this case. With that, Huang Shengli gave a slight smile, slipped a business card into Fan Ziyun's pocket, then turned to attend to other matters. Fan Ziyun stood there, stunned. The East and West districts had never cooperated, sometimes even competing for credit over cases. Now Huang Shengli was offering help at his most vulnerable moment. What was his motive? But he couldn't dwell on it now. Every second counted in solving this case. Otherwise, just as the chief inspector had warned, he might as well hang up his uniform. Xiao Ma, Xiao Bing, Xiao Yun, Xiao Lan. You lot, come with me on patrol. We've got a major case to handle. Yes, sir. The 4 capable officers from the West District immediately snapped to attention. After exchanging a few polite words with their colleagues at the table, they each rose and gathered beside Fan Ziyun, awaiting orders. Fan Ziyun promptly issued his orders. Xiao Ma, you arrange for 5 officers to investigate the southwest coastal area. Xiao Bing, you arrange for 5 officers to investigate the Jiaofa Bank. Xiao Yun, Xiao Lan, and I will investigate inside the Xinhao Hotel. Complete the scene cordon and evidence collection within 5 minutes. Yes, sir. The team members responded confidently before dispersing to their respective assignments. 5 minutes later, the team members gathered in a room at the far end of Building 3 at the Xinhao Hotel, each bearing their respective clues. Xiao Ma, boss, got the details. Victim identified as Zhang Wenli, female, 24, college graduate. Found completely naked. Discovered by a couple taking photos. But her fingerprints were washed away by the sea, leaving no trace. Xiao Bing, boss, these are the scene traces. The victim is Fan Xiaoya, female, 23, university graduate. Found naked. Discovered by sanitation workers clearing trash. No traceable fingerprints, only rope ligature marks, but uncertain about the fingerprints on them. After finishing their reports, they added, both scenes are secured. Team members remain on site for surveillance. This is strange. Huang Shengli glanced at the paper clues they handed him, then said, I have another female corpse here. The victim is identified as Li Ruiyun, female, 24 years old, a university graduate. She was also found completely naked. She was discovered by hotel staff cleaning the room, and the semen inside her body had been deliberately flushed away. Absolutely no trace left. For investigators, clues are everything. With 3 victims now, aside from shared characteristics, all leads had vanished. How could they possibly investigate like this? The captain of the West District 1st Brigade sat on the ground, sighing in utter frustration. Just as his mind was spinning in confusion, he suddenly recalled the words Huang Shengli had entrusted to him earlier. He fumbled in his pocket for the business card, pulled it out, and muttered, Does this mean I have to owe old Huang from the East District a favor just to crack this case? Captain, what's wrong? Xiao Lan approached with her team. Oh, nothing, Huang Shengli replied. You all wait here. I'll be right back. With that, he stepped outside and scrutinized the information on the business card. What he saw left him even more bewildered. Director of Lu Detective Agency, Lu Yang? Isn't that the very person old Huang mentioned at the celebratory banquet just now? If I'm not mistaken, he assisted with that mysterious case in Li Village, kidnapper's nest in your province. Could old Huang have been right? Could this case have been solved without him? Fan Ziyun gradually regained his composure. He was also aware of the events that had unfolded at the former O Division detective station in the city center. Recalling how this veteran investigator had pursued solving cases with near reckless abandon, he decided to take a chance. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number listed. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, someone picked up. Hello? Hello, is this Senior Officer Lu Yang? This is Fan Ziyun, captain of the 1st Squad at the West District Investigation Station. Detective Huang Shengli from the East District gave me your card, saying you could assist us with investigations. Is that correct? Fan Ziyun hurriedly explained. Huang Shengli recommended me? Lu Yang replied. Alright, tell me your location. I'll head over right away to prepare. Chapter 33, Common Ground and Reasoning. Extracting Fragmented Clues. Lu Detective Agency. After finishing the call, Lu Yang set his phone down. He understood immediately, sure enough, cases do come knocking. It's been 2 days since the system assigned the task. I was worried I might not complete it. Who would have thought Huang Shengli would actually hand my business card to a captain at the West District Detective Agency? This is perfect. All I need to do is go solve that case, and I'll unlock a new assignment. I wonder what the new mission will be. Lu Yang murmured to himself, filled with anticipation. 2 days prior, after completing the psychologist's sudden death case assigned by the system, he had been rewarded with 2 skills and 2 pills. They were, Clue Recovery 1, Light Speed Comparison 1, Truth Potion 2. Clearly, completing just one more task could yield even more diverse and abundant rewards from the system. The thought alone filled Lu Yang with excitement. He selected a sleek black outfit, slipped on his glasses, and drove to the Xinhao Hotel to investigate the mysterious case mentioned in the call from the West District. Soon after, he arrived at the scene. Standing at the door of the crime scene room, he knocked. Who's Captain Fan? Fan Ziyun turned around. That's me. Was that you who called me earlier? Lu Yang inquired. You're the legendary veteran? Fan Ziyun finally recognized Lu Yang, his face lighting up with hope. Yes, that was me calling. Please come in. Under his guidance, Lu Yang entered the crime scene. Several detectives from the West District witnessed this scene and were utterly shocked and impressed. They wondered, who is this guy? How arrogant. Getting welcomed by the captain the moment he walks in? Could he be a professional investigator the captain brought in? Chief, who is this guy? When Liu Yang approached the body, Xiaolan stepped forward first and whispered, after the scene was cordoned off, non-detectives aren't allowed in. How did you get him in here? Shu, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear us. Fan Ziyun immediately made a shushing gesture. This detective was assigned to me by the captain of the East District's 1st Brigade. His name is Liu Yang. You know about that mysterious case in Gizili village in your province, right? They say he assisted several East District detectives in solving it. Him? Xiaolan exclaimed in surprise. As the top female detective in the West District, second only to Xiao Yun. Ever since joining the detective academy, she'd heard countless stories from classmates about Liu Yang's case-solving exploits. From that moment on, she vowed to become a legendary figure like him. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect to meet him in person here. What's wrong, Xiaolan? What's got you so startled? Did you find a breakthrough in these cases? Just then, Xiaoma, Xiaobing, and Xiao Yun all walked over. Not that, Xiaolan explained excitedly. Do you know who he is? He's my idol, Liu Yang. Xiaoma, what? Liu Yang? Xiaobing, isn't he the legendary super cop assigned to the O division in the city? Xiaoyun, 8 years ago, he drove his wife to suicide while solving a case and nearly shot a colleague, getting fired. Who would have thought he'd reappear like this 8 years later? But how did the boss manage to recruit him? Yeah, that really makes you wonder. Who knows whether his arrival will be a blessing or a curse for us? While the other detectives were buzzing about Liu Yang's past, Xiaolan walked up with a pen in hand. Senior Liu Yang, I've admired you since I was in school. Could you please sign my shirt? An autograph? Faced with this request, Liu Yang was somewhat speechless. But considering the girl was quite pretty, he agreed to her request, picked up the pen, and signed his name on the corner of her shirt. Thank you, senior. Xiaolan walked away, clutching the signed garment as if it were a precious treasure. After she left, Fan Ziyun, captain of the West District 1st Brigade, hurried over to explain the case. Senior, this case is far from ordinary. 3 crime scenes, 3 naked female corpses, no fingerprints or clues on any of them. It looks like they were all raped and murdered. Bring me the specific clues, Liu Yang said, frowning. Here you go. Fan Ziyun handed him all the clues the team had just compiled. Liu Yang took the 3 sheets of paper and glanced at them. Each sheet documented the victim's cause of death, names, identities, employment details, locations of death, and all photographs taken at the crime scenes. On the surface, they were found naked, confirming they were likely victims of sexual assault and murder. But the strange part was this: the clues were gone. The victim in the Jiaohua bank dumpster showed clear signs of strangulation by rope, yet no fingerprints remained. The victim on the southwest coast had her fingerprints washed away by the sea. Even the victim at Qinhao Hotel had semen washed away from her body, leaving no trace. It appears to be the work of a serial offender. Yet upon closer examination, numerous parallels emerge. For instance, all 3 victims were college graduates from the same company, sharing identical professions as female secretaries to the chairman of Pancake Company, Ltd. Similarly, all 3 victims were found completely naked when discovered. Therefore, based on the above analysis, a hypothesis can be formed. Suppose the company chairman coveted their beauty and attempted to coerce them into an improper relationship under the pretense of promotion and salary increases. When they refused, he proceeded to rape them. Fearing they might report him afterward, he ruthlessly killed them and used certain methods to erase fingerprints, semen, and other evidence. Not only did this silence them forever, but it also significantly increased the difficulty for investigators to solve the case. Thus, it becomes another form of murder without a trace of guilt. However, this was merely his conjecture. The truth might not align with his theory. Take the recent case of a psychiatrist's sudden death. Initially, many believed the victim had been beaten to death, only to later discover the cause was rabies. For similar cases, not even the Western District Police Station, even Sherlock Holmes might not have solved this case within a day. No wonder. After reviewing these clues, Liu Yang gradually relaxed his furrowed brow, murmuring to himself. Why is that? Fan Ziyun asked, puzzled. Nothing. Liu Yang turned his head to respond, then immediately walked over to examine the deceased. He addressed her. If I recall correctly, the hotel victim's name is Li Ruiyun, right? Would you believe me if I said I could extract some residual semen from her body for comparison? Chapter 34, Investigating the Southwest Coast. Deducing the cause of death. What? Extract semen for comparison? That's impossible. Faced with Liu Yang's statement, several agents from the West District were the first to voice their objections. The semen inside the victim's body has been completely washed away. Even our own specialists couldn't extract any, and you expect to do it as an outsider? Liu Yang frowned. He had no intention of engaging with this group, but the label outsider stung. His gaze swept over to Fan Ziyun. Captain Fan, he said, it seems your team doesn't trust me. Perhaps I should leave? Senior. Seeing him turn to leave, Fan Ziyun hurriedly called out, my men are ignorant. Don't take it personally. I'll reprimand them later. Later? Liu Yang narrowed his eyes and gave him a fake smile. No, right now. Fan Ziyan immediately grew stern, turning to berate the gossiping team members until they hung their heads in shame. He then returned to Lu Yang's side, smiling as he said, "Senior, are you satisfied now?" Oof. Lu Yang gave a cold snort before turning toward the deceased. He explained, anyone who studied human biology knows that after entering a woman's body, semen breaks down into countless tiny sperm that spread throughout. Even with post-coital precautions, some traces inevitably remain inside. The reason you didn't detect it is because you focused solely on examining the external cervix, neglecting the interior. Coupled with limited technology, you mistakenly assumed the semen had been completely flushed out. But I'm different. I have a unique examination method. What unique examination method? That was pure nonsense, just empty words meant to confuse these clueless little karamis. Lu Yang couldn't very well tell them he was a time traveler or reveal the existence of this bound system, could he? After finishing his explanation, he browsed through the skills granted by the system and selected one called Clue Recovery. He silently activated it in his mind. Immediately, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, Clue Recovery skill officially activated. Host may utilize this skill to retrieve clues and traces left within the deceased in the most direct and rapid manner, using these clues to identify the perpetrator. Skill duration, indefinite. Note, upon completion, the host may recall the skill through mental command. This skill is fantastic. No time limit. With that, Lu Yang could examine Li Ruiyun first before applying it to the other two female corpses. Of course, now wasn't the time to get excited about such things. To uncover clues on Li Ruiyun as directly as possible, Lu Yang decisively focused on the corpse before him, activate skill, apply to subject Li Ruiyun. The next second, a white liquid began seeping out from the deceased's body. Though only a small amount was visible, with the West District investigators' matching technology, they should be able to extract DNA from it. With that thought, Lu Yang quickly grabbed a paper cup to collect the fluid. He then walked over to Fan Ziyun and said, "Here. This is the semen residue left inside the victim. Have your wooden-headed subordinates run the comparison later. You're truly a master, senior. Who would have thought you could pull off such an incredibly difficult extraction method? Looks like old Huang was right, you're a true genius at solving cases." Fan Ziyan glanced at the contents of the cup, gave a dry chuckle, then turned and handed it to the meticulous Xiaolan. He instructed carefully, "Take this to the nearest hospital. Find the most qualified doctor to perform a DNA comparison. After the test, bring the results back to me." Understood. Xiaolan caught it barehanded, carefully placing it into a bag. She shot Lu Yang an admiring glance before leaving, thinking to herself, "My gosh, my idol is so handsome. If only he could be my husband." Seeing this, the other team members were equally stunned. No way? He actually extracted the semen left inside the victim? What kind of terrifying technique is that? It would take at least 2 hours for the DNA comparison results to come back. During this wait, the team members grew restless and bored, except for their captain, Fan Ziyun, who seemed more preoccupied. To make better use of the time, he walked over to Lu Yang, patted him on the shoulder, and suggested, "Senior, why don't we go check out the other two crime scenes?" No way. He personally promised the chief inspector he'd crack this case within a day. Every second that passed now felt like torture. Even if he had to coax and cajole, he would get Lu Yang over there. Lu Yang shrugged indifferently. "If you want to go, then go. All right then, this way please." Fan Ziyun immediately instructed his men to clear a path for him. They rode together in the detective vehicle to the scene. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the southwest coast. Several officers were busy setting up a perimeter and evacuating the crowd. Upon seeing Fan Ziyun arrive, they all stepped forward and called out, "Boss." Fan Ziyun gave a brief nod before taking Lu Yang by the hand and leading him to the crime scene. Several investigators followed closely behind. Witnessing the special treatment afforded to Lu Yang, this mad detective, they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and discontent. "Senior, this is the female corpse, Zhang Wenli. She was discovered by a couple taking photos. Estimated time of death is about 3 days. Fingerprints and other clues have been washed away by the sea." Upon reaching the body, Fan Ziyun hurriedly briefed him. Lu Yang listened, then crouched down to examine the body. "Looks like the victim didn't fall into the sea on her own, someone pushed her in." "Oh?" Fan Ziyun questioned. Lu Yang explained, "Look, her eyes rolled back after death, indicating sexual assault. Her hands are tightly clenched with sand marks, proving she struggled on the shore before dying. Her legs are curled up, showing she was stuffed into a box before death. In summary, I infer that the victim was likely assaulted before her death. To conceal the crime, the perpetrator then stuffed her into a box and pushed her into the sea. After entering the ocean, she broke free from the box and attempted to swim away, but ultimately failed." That makes sense. Fan Ziyun nodded repeatedly after hearing this, then asked Lu Yang, "Senior, could you restore the fingerprint traces on the victim's body like you did at the hotel?" "It should be possible. Let me try." Lu Yang spoke, preparing to perform the same skill again. But just then, several snorts of disdain echoed from nearby. Chapter 35, the third crime scene. Who is the heavy S player? Utter nonsense. When the victim was found, all fingerprint evidence had been washed away by the sea. We brought in professional forensic experts who found nothing. And you think you can do it? And how could the cause of death possibly be confirmed based on your word alone? That's utterly ridiculous. The heated arguments reached Lu Yang's ears in rapid succession. Lu Yang decisively stood up, turned, and walked to the nearby shore to gaze at the scenery, saying nothing. At that moment, Fan Ziyun noticed the unease on Lu Yang's face. He shot a glare at his subordinates before approaching Lu Yang and saying, "Senior, my men were out of line. Please don't take it personally." Lu Yang turned his head away, facing away from him. "All right then," Fan Ziyun continued. "I'll have them come over and bow their heads to you in apology. Consider it their way of making amends." With that, he turned and waved to the men behind him. "Xiaoma, Xiaobing, you two come over here." "Oh no, they're here to settle the score. Guys, what should we do?" "What else can we do? Just go over and take the scolding." The agents following Fan Ziyun whispered among themselves before trotting over at a brisk pace. "Boss, you called? Go bow to the senior agent and apologize," Fan Ziyun instructed with a meaningful glance. "Ha? Seriously?" Xiaoma, the leader, protested first. Fan Ziyun promptly kicked him. "Are you going or not?" "We're going. Right now." Xiaoma and the others obediently approached, each looking like a child who'd done something wrong. "Senior, we're sorry. We were wrong. We shouldn't have doubted you behind your back and spread rumors. We shouldn't have doubted you." "Senior, is this acceptable now?" Fan Ziyun approached with a smile. Lu Yang remained silent for a moment, then turned away. He glanced at Xiaoma and the others before walking around them to the female corpse. "You lot, you never stop giving me headaches." Once he was out of earshot, Fan Ziyun approached his subordinates and gave them a few words of instruction. "Come on, let's go take a look." Xiaoma and the others kept their heads down, pursing their lips but daring not to speak. They followed close behind him, taking 2 steps for every one until they reached the female corpse. Moments later, they all crouched down around the body. They waited to see how Lu Yang would uncover the fingerprint clues on her body. True to expectations, Lu Yang did not disappoint. After inspecting the area around the body, he silently activated the system in his mind, using the clue recovery skill on Zhang Wenli. Before long, subtle changes appeared on Zhang Wenli's body surface. Her initially fair and smooth skin transformed, revealing numerous bruises and marks. Even traces like sand and soil embedded in her palms and fingertips were perfectly restored. "Holy crap, am I seeing things?" In an instant, Fan Ziyun and the others were all dumbfounded. The victim's body showed nothing at first. How did all these marks appear in the blink of an eye? What kind of magical forensic technique is this? Save your amazement for later. Quickly summon the forensic team to collect fingerprints from the marks on the deceased. Fan Ziyun snapped back to his senses and instructed his subordinates. Just then, Lu Yang interrupted him. "Hold on. What is it, senior?" Fan Ziyun asked. Lu Yang swiftly plucked a strand of hair from the deceased's left hand. "No need for all that trouble. Just take this hair for DNA verification." "That's right. The fact that the victim clutched this hair tightly before dying likely means she pulled it from the assailant's head just before being pushed into the sea." After processing this, Fan Ziyun said, "Xiao Yun, I'm leaving this to you." "Me?" Xiao Yun pointed at herself, looking quite surprised. Rather than sitting around at the hospital waiting for results, she'd much rather hang around the crime scene killing time. "What? Is this too much for you?" Fan Ziyun looked up, his tone accusatory. Xiao Yun couldn't bring herself to refuse the captain's request and quickly shook her head. "No, not at all." Fan Ziyun snapped, "Get moving." "Fine, fine." Xiao Yun pouted, took the hair strand, placed it in the evidence bag, and reluctantly turned to leave. Meanwhile, Lu Yang stood up and said, "Let's go. We need to check out the third crime scene." "Oh, okay." Fan Ziyun seemed still adjusting to his investigative rhythm, pausing for a moment before snapping back to attention. He instructed the guards stationed there, "You lot, stay put and keep a close watch on the scene. Not a single slip-up, understand?" "Yes, sir." The team members nodded frantically. Half an hour later, Fan Ziyun drove to the third crime scene with Xiaoma, Xiaobing, and Lu Yang, the trashman outside Jiafa Bank. Here, several security personnel had already cordoned off the area, setting up a perimeter rope amidst the surrounding crowd. Just like at the previous scene, Lu Yang was stopped by a junior officer as he approached. Had Fan Ziyun not intervened, identifying him as one of their own, Lu Yang would likely have faced suspicious stares. Fortunately, Lu Yang was broad-minded and didn't let such minor incidents bother him. Once he reached the scene, Fan Ziyun first briefed him on the victim's condition. The deceased is Fan Xiaoya, female, 23 years old, a college graduate. She was found naked. Discovered by sanitation workers during trash collection. No visible clues, only rope marks on her body, but the source remains unidentified. "Senior, based on what we see, can we deduce the cause of death?" "Let's take a look first." Lu Yang's expression remained unchanged as he spoke, then leaned over to peer into the trash bin. That single glance was enough. The deceased's state was simply too gruesome to behold. The trash bin itself was barely large enough to hold an adult. Not only was the entire body submerged inside, but the limbs appeared as if they had been forcibly twisted out of place. The hands were clasped together behind the back, while the feet were crossed and dangled over the head. Worst of all, the body was completely naked. Holy! Even a seasoned detective like Liu Yan couldn't help but turn away after seeing this scene, unwilling to look any longer. This clearly shows the victim was forced inside. Both hands and feet are broken, and the rope marks around the neck indicate severe strangulation. This is the work of a hardcore sadist. You mean SM? Fan Ziyun, being an adult, understood these things. Exactly, Liu Yang replied immediately. Didn't you see her pose? It's identical to the bondage scenes in that online adult film. She must have gotten too carried away during the game, overstimulated to the point of sudden death. Afterward, the perpetrator, to avoid responsibility, dumped the body in the trash and quickly wiped away any fingerprints. Chapter 36, New Discovery. Collecting fingerprints. At this point, Fan Ziyun couldn't help but recall a scene from an adult film a friend had recommended to him recently. The bondage marks in that film were indeed identical to the state of this victim. It was clear that Senior Liu Yang's deductive and analytical skills were far more formidable than he had imagined. But since the cause of death has been deduced, the subsequent fingerprint traces should be able to be fully reconstructed through his hands. With that thought, Fan Ziyun promptly asked, Senior, if that's the case, could you reconstruct the external clues and traces found on the victim's body? I can, Liu Yang replied immediately, but we'll need to get her body out first. No way, the system's skills never fail. But the victim died inside a trash bin. Not only was the environment foul-smelling, but swarms of flies surrounded it. Asking him to stand guard in such conditions for long would be unbearable. No problem, Fan Ziyun replied, then turned to summon his two capable lieutenants, Xiao Ma and Xiao Bing. You two, follow the senior's instructions and carry the body out. Remember, wear gloves and handle it with care. Ha? Us? Boss, isn't this a bad idea? The conditions here are terrible. We might end up throwing up. Xiao Ma and Xiao Bing froze in place, reluctant to approach. Fan Ziyun snapped angrily, when I tell you to go, you go. Stop all this nonsense. Still, they couldn't overcome their inner resistance and refused to move forward. Fan Ziyun glared back at them. Don't want to do this anymore? No, we want to do it, we want to do it. Xiao Ma and Xiao Bing immediately responded. They then silently cursed Liu Yang under their breath, lazily slipped on white gloves, stepped forward, and endured the foul stench to carry the deceased out. After completing the task, they couldn't hold back any longer and ran to the side to vomit. Xiao Ma, bro, you okay? Xiao Bing, do I look okay to you? What now? Go beat the crap out of that bastard? Xiao Ma said, turning to glare at Liu Yang. You go. If you go, I'm going too. Xiao Bing's face darkened as he shot Liu Yang a sidelong glance. Xiao Ma hesitated, how could I dare? The boss trusts him so much now. If we go beat him up, we'll both be out of a job. Are you kidding me? Xiao Bing snapped back, gritting his teeth. We knew he was good at solving cases, but who knew he was so skilled at tormenting people? If I'd known, I wouldn't have picked on him back then. You two, done complaining? Hurry over once you're done. Fan Ziyun waved his hand and shouted. Coming. The pair wiped their mouths and sprinted forward. A few minutes later, Liu Yang knelt beside the deceased, carefully realigning her limbs. He fetched tissues to wipe her face, then activated the clue recovery skill granted by the system. Muttering under his breath, he commanded, Clue recovery. Target, Fan Xiaoya. The next second, numerous rope marks appeared on Fan Xiaoya's body dents, crisscrossing red imprints covering her entire form. Most shockingly, even her mouth bore them. Additionally, there were numerous whip marks. It was clear just how twisted the perpetrator's mind was. But these marks alone were insufficient as evidence. What Liu Yang needed were fingerprints. The rope marks and whiplashes were merely surface phenomena, confirming the victim's death matched his initial hypothesis. If she had found a strand of rope or a tuft of whip hair in her hand, it would have been easier to pursue the investigation. But now, there was nothing. To proceed with the most straightforward investigation possible, Liu Yang examined every inch of the victim's body. Finally, inside her mouth, he discovered a red, half-spherical object. Senior, any new discoveries? Fan Ziyun stared in horror at the scene before him and asked. Not only him, but even Xiao Ma and Xiao Bing were stunned by the sight. They never imagined that so many red marks would appear on a body that had been smooth everywhere except the neck. This Liu Yang was truly no ordinary man. Look, what is this? Liu Yang pulled the half-sphere from her mouth. This is... Fan Ziyun, whose mind worked more simply, didn't quite grasp what this object was. Xiao Ma, noticing the object, piped up immediately, I know what this is. It's called a ball gag. My ex-girlfriend told me about it. You know everything. Fan Ziyun shot him a look. Xiao Ma was at a loss for words. This made Xiao Bing giggle beside them. Exactly, it's a gag ball, Liu Yang continued his bold speculation. These things usually come with a rope. Judging by the red marks on the victim's mouth, whoever used it must have applied quite a bit of force. As for why half of it was left in the victim's mouth, I can think of two possibilities. Oh? What are they? Fan Ziyun asked. Scenario 1. Lu Yang analyzed calmly. The criminal applied excessive force, forcing it into the victim's mouth. The victim resisted, bit through the string, tore the gag in half, and spat out one piece. But the other half was forcibly shoved back in by the criminal. And the second scenario? Fan Ziyun pressed. Lu Yang stood up, paced around the room, and took a deep breath of the clean air. The victim, sensing the criminal's malice, left behind the only piece of evidence before dying. But I find this scenario unlikely, as the victim's mouth clearly bears deep handprint marks. Fan Ziyun and the others fixed their gaze on the victim once more. Sure enough, they clearly saw distinct, well-defined marks on the victim's mouth, roughly the size of a palm. At that moment, regardless of any previous doubts or complaints, having witnessed Lu Yang's extraordinary investigative skills, everyone froze in place, filled with deep admiration. Damn, the senior really is a senior. How could he even see that? When there were no discernible clues on the victim, he managed to reconstruct the evidence and pinpoint the crime scene immediately. For that alone, who else in the West District Precinct could pull this off? Poof. That's nothing. He's got even more impressive skills. Lu Yang turned to face them. If he hadn't misjudged, DNA testing technology in hospitals during this era was limited. Compounded by the fact that the victims had been dead for a long time when discovered, even if Xiaolan and Xiaoyun brought clues to the hospital for testing, the results would be unclear and inconclusive. This was precisely when Lu Yang needed to utilize the light-speed comparison skill from his system. But first, he needed to remind them to collect fingerprints from Fan Xiaoya's body. Hey, you guys. What are you standing around for? Strike while the iron's hot. Collect the fingerprints from the deceased and get investigating. Right, how could I have forgotten that? Fan Ziyun snapped out of it and ordered his two subordinates, Xiao Ma, Xiao Bing, go get the forensic team to collect fingerprints. Chapter 37, No Traces? Activating light-speed comparison. Inside a hospital near Shanhao Hotel. Xiaolan brought the residual semen extracted from the victim, Li Ruiyun, here for DNA testing. Ever since submitting the evidence, she had been waiting on a chair near the inspection window, never leaving her spot. While waiting for the results, she even pulled out her phone to look up Lu Yang's past incident 8 years ago, when he nearly shot a colleague while solving a case. After reading it, her admiration for him grew even stronger. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be if she could find an opportunity to spend time alone with him. Ring ring. Just then, the phone rang. Seeing it was her colleague Xiaoyun calling, Xiaolan pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiaoyun. What's up? Lanner, have you gotten the comparison results yet? Xiaolan replied, not sure yet. I'm waiting at the counter right now. Xiaoyun urged, hurry over to the window and check. Okay, Xiaolan replied, then walked over to the window and began searching through a pile of test result forms. Before long, she pulled one out. Found it. Quick, tell me the results. Xiaoyun urged. Xiaolan sat down on a stool, crossed her legs, and examined the paper. Then she froze in place. Well? Xiaoyun pressed, her voice quickening. Xiaolan replied, no way? The test results say, no trace found? Alright, I get it. Xiaoyun exhaled deeply over the phone. After examining the female corpse found along the southwest coast, the chief, with senior Lu Yang's assistance, successfully uncovered a lead. He then sent me to the nearest hospital for DNA comparison. Guess what? What? Xiaolan frowned too. Xiaoyun exclaimed in surprise, just like yours, no trace at all. What? How could that be? Xiaolan's mouth fell open. The clues were so obvious. Why would this happen? I don't know either, that's why I called you. Just as Xiaoyun spoke, her phone vibrated. She glanced at it, it was Xiao Ma calling. Lanner, hold on a moment. Don't hang up. Xiao Ma's calling me. I need to ask him what the situation is over there. Okay, Xiaolan nodded in response, then kept the line on hold as Xiaoyun had instructed. Meanwhile, on the southwest coast, Xiaoyun answered Xiao Ma's call. Brother Ma, you called me? Yun, what's the situation on your end? Xiao Ma asked immediately. Xiaoyun replied, the comparison results are in. It shows no traceable information. Xiao Ma asked, what about Xiaolan's end? Xiaoyun said, same as mine. Just as I thought. Xiao Ma seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Earlier, he and Xiao Bing had followed Fan Ziyun's instructions to call in the inspection team. They compared the fingerprints found on the deceased, Fan Xiaoya. To their shock, when the results came back, they displayed 4 words, no trace found. The results from Xiaoyun and Xiaolan's side were identical. In other words, even with clear clues right before their eyes, they couldn't determine who did it. What's wrong, Brother Ma? Xiaoyun sensed something was off and asked. Xiao Ma replied, oh, nothing. Just notify Xiaolan immediately and tell her not to wait at the hospital. Have her drive over to the Zhaofa Bank branch. We'll report this situation to the boss together. Alright, I'll go notify her right away. Xiaoyun said, hanging up the phone before continuing her call with Xiaolan. Lanner, brother Ma just called and asked us to meet at the third crime scene. Oh, and remember to bring the comparison results. Got it, Xiaolan replied before hanging up. A few minutes later, the two female detectives from the West District Precinct arrived at the third crime scene one after another, meeting up with Xiaoma and the others. Under Xiaoma's guidance, they handed the three comparison results to Fan Ziyun and said, "Chief, the comparison results are in." "What's the outcome?" Fan Ziyun inquired. Xiaoma's jaw twitched slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Nothing to be found on any of them." "What?" Fan Ziyun froze in place, snatching the comparison results from his hand. He stared at them in shock. "How is this possible? I clearly obtained clues with the senior's help just now. Why did we get this result again?" "Don't be surprised. It's not unusual at all." Lu Yang's lips curved upward as he spoke. The deceased has been dead for a long time. Any residual clues or hair within the body would have been erased by the surrounding environment. Combined with the limitations of our matching technology, it's only natural that we couldn't get a result. Hearing this, everyone froze in disbelief. Judging by his demeanor, did he already know this outcome would happen? Impossible. Even if he was a genius at solving cases, he couldn't possibly have foreseen this? "What do you suggest we do, senior?" After a moment of hesitation, Fan Ziyun turned to seek Lu Yang's advice. Lu Yang stretched lazily and said, "Bring the other two victims and any additional clues here. I have a way to resolve this contradiction." "All right." Fan Ziyun agreed verbally, though inwardly he remained baffled by the other man's intentions. He then addressed his four subordinates, Xiaoma, Xiaobing, Xiaolan, Xiaoyun. "Yes, sir." They snapped to attention in unison. "Notify the security teams at the other two crime scenes to transfer the bodies here. Also, contact the hospital and have them bring the evidence over, the sooner, the better." Following Fan Ziyun's orders, the four turned and began dialing their phones. "Hey, monkey? Send some guys to move the body to the third crime scene." "Hey, buddy, the boss ordered us to move the bodies to the third crime scene." "Hey, remember, don't damage any evidence. Handle with care." In no time, the two deceased individuals, along with other evidence, were brought under the custody team's supervision into the secured perimeter of the third crime scene. Stretchers were prepared for them, and they were all carefully lifted onto them. Clothing was draped over them. "Senior, everything is prepared as you instructed," Fan Ziyun said, approaching after the team completed these tasks. Well done." Lu Yang nodded upon seeing the arrangements, then approached, holding two bags of evidence. Kneeling before the deceased, he silently activated the skill granted by the system. Activate the lightspeed comparison skill. Ding, lightspeed comparison skill officially activated. Host may utilize this skill to rapidly match clues found on the deceased to relevant results. Skill duration, 5 minutes. Chapter 38, Cause and Effect. Suspect identified. Initiating comparison of the first clue, residual semen found inside the deceased, Li Ruiyun. Initiating comparison of the second clue, the strand of hair found in the palm of the deceased Zhang Wenli. Initiating comparison of the third clue, the red handprint on the face of the deceased, Fan Xiaoya. Lu Yang fixed his gaze on the three clues discovered on and within the victims, silently reciting in his mind. Immediately, the system's notification tones sounded in his mind. Ding, comparison complete. The host of the residual semen found in the deceased is Du Jianzhong, chairman of Pangda Limited Liability Company. Ding, comparison complete. The host of the strand of hair found in the victim's hand is Zhang Zhangong, chairman of Shangting Company Limited. Ding, match complete. The host of the red handprint on the victim's face is Zhang Zhangong, chairman of Shangting Company Limited. This is strange. Listening to the comparison results echoing in his mind, Lu Yang frowned decisively. When he first took on this case, his initial hypothesis was that the victims had all been forced into an unwanted sexual encounter with Du Jianzhong, chairman of Pangda Limited Liability Company. Their resistance led to their deaths at his hands. Yet now, the system's matching results revealed an unexpected twist. Another name had surfaced, Zhang Jiangong. Could there be more to this story? "What's wrong, senior?" Fan Ziyun stepped forward to ask. "Yes, senior, what exactly happened?" Xiao Lan and several other agents also gathered around to ask. Lu Yang looked at them, his troubled expression easing slightly. "I just ran a comparison on these clues. Unexpectedly, the results indicate two individuals." "Two people?" Fan Ziyun exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Lan murmured in agreement, "So this means there are two separate cases? How is that possible? 3 victims, identical identities, identical professions, and all found naked at the time of death. It's hard to believe this was the work of 2 people." The other team members gaped in bewilderment. "Senior, did you mix up the comparisons? Should we try again? And who exactly are these 2 people you're talking about? The comparison results can't be wrong." Lu Yang turned away, crossed his arms over his chest, hesitated, then said, "The victim at the Xinhao Hotel was killed by Du Jianzhong, chairman of Pangda Limited Liability Company. The victim found on the southwest coast and the one discovered in the trash bin outside Jiafa Bank both were killed by Zhang Zhangong, chairman of Shangting Company Limited." At this revelation, everyone froze in place. Du Jianzhong, chairman of Panda Limited? Chairman Zhang Jianong of Shangtung Company Limited? Aren't those the two most notorious building material companies in this area? I heard the two companies are locked in fierce competition, constantly scheming against each other. How could these cases possibly be connected to them? Competition between the two companies? This is major information. Ever since being expelled from the city's organized crime unit 8 years ago, his former self had severed all ties with his old circle. He knew little about the prominent business figures in this county. Now, hearing this topic from several detectives, Liu Yang's mind instantly spun with new theories. He turned abruptly, cutting off the detectives. Hold on, what did you just say? The two companies have a serious competitive relationship? Yes. Xiao Ma replied. On the 1st of last month, following higher-level directives, the county party committee leadership received a liquidity fund. To support private entrepreneurship in the building materials sector, they decided to allocate this fund between Panda Company Limited and Shangting Company Limited. After deliberation, they ultimately excluded Shangting Company Limited and allocated the funds directly to Du Jianzhong, chairman of Panda Company Limited. For this reason, the county party committee and government even dispatched several leaders to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the new company alongside Du Jianzhong. Because of this incident, the West District delayed the investigation timeline, making it quite a sensation. Most long-time residents in this area know about this incident. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaolan and the others. Yes, it really happened. Xiaolan nodded in agreement with several team members. Hearing this, Liu Yang pressed his fingers to his nostrils and murmured to himself, if that's the case, then this case makes perfect sense. Senior, have you figured something out? Fan Ziyan glanced at the sky, noticing it was about to get dark, and hurried over to ask. MHM. Liu Yang nodded. If I'm not mistaken, after Du Jianzhong, chairman of Panda Company Limited, sees that allocated loan, he would inevitably become the target of Zhang Jiangong's schemes at Shangting Company Limited. Furthermore, the recent comparison results show that both the victim found on the southwest coast and the one discovered in the trash bin outside Jaffa Bank were killed by the other. It's hard not to suspect this was Zhang Jiangong's tactic to destroy Du Jianzhong. Because both victims Zhang Wenli and Fan Xiaoya were female secretaries working closely with Du Jianzhong, chairman of Panda Company Limited. If they died, investigators would immediately suspect Du Jianzhong. If you truly fall into this trap, the reputation of Panda Company Limited, run by Du Jianzhong, will inevitably suffer damage because of this incident. Then, all Zhang Jianong, chairman of Shangting Company Limited, would need to do is whisper a few words in the ears of several county party committee leaders. That alone would be enough to sway their decisions, causing them to withdraw the allocated funds and redirect them into his hands. Thus, he would achieve his desired outcome. Coupled with the fact that he erased all traces during the crime, it would be next to impossible for investigators to pin it on him. As for why Li Ruiyan from Shinhao Hotel had Du Jianzhong's semen on her, I can't speculate on that yet. We'll only know after the investigators summon both of them for questioning. That makes sense. Fan Ziyan nodded in agreement, then turned to instruct Xiao Ma and Xiao Bing. Xiao Ma, Xiao Bing. Yes. The two were still pondering Liu Yang's recent deductions. After a long moment, they snapped back to attention and stood at attention. Fan Ziyan commanded, take 2 teams and drive to the 2 companies to summon these individuals. Yes, sir, they responded in unison. He then turned back, began selecting his men, and led the 2 squads away. Once they were out of earshot, Fan Ziyan turned to seek Liu Yang's guidance. Senior, what should we do next? The cause of death, clues, and the entire sequence of events have all been deduced. Now we just need to prepare for the interrogation. Have your men take the deceased to the morgue. Also, notify their families to come identify the bodies. If necessary, calm their emotions. Liu Yang instructed him with the patience of a teacher. Chapter 39, Chance Encounter with an Old Acquaintance. Recruiting the first underling. Inside Shangting Company, Ltd. Upon learning that the West District investigators were already looking into the 2 victims, he felt smug inside. He speculated that after this incident, the old man Du Jianzhong and the massive limited liability company he managed would surely suffer reputational damage. Then, all he needed to do was arrange for some media outlets to stake out the entrance of the massive limited liability company, capture footage of Du Jianzhong being arrested, and make a big deal out of it. That way, the government's previously allocated funds would inevitably flow back into his hands. Just as he was about to contact his assistant to arrange this, the assistant rushed in, pushing open the door. Bad news, boss. What's the rush? Zhang Jianong frowned. The assistant gasped for breath as he reported, outside, there are a lot of agents looking for you. What? Zhang Jiangong's good mood shattered instantly, replaced by chaos. Tell them I'm out on a business meeting. It's too late. Before the words had even finished echoing, Xiao Ma strode in solemnly with a squad of officers, presenting an arrest warrant. Zhang Jianong, right? You are suspected of murdering Zhang Wenli and Fan Xiaoya. The evidence is conclusive. I hereby formally arrest you in the name of Ma Wenzhong, detective of the West District Police Station. Come with us. After speaking, Officer Ma signaled two detectives beside him to step forward and cuff Zhang. No, this can't be right. Detective Ma, you must have the wrong person. How could I possibly be a murderer? Zhang Jianong struggled even after being cuffed, desperately trying to defend himself. What a joke. As detectives, would we arrest someone without evidence? Xiao Ma shot him a fierce glare. Take him away. We'll talk at the station. Officer, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Zhang Jianong kept crying out as he was led away. Even after being loaded into the police van, he continued to protest. Meanwhile, inside the vast compound of Pangda Company Limited, Du Jianzhong was equally anxious and unsettled. Despite his solid reputation in both political and business circles, he couldn't escape the label of murder suspect. Yes, the deceased Li Ruiyan at the Shinhao Hotel had indeed died because of him. However, it was an accidental death caused by his own carelessness. In that situation, the two were alone in the same room, deeply engrossed in each other, when an unexpected accident occurred. To eliminate any evidence, he had no choice but to use a water hose to quickly flush away the traces inside her body. Even though he had cleaned up thoroughly, he remained in a state of constant anxiety afterward. Especially after learning that Detective Fawn was already investigating the matter, he grew increasingly worried about being implicated. Just then, the office door swung open. Mr. Du, busy? Xiao Bing entered with several investigators, offering a polite greeting out of courtesy. Du Jianzhong immediately stood up. You are Shalu Bing from the West District Police Station. Xiao Bing flashed his badge. Du Jianzhong's expression immediately darkened, but he quickly regained his composure, fetched a chair, and offered it. Oh, detectives? Please sit down. No need. We can discuss this at the station. The officer's expression turned stern as he produced an arrest warrant. Du Jianzhong, you are suspected of involvement in a homicide case. The investigation has uncovered credible leads. Please come with us. Du Jianzhong closed his eyes. Sure enough, what was bound to happen had finally come. Yet he seemed to have been waiting for this day all along. Without hesitation, he extended his hands. The officer immediately signaled to his two subordinates, who stepped forward to cuff him and lead him away. Beep beep. The wail of sirens echoed from the patrol car. Inside the West District Police Station, Zhang Jianong and Du Jianzhong were each confined in separate interrogation rooms, awaiting questioning. Ever since being brought in, Zhang Jianong had been clamoring to hire a lawyer to sue them for wrongful arrest. Unlike his agitated state, Du Jianzhong appeared unusually calm, as if he had long accepted this outcome. He had not uttered a single word since entering. Following standard procedure, Captain Fan Ziyun of the West District 1st Brigade had assigned professional interrogators to speak with them. Even when presented with evidence, they still refused to confess. Outside the interrogation room was a monitoring room where all surveillance footage from inside was displayed. Xiaolan, Xiaobing, Fan Ziyun, Liu Yang, and others were stationed there. Learning that neither suspect would confess, Fan Ziyun slammed his fist on the table and roared, "What the hell? One won't say a word, the other just curses non-stop, demanding to see a lawyer. Neither will admit to the facts. How are we supposed to solve this? If we don't crack this case soon, I'll be stripped bare." Notify the interrogators to step out. Let me give it a shot, Liu Yan remarked casually, sensing his anxiety. Senior, are you sure you can handle this? Fan Ziyun leaned in to ask. We'll see once I try, Liu Yang replied, walking out. Once the monitoring room door opened, Fan Ziyun pinned his hopes on Liu Yang. Turning, he pulled out his walkie-talkie. Interrogator, we don't need you here. Step out for now. Someone will replace you shortly. The agent in charge of the interrogation replied before stepping out. But in the corridor outside the interrogation room, he accidentally bumped into a familiar face. Turning his head, he called out tentatively, "You're Liu Yang?" Liu Yang turned back. "And you are?" "Me. Zhang Dong." The interrogator pointed at himself, visibly excited. "We wore the same split crotch pants growing up. You haven't forgotten me too, have you?" Liu Yang recognized him instantly through the original host's memories. Zhang Dong, a regular detective at the former District O police station, had grown up alongside the original owner. They attended the same school through elementary, middle, high school, and university. After graduation, they both ended up working at the same police station. 8 years ago, after the original owner was fired, Zhang Dong, out of loyalty, had a huge argument with the leadership. As a result, he was transferred here, where he'd worked for 8 years straight. He seemed like a reliable partner. Now that Liu Yang was striking out on his own to open a detective agency and needed some subordinates to assist him, why not seize this opportunity to recruit him? "Oh, Zhang Dong. Long time no see." Liu Yang walked over and shook his hand. "So, how have you been lately?" "Me? Just getting by," Zhang Dong replied. 8 years ago, after you got fired, I argued with the boss and ended up transferred to the West District Detective Station as an interrogation specialist. Not exactly glamorous, but not miserable either. How about you? How have you been lately?" "I'm doing great. I opened a detective agency nearby. I'm here at the request of the captain of Squad 1 at the West District Investigation Station to interrogate a suspect in the interrogation room. Not bad. Haven't seen you in years, and now you're a boss. Zhang Dong slapped him on the back excitedly. Lu Yang smiled. So, wanna come work with me? Chapter 40, Truth-Inducing Pills. Zhang Jianyong reveals the truth. Sounds good. I've been wanting to quit for ages. Zhang Dong's eyes lit up as he replied, let's exchange contact info. Once I get my paycheck in a few days, I'll submit my resignation to my boss. If he won't approve it, I'll just quit on my own. Lu Yang held out his hand. Give me your phone. Here. Zhang Dong handed over his phone. Lu Yang took it, entered his number into the contacts, saved it, then handed it back. That's all for now. I've got work to do in the interrogation room. We'll connect another day. Alright, we'll set something up later. Watching him walk toward the interrogation room, Zhang Dong turned his head and waved. He thought to himself, just as expected, he was still that same mad detective people talked about 8 years ago. Only now, his identity had changed. Wherever he was, it was certain to stir up a storm unlike any other. Interrogation Room 1. Complete darkness surrounded the room. Zhang Jianyong sat restlessly in a chair, his hands and feet shackled. He shouted toward the door, damn it, what gives you the right to arrest people like this? I demand to see a lawyer. I'm going to sue you bastards. Ah! Let me out. Bang. Lu Yang pushed open the door and walked in. After glancing at Zhang Jianyong, he began surveying the surroundings. Moments later, he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, lit it, and shoved it into Zhang's mouth to silence him, then lit it for him. Spit. Zhang Jianyong spat the cigarette onto the floor in one go, his eyes narrowed in fury. Don't try that bull on me. It won't work. Get your captain here. I want to talk to him face to face. Smack. Lu Yang immediately slapped him across the face. Think you're hot stuff? You hit me? Zhang Jianyong glared at him with hostile eyes. You're a West District agent, and you hit me without asking why. Do you know what this means? I could report you, you hear me? Keep yelling and I'll slap you again, you hear me? Lu Yang glared back, his face twisted with fury. Seeing this, Zhang Jianyong sensed he'd met his match and reined in his temper. Listen up. I'm not a detective assigned here. I'm a private investigator brought in by the West District captain to assist with this case. That means whatever methods I use against you, none of the West District detectives will be held responsible. Lu Yang rested his hands on the table, his icy gaze locked with Zhang's. Including killing you. Zhang Jianyong's heart skipped a beat in fright, and he dared not speak recklessly. What exactly do you intend to do to me? What do I want to do? Force you to tell the truth, of course. Lu Yang grabbed his jaw, forcing his mouth wide open. He slipped the truth serum pill gifted by the system into his mouth, then gave it a sharp flick upward, ensuring he swallowed it whole. What did you give me? Zhang Jianyong looked utterly horrified. Truth serum, a pill that makes you spill the real story. Don't worry, it's completely non-toxic. Lu Yang said, turning his head away. He waited for the potion to take effect before interrogating him. But Zhang Jianyong was still trying to vomit the pill out. After struggling for a few minutes, he suddenly felt a flash of lightning before his eyes. Immediately afterward, his body stiffened completely, and he lost consciousness. Seeing Zhang Jianyong didn't scream, Lu Yang knew the drug had taken effect. He turned back and demanded, Zhang Jianyong, answer me. Did you kill Zhang Wenli and Fan Xiaoya? Yes, Zhang Jianyong replied instantly. Lu Yang pressed further, what was your motive? Zhang Jianyong, on the 1st of last month, the county party committee leadership received a working capital allocation from higher authorities. To support private entrepreneurship in the building materials sector, they decided to distribute this fund between Panda Company Limited and Shangting Company Limited. After deliberation, they ultimately excluded Shangting Company Limited and chose to allocate the funds to Du Jianzhong, chairman of Panda Company Limited. For this purpose, the county party committee and government even dispatched several leaders to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the new company alongside Du Jianzhong. Because of this incident, my company, Shangting, lost hundreds of thousands in funds. I refuse to accept this. To destroy Panda Company, I targeted 2 female secretaries close to the chairman, covering my tracks to frame Panda's chairman Du Jianzhong and ruin his reputation. Then, I would have the opportunity to reclaim that working capital. Lu Yang listened, his lips tightening. Sure enough, everything unfolded exactly as he had imagined. The primary source of this case was the commercial rivalry between the two companies. Regaining his composure, he pressed further, how did you kill the 2 victims? Zhang Jianyong confessed honestly, by chance, I found the mobile numbers of Zhang Wenli and Fan Xiaoya listed in Pangda Limited's recruitment ad. After inquiring around, I learned they were the female secretaries to the company's chairman, Du Jianzhong, and also handled projects in the HR department. So I created an identity as a wealthy heir, frequently calling and chatting with them. After some back and forth, we arranged to meet and have sex. Zhang Wenli was raped by me and 2 employees I brought along. We killed her and dumped her body into the sea. For Fan Xiaoya, I followed a movie plot. I bound her, beat her, and suffocated her to death. Afterward, I meticulously erased all fingerprint evidence. Of course, the deep rope marks on her neck were impossible to remove, but everywhere else, I did a thorough and clean job. Afterward, following the movie's plot, I broke both her arms and legs and forced her body into a trash bin. Smack! Lu Yang couldn't hold back and punched him in the face. You bastard! You killed 2 innocent people for your own selfish reasons. It's unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. You hit me again? Zhang Jiangyong came to his senses, covering his face with his hands. Hit you? If you weren't locked up here, you think I wouldn't kill you? Lu Yang grabbed his clothes tightly and punched him again. Ah! Help! Someone's going to die. Zhang Jiangyong, terrified he'd be beaten to death, screamed at the surveillance camera in the interrogation room. Outside the interrogation room, in the monitoring room. Boss, he actually made him talk? No way. Is this old-timer that good? Just 1 pill, and he made the criminal confess to murder, reveal the motive, and describe the entire process? That's unbelievable. After finishing their reports, several detectives gathered around Fan Ziyun, murmuring in astonishment. Fan Ziyun was equally astonished. Yes, if I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it either. This senior officer is far more intelligent than I imagined. But discussing this now is pointless. What matters is informing him to stop and proceed to interrogation room 2 to complete the follow-up work. Chapter 41, Confronting Du Jianzhong. Senior, can you hear me? Fan Ziyun urgently called out through his walkie-talkie. Zhang Jiangong's crimes are all documented. In a few days, he'll be transferred to the court for adjudication. Right now, the only thing you can do is go to interrogation room 2 and interrogate the other prisoner. Hey, can you hear me? Lu Yang heard every word, yet he showed no sign of stopping. Only after beating Zhang Jianong unconscious did he cease his assault and walk out. Meanwhile, in interrogation room 2. Since his detention, Du Jianzhong had kept his eyes closed, saying nothing. Only when Lu Yang pushed open the door and entered did he open his eyes. Mr. Du, want a smoke? Lu Yang pulled up a chair opposite him and offered a cigarette. Du Jianzhong didn't respond, merely shaking his head. Seeing this, Lu Yang showed little reaction. He placed the cigarette in his own mouth, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled. Don't worry. I'm different from the agents here. I won't do anything to you. In fact, I think our personalities are quite similar. Du Jianzhong looked at him with confusion, unsure what he was trying to imply. Lu Yang picked up the thread, extending his hand. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Yang. My original identity was a top-tier detective at the city's O Division station. Everyone called me the Mad Detective. 8 years ago, while handling a case, I pointed a gun at a colleague, nearly killing him. That got me fired. For the past 8 years, I've made a living selling pancakes. Even now, rumors about me still circulate throughout the detective community. Recently, I solved several high-profile cases in this county, which earned me a fresh start. Using the reward money from the police department, I opened my own detective agency. You started out reselling audio equipment and have since become a well-known building materials company owner in the county. Through 30 years of ups and downs, you've cultivated a steady demeanor. You're sharp but not one for small talk which, come to think of it, suits my temperament perfectly. Cases aside, sometimes I just want to sit down with you and be friends. As mentioned in the laws of human nature, truly successful businesspeople often have an admiring side toward the powerful. Just like when Jack Ma was starting out and attended business events, he would still bow and scrape when meeting Li Ka-shing. As a boss who fought his way up from the bottom, Du Jianzhong had long since grown indifferent to the ups and downs of life. His only lingering desire was to learn something from others. That's precisely why Lu Yang chose to open with such a statement. And indeed, reality unfolded exactly as he had imagined. After hearing Lu Yang's words, Du Jianzhong indeed glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, fixed his gaze on him, and after a few minutes, spoke up. You say you're a private investigator? Yes, Lu Yang replied. Is there something on your mind, Boss Du? Du Jianzhong looked him up and down. No wonder. Mr. Du, please feel free to say whatever you wish, Lu Yang said with a smile, looking at him as if they weren't conducting an interrogation but rather chatting casually like old friends. Neither humble nor arrogant, with a dignified bearing. Just looking at your demeanor, you're clearly different from those ordinary investigators out there. Du Jianzhong offered a couple of compliments first before saying, You're right. We could indeed be friends. But may I ask how you connected Li Ruiyun's death to me? After the incidents unfolded that day, reports of bodies surfaced from 3 separate locations. Du Jianzhong had only connected Li Ruiyun's death to himself, paying little heed to the deaths of Zhang Wenli and Fan Xiaoya. Logically, the investigators handling these 3 cases should have tied them all tightly to him. Yet when Zhang Dong came earlier, he only inquired about Li Ruiyun's death. Evidently, after the incidents, the investigators had already uncovered clues and evidence with the assistance of some expert, otherwise, they wouldn't have come to arrest someone without cause. And that expert was far away in the sky, yet close at hand. Lu Yang toyed with his cigarette butt and chuckled. After the incidents, many did link the three victims to a single case. But upon closer examination, you'll find Li Ruiyun's method of death differs significantly from Zhang Wenli's and Fan Xiaoya's. Li Ruiyun was also naked when she died, but there were no signs of abuse on her body before death. Zhang Wenli and Fan Xiaoya, however, were different. One was strangled with a rope, the other showed signs of rape. Comparing the two, you'll see the perpetrators were very different. After Li Ruiyun's death, traces of semen were found inside her body. Zhang Wenli was clutching a strand of hair in her hand when she died. Fan Xiaoya had a distinct handprint on her face. With current scientific methods, analyzing these three pieces of evidence would easily identify the perpetrators. This is why Li Ruiyun's death stands apart from the other two cases. You're absolutely right, Du Jianzhong said calmly. You're correct. We're both intelligent people. If it's acceptable, I'd like to count you as a friend. Thank you. Lu Yang, who respected men of his caliber, responded with humility before getting straight to the point. Since we're friends, may I ask you something I probably shouldn't? Ask away. Du Jianzhong replied. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes and asked, what was your relationship with Li Ruiyun? Why did you kill her in the hotel? Hearing this, Du Jianzhong turned his head away and fell silent. After a moment's thought, he finally answered, Li Ruiyun was my personal secretary. We confirmed our romantic relationship a year ago. As for how she died, I can only tell you that I indirectly caused her death. Mr. Du seems to have some unspoken reasons, huh? Lu Yang's expression darkened as he stared intently at him. He had expected to coax some information out of Du Jianzhong during their conversation, but who could have imagined his guard was so high? Du Jianzhong stared at him, realizing he'd been baited, and remained silent. In that case, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship. Lu Yang spoke as he pulled out the last truth-telling pill in his hand and moved behind him. What are you doing? Du Jianzhong frowned immediately. What am I doing? Showing you a thing or two, of course. Lu Yang's voice carried an unspoken authority. As he spoke, he pried open Du Jianzhong's mouth, tossed the pill inside, and grabbed a glass of water from the table to force it down his throat. Ugh! Du Jianzhong immediately retched to the side. Before long, his body felt as if it had lost all control, leaving him frozen in place. Du Jianzhong, tell me how you murdered Li Ruiyun. Lu Yang demanded as the drug took effect. Chapter 42, West District Case Closed. Xiao Lan's Invitation. Du Jianzhong responded mechanically, devoid of emotion. A month ago, after work, Li Ruiyun and I drove to the area near the Xinhao Hotel for dinner, just like we always did. After dinner, we went to the Xinhao Hotel to rest. During that time, we were deeply attracted to each other and engaged in intimate behavior. But after we finished making love, Li Ruiyun became extremely agitated, clutching her chest in pain. She collapsed on top of me, unable to move. I was terrified and immediately asked what was wrong. Li Ruiyun told me she had congenital heart disease and couldn't engage in strenuous exercise. Fearing I might reject her, she had kept it hidden from me all along. After saying this, she asked me to find her special medicine in the bag and feed it to her. I immediately went to search the bag for the medicine, but by the time I returned, it was already too late. Li Ruiyun was lying on the bed, no longer breathing. At first, I intended to call the police. But then I remembered the recent investment we'd secured from the government. I feared this incident would tarnish our reputation, so I hesitated. Torn between right and wrong, I acted on impulse. I dragged her into the bathroom, rinsed the semen from her body, then climbed out the window and fled. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately began summarizing what he had just said. The couple had been lovers, but after intercourse, the victim suffered a heart attack. She carried a specific medication for her condition, but before she could take it, the attack proved fatal. Afterward, Du Jianzhong considered reporting it but feared the scandal would ruin his reputation and jeopardize the government investment. He then washed away the semen from the victim's body and fled. While appearing accidental, the incident carried joint liability, as the sudden death stemmed primarily from their physical contact. Had Du Jianzhong not fled, flushed the semen, and instead reported the incident honestly afterward, the investigators might have detained and fined him based on the circumstances. But given his complicity, his unnecessary actions made the situation entirely different. But such is human nature. Zhang Jianon, desperate to seize the investment funds from Du Jianzhong, went so far as to impersonate a wealthy heir. He deceived Zhang Wenli and Fan Xiaoya into renting a hotel room, brutally murdered them to erase evidence, and attempted to frame Du Jianzhong. Little did he know he would ultimately play with fire and burn himself, ending up trapped within the confines of the law. As for Du Jianzhong, though he had no intent to kill, his illicit affair triggered Li Ruiyun's heart attack. He should have reported it and sought timely medical help, yet to protect his reputation and secure the investment funds, he chose to cover up the evidence and flee. The three great evils of human nature: money, status, and reputation. Sometimes, behind the glittering facade lie bloody lessons. This shows that no matter what one does or where one stands, one must always walk the righteous path and do good deeds. Splash! After learning the truth, Lu Yang splashed water from a paper cup on him to wake him up and said, Du Jianzhong, at this point, is there anything else you want to say? Du Jianzhong stared at him, utterly bewildered. Yet his expression made it clear the truth could no longer be concealed. Overcome with shame, he pulled out a bank card and placed it on the table. There's 500,000 yuan in here. The pin is 6 zeros. I want you to give this to Xiao Rui's parents. Consider it my small compensation. Lu Yang stared at the card, paused for a moment, then took it back before standing up and leaving. You'd better take care of yourself. Monitoring room. Boss, Du Jianzhong has confessed. He actually confessed. You know, we even called in our most experienced interrogator earlier, and he still couldn't get him to talk. But the senior officer managed it. The agents watching this scene were utterly astonished. Yeah, Senior Lu Yang really is something else. He's got the skills. Seeing this, Fan Ziyun's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Hey, you guys, stop spacing out. Did you finish the statement? Bring it over for me to look at. Done. The agent stood up and handed the completed statements to Fan Ziyun. After taking the statements, Fan Ziyun examined them carefully before instructing, go arrange for personnel to escort those two prisoners out of the interrogation room and transfer them to the prosecution department. Once all procedures are completed, formally detain them. In 2 weeks, transfer them to the Supreme People's Court for arbitration. Yes, sir. Xiaoma and Xiaobing immediately responded. After giving the order, they dispatched their subordinates to the interrogation room to secure the two prisoners. Personnel bustled about, rushing to and fro, and before long, the case was hastily concluded. Fan Ziyun, in particular, promptly drafted a report upon closing the case. He sent it via computer to the chief inspector's email, then made a call. Chief Inspector, it's me, Xiao Fan. The triple homicide cases at Shinhao Hotel, Southwest Coast, and Jaffa Bank were solved precisely at 8 a.m. today. The relevant reports have just been emailed to you. Please review them promptly. Good work. Chief Inspector replied. Hee, I told you I wouldn't let you down, Fan Ziyun chuckled in reply before asking, so about this outfit of mine. We saved it for you. Just keep up the good work from now on. The Chief Inspector laughed heartily. Yes, sir. Fan Ziyun responded. After hanging up, he exhaled in relief and stepped out of the surveillance room. He had intended to find Lu Yang to thank him properly, but after searching the entire station, he couldn't find him anywhere. Chief. Just then, Xiaolan called out from behind him. Oh, it's Xiaolan. What is it? Fan Ziyun turned around and asked her. Xiaolan smiled faintly. I was wondering if you could give me Senior Officer Lu Yang's contact information. Seeing her starry-eyed expression, Fan Ziyun knew she harbored a special admiration and longing for Lu Yang. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. Here. This is the only one I have. It has his address and contact info. Now, work is work, but when it comes to romance. Thanks, Captain. I've got other things to do, so I'll be heading out now. Just as Fan Ziyun was about to lecture her, she snatched the card from his hand and dashed out of the investigation office. She then found an idle patrol car, climbed inside, and dialed the number on the card. Hello? Is this Senior Officer Lu Yang? Who is this? I'm Officer Xiaolan from the West District. We just met. Xiaolan's heart raced. I was wondering if you'd be free later. Maybe we could grab a bite and discuss some work matters. Sure, you pick the time and place, Lu Yang replied without hesitation. Chapter 43, Heading to the No Man's Land. 3 bodies found. Delice Cafe. Xiaolan, dressed in an elegant outfit, ordered 2 coffees and waited for Lu Yang. As she daydreamed about whether to confess her feelings to her idol upon meeting him, Lu Yang appeared and sat down across from her. Xiaolan, you called me? Yes, Senior. Xiaolan looked at him with eyes full of light. I wanted to ask what exactly was that substance you administered to Du Jianzhong and Zhang Zhangong in the interrogation room earlier? Ever since his wife passed away, Lu Yang had given up all hope for love, vowing to dedicate the rest of his life solely to solving cases. Yet when he met Xiaolan's gaze, he couldn't help but flinch before explaining, it's called truth granules. Truth pellets? How fascinating. Where can I buy them? I'll have to get some myself someday. Lu Yang was speechless. He then patiently explained, you can't buy that stuff. There are only 2 in the world. Oh? I see. Well, okay then. Ran lowered her head, looking a bit disappointed, then lifted it again with a faint smile. It's fine. Just having you agree to meet me makes me happy. Lu Yang, not skilled in romantic exchanges, sought an excuse to leave. Xiaolan didn't give him the chance, picking up the conversation again. Senior, please don't misunderstand. I came to see you because ever since I was in school, I've heard my classmates talk about your stories. I just looked up to you as my idol. An idol? Lu Yang repeated the word under his breath, a bitter smile playing on his lips. 8 years ago, the original owner had neglected his family while solving a case, leading his wife to hang herself. Later, while working on another case, he nearly shot a colleague. Most people wanted nothing to do with him, but she was the exception. Seen this way, she seemed like a fairly loyal subordinate candidate. Considering his newly opened detective agency desperately needed manpower, Lu Yang couldn't resist the impulse to extend an invitation. He offered a faint smile. If that's the case, does that mean whatever I say, you'll obey? Of course, Xiaolan replied, nodding. Good. Lu Yang remained impassive. My detective agency has just opened, and we're in need of personnel. Would you be willing to come work for me? You want me to work for you? Ran realized and asked. Lu Yang nodded. Yes. Well. Ran hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll need to get approval from our boss first. I'll handle the conversation with Fan Ziyun. All you need to do is tell me whether you're willing to join us. I'm willing. Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Excellent. Lu Yang extended his hand. Comrade Xiaolan, welcome to my detective agency. Starting today, we're colleagues. We'll learn together and solve cases together. Xiaolan grew even more nervous. She thought to herself, is he asking me to shake his hand? What should I do? I'm so nervous. Alright, I'll come to work here tomorrow, Xiaolan said, shyly extending her hand. After that, the two chatted sporadically until around 10 o'clock before parting ways. Lu Yang hailed a taxi to send her home. He returned to the detective agency, lay down, and began flipping through the hottest mystery novel of the moment. Early morning. The streets were eerily quiet. Just as Lu Yang was about to lie down to sleep, the system alerted him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the 5th task. Acquired skills, Enhanced Forensic Expertise 1, Enhanced Insightful Vision 1, Enhanced Masterful Disguise 1. System upgrading. System upgrading. System upgrading. Initiate Task 6. A homicide has been detected in the wilderness uninhabited zone along Highway 14. Host must arrive at the scene and solve the case before 3 p.m. tomorrow. Initiate Task 7. Assist the City Investigation Bureau in solving a case. Activate Mission 8. Assist an out-of-state investigative unit in solving a case. Alright. Not only did I get an extra mission, even my skills have deepened. Looks like these trips weren't wasted after all. The wilderness area along Highway 14 is only about 10 kilometers from here, still within the county. We can drive over after lunch tomorrow. As for the last 2 tasks, the scope is a bit broad. Might need some connections to get started. Who should I reach out to? Lu Yang felt a bit perplexed. Forget it. I'll sleep on it. Early the next morning. It wasn't even dawn yet. Lu Yang got up, washed up, and prepared breakfast. Opening the door, he discovered Zhang Dong and Xiaolan already crouched outside, having waited for quite some time. Oh, it's you two. Come on in. Lu Yang ushered them inside, set the tableware on the table, then brought out the carefully prepared breakfast. He sat down with them, eat up. After breakfast, you'll be joining me to crack a major case. A major case? Both perked up at once. Lu Yang replied, yes, a homicide that occurred in the wilderness no man's land along Highway 14. Highway 14? The wilderness area? Holy crap, that's a godforsaken place. Rumor has it that place is haunted. It's been off limits for ages. How could anyone be there? Zhang Dong and Xiaolan were both from the West District Precinct. They knew each other well without needing introductions. One was Lu Yang's childhood friend, the other his admirer. As a team, they naturally got along without friction. The only puzzling thing was, why would anyone go to a place like that? Lu Yang explained, guess you guys haven't heard? Ever heard of Fengmen Village in Honan Province? There's been a lot of buzz online about the Grand Master Chair incident. They say it was once rumored to be haunted. Even though no one lives there, tons of wilderness explorers and college students still go there. Honestly, it's that curiosity thing. The government can't control that. That makes sense. When murders happen in places like that, there's a high chance something strange will be involved. Let's go check it out. As Zhang Dong and Xiaolan spoke, they lowered their heads and wolfed down a few bites. Afterward, they prepared Lu Yang's investigative tools, with one taking the wheel and the other handling navigation as they headed toward the location. Soon, the car pulled over beside a roadside. The trio got out and took a small path leading toward their destination. Along the way, Xiaolan and Zhang Dong stayed close behind Lu Yang, letting him lead the way. It seemed only by doing so could they find a shred of security. Lu Yang, however, seemed unfazed. He braced himself against the eerie crow cries echoing around them and plucked up his courage to venture deeper into the uninhabited zone. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they discovered 3 bodies inside a small hut. Chapter 44, The Wild Buddha Incident? Super forensic skills deepened. Lu Yang and the others entered a small hut and discovered 3 corpses. Among these 3 bodies, 2 were male and 1 was female. They appeared to have died recently, easily identifiable by their outward appearance. They bore no wounds whatsoever, seated upright beside a table as if performing some prayer ritual. Their heads hung downward, detached from their original positions, while their hands were pressed together and their eyes tightly closed. On the wall behind them were 3 blood-red handprints. Each print matched the right hand of one of the deceased, varying in alignment and size. It looked incredibly eerie. Holy crap, what kind of death is this? Looks like I've never seen anything like this before. Xiaolan and Zhang Dong watched the scene before them, instinctively shuddering as they hid behind Lu Yang. I don't know either. This is my first time seeing something like this. Lu Yang examined the body and reported. Not a single wound on the body, yet he's kneeling at the table with his head tilted downward, hands pressed together in prayer, plus that handprint on the wall. Looks like he was performing some kind of prayer ritual. At first glance, it's definitely a paranormal incident. A supernatural event? Xiaolan, who had worked in the West District for years, instantly let her imagination run wild, connecting this to a suspense drama she'd seen online. Could it be the Wild Buddha incident? The Wild Buddha incident? Zhang Dong beside her looked at her. How did you figure that out? Xiaolan quickly explained, yes, there's a recent suspense drama with a scene where a group passes through restricted cave areas and encounters an untended wild Buddha statue. They symbolically bowed a few times. The next day, news came that they had died and their deaths bore a striking resemblance to what we're seeing now. That does sound rather eerie. Zhang Dong carefully surveyed the surroundings, then frowned in confusion. But where would there be a wild Buddha here? Let's go take a look outside. Xiaolan's words prompted Lu Yang, and as he spoke, he led the group out of the room. Following a narrow path outside the house, they soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. There, on the cave wall, they quickly spotted a Buddha statue. Unlike ordinary Buddha statues, this one radiated an aura of malevolence. Though seated upon a lotus pedestal, it wore a perpetually sinister grin, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the wild Buddha of the Tanga tribe, Yang Lian Jinjia. Though passing by made Lu Yang uneasy, he who never believed in spirits or ghosts still approached the statue, examining it closely and even touching it several times. Elder, are you alright? Xiaolan approached, intending to offer a few words of concern. Don't go near it. Zhang Dong grabbed her arm as soon as he saw her move. It seemed only someone like Lu Yang who feared nothing, not even death, could approach such an eerie deity without flinching. Others simply couldn't manage it. Don't worry, it's nothing, Lu Yang said, bowing several times before the statue. See? Nothing happened to me. Zhang Dong and Xiaolan watched the scene, their mouths agape. They knew Lu Yang had handled countless cases over the years, often navigating the presence of eerie deceased souls. But they never imagined he'd be this bold, even bowing to a wild Buddha statue. Wasn't he afraid of being drawn into trouble? Ghosts and wild Buddha statues aren't what's truly terrifying. It's human hearts that are. Lu Yang turned to them and continued, though those 3 deaths appear bizarre, to me, this is nothing more than a real-life farce orchestrated by humans. There must have been a 4th person at the scene that day, maybe even a 5th. And the killer is likely among those who survived. After hearing this, Xiaolan plucked up her courage and stepped forward to ask, how did you figure that out, sir? Yeah, there's no surveillance here. How could you possibly detect traces of others? What made you think that? Zhang Dong said, also trying to step forward a couple of paces. Look here, Lu Yang pointed at the incense burner beneath the wild Buddha statue. Since it's a wild Buddha, no one would dare offer incense. Yet 5 incense sticks appeared out of nowhere inside the burner. This proves that not only the 3 victims were present at the scene, but also 2 others. Hearing this, Xiaolan and Zhang Dong turned to look at the incense burner and praised. You really are the master. How did you even notice that? Yeah, such a small detail, yet you spotted it. You truly live up to the nickname everyone gave you, Mad Detective. But if 5 people were at the scene, why are only 3 victims here? Where did the other 2 go? The sharp-witted Xiaolan voiced her question after her praise. Lu Yang walked over to explain, there are 2 possible scenarios. The first is that the 2 of them committed the murders together and then fled the scene. The second is that they didn't know who killed the other 3 and, fearing the same fate, escaped to report it. So which scenario do you think it is? Zhang Dong chimed in. I don't know, Lu Yang shook his head. Let's first conduct a thorough inspection of the crime scene. If we find nothing new, we'll wait here for 2 hours. If no one else shows up afterward, we can safely assume the first scenario is correct. Yeah, makes sense. Let's go take a look. At the scene, 5 people were present, 3 were dead, and the other 2 vanished. If they chose to report it, investigators would inevitably send personnel to examine the matter. If no one arrived afterward, it could be inferred that those 2 had committed the murders and fled. Xiaolan and Zhang Dong both agreed with Lu Yang's reasoning, nodding in succession before returning to the small room where the incident occurred. Here, Lu Yang once again attempted to examine the 3 deceased using conventional autopsy methods. Finding no breakthrough, he activated the Super Forensic Deep Dive skill through the system. Ding! Super Forensic Deep Dive skill officially activated. This skill is an upgraded version of the original equivalent. It surpasses previous autopsy abilities, allowing the host to directly discern traces from the incident process on the corpse and deduce the cause of death. With the system prompt, the skill officially activated. Lu Yang examined the 3 deceased individuals in succession. He soon discovered that each bore varying degrees of bruising from beatings. Beyond that, he noted that each had a slender strand of hair tightly clenched in their hand. A particularly strong perfume scent lingered on their bodies, with the fragrance having been applied within the last 5 hours. Evidence pointed to a female perpetrator. A woman who was exceptionally well dressed and cunning. Captain Zhang, this is the spot. My 3 partners all died here. Go take a look. Just as Lu Yan was about to continue the autopsy, the voices of two girls guiding the way came from the doorway of the small hut. Chapter 45, Investigation at the North District Police Station. The incident unfolds. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Yang and his two companions swiftly turned to face the doorway. Two young, attractive women entered hurriedly, accompanied by 5 or 6 detectives in uniform. You are. Captain Zhang Xiaolin of the 2nd Squadron of the North District Investigation Station entered and locked eyes with Lu Yang and his team, freezing in place. The observant Xiaolan spotted him immediately and stepped forward. Captain Zhang, it's me, Xiaolan. Not long ago, I represented the West District Investigation Station and borrowed an investigation vehicle from your station. Don't you remember me? The West and North Districts maintained close ties. Xiaolan, who had previously worked in the West District, was known among colleagues as a diplomatic expert. She frequently handled requests for borrowing investigation vehicles, and through these exchanges, she had become acquainted with several agents from the North District. Upon hearing her voice, Zhang Xiaolin recognized her instantly. He playfully teased her, grinning as he said, "Hey there, it's you. Why aren't you minding your own business at the West District Station? What brings you to our turf in the North District? Cut it out." Xiaolan swatted his hand away. "I quit. I'm a junior staffer at a detective agency now. These are my colleagues. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Dong. He used to be an interrogator at our West District Station. This is Lu Yang, our boss and founder of Lu Detective Agency. Since we're detectives, wherever there's a case, that's where we go. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. Wait, what did you say? Lu Yang?" Zhang Xiaolin seemed long accustomed to her temperament, smiling faintly before shifting his gaze. He glanced successively at Zhang Dong and Lu Yang, finally fixing his eyes on Lu Yang. The smile faded from his face as he stepped forward. "So you're the legendary mad detective who solved cases for both the East and West Districts? You don't look so special after all." At yesterday's celebratory banquet at the Shinhao Hotel, the captain of the East District's first squad, fueled by alcohol, had publicly praised Lu Yang's assistance in solving their case, drawing astonished murmurs and sighs from many. Many initially refused to believe it, but when Fan Ziyun, captain of the West District's first squad, returned after wrapping up the case and recounted the entire incident, they finally accepted it. This mad detective once nearly shot a colleague during an investigation, leading to his wife's suicide and his subsequent dismissal. This man was actually so capable. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Where there were admirers, there were also detractors. Several detectives from the North Precinct dismissed them as bluffers, looking down on their reliance on others' assistance to solve cases they couldn't handle themselves. They sought an opportunity to confront Lu Yang. Little did they expect to run into him here today. "Xiaolan, Xiaodong, let's go." Lu Yang sensed the hostility and didn't want to get entangled with them any further. He didn't respond, but instead gave his two subordinates a cold glance and said, "But senior, if we leave, what about the case?" "Yeah, what about the case?" Xiaolan and Zhang Dong felt reluctant, biting their lips in frustration. "Didn't you hear me? We're leaving," Lu Yang said, taking both their hands and leading them out the door. Xiaolan and Zhang Dong glanced back once, said nothing, and followed him out. But they didn't leave. Instead, they made their way to the cave at Yefeng Mountain and found a spot to sit down. "That Zhang Xiaolin, does he even know how to speak? He's got our senior upset." Sitting on a rock, Xiaolan picked up a pebble and flicked it into the distance, muttering her complaints. Zhang Dong also despised the man's earlier behavior, glaring fiercely ahead. "Damn it, what's so great about him? He's just a captain. I used to be an urban investigator ranking way above him." After saying this, the two of them went over to console Lu Yang, telling him not to take it personally. Little did they know Lu Yang hadn't taken it to heart at all. He turned his head. "No, I'm not competing with him. I just know that with their current capabilities, they'll never crack this case." He'd witnessed the investigative prowess of both East and West Districts firsthand. The previous cases, the ghostly murder, the psychiatrist's sudden death, the serial rape murders, each had been chilling and horrifying. Yet in the end, everyone had been solved with his assistance. He hadn't witnessed the North District's investigative prowess firsthand, but Lu Yang suspected they were all cut from the same cloth. Compounded by the immense difficulty of this particular case, he was certain they wouldn't be able to crack it even if they exhausted every possible method. Ultimately, they would come crawling back to beg him to return. Therefore, rather than wasting time butting heads with him, it would be better to use the time to deduce the solution to this case. That said, he wasn't entirely without clues. On the contrary, he had detected a familiar scent in the footsteps from earlier. At the same time, at the crime scene. What's he trying to pull? He's just a detective. Like he's some kind of genius? I refuse to believe North Precinct can't crack this case without him. Seeing Lu Yang ignore the captain's actions, several detectives grumbled in turn. Captain Zhang Xiaolin of North District's second squad paid little heed to their grumbling. Instead, he composed himself and turned to say, "Enough chatter. The case takes priority. Young lady, what did you just say? How did your 3 classmates die?" The girl with the hairband was named Xiao Mei, accompanied by her best friend, Xiao Qing. After the incident, the two had rushed to the North District to report it. Though they recounted some details en route, the haste had prevented the North District detectives from taking thorough notes. Hearing Zhang Xiaolin's question, the hesitant Xiao Mei instantly grabbed her best friend's hand, urging her to recount the events. It happened like this. Xiao Mei and I are both graduate students at the traditional Chinese medicine college. Just yesterday, we joined forces with Xiao Mei's boyfriend Mike, classmates Xiaomi, Xiaowan, and a few others to form a close-knit group. We made plans to head out together for a wilderness adventure on Highway 14 to collect some medicinal herbs. While passing through a mountain cave, we spotted a Buddha statue. Following our principle of paying respects to any Buddha we encountered, we each took turns offering incense, clasping our hands together, and kneeling in worship. Who could have imagined that before we even had a chance to make a wish, a heavy rain started pouring outside? To seek shelter, we all came into this room and stayed the night. But when we woke up the next morning, Xiaomei's boyfriend Mike, along with classmates Xiaomi and Xiaowan, had all died one after another. They were found kneeling on this table, heads down, hands pressed together, knees drawn up in a cross-legged position without any warning whatsoever. Xiao Mei and I were terrified by the sight, fearing we might meet the same fate. That's why we left this place this morning to report it to the North District Police Station. Chapter 46, Zhang Xiaolin bows his head. Joining forces to solve the case. That's the sequence of events. After recounting the events, Xiao Qing hurried to Captain Zhang Xiaolin and asked, "Captain Zhang, do you think we'll end up like them?" "Why do you ask?" Zhang Xiaolin inquired. Xiao Qing quickly continued, "Many people online say you shouldn't worship random wild Buddha statues outside, or you'll invite all kinds of misfortune. Before this happened, Xiao Mei and I had all worshipped them. Now Mike, Xiaomi, and Xiaowan are all dead. Doesn't that leave just the two of us?" "Nonsense." Zhang Xiaolin dismissed the notion outright, scoffing coldly. "We live in an age of science. Who believes in such superstitions anymore? I refuse to accept that those three died because of some wild Buddha statue." After saying this, he ordered one of his men to step forward for inspection. "Xint Honor, you're the most renowned forensic expert in our district. Go examine the condition of the three deceased." "Yes, sir." The tall, lanky male investigator named Xint Honor stepped forward. He glanced at the bodies, then donned white gloves and conducted a thorough examination. His brow furrowed as he frowned in confusion. "Strange. What is it?" Zhang Xiaolin inquired. Xint Honor turned to report, "Apart from severe head hyperextension, there are no visible wounds on the bodies. Homicide can almost be ruled out. Externally, there's nothing obvious. Perhaps only an autopsy will confirm." "Then let's proceed with the autopsy," Zhang Xiaolin stated. He then turned to the two surviving family members and handed them a consent form for the autopsy. "Per protocol, we need a signature from the family before proceeding. Who would like to sign first?" Xiao Qing stepped forward first. Just as she was about to sign, Xiao Mei stopped her with a shake of her head. Then, within a second, she turned to Zhang Xiaolin and said, Could we hold off on the autopsy? We're not the deceased's family." She said this, but in truth, she still couldn't shake her concern for her boyfriend Mike. She cast a regretful glance in his direction. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolin relented. "Alright, in that case, we'll have to arrange for other examiners to go up and inspect. You lot, go up and collect fingerprints." "Yes, sir." The remaining 4 agents responded and proceeded to examine the scene. Zhang Xiaolin sighed at the scene. "Let's hope we can find some clues." 1 hour later. All the agents returned empty-handed. "Chief, we've checked the external surfaces for fingerprints. Nothing found." "Sweat prints checked." "Nothing found." "Blood fingerprint analysis completed." "Nothing found." "Oil prints checked." "Nothing found." "This is strange." Zhang Xiaolin frowned and said, "The mandatory course trace evidence analysis for forensic investigators covers detailed procedures for comparing fingerprints inside and outside the deceased. My team members have mastered these techniques thoroughly. If even they can't detect anything, does that mean these victims truly died at the hands of the wild Buddha? Impossible. Such a thing simply cannot exist in this world. I'll examine them myself." Refusing to believe it, he immediately stepped ahead of his team and conducted a thorough examination of the 3 bodies. The final result left him utterly speechless. "This. Captain Zhang, any new discoveries?" Xiao Mei approached and asked quietly. "You mentioned earlier that they all paid homage to that wild Buddha statue in the cave, and then overnight, they ended up like this, correct?" Zhang Xiaolin turned to ask. "That's correct." Xiao Mei and Xiao Qing nodded. "Zhang Xiaolin, let's go. We need to check that area." Zhang Xiaolin and the others arrived at the entrance of the cave. There, they encountered Lu Yang and his group. Seeing their grim expressions, Xiao Lan approached under the guise of flirtation to taunt them. Well, isn't this Captain Zhang? So, anything to show for your investigation?" "Cut it out," Zhang Xiaolin waved dismissively, clearly displeased. He walked past Zhang Dong, then paused beside Lu Yang. Their eyes locked, but neither spoke. Immediately shifting his gaze, he scrutinized the Buddha statue before him. A single glance sent a chill down his spine, and he dared not look again. The accompanying agents, fearless as they were, followed behind him, staring directly at the statue. At the same time, they noticed several incense sticks burning in the incense burner. "Boss, look over there," Xint Honor pointed toward the incense burner. Zhang Xiaolin also sensed something amiss and stepped forward. If it's a wild Buddha, no one should be offering incense. Yet these unrooted, fully burned sticks prove Xiao Mei and the others were right. But how could a wild Buddha kill people? That's bizarre. A wild Buddha wouldn't kill anyone. If it could kill, why didn't it kill those two? Just then, Zhang Dong couldn't stay silent any longer and spoke up. "So you're suggesting this was a crime committed by a human?" Zhang Xiaolin tried to coax some clues from him, knowing Zhang Dong followed Lu Yang around. And Lu Yang was notorious as a mad detective, he'd surely picked up some clues beforehand. Zhang Dong snorted coldly and turned his face away. "You'll have to ask our boss, Lu Yang. What kind of attitude is that? Our boss is asking you a question. Just answer honestly. Why are you making insinuations and taking shots at us? You've got to be kidding. Our boss would never stoop to relying on someone like him." Xint Honor and several other detectives immediately stepped forward to argue with him. "Enough." Just then, Zhang Xiaolin cut them off. "We're here to solve cases. Wearing this uniform means living up to that responsibility. There's no us or them. Anyone who helps crack a case is worthy of respect." The agents immediately lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. Moments later, Zhang Xiaolin approached Lu Yang, pulled out a cigarette, and offered it. "Senior, care for a smoke?" Lu Yang ignored him. But he didn't dislike him entirely. The words he had just spoken had truly struck a chord. He recalled the days when he joined the city's organized crime division with his skills, driven by the desire to serve his country and rid society of evils. Though his journey had been fraught with twists and turns, those words resonated deeply within him. "My apologies, I forgot you don't smoke this brand, senior." Zhang Xiaolin quickly corrected himself, tucking the cigarette back into the pack. He then approached Lu Yang earnestly, bowing his head. "I was wrong earlier. What are your thoughts on this case, senior?" "Captain Zhang, no need for excessive humility. Let's focus on solving the case." Seeing his bowed head, Lu Yang chose not to dwell on the earlier incident, offering him a supportive hand. "The wild Buddha wouldn't kill. This entire case boils down to the wickedness within human hearts." Chapter 47, Secret Plotting. Waiting for the rabbit. Human hearts are evil? Zhang Xiaolin furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. "What exactly do you mean, senior?" "That's precisely why we need to question these two individuals." Lu Yang then turned to Xiao Mei and Xiao Cheng. "Only the two of you know what truly happened that day." The previous inspection had detected the scent of perfume on the three victims, originating from one of these two women. However, Lu Yang remained uncertain which one it belonged to. Therefore, Lu Yang suspected that one of them must be the perpetrator. "What do you mean?" Xiaoqing stood up, visibly agitated. "We're victims too. Didn't you see us running out to report it after the incident? We were terrified." After speaking, Xiaoqing grabbed Xiao Mei beside her, urging her to say something sharp in response. Xiao Mei, not one for words, hesitated for a moment. "All right, if you won't speak up, I will." To prevent the situation from escalating, Zhang Xiaolin recounted the details he had uncovered to Lu Yang. "Senior, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Mei, and this is Xiao Cheng. They're both graduate students at the traditional Chinese medicine college, deeply passionate about Chinese medicine. Just yesterday, they joined forces with Xiao Mei's boyfriend Mike, classmates Xiaomi, Xiaowen, and others to form a close-knit group. Together, they came to Highway 14 for a wilderness expedition to collect a batch of Chinese medicinal herbs. While passing through a mountain cave, they spotted a Buddha statue. Following the principle of paying respects to any Buddha they encountered, they each took turns offering incense, clasping their hands together, and kneeling in worship. Who could have imagined that before they could even make a wish, a heavy rain began outside? To seek shelter, they all came into this room and stayed the night. But the next morning, Xiaomei's boyfriend Mike, along with classmates Xiaomi and Xiaowen, were found dead one after another. Their heads were facing the floor, hands pressed together in prayer, knees drawn up in a cross-legged position as they knelt on the table, all without any warning signs whatsoever. Xiao Cheng and Xiao Mei were terrified by the sight, fearing they might meet the same fate. So this morning, they left here to report the incident to the North District Police Station. So today, guided by them, we came to the scene to investigate. But strangely, after checking fingerprints and the bodies, we found no clues whatsoever. So, suspecting the wild Buddha was responsible, we came here to investigate. Unexpectedly, we encountered you again. All of this was just admitted by the two individuals involved in that small room. As Zhang Xiaolin spoke, he turned to ask Lu Yang, "What are your thoughts on this matter, senior?" Lu Yang frowned upon hearing this. Based on the previous account, he began to piece together the events. Several college students came here to collect Chinese herbs. Afterward, they passed by a cave and saw a wild Buddha statue kneeling in worship. They then returned to that small hut to shelter from the rain. By morning, except for Xiao Mei and Xiao Cheng, The others were all found dead, heads bowed toward the ground, hands pressed together in prayer, knees drawn up in a cross-legged position, kneeling before a table. On the surface, it did seem somewhat mysterious. But there were two holes in this story. The first inconsistency: on the day of the incident, all of them knelt before the wild Buddha statue. Why did only Xiao Mei and Xiao Qing survive, while Xiao Mei's boyfriend Mike and their classmates Xiao Mei and Xiao Wen all died? Could it be that the wild Buddha took pity on them because they were pretty and spared them? That explanation doesn't hold water. The second flaw lies in the marks found on the three deceased bodies. First, the system-granted super forensic examiner skill doesn't lie. When he passed by that small hut earlier, he deliberately examined the three bodies. They all bore varying degrees of bruising from beatings. Beyond that, each clutched a slender strand of hair in their hands. A particularly strong perfume scent lingered on their bodies, with a residual fragrance lasting about 5 hours. But then, when he first encountered Xiao Mei and Xiao Qing, he detected the exact same perfume scent lingering nearby. Could all this be coincidence? No, impossible. The killer must be one of Xiao Mei or Xiao Qing. To identify the killer, Lu Yang believed it would suffice to hand over the 3 strands of hair found in the victim's hand to Zhang Xiaolin and the others. But one thing puzzled him: why would the killer go to such lengths to confuse the investigation with such a ridiculous lie? What could her motive for murder possibly be? Were both of them the murderer, or just one of them? Bull. Lu Yang suddenly blurted out, "There's no such thing in this world. When I passed by earlier, I also knelt before this wild Buddha statue. Why am I still standing here perfectly fine?" "So you're saying they're both lying to me?" Zhang Xiaolin asked doubtfully. "I don't know, but there's a way to confirm it." Lu Yang reached into his pocket and handed Zhang Xiaolin 3 slender strands of hair. "At the crime scene, I found each of the 3 victims clutching one of these strands. I collected them as evidence. My theory is these strands were likely traces left behind by the killer after the murders. Yet you just claimed they died at the hands of the wild Buddha. Don't you find their confessions and this evidence deeply contradictory?" You're right." Zhang Xiaolin glanced back at Xiao Mei and Xiao Qing before taking the 3 strands of hair and handing them to Xan Tianer. "Tianer, take these clues to the hospital for DNA comparison. Report back here in 2 hours with the results." "Roger that." Xan Tianer took the 3 strands from him, placed each into a separate evidence bag, and left the room. Seeing this, Xiao Qing's expression darkened immediately, her brow furrowing. "Captain Zhang, come with me." Lu Yang glanced at the others present before fixing his gaze on Zhang Xiaolin. Zhang Xiaolin nodded and followed him to a path 50 meters away. Crouching down, he asked, "The senior called me here too." Lu Yang glanced at him and said, "I suspect the killer is one of the 2 parties involved. I also suspect the killer will attempt to murder Agent Xin Tianer on her way to investigate. Therefore, I need your cooperation to put on a little show for the public." "What exactly do you mean?" Zhang Xiaolin asked, his interest piqued. Lu Yang leaned closer and whispered into his ear, "Later, you'll notify several capable detectives from the station to secretly follow Agent Xin Tianer and protect him. If the killer attempts to act, apprehend her on the spot. Remember, do not harm her life." Chapter 48, Xiaolan provides a clue. The motive for the attack. The sky darkened. A sudden downpour began. After discussing the plan, Lu Yang and Zhang Xiaolin began making arrangements. Once everything was set, they returned to the cave to meet up with the others. The rain was too heavy, so the detectives consulted with Xiaolan and the others and decided to take shelter back inside the small cottage. Though modest in appearance, the cottage had been built with meticulous organization by its original owner. Beyond the central living hall, 2 adjoining rooms flanked either side, each fully furnished with beds and furniture. This conveniently spared the group much trouble. Had time permitted, Lu Yang would have considered napping there. But among them were both men and women. Since their clothes were soaked through and needed to be taken off to dry, Lu Yang divided the group into separate accommodations for privacy reasons. The agents brought by Zhang Xiaolin from the North District were assigned to stay together in a room on the right. Zhang Dong and Zhang Xiaolin were assigned to the room next to the agents. He arranged himself alone in a room on the left. Finally, he assigned Xiaolan, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Qing to the room next to his. After settling everyone's accommodations, the group ignored the 3 corpses in the central hall and headed to their respective rooms to dry their clothes. But just then, Xiao Qing protested from within the crowd. "I refuse. Xiao Mei and I will share a room, no third person allowed." Upon hearing this, Xiaolan immediately confronted her. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Think I'm surplus to requirements?" Xiao Qing frowned and said, "Xiao Mei and I are used to being together, and she doesn't like having a third person between us." "What do you mean? Spit it out, who's the third wheel?" Xiaolan was getting annoyed. "Under these conditions, stay if you want to. If not, leave. No one's stopping you." The 2 argued fiercely, even resorting to cursing. Just as they were about to come to blows, Zhang Xiaolin and an investigator stepped in to stop them. "What's going on? What's going on? Why are you fighting all of a sudden? Captain Zhang, is she being unreasonable or what?" Xiaolan pointed at Xiao Qing's face and said, "We're both girls. Why can't I share a room with them?" And not only that, she had to use such nasty words, calling me a third wheel? How amusing. How could there possibly be a third wheel between girls? Someone unaware might think they're up to something shady. What are you talking about? We're used to sharing a room, so what? Mind your own business. Besides, with so many rooms available, why won't she stay in one of them? Why does she have to stay with us? Xiaoqing argued forcefully, pointing her finger at Lu Yang. I refuse to agree. Either we two live together, or he can go live with that man. You? Xiaolan flushed. While she'd actually preferred sharing with the senior, gender differences demanded mutual respect. Enough. Zhang Xiaolan couldn't bear listening to their bickering any longer. He bellowed, then glanced at Lu Yang and coaxed softly, Xiaolan, just make an exception this once. Go stay with the senior. Xiaolan froze in place, unsure what to say. She walked over to Lu Yang, watching him. Seeing no sign of refusal, she could only mutter angrily, what kind of person is that? Senior, what do you think of this arrangement? Zhang Xiaolan approached Lu Yang to gauge his opinion. Lu Yang remained silent, which counted as tacit approval. He then walked into the room and closed the door. Alright then, that settles the lodging arrangements. Everyone head back to your rooms and get some rest. No more noise, got it? Zhang Xiaolan once again assumed the role of commander. As he spoke, he waved toward Zhang Dong and the other agents, signaling them to return to their rooms. In an instant, the entire lobby was left with only Xiaolan, Xiaomei, and Xiaoqing. Seeming remorseful about the earlier incident, Xiaomei stepped forward and said to Xiaolan, sorry about that. My friend has a temper like that. Don't take it personally. Oomph. Who wants to take her seriously? Xiaolan retorted angrily, then shot Xiaoqing a glare before storming into Lu Yang's room and slamming the door shut. Ugh, what a person, Xiaoqing spat, then wrapped her arm around Xiaomei's waist as they walked toward their room. Mayor, if you hadn't stopped me, I would have slapped her across the face already. Stop it. Let's go get changed, our clothes are soaked through. Xiaomei smiled calmly. As she spoke, the two entered the room. Noon. Lu Yang lay alone on the bed, turned on his side, pondering the entire case from start to finish. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't fathom what the other person's motive for murder could possibly be. Just then, Xiaolan took off her coat, draped it aside, and walked over to complain, Senior, tell me, who is that woman? People who know us might think they have boundaries with me, but those who don't would think the two of them are dating. Buzz. A sudden jolt of confusion shot through Lu Yang's mind. He whipped his head around. What did you just say? Xiaolan froze instantly. Instinctively, she covered her chest with her hand before turning away. Senior, this isn't right. Sorry, I was too hasty. Lu Yang watched the scene unfold before him, a surge of agitation rising within him. He turned back, forcing himself to forget the vision that had just flashed through his mind, and asked her, what did you just say? Could you repeat that? I said that woman's crazy. You'd think she has boundaries with me, Xiaolan pouted, sounding aggrieved. Not that part. The next sentence. Xiaolan thought carefully before saying, I think I also said something about them being in a relationship or something like that. Right. That's the clue I was looking for. Lu Yang suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up. I couldn't figure out why the killer would use the Wild Buddha incident as a cover to kill those three people. Now it finally makes sense. What do you mean, Senior? Xiaolan turned curiously. Lu Yang smiled and speculated, Xiaomei was quiet and gentle. Someone like that couldn't possibly commit such a heinous crime. I suspect the killer is most likely Xiaoqing. Xiaomei had a boyfriend named Mike, one of the victims. Suppose Xiaoqing is and had feelings for Xiaomei. She'd definitely feel jealous over their relationship and find a way to kill Mike. That would explain the motive for the first murder. Chapter 49, Sudden Twist. After analyzing the motive for killing Mike, Lu Yang decisively turned away, got out of bed, and walked over to Xiaolan. He looked straight into her eyes. Hey, I'll ask you again. When you were interacting with those two women earlier, did you notice a very strong perfume scent on one of them? Xiaolan flushed instantly, her heart racing. She lowered her head and nodded. Aha! Lu Yang pressed quickly, hurry up and tell me, was it Xiaomei or Xiaoqing? Xiaoqing. Xiaolan's speech slowed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang embraced her excitedly. Great! I wasn't sure if she was the killer before, but now it's almost certain it's her. The hair strand found on the victim's hand had already been sent for analysis by XINT Honor. The definitive results would determine the killer's identity, and until then, Lu Yang could only wait and see. The two major clues he'd just obtained from Xiaolan confirming Xiaoqing's identity as the murderer filled him with unprecedented excitement. For a moment, he completely overlooked the fact that Xiaoqing was currently wearing only a white spaghetti strap top. For Xiaolan, this was her first taste of Senior Lu Yang's enthusiasm. Her face flushed even redder, her heart racing wildly. Senior, the two of us. Only then did Lu Yang realize he'd overstepped the boundaries of friendship. He took a few steps back and explained, no, it's not what you think. I just got too excited. You know how I am, I'm practically obsessed with solving this case. And then you just gave me so many clues. I got carried away in the moment. I'm sorry. I hope you won't hold it against me? It's not that simple. Xiaolan feigned annoyance, turning away with a sly smile. Let's be honest, you're just taking advantage of me. No, don't misunderstand. What I meant was... Lu Yang tried to explain, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find the right words. So he shifted from passive to active, took off his coat and draped it over her, then pulled a medal from his pocket and handed it to her. Forget it. As compensation, I'll give you this. What's this? Xiaolan felt a flicker of warmth as she took the medal and examined it. Lu Yang faced her, his expression serious. The Super Agent Medal. It was given to me by the former chief of the O Division in the city district. It's also something every agent dreams of possessing. Ever since I left the O Division, this badge has been with me every step of the way. I'd say I value it more than my own life. For me? Xiaolan clutched it tightly, her eyes brimming with hope as she pressed it against her cheek. Yes. Lu Yang nodded. Consider it my apology for my earlier carelessness. Hearing this, Xiaolan felt a tiny pang of disappointment. She thought Senior Lu Yang was confessing his feelings to her, but it turned out to be just compensation for his earlier mistake. So, she playfully threw a tantrum, skipping over to the bed and flopping down. Fine. Since you gave me something, I'll forgive you. Shoo. Seeing this, Lu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, the entire room returned to its usual tranquility. It seemed to be nap time, and many people, feeling utterly exhausted, lay down together on a single bed to sleep. The same scene played out in the room next to Lu Yang's. Yet beneath this surface calm lurked a deadly threat. After Xiaomei fell asleep, Xiao Qing tiptoed out of the room. She sprinted to Highway 14 and flagged down a passing car. She pressed a knife to the driver's throat, forcing him to drive to the nearest reputable hospital. Before exiting the vehicle, she knocked the driver unconscious. Then, she hurried toward the DNA testing department at top speed. While Xin Tian'er waited for the results, she charged at him and wrestled him to the ground. Taking advantage of his distraction, she pinned him down and threatened with the knife, "Speak. Where are the test results?" "It's you?" Xin Tian'er's pupils dilated. "Cut the crap. I asked where the results are." Xiao Qing raised his voice further. Xin Tian'er turned his head away. "Nothing. Not telling me, huh?" Xiao Qing snarled. "You think I won't kill you?" Xin Tian'er was overcome with fear, unable even to speak. Just then, several tailing agents rushed forward, shouting, "Freeze! Move again and we'll open fire." "You set me up?" Xiao Qing instantly realized something, her body stiffening before she slowly raised her hands and stood up. But agile as she was, she had no intention of being captured so easily. In a flash, she pulled Xin Tian'er to her feet, using him as a human shield. She hid behind him, pressing the knife against his throat. "Don't move. Move again and I'll kill him. Do as I say. Drop your guns." Several agents, fearing for Xin Tian'er's life, had no choice but to drop their guns on the ground. "Go to hell." Xiao Qing slit Xin Tian'er's throat with a single stroke and fled the hospital. "Agent Xin, are you okay?" One of the agents rushed forward to perform emergency first aid. "Someone, quickly contact the emergency room doctor." Inside the small cabin. 1 hour later. Zhang Xiaolan was jolted awake by an urgent call. "Chief, it's bad. A woman just burst into the hospital and attacked Detective Xin. We tried our best to protect him, but in the end..." "What did you say? What happened to Tian'er?" Zhang Xiaolan bellowed like a madman. Xin Tian'er was a subordinate he had personally trained. For 5 years, she had served diligently in her post. Now, hearing this devastating news over the phone, how could the captain not be frantic? The doctor says her life isn't in danger, but she's unconscious from a throat injury. Even if she wakes up, she'll never be able to speak again, the officer on the other end sighed regretfully. "Bastard! How dare he hurt my man!" Zhang Xiaolan roared with fury. "Immediately access the hospital's surveillance system. Track down that woman's records and report back to me." "Yes, sir." After receiving the reply, Zhang Xiaolan decisively hung up. He immediately roused Zhang Dong and the other agents, rushing straight to the room where Xiaomei and Xiao Qing were staying. He pulled back the covers. He shouted at the sound asleep Xiaomei, "Hey, you! Wake up!" "What is it, Captain Zhang?" Xiaomei rubbed her sleepy eyes as she sat up. "What's all the fuss about?" Zhang Xiaolan snapped. "What do you mean, what's the matter? Where's your friend? Where did she go?" "Yeah, where's Xiao Qing? Where did she go?" Xiaomei looked beside her with a blank expression, seemingly unaware herself how the person who usually lay beside her had slipped away without a sound. Chapter 50, Overturning the Guesswork. Xiaomei recounts the entire process. "Cut the nonsense. You two are clearly in cahoots. Tell me where Xiao Qing went." Zhang Xiaolan, still seething over the murder of his subordinate, grabbed her wrist and demanded answers. Xiaomei didn't understand what she was supposed to say, then shook her head. "Captain Zhang, I really don't know what you're talking about. Ouch, my hand hurts. Let go. Captain Zhang, you're mistaken about her. Just then, Liu Yang heard the commotion nearby and rushed over, intervening. She's not the killer. Senior, why are you defending them too? Do you even know what just happened? Zhang Xiaolin turned away, overcome with grief and anger. While Xintianer was waiting for her test results at the hospital, she was attacked by a woman. Her throat was slashed. She'll never be able to speak again. And over here, Xiao Chang went missing. It's hard not to suspect her. She was my most devoted disciple. How could I possibly contain my anger? Have you checked the surveillance footage? Liu Yang frowned slightly upon hearing this. They're looking into it. Results should be in shortly, Zhang Xiaolin replied. Liu Yang's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward and patted his shoulder. That means no evidence has been found yet. Before interrogating suspects, the foremost requirement for investigators is securing evidence. I believe you understand this better than anyone. Yes, it's my fault. I acted rashly. Zhang Xiaolin composed himself. But senior, this is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Xintianer was just murdered and then Xiaoqing vanished. It's hard not to be suspicious. Liu Yang understood his feelings and replied. I understand that feeling better than you do, but we lack evidence to support this theory. I think we can only pinpoint the killer directly once the hospital surveillance footage is analyzed. Before that, let's see if we can get something out of Xiao Mei. As Liu Yang spoke, he glanced at Xiao Mei dressing by the bedside, then sat down beside her. Xiao Mei's heart skipped a beat. Thinking he might resort to violence like Inspector Zhang had, she shrank back in fear, hiding in the corner of the bed. Seeing this, Liu Yang lit a cigarette and said, Young lady, don't be afraid. I won't harm you. I just want to ask you a few questions. You can decide whether you're willing to answer. I'm willing, Xiao Mei hesitated before replying. Liu Yang immediately continued, First question, what are the relationships between you, Xiaoqing, Mike, Xiaowen, and Xiao Mei? Xiao Mei answered truthfully, Xiaoqing and I are best friends. Mike and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. Xiaowen likes Xiao Mei, but Xiao Mei doesn't like him. Instead, she has a complicated relationship with my boyfriend Mike. I see. Liu Yang seemed to recall something, hastily discarding his previous night's conjecture. Initially, he'd assumed Xiaoqing was in love with Xiao Mei, and that Xiao Mei's ambiguous entanglement with Mike had driven Xiaoqing to kill him. But after learning this new clue, he finally understood, Xiaoqing hadn't killed Mike for that reason at all. It was because Mike had done something to wrong Xiao Mei, causing her to suffer injustice. It was this factor that drove Xiaoqing to commit the murder. As the third party who hurt Xiao Mei, Xiaoqing naturally wouldn't let Xiao Mei off easily. It was highly likely that after killing Mike, she used the same method to kill Xiao Mei. Finally, when Xiaowen discovered Xiao Mei's death and began investigating, Xiaoqing, fearing exposure, killed him too. Afterward, Xiao Mei remained unaware. To clear herself of suspicion, Xiaoqing took advantage of Xiao Mei's inattention to arrange the three bodies into a bizarre scene, misleading others into believing it was a supernatural occurrence. The sequence of events bore striking similarities to the recent case in Kidnapperly Village. But this was only conjecture. To uncover the truth, more clues would need to come from Xiao Mei herself. After analyzing the situation, Liu Yang took a drag on his cigarette, exhaled, and asked her, Second question, what exactly happened between you two on the day of the incident? Xiao Mei replied truthfully, Mike is an American exchange student with a deep fascination for traditional Chinese medicine. We met at the TCM college and became a couple. Before the incident, we needed to collect a Chinese herb called tuaipai for our upcoming thesis defense. Afterward, we learned online that this herb grows in the wilderness near Highway 14. So we formed a close-knit group with classmates Xiao Mei, Xiaoqing, and Xiaowen and came here together to collect this herb. On the way, we stopped at a Buddha statue to kneel and pay respects before returning to the small hut to rest. During this time, the three of us girls Xiao Mei, Xiaoqing, and I each stayed in separate rooms, while Xiaowen and Mike shared another room. I'm timid and easily frightened, so I wanted to chat with my boyfriend Mike. But as soon as I entered the room, I heard Mike, Xiaowen, and Xiao Mei arguing. An argument? Over what? Liu Yang asked, puzzled. Xiao Mei replied, Xiao Mei is naturally open-minded. She knew Mike and I were dating, yet she seduced him behind my back and slept with him. On the day it happened, she went looking for Mike again, wanting him to sleep in her room. Xiaowen has always liked her. Even knowing Xiao Mei doesn't love him, he still tried to stop her. To get him to give up, Xiao Mei blurted out during the argument that she and Mike had slept together. Xiaowen flew into a rage and tried to fight Mike. Xiao Mei wouldn't let him, and that's how the big argument started. What happened next? What else occurred? Liu Yang asked. Xiao Mei recounted, I was furious. I pushed the door open and tearfully confronted Mike about his affair with Xiao Mei. Mike didn't want to hurt me, so he tried to comfort me. I hit him. At that point, Xiao Mei couldn't stand it anymore. He flailed his arms and admitted everything right in front of me. She stood beside Mike, accusing me of stealing him away and claiming I didn't understand men at all. I ran out crying and locked myself in the room. Mike came knocking to comfort me, but I wouldn't listen. Meanwhile, Xiaowen and Xiao Mei were still arguing next door. What about Xiaoqing? Didn't she come out to comfort you? Liu Yang listened, committing these details to memory before asking. Xiao Mei recounted. 2 hours later, Xiao Mei and Xiao Wen left in a huff. Mike was feeling down and went out for a walk. That's when Xiao Qing came out of her room, stood outside my door, and knocked. I thought Mike was still there, so I didn't pay much attention. Later, when she called out to me, I realized it was her. So I went to open the door for her. Chapter 51, New Shady Business. Xiao Mei is covering for Xiao Chang. At this point, Xiao Mei paused to catch her breath before continuing. Xiao Chang asked me what had happened earlier. I told her the whole story while crying. As I cried, she suggested I break up with Mike and said she would protect me from now on. As she spoke, she leaned in and kissed me. I was really resistant inside after all, that kind of thing between two girls. But I was still reeling from the pain of betrayal and needed that kind of comfort, so I let things get ambiguous with her. Xiao Qing used this to express her affection, then tried to take things further. Thinking about Mike and our relationship, I regained my senses and pushed her away. After that, Xiao Qing kept pestering me, wanting to continue, but I pushed her out. Then I stood there, quietly sobbing against a wall. I was torn between breaking up and forgiving her. 2 hours later, a sudden scream erupted outside the door. Xiao Mei seemed to go mad, claiming she'd found Mike's body. When I stepped outside, I saw Mike slumped over a table, hands clasped in prayer, dead. Simultaneously, a palm-sized bloodstain appeared on the wall behind him. We were all frozen in shock by the scene, then stood in a line, speculating among ourselves about what had happened. Then Xiao Mei pointed at Xiao Wen and screamed, accusing him of killing Mike. She claimed that during their argument that day, she'd heard Xiao Wen say in a fit of rage that he would kill Mike. Xiao Qing then followed suit, accusing him of the crime. She claimed she had seen Xiao Wen leaving to smoke when I kicked her out of the room, which seemed to solidify the accusation. With both of them pointing fingers at him one after another, I also mistakenly believed he was the one who did it. I then stepped back a few paces with the other two, distancing myself from him. Xiao Wen immediately protested, insisting he stayed inside the room the entire time, never going out, and certainly never seeing Mike. But no matter how he explained, no one would believe him. Xiao Mei, Xiao Cheng, and I discussed our safety moving forward and ultimately decided to report it. But Highway 14 is remote with poor signal reception, making phone calls impossible. Plus, none of us knew how to drive, so we had no choice but to turn back. When it was time to eat, we all sat down together for a meal. Afterward, we each returned to our rooms, locked the doors from the inside, and warned Xiao Wen not to cause any trouble. Not long after, commotion erupted again from the adjacent room. When Xiao Cheng and I came out, we realized it was Xiao Wen causing trouble once more. He used wire to pick the lock on Xiao Mei's door and approached him while he was resting. Thinking Xiao Wen intended to assault him, Xiao Mei let out a scream. Xiao Qing knew about the situation between Mike and Xiao Mei and didn't want to get involved. But I felt like we were all classmates. Worried that Xiao Wen might attack Xiao Mei, I pulled Xiao Mei over and confronted Xiao Wen, demanding to know what he was trying to do. Xiao Wen walked over to Xiao Mei and explained that while he didn't care what others thought of him, he cared deeply about her opinion of him. He then added that although he despised Mike, he would never do something as despicable as that. He insisted there must be some misunderstanding and urged her not to jump to conclusions. But Xiao Mei wouldn't listen, convinced he was the killer. She even threatened to slit her wrists if he ever approached her again. Xiao Wen was deeply worried about her safety and left. After such an incident, I was concerned for Xiao Mei's well-being and insisted on staying with her. But she flatly refused, rejecting my offer and even snapping back at me. Helpless, we all went back to our rooms. Half an hour later, another scream echoed outside. Xiao Qing and I rushed out to find Xiao Wen shouting. He pointed at Xiao Mei, who lay dead beside Mike's body, saying he'd just opened the door to find her dead too. Xiao Cheng and I stared in shock. Xiao Mei sat kneeling before the table, head bowed, hands pressed together in prayer. Just like Mike, a blood-red handprint was imprinted on the wall behind her. Xiao Qing immediately shielded me behind her, accusing Xiao Wen of being a murderer and telling him to get lost. Xiao Wen frantically shook his head, insisting he knew nothing. He claimed he'd only gone to investigate Mike's death when he unexpectedly found Xiao Mei's body lying there, declaring his innocence. Xiao Qing wouldn't listen. She grabbed something sharp and chased him out. Slamming the door shut, she shielded me, calling me baby and saying no one would disturb us now. As she spoke, she started touching me. After something like this happened, I desperately needed someone to comfort me. So I tried to reach my best friend on the phone to talk it out. I pushed her away and went back to my own room. But soon after, I heard footsteps, followed by a clattering sound. It wasn't until I heard screams coming from Xiaoqing's room that I ran out. Finally, I discovered that Xiao Wen had met the same fate, kneeling beside Xiao Mei and Mike with his head bowed and hands pressed together. Behind him, too, was a blood-red handprint. I asked Xiaoqing what had just happened. Wasn't Xiao Wen the killer? How could he be dead here? Xiaoqing said she'd peeked through the door crack and seen Xiao Wen fighting a wild Buddha statue. She was terrified and hadn't dared to make a sound. Only after Xiao Wen was killed and the wild Buddha departed did she finally cry out. She then insisted this place was unclean, explaining that Mike and Xiao Mei were likely not murdered by Xiao Wen at all, but killed by the wild Buddha. Because online sources all say you shouldn't worship wild Buddha statues carelessly, or you'll be cursed. That made Xiaoqing and me even more terrified. We feared we'd end up like those three, killed by the wild Buddha. So we fled here that very night and went to the North District Police Station to report it. That's the whole story. Xiaomei trembled slightly as she spoke. Sir, do you think Xiaoqing's sudden disappearance might be connected to that wild Buddha statue outside? Her disappearance has nothing to do with that wild Buddha statue outside. Right now, I just want to ask you one thing. Why does this story differ from what Xiaoqing said when she was here earlier? Lu Yang muttered under his breath before asking again. Xiaomei lowered her head, hesitated, and said, I don't know. No, that's not it. You're covering for Xiaoqing. Lu Yang immediately sensed something was off. He lifted her chin and stared straight at her. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, piercingly intense. Chapter 52, Re-Investigation. Launching the manhunt. I'm not, Xiaomei replied, turning her face away, her eyes darting nervously. Yes, you are. Lu Yang cut her off again. Throughout your retelling, you've been deliberately or perhaps unintentionally separating Xiaoqing from the incident. Take Mike's death, for example. You directed all suspicion towards Xiaowen and Xiaomi, while barely mentioning anything about Xiaoqing's account of what happened between you and Mike. While you admitted to a homosexual relationship between them, living under the same roof, how could you not hear what was happening around you? How could Xiaoqing not have come to the scene of the argument? And you? You only gave a cursory account of his death through Xiaomi, then shifted the blame onto the deceased, Xiaowen. While it seems plausible, it gives off a strong sense of deliberate protection. Xiaomei seemed flustered, unable to speak. Seeing this, Lu Yang didn't press her further. He flicked his cigarette butt away and stood up. You won't admit it because, deep down, Xiaoqing and her boyfriend hold the same place in your heart, right? Very well. Since that's the case, let me reconstruct my reasoning. Truthfully, I never believed in this wild Buddha murder theory. To me, the more you deliberately avoid certain topics, the more you reveal. Mike was the first to die. As your boyfriend, he was secretly involved with your classmate Xiaomi. This created a deep wound in your heart. Xiaoqing, being, intended to confess her feelings when you were most vulnerable. But she was rejected. Seeing you cry, she channeled that resentment toward the faithless man. So on the day it happened, while Mike was out trying to clear his head, you took advantage of his absence and killed him. Then you dragged his body to the cabin, staged it to look like he was kneeling before the wild Buddha statue, and returned. Coincidentally, that very day was when Xiaowen and Xiaomi were in conflict. Due to the love triangle, Xiaowen also harbored hatred toward Mike and blurted out a murderous threat in anger. This led you all to mistakenly believe that Xiaowen was the one who killed him. Now, moving on to the second victim, Xiaomi. After Mike's death, many suspected Xiaowen was responsible. Xiaomi, who already disliked Xiaowen, naturally began to resent him too. But Xiaowen deeply loved Xiaomi and didn't want her to hold such a grudge against him. So he used wire to open Xiaomi's room and try to explain himself. But Xiaomi despised him from the bottom of her heart. Coupled with her mistaken belief that he had killed Mike, she thought he was going to harm her and started arguing. During this, you and Xiaoqing came over to break up the fight. Your heart was in the right place. Though you also hated Xiaomi, you worried about her safety and offered to sleep together. But Xiaomi refused and hurled insults at you. You might think this slight was insignificant, but to Xiaoqing, who deeply loved you, it was a form of emotional humiliation. Xiaomi had not only monopolized your boyfriend but was also selfishly rejecting your kindness toward her. This drove Xiaoqing, who deeply loved you, to murderous intent. Coincidentally, just then, Xiaowen was also trying to prove his innocence and prepare to investigate Mike's death. Little did he know that as soon as he stepped outside, he saw Xiaomi already dead. To clear herself of suspicion, Xiaoqing once again took the lead in pointing the finger at Xiaowen, leading you to mistakenly believe he killed both of them. You then drove him away. In reality, this planted the seeds for Xiaowen's eventual death. After Xiaomi's death, Xiaowen, trying to prove his innocence, inadvertently mentioned investigating Mike's cause of death. Fearing her murder would be exposed, Xiaoqing chose to strike again. At that moment, you were terrified by Mime and Xiaomi's death. Though you heard the commotion outside, you were too frightened to go out. Once the noise stopped, Xiaoqing shouted to conceal the truths from you, then fabricated the story about the wild Buddha murder. Throughout the entire case, Xiaoqing acted alone. She killed Mike because he harmed you, and she killed Xiaomi for the same reason because Xiaomi harmed you. Xiaowen was the only exception. But I believe Xiaoqing didn't kill him simply because he was investigating the case. She must have done it because Xiaowen discovered some secret she couldn't reveal. As for what that secret is, I suppose we'll only find out once we apprehend Xiaoqing. For now, these are merely my speculations. We can only treat Xiaoqing as the primary suspect in the case. Whether she is definitively proven to be the perpetrator will depend on the results from the hospital surveillance system and the analysis of those 3 strands of hair. For a moment, the room fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a leaf fall. Zhang Xiaolin, Xiaolan, Zhang Dong, and several other agents standing nearby all froze in place, utterly bewildered. What? It wasn't GFO who committed the murder? Xiaoqing is the killer? And from the sound of it, she and Xiaomei are in a relationship. No way, this is way too unexpected. Ring ring. Just then, Zhang Xiaolan's phone buzzed a few times in his pocket, interrupting their thoughts. Hello? Got it. Zhang Xiaolan answered the call, exchanged a few words through the receiver, then gave a slight, tight smile. After hanging up, he approached Lu Yang and said, Senior, the DNA comparison results are in. Just as you said, it belongs to Xiaoqing. Additionally, the hospital's surveillance department has responded. They've identified the woman who killed Tian'er that day. Records show the perpetrator is Chen Xiaoqing, female, 23 years old, a graduate student at the traditional Chinese medicine college. Lu Yang heard this without much surprise and replied, all the clues are aligning. It seems it's time to launch the arrest operation. Captain Zhang, retrieve all surveillance footage from the hospital entrance and the entire route Xiaoqing took during her escape. Notify all agents in the squad to deploy immediately. We must apprehend this suspect within 2 hours. Understood. I'll follow your lead. Zhang Xiaolan nodded and began executing the orders. Within a short time, he contacted all team members and surveillance system departments via phone. After arranging everything, he ordered the cleanup of the 3 bodies and bloodstains here to prevent public outrage from escalating online. After completing these tasks, he prepared to withdraw his team to support other units. Captain Zhang, wait a moment. Seeing him head out to apprehend the suspect, Lu Yang called out casually. What is it, Senior? Zhang Xiaolan inquired. Without hesitation, Lu Yang replied, I'll take Xiaomei, Xiaolan, and Zhang Dong with me to accompany you. I believe we can assist you when needed. Chapter 53, Chen Xiaoqing's Plastic Surgery. Insight Divine Ability Deepens Skill. Late at night. Kongzhuang Avenue. After injuring someone, Chen Xiaoqing knew she couldn't escape responsibility this time, so she decided to flee. To evade the police investigation, she went to great lengths. First, she sought out a shady broker to obtain a fake ID. Then, she visited a plastic surgery clinic to alter her appearance completely, hoping this disguise would allow her to slip through the cracks. She planned to make her escape to another province before deciding her next move. And indeed, things unfolded exactly as she had imagined. Along the way, despite multiple police checkpoints, officers paid her little attention when she passed through, letting her slip right under their noses. This emboldened her further, and she resolved to leave the county before midnight that same day. To leave the county, she needed to purchase a ticket at either the county train station or bus station. For safety reasons, Chen Xiaoqing avoided the train station and headed to the bus terminal instead. She bought a ticket and waited inside a bus. Once the bus was full and began pulling out of the station, Chen Xiaoqing finally relaxed. Better safe than sorry, she plugged her headphones into her phone and started listening to music. The journey was smooth, and the bus was bustling with activity. Some passengers gathered to play cards, others called their families. Occasionally, when passing service stations, a few inspectors approached for checks, but these were merely routine formalities, easily dismissed by the driver. Chen Xiaoqing believed she could safely leave the county on this bus. But a sudden, sharp brake nearly scared the life out of her. The driver spotted several patrol cars blocking the last service station, and officers waved him over. He pulled over and opened the door. Hello, police checkpoint. Please present your identification, said Zhang Xiaolan from the North District Police Station sternly as he and several officers boarded the vehicle. Seeing this, the driver had no choice but to pull out his driver's license and ID card and hand them over. Officer, he said, this is a legitimate bus that runs between these 2 cities year-round. Alright, you're free to go. Zhang Xiaolan glanced at his documents, nodded, then joined the other officers as they boarded the bus to inspect each passenger's credentials. Though annoyed by the inspection, the passengers complied one after another, presenting their documents and tickets. Naturally, this included Chen Xiaoqing. However, she now carried a fake ID under the name Zhang Yunyun instead of Chen Xiaoqing. When the officers passed by her, they glanced at her documents without deep suspicion before moving on to others. After completing the entire procedure without any new discoveries, Zhang Xiaolan and the others prepared to disembark. Officers, may I proceed now? The driver glanced at his watch. I need to get this group to their destination promptly. Hold on a moment. Let me report the situation first. Zhang Xiaolan smiled, narrowing his eyes, then patted the driver on the shoulder. It won't take long, just a minute or two. Alright, but please hurry, the driver replied reluctantly, sighing at his lack of options. Got it. Zhang Xiaolan smiled and waved at him before stepping out. He walked to an unmarked vehicle ahead, opened the door, and slid inside. Lu Yang, seated in the passenger seat, flicked his cigarette butt out the window before asking, so? Anything new? Zhang Xiaolan glanced back at Xiaolan, Zhang Dong, and Xiaomei in the back seat, then fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Yang and shook his head. That's strange. Lu Yang frowned. Ever since Chen Xiaoqing escaped, our surveillance system for this section completely froze at a certain point. It's as if she vanished into thin air. But we've deployed sentries to monitor the county train station, bus station, and all vehicles along the route. If the suspect intended to flee, this situation shouldn't have occurred. Could she still be within the county? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. No criminal would remain in the same place after their murderous tracks were exposed. Captain Zhang, I'll personally inspect this train. After regaining his composure, Lu Yang immediately pushed open the door and walked slowly toward the bus. Standing at the bus entrance, he silently commanded, "System, activate Insightful Divine Eye Deepening Skill." Ding, Insight Divine Eye Deepening Skill activated. Host can now directly confirm the sin value above a target's head, revealing their specific crime. What a skill! It truly lives up to the deepened in its name. The previous skill could only lock onto a target's sin value without revealing the specific crime committed. This one is different. This comes in handy. Lu Yang felt certain of victory as he fixed his gaze on every passenger inside the vehicle. Front row passenger, sin value, none. Crime, none. Second row passenger, sin value, none. Crime committed, none. Third row passenger, sin value, none. Offense, none. Sixth row passenger, sin value 10,000. Crime, murder. A sin value of 10,000? Murder? Could it be her? Lu Yang locked onto an unfamiliar face, then approached with a puzzled expression. "Hello, routine check, could you please show me your ID?" Chen Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment. She knew Lu Yang was different from the other agents, meticulous and sharp. She frowned, said nothing, and pulled out her ID to hand it over. Lu Yang pretended to glance down at it, then scrutinized her carefully. Only when he caught a strong whiff of perfume did it dawn on him she had plastic surgery. For the safety of the passengers inside, he turned and gestured to those seated. "Everyone, please exit the vehicle and wait outside. I need to handle something here." "Yes, the sooner the better." "Oh, what a hassle. Why are they randomly checking at this hour?" "I'm rushing to visit relatives at my in-laws' place." The passengers grumbled in unison, then impatiently disembarked. But the driver, fearing trouble might arise, refused to leave. Instead, he stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" "Nothing. It's not your fault at all," Lu Yang said, gripping Chen Xiaoqing's wrist tightly. He looked sternly at her and demanded, "Chen Xiaoqing, what else do you have to say now?" "Officer Oh, no, sir, please take a closer look. I'm not Chen Xiaoqing. My name is Zhang Yunyun." Chen Xiaoqing flashed him a smile. Her demeanor was utterly nonchalant, as if nothing had happened. "Others may not recognize you, but do you think I don't?" Lu Yang remained unflappable. "No matter how well you disguise yourself, the scent of that perfume on your skin will never be masked." Chapter 54, Apprehended. Everyone applauds. "Perfume scent?" Chen Xiaoqing retorted, "How ridiculous are you? Lots of people use this brand of perfume. You can't just point at someone wearing it and declare them a suspect." Hearing this, Lu Yang's brow furrowed. During his initial investigation, he not only uncovered this detail from the victim but also learned by chance from Xiaolan that the scent on Chen Xiaoqing matched the victim's perfume. Though the scent was common and couldn't stand alone as evidence, he hadn't exactly come here to hunt down a suspect, had he? Chen Xiaoqing's words had undoubtedly exposed her identity. "Suspect? Looks like you've just incriminated yourself." Lu Yang's gaze sharpened like an eagle's. "We never said that. We said this is routine business." "You're bluffing me?" Chen Xiaoqing began to feel uneasy. "So you admit it?" "No, I don't." Chen Xiaoqing turned her face away. "My name is Zhang Yunyun. I'm a local and a genuine businesswoman." "Businesswoman? What kind of business?" Lu Yang pressed. Chen Xiaoqing replied, "Building materials." "Then do you know Du Jianzhong?" Chen Xiaoqing answered decisively, "No." Hearing this, Lu Yang instantly sneered coldly. "Du Jianzhong is the largest building materials supplier in this county. That's practically common knowledge. You say you're in the building materials business and you're a local, how could you not even know him?" Chen Xiaoqing couldn't spin another lie. "Stop lying. You're surrounded by investigators." Lu Yang confronted her directly, then grabbed her long hair and flung it back, pointing at the scar on her neck from plastic surgery. "The truth is, you secretly got plastic surgery to evade the investigators." "You're lying," Chen Xiaoqing declared, then made a move to leave, shaking off her hand. "I'm requesting to see a lawyer and filing a sexual assault charge against you." "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing her try to run, Lu Yang swiftly gave chase. With one powerful stride, he caught up and pinned her down before she could get out of the car. "You bastard, let go of me." Chen Xiaoqing glared at him over her shoulder and began struggling. Inside the car, Zhang Xiaolan heard the commotion and rushed out, leading a dozen agents over to investigate what had happened. "Handcuffs." Lu Yang didn't respond, instead freeing one hand. "Here you go." Zhang Xiaolan handed him the handcuffs. Lu Yang then cuffed her with them. He searched her body, retrieved both her real and fake IDs, tossed them to the other agents, and peeled back the skin revealing the scar from her neck surgery. Chen Xiaoqing had plastic surgery and got a fake ID. "That's why you didn't recognize her." "You mean her?" Zhang Xiaolan stepped forward upon hearing this, glancing at her neck. "No wonder. Earlier, I and a few men went up to inspect, and we didn't find anything unusual." After the suspect fled, the senior officer had remained remarkably composed, dispatching agents across the city to conduct surveillance. That alone commanded Zhang Xiaolan's respect. Yet he never imagined the veteran could instantly spot the telltale signs of facial reconstruction and secure the arrest. Such investigative prowess was unmatched not just in East or West District, but even in their own North District. "Alright, take her to the station," Liu Yang ordered. Immediately, Zhang Xiaolin took over, waving his hand. "You lot, take her into custody. Once evidence collection is complete, hand her over to the professional interrogators." "Yes, sir." The other detectives complied, then froze in shock at the scene before them. They thought to themselves, the senior officer truly lives up to his reputation, he could see all that. Meanwhile, as Chen Xiaoqing was taken into custody, both the driver inside the vehicle and the bus crew outside were utterly terrified. Holy! All this time, they'd been sharing a vehicle with a suspect. Thank goodness this handsome uncle spotted her. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine what might have happened next. That woman is shameless. Not only did she kill someone, but she also dared to use a fake ID and get plastic surgery to sit on the same bus as us. If it weren't for this handsome uncle catching her, who knows, she might have killed us on the road. Yeah, we owe it all to this guy. Hearing the passengers and driver praising him, Liu Yang felt a surge of pride. After getting off the bus, he waved at them, "Thank you all for your cooperation. The suspect has been apprehended. Please return to your seats and continue your journeys. Uncle, you're so handsome. Hey buddy, wanna snap a photo together sometime? Thank you for clearing the way for us. Otherwise, our hearts would have been filled with anxiety all along the journey." The passengers thanked him one by one before boarding the bus. Before long, the bus drove forward, gradually fading into the distance. This marked the first time Liu Yang had earned public recognition, filling him with immense satisfaction. After watching the bus disappear from sight, he turned and headed toward the vehicle where Xiaolan, Xiaomei, and Zhang Dong were waiting. He started the engine and followed the other scout vehicles back. On the way, Xiaolan and Zhang Dong asked Liu Yang about what had just happened. "Senior, I heard Chen Xiaoqing not only had plastic surgery but also forged Zhang's ID. How did you spot her?" "Yeah, under normal circumstances, something like this shouldn't have been detected." Liu Yang smiled and explained to them, "At first, I didn't notice anything unusual either. But later, I caught a whiff of a familiar perfume scent on her, and that's when I grew suspicious. When I asked her identity, she claimed to be a local named Zhang Yunyun, a building materials merchant. I didn't believe her. Coincidentally, we'd recently arrested Du Jianzhong, a prominent building materials entrepreneur in this county. So I tentatively asked if she knew him. She said no. From that moment, I knew she was lying. Then, to confirm her identity, I lifted her hair and discovered severe cosmetic surgery scars on the back of her neck. Plus, she tried to run away, which sealed the deal." Xiaolan and Zhang Dong listened, suddenly understanding. They raised their thumbs in praise. "You're truly a veteran. You never follow the script." At the crime scene, all three bodies had a strong perfume scent. You noticed this early on, but never imagined it would become crucial evidence for the arrest. As for Du Jianzhong, being a well-known local building materials businessman, he was practically a household name. Chen Xiaoqing claimed to be a local and worked in the same industry, yet she didn't recognize him. It was hard not to suspect her. Add to that the cosmetic surgery scar on the back of her neck. Everything seems to point to her being the killer we're looking for. Liu Yang, you really haven't let up on honing your detective skills these past years. Of course. Liu Yang replied casually to his childhood friend's praise. Seated behind them, sandwiched between Xiaolan and Zhang Dong, Xiaomei remained silent. She seemed utterly indifferent to their conversation, her gaze fixed on the back seat instead. She worried that Xiaoqing, hearing this, might become so distraught she'd do something reckless. Chapter 55, Chen Xiaoqing's stubborn denial. North District Police Station. After Chen Xiaoqing's arrest, she was confined to an interrogation room and handed over to the most experienced interrogator. Name: Zhang Yunyun. Gender: female. Occupation: building materials merchant. The interrogator's face darkened instantly. Chen Xiaoqing, at this point, you still won't come clean? Chen Xiaoqing remained utterly unconcerned, turning to the interrogator with a sneer. How amusing. I've already stated I'm a legitimate businessperson. What exactly do you want me to confess? Besides, what evidence do you have to arrest me? You want proof? Fine, I'll give you proof. The interrogator immediately produced 2 surveillance screenshots. At 6 p.m. yesterday, the person in the footage near Wanzhong Medical Beauty Center, that's you, right? And similarly, the person walking out an hour later, that's you too, isn't it? At 4 p.m. yesterday, 2 people emerged from Ipin Commercial Alley. One was a black market broker dealing in fake IDs. We've already apprehended him. The other was you, correct? Chen Xiaoqing, if you insist you're Zhang Yunyun, why undergo plastic surgery and engage in carrying fake IDs? Tell me, was it to evade police capture? To cover up your murder? Chen Xiaoqing glanced at the surveillance footage, paused briefly, then retorted, what a joke. What does this prove? Instead of arresting Chen Xiaoqing, you're questioning an innocent citizen like me? Then why was Chen Xiaoqing's ID in your pocket? The interrogator demanded, visibly angered. Chen Xiaoqing smiled calmly. Who knows? Some unscrupulous person slipped it to me. You. The interrogator slammed his fist on the table, stood up, and seeing he'd get nothing more, walked to the surveillance room to report, head bowed. Chief, I tried my best. This one's too slippery. Zhang Xiaolin replied, I know. It's not your fault. After saying this, he turned to ask Lu Yan what the next steps should be. Captain Zhang, this is quite normal. After all, no murderer confesses their identity after committing the crime. Lu Yang offered reassurance with a calm demeanor, patting his shoulder as he said, let me handle this. I have plenty of ways to pry the truth out of her. With that, he prepared to take over the interrogation. Hold on a moment. Just then, Xiao Mei spoke up. I know Xiao Qing best. Let me handle this. Zhang Xiaolin, Lu Yang, and the others turned to look at her, offering no response. Xiao Mei took the initiative, speaking earnestly, I know you don't trust me. You think Xiao Qing and I were too close. But don't forget it's precisely because of that bond that I refuse to let her sink deeper into this. Mike is dead. Xiao Wen and Xiao Mei are dead. She's the only friend I have left. If there's even a single chance to help her turn her life around, I'm willing to try. So please, I beg you just give me one chance to talk some sense into her. As Xiao Mei spoke, her voice broke and tears streamed down her face. It was clear how deeply the events of the past few days had affected her. People are only human. Though Zhang Xiaolin and the others appeared stern and impartial on the surface, Xiao Mei's face still moved them. They sighed and turned to ask Lu Yang, Senior, what do you think? Lu Yang paused before replying, well, everyone has two sides. Though Chen Xiaoqing kills without hesitation, every person she's taken down was for Xiao Mei's sake. I believe having her deliver the warning personally could save us considerable effort. Of course, if that doesn't work, then I'll have to interrogate her myself. As he spoke, Lu Yang's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. Understood. Zhang Xiaolin glanced at him, then waved toward Xiao Mei's direction. Go ahead. Try your approach. Thank you. Xiao Mei smiled, wiped away her tears, then stepped out of the monitoring room. She walked a few paces down the corridor outside before pushing open the interrogation room door and sitting down across from Chen Xiaoqing. Chen Xiaoqing's expression softened slightly at the sight of her, but she quickly regained her composure, leaning back in her chair. Seriously, can't you send a man instead? This girl's so frail, how is she supposed to handle this? Xiao Mei looked at her, gripping her hand tightly. Xiaoqing, I know it's you. Your eyes don't lie to me. Listen to me, let go of your obsession and cooperate with the investigation. I can ask Captain Zhang and the others to go easy on you. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Chen Xiaoqing froze for a moment before decisively turning her face away. You've mistaken me for someone else. No, I haven't. Xiao Mei's eyes welled with tears. Your appearance has changed, but your voice hasn't. You'll always be the Chen Xiaoqing I know. Seeing her now looking so wronged, Chen Xiaoqing felt a pang of pity. But to avoid exposing her identity and slip through the legal cracks, she remained coldly indifferent. No, what's wrong with you? I told you, my name is Zhang Yunyun. Cry one more time, and I'll slap you, you hear me? Xiaoqing, you've never treated me like this before. You. Xiao Mei cried out. Smack. Chen Xiaoqing instantly suppressed the sharp pain in her heart and slapped her across the face. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. Your crying is driving me crazy. Get out. Get out now. Just seeing you makes me furious. Xiao Mei covered her face, sat where she was, and stared at her. After a long while, she ran out crying. Chen Xiaoqing wanted to call after her, but caught sight of the surveillance camera overhead and held back, muttering a few silent apologies instead. Damn it, looks like she's dead set on going against us. Zhang Xiaolin, watching from the surveillance room, slammed his fist on the table in anger. He stood up, ready to interrogate her personally. I'll handle her. Captain Zhang. Lu Yang grabbed his arm and shook his head. Let me handle it. With inhuman criminals like this, you have to use inhuman methods. What do you mean, Senior? Zhang Xiaolin asked. Watch and learn. Lu Yang said, stepping out of the monitoring room and heading toward the interrogation area. He thought every person has weaknesses, and Chen Xiaoqing's weakness lay with Xiao Mei. In his view, the more ruthlessly Chen Xiaoqing treated Xiao Mei, the more it proved how much she cared about her. She didn't want her beloved Xiao Mei dragged into this mess. Upon entering the interrogation room, he saw Chen Xiaoqing was indeed fighting back tears, wiping her eyes with her hand. Only when she noticed him did she force herself to appear calm. She turned and smiled. Well, finally someone competent has shown up? Go ahead. What do you want to do to me? Chapter 56, Absolute Measures. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Lu Yang said, calmly sitting across from Chen Xiaoqing as he studied her. I never imagined you'd go so far as to undergo plastic surgery to evade responsibility for murder and even harm your beloved Xiao Mei. I don't know what you're talking about. Chen Xiaoqing turned her face away, feigning indifference. You don't want me to say it, huh? Lu Yang sneered coldly. Fine. Then let's go over the entire sequence of events. The day after the incident, my colleagues and I inspected the cabin in the wilderness area along Highway 14. Mike, Xiaowen, and Xiaomi all three appeared to have died from the same cause, yet their bodies bore numerous signs of violent assault. Clearly, they had fought with someone on the day of the incident. You wouldn't have guessed it, but each of them was clutching a lock of your hair, still carrying the scent of your perfume. Yes, that's right, the very same scent you're wearing now. After you got plastic surgery, it was this very scent that made me suspect you. Even though you covered everything up flawlessly, you never saw this coming, did you? Chen Xiaoqing frowned upon hearing this, then repeated her earlier retort, "Humph. So what? I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I know everything." Lu Yang continued, "Afterward, to cover up your murder. You told Zhang Xiaolin and the others in the North District that they all died under the wild Buddha. You tried to cover up the truth with lies. Little did you know, it was that perfume scent on you that made me suspicious. But back then, I didn't know whose scent it was. It wasn't until the rain forced us all into that small cabin, where conflicts erupted, that I learned from my colleague Xiaolan that you carried that scent. But that alone wasn't enough evidence to justify investigating you. The real proof came from the suggestive behavior between you and Xiaomei. After the lodging was assigned that day, you immediately started arguing with Xiaolan, demanding she be kicked out. From that moment on, I suspected you were. You were deeply in love with Xiaomei and terrified that Xiaolan's presence would steal her away from you. Am I right about that?" Chen Xiaoqing burst out laughing as if hearing the most absurd joke. "You think I'm? No way. Could you make it any more ridiculous?" Lu Yang picked up the thread. "Fine, you don't have to admit that. Let's move on to the second incident. You killed an agent named Xin Honor who was under Captain Zhang's jurisdiction, didn't you? On the day it happened, I deliberately called Captain Zhang out to help me stage a scene. After returning, I handed him the strands of hair from the 3 victims and instructed him to send Xin Honor to the hospital for DNA matching. On the surface, it seemed like solving the case, but really, it was all for your benefit. I knew you'd rush to the hospital to destroy evidence, so I had Captain Zhang arrange for several detectives to follow Xin Honor and secretly protect him. What I didn't anticipate was your extraordinary agility. You injured Xin Honor, rendering him unable to speak. But you still underestimated the investigative unit's tracking capabilities. The hospital surveillance footage and subsequent DNA comparison results all point to you. This evidence alone is enough to condemn you 1,000 times over. But before any of that evidence surfaced, your entire motive for murder was laid bare by Xiaomei. Xiaomei recounted the entire sequence of events right in front of us, a version that differs completely from your initial account. She did admit to an improper relationship between you two, but she genuinely had no idea you killed Mike, Xiaowen, and Xiaomi. I reached this conclusion after hearing her account. First, Mike was the first to die. On the day of the incident, he and Xiaomi exposed their improper relationship, which Xiaomei discovered. You then tried to use this opportunity to pursue Xiaomei, but she rejected you. In a fit of rage, you killed Mike while he was out. Afterward, to shift suspicion away from yourself, you dragged his body inside, arranged it in a bizarre pose, and then used Xiaomi's voice to frame Xiaowen. Everyone, including Xiaomi, pointed the finger at Xiaowen as the killer. But Xiaowen deeply loved Xiaomi and didn't want her to misunderstand, so he pried open her door with wire and went inside. But Xiaomi, arrogant and domineering, thought he was going to kill her. She screamed, which alerted you all. At that moment, Xiaomei, worried for her safety, suggested they live together. Xiaomi responded with harsh words, and Xiaomei fought back. Seeing Xiaomei's distress and unwillingness to accept this, you decided to strike again that same day, killing Xiaomi. Then, you arranged her body in the same pose as Mike's. Coincidentally, Xiaowen went out to investigate Mike's death to clear her name and discovered Xiaomi's body. Her scream drew you and Xiaomei out. Then, to divert Xiaomei's attention, you falsely accused Xiaowen of killing Xiaomi. Xiaowen denied it, claiming he was investigating the deceased. From that moment on, you wanted to cover up the evidence and harbored murderous intent toward him. Afterwards, Xiaomei recounted hearing another series of loud banging noises at the door. But with 2 victims already discovered, she dared not venture out. So she waited until the noise stopped before venturing out again. By then, you had already killed Xiaowen and staged his body in the same pose. To deceive Xiaomei, you claimed to have witnessed a wild Buddha statue committing murder, dragging her outside to report it. But that's not what happened. I believe Xiaowen must have discovered evidence of your crime and confronted you, leading to a struggle. To cover up the evidence, you ultimately killed him by some means. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqing froze in place. He never imagined the person before him could be so terrifying. So terrifying they nearly reconstructed the crime scene. So what? My name is Zhang Yunyun, not Chen Xiaoqing. She remained as defiant as ever, gritting her teeth and refusing to admit her crime. If you've got the guts, go arrest Chen Xiaoqing. Why arrest me? Chen Xiaoqing, how long do you plan to keep up this charade? Lu Yang could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. The investigation team has gathered the most comprehensive evidence possible. It's so thorough that it proves beyond doubt you purchased fake credentials. We have footage of you before and after your plastic surgery. Are you trying to force me to use absolute measures against you? I don't know what you're talking about, Chen Xiaoqing declared fearlessly. Chapter 57, Switching Between Truth and Deception. Mastering the Art of Transformation. Fine. Very well. It seems you have no intention of cooperating. Chen Xiaoqing, you cherish Xiaomei most, don't you? Today, I'll kill her right before your eyes. See if you'll finally tell the truth. With that, Lu Yang prepared to unleash the final skill granted by the system against him. After delivering his threat, he turned and strode out of the interrogation room. What? He's going to kill Xiaomei? No, that can't be possible. This is a police station, surrounded by law enforcement officers. How could they possibly let him do that? Hearing this, Chen Xiaoqing felt a slight stir within her. She looked toward the door, silently wondering. But alas, the interrogation room was pitch black. Only through the cracks in the iron door could she glimpse some of the outside arrangements. She wasn't the only one. Even Zhang Xiaolin and the others in the monitoring room exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this. No, this couldn't be possible. How could the senior have killed someone here? Besides, hadn't Xiaomei already escaped? How could he possibly kill her in front of Chen Xiaoqing? Boss, how could that make sense? Even if Chen Xiaoqing is stubborn, the senior can't just kill someone recklessly in front of her, right? Besides, Xiaomei is innocent. Killing her would be such a waste. You're right. Interrogating suspects is one thing, but why resort to killing so easily? Zhang Xiaolin also found this approach unreasonable and decided to go out and investigate. Come on, let's go check it out. Meanwhile, Xiaolan and Zhang Dong, equally clueless about Lu Yang's intentions, followed the agents outside, speculating wildly. Brother Zhang, you and Senior are childhood friends. You should know him best. What do you think he's thinking? I don't know either. Zhang Dong analyzed the situation and said, I started out as an interrogator too, and I've never seen an interrogator resort to murder to get a criminal to tell the truth. But if he said that, he must have his reasons. Never mind. Let's go out and see for ourselves first. Xiaolan dismissed her doubts and spoke out of curiosity. Lu Yang had no intention of killing anyone. Instead, he used the pretense of murder to force Chen Xiaoqing to reveal the truth. In his view, Chen Xiaoqing had committed murder solely for the sake of that girl named Xiaomei. Even if she stubbornly denied it, even if she had just struck the other woman to prove she was Zhang Yunyun, Lu Yang remained convinced their relationship was undeniable. Later, he would simply use the all-purpose deep disguise skill granted by the system to alter his appearance. By feigning movements near the iron door's crack and delivering a carefully scripted monologue, he could provoke Chen Xiaoqing into breaking down. He was confident that under such pressure, Chen Xiaoqing would eventually crack and spill the truth. With that thought in mind, Lu Yang silently commanded in his mind, System, activate the Universal Disguise Enhancement skill. Ding, Universal Disguise Enhancement skill officially activated. Host may use this skill to freely alter appearance into multiple characters based on mental imagery, mimic their voices, and switch freely. Skill duration, 15 minutes. Transformation target, Xiaomei. As Lu Yang silently recited the command, his appearance swiftly transformed. Standing within the iron gates gap, he mimicked her voice, Senior Lu Yang, I beg you. For my sake, please spare Xiaoqing this time. Target, Lu Yang. Within seconds of his silent command, Lu Yang materialized in the gates gap, bellowing in his own voice, impossible. She killed so many people. Plus the plastic surgery, buying fake IDs, it's a desperate cover-up. Even if I don't kill her, the people's investigators won't let her off. Thud. A knife landed on the ground. Lu Yang transformed back into Xiaomei's form and, in her voice, knelt on the ground begging, I killed them. Xiaoqing had nothing to do with it. Kill me instead. I'll take the blame for them. Just please spare Xiaoqing. What? You killed them? Lu Yang asked, reverting to his original voice. Yes, I killed him. Lu Yang switched back to Xiaomei's persona, mimicking her voice. Actually, I've been lying to you from the very beginning. Mike is an American exchange student with a deep fascination for traditional Chinese medicine. He met me at the TCM college and we became a couple. Before the incident, we needed to collect a herb called tuoipai for our thesis defense. Later, we learned online that this herb grows in the wilderness near Highway 14. So we formed a close-knit group with classmates Xiaomei, Xiaoqing, and Xiaowan and came here together to collect this herb. On the way, we stopped at a Buddha statue to pay our respects before heading back to the cabin to rest. During this time, the three of us girls Xiaomei, Xiaoqing, and I each stayed in separate rooms, while Xiaowan and Mike shared another room. I wanted to build a connection with Mike, so I went to chat with him. But as soon as I entered the room, I heard Mike, Xiaowan, and Xiaomei arguing. Xiaomei is naturally open-minded. She knew Mike and I were dating, yet she seduced him behind my back and slept with him. On the day it happened, she went looking for Mike again, wanting him to sleep in her room. Xiaowan has always liked her. Even knowing Xiaomei didn't love him, he still tried to stop her. To get him to give up, Xiaomei blurted out during the argument that she and Mike had slept together. Enraged, Xiaowan tried to fight Mike. Xiaomei wouldn't let him, and this led to a huge argument between the three of them. Later, I got so angry I pushed the door open and tearfully confronted Mike about what happened between him and Xiaomei. Mike admitted it and said I didn't understand romance, that being with me was boring, and he wanted to break up. I couldn't stand it and started arguing with him. At that moment, Xiaomi couldn't stand it anymore. She came forward, flailing her arms, and admitted all those sordid details right in front of me. She stood beside Mike, accusing me of stealing him away and claiming I didn't understand men at all. 2 hours later, Xiaomi and Xiaowen left in a huff. Mike, feeling down, went outside to smoke. Just then, Xiao Chang emerged from the room, stood outside my door, and knocked. I knew it was her, so I went to open it for her. Xiao Qing asked what happened earlier. I cried as I told her the whole story. As I cried, she began comforting me and kissed me. That's how it is when you're at your most vulnerable. Even knowing it was a forbidden love, I couldn't help myself, I'd fallen for her. I used this moment to express my feelings for Xiao Qing, then wanted to take things further. But considering Mike and my relationship, she regained her senses and pushed me away. I clung to her afterward, desperate to continue, but she pushed me out. Then I stood sobbing quietly against a wall. Torn between breaking up and forgiveness, my hatred finally erupted. While Mike stepped outside for a smoke, I found a stick and ambushed him, killing him. Chapter 58, Shen Xiaoqing changes her story. 2 hours later, a sudden shout came from outside the door. Xiaomi suddenly went berserk, claiming she'd found Mike's body. When Xiaoqing, Xiaowen, and I came out, we saw Mike slumped over a table, hands clasped in prayer, dead. At the same time, a palm-sized bloodstain appeared on the wall behind him. We were all stunned by the scene. Standing in a row, we speculated among ourselves about what had happened. At that moment, to cover up the murder, I pointed at Xiaowen and shouted that he had killed Mike. Because on the day of the incident, during an argument between Xiaomi and Xiaowen, I had heard Xiaowen say in a fit of rage that he would kill Mike. Xiaomi then followed suit, accusing him of the crime. She claimed to have seen Xiaowen go outside for a cigarette shortly after Mike left, which seemed to solidify the story. With both of them pointing fingers, Xiaoqing also mistakenly believed he was the culprit. He then stepped back several paces with me and Xiaomi, distancing himself. Xiaowen immediately tried to explain that he stayed inside the house the whole time, never going out, and certainly hadn't seen Mike. But no matter how he tried to explain, no one would believe him. Xiaoqing, Xiaomi, and I discussed our safety moving forward and ultimately decided to report it. But Highway 14 was remote with poor signal reception, making phone calls impossible. Plus, none of us knew how to drive, so we had no choice but to turn back. When it was time to eat, we all sat down for a meal together. Afterward, we each returned to our rooms, locked the doors from the inside, and warned Xiaowen not to cause any trouble. Not long after, commotion erupted again from the adjacent room. When Xiao Cheng and I came out, we realized it was Xiaowen causing trouble once more. He pried open Xiaomi's door with wire and approached him while he was resting. Thinking Xiaowen intended to assault him, Xiaomi let out a scream. I knew about the situation between Mike and Xiaomi and didn't want to get involved in their business. But Xiaoqing felt they were classmates and worried Xiaowen might harm Xiaomi. So she pulled Xiaomi over and confronted Xiaowen, demanding to know what he was trying to do. Xiaowen walked over to Xiaomi and explained that while he didn't care what others thought of him, he cared deeply about how she saw him. He then insisted that although he hated Mike intensely, he would never do something as despicable as that. He insisted there must be some misunderstanding and urged her not to jump to conclusions. But Xiaomi wouldn't listen, convinced he was the killer. She threatened that if he came near her again, she'd slit her wrists. Xiaowen was deeply worried about her safety and left. After this incident, Xiaoqing became concerned for Xiaomi's well-being and insisted on staying with her. But Xiaomi flatly refused, rejecting her kindness and even snapping back at her. But I couldn't bear seeing Xiaoqing suffer. Plus, Xiaomi's affair with Mike filled me with hatred, so I prepared to strike again. While Xiaomi slept, I entered her room and killed her. Half an hour later, another scream echoed outside. Xiaoqing and I stepped out to find Xiaowen shouting. He pointed at Xiaomi's lifeless body beside Mike's corpse, saying he'd just pushed open the door to find Xiaomi dead too. Xiao Chang and I stared in shock. Xiaomi sat kneeling at the table, her head bowed, hands pressed together in prayer. Just like Mike, a blood-red handprint was imprinted on her back. I immediately shielded Xiaoqing behind me and accused Xiaowen of being a murderer, telling him to get lost. Xiaowen frantically shook his head, insisting he knew nothing. He claimed he'd only gone to investigate Mike's death when he unexpectedly found Xiaomi's body lying there, pleading his innocence. I wouldn't listen. I grabbed something to hit him with and kicked him out. Slammed the door shut. Then I held Xiaoqing close, calling her baby, saying no one would ever bother us now. As I talked, I started touching her. After something like this happened, Xiaoqing desperately needed someone to comfort her. She wanted to vent to a close friend on the phone. So she pushed me away and went back to her own room. Not long after, Xiaoqing heard footsteps, followed by a clattering sound. Only when she heard screams coming from my room did she run out. Finally, she discovered that Xiaowen was kneeling beside Xiaomi and Mike in the exact same death pose, head bowed, hands pressed together. And behind him, there was now a blood-red handprint. Xiaoqing asked me what had just happened. Wasn't Xiaowen the murderer? How could he be dead here? I told her I'd seen through the door crack that Xiaowen was fighting a wild Buddha statue, terrified out of his wits, which is why he hadn't dared to make a sound. Only after Xiaowen was killed and the wild Buddha departed did I dare cry out. Then I explained this place was unclean, suggesting Mike and Xiaomi might not have been murdered by Xiaowen at all, but killed by the wild Buddha. Because online sources all say you shouldn't worship wild Buddha statues carelessly, or you'll be cursed. This made Xiaoqing even more terrified, fearing she'd end up like those three, killed by the wild Buddha. So she discussed with me that we should flee here overnight and go to the North District Police Station to report it. I killed Mike because I hated him for cheating on me behind my back. I killed Xiaomi because I hated her for meddling in our relationship despite knowing I was with Mike. Then Xiao Cheng, trying to comfort me out of kindness, was humiliated by her. I killed Xiaowen because he was investigating Mike's death. More than that, I feared evidence would surface and I'd be imprisoned and sentenced. As for the murder of Detective Xin, I ordered her to do it. The idea for her to trade fake certificates and undergo plastic surgery was mine too. Xiaoqing had nothing to do with it. Xiaoqing was merely an observer throughout this entire affair. She is innocent. Truly, if you release her, I am willing to pay with my life for these deaths. Hearing this, Lu Yang switched back to his original voice, picked up the dagger from the floor, and stepped forward. Very well. Since that's the case, I'll take the lives of these victims myself and rid the world of this menace. The dagger was picked up. Lu Yang shifted into Xiao Mei's form, choking his own neck to simulate killing her. Immediately after, he spoke in his original voice. Die. No. Don't kill her. I did it. I did the whole thing. At that moment, a desperate scream echoed through the interrogation room. I killed Mike. I killed Xiaomi. I killed Xiaowen. I sold the fake IDs. I changed my appearance to evade the police. She had nothing to do with it. Chapter 59, Revealing the Truth. Chen Xiaoqing, you're finally telling the truth? After a long pause, Lu Yang released the skill, reverting to his original form, and pushed open the iron door to enter. Chen Xiaoqing gasped in terror. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. But first, I need to see Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei was her everything. No matter how coldly she pretended to be on the surface, deep down, no one cared more about her than she did. If Xiao Mei died, she wouldn't go on living alone. Only before dying would she take all the truths to her grave, burying it forever beneath the earth. Understood, Lu Yang replied, immediately turning to leave. He notified Zhang Xiaolin to arrange for personnel to retrieve Xiao Mei. Not long after, he brought her into the interrogation room. Chen Xiaoqing, now you should confess, right? Seeing Xiao Mei safe and sound, Chen Xiaoqing finally exhaled in relief, seemingly resigned to the worst. She lowered her head and said, I'll confess. I'll confess. Lu Yang pushed Xiao Mei out to be looked after by other agents. Then, under their watchful eyes, he walked over and sat down opposite Chen Xiaoqing. Go on. How did you kill those 3 people on the day it happened? Chen Xiaoqing hesitated before speaking. Mike was an American exchange student. Because he was handsome, he had no shortage of beautiful women pursuing him, and his private life was chaotic. Among those affairs was the mess between him and Xiao Mei. But I was deeply in love with Xiao Mei. Seeing them together made me fear she'd get hurt, so I kept scheming to break them up even to eliminate him. Yet Xiao Mei was too determined, and they were inseparable. I never found the chance to act. It wasn't until one day, when we went to collect a Chinese herb called tuipai for our thesis defense preparations, venturing into the wilderness near Highway 14, that I finally found my chance. First, I revealed the inappropriate relationship between Mike and Xiaomi to Xiaowen. Using Xiaowen's love for Xiaomi, I provoked a fight between them. Then, amidst the commotion, I drew Xiaomi in, showing her Mike's true colors to shatter her illusions. Then I waited for an opening to comfort her and confess my feelings. But to my surprise, even after all that, Xiaomi still wouldn't accept me. Instead, she kept thinking about that scumbag. I couldn't bear to see her suffer, yet I hesitated to harm that scumbag who stood between us. So, in a moment of darkness, I seized the chance when Mike stepped outside for a smoke. I snuck a stick and struck him from behind, killing him. After the killing, I remained remarkably composed, immediately erasing all traces. I considered dumping his body in the wilderness for wolves, but feared it would raise suspicion. Instead, I devised a scheme to shift the blame onto someone else. Afterward, I learned from books that rabbit-eared hair fur possesses a distinct hypnotic effect. I ground it into powder, scattered it outward, and combined it with certain elements in the air. Through the window, I sprinkled it into the other members' rooms. Then, while everyone else slept, I brought Mike inside. I slashed his palm, pressed his bloodied handprint onto the wall, and arranged his corpse into a bizarre, sinister pose. After completing these actions, I secretly retrieved Mike's phone and sent Xiaomi an ambiguous text message before returning to the room. When Xiaomi woke up and prepared to go on her date, she discovered Mike's body at that very moment. Then, with her scream, everyone came rushing out. They were all frozen in shock by the scene, standing in a line, speculating among themselves about what had happened. At that moment, to cover up my murder, I pointed at Xiaowen and shouted that he had killed Mike. I claimed that on the day of the incident, during an argument between Xiaomi and Xiaowen, I had heard Xiaowen say in a fit of rage that he would kill Mike. Xiaomi then followed suit, accusing him of the crime. She claimed to have seen Xiaowen go outside for a cigarette shortly after Mike left, which seemed to confirm the story. Because both of us pointed the finger at him, Xiaomi also mistakenly believed he was the culprit and began to isolate him. But in reality, Xiaowen never left the premises that day. I simply exploited Xiaomi's obsession with Mike and her resentment toward Xiaowen to successfully frame the innocent Xiaowen as the killer. Afterwards, Xiaowen kept explaining that he stayed inside the room the whole time, never going out, and certainly never seeing Mike. But no matter how much he explained, no one was willing to believe him. Xiaomi, and I discussed our safety moving forward and decided to report it. But the signal suddenly dropped, making calls impossible. Since we couldn't drive, we had no choice but to turn back. At dinner time, Xiaomi, and I sat down to eat together. Xiaowen tried to join us, but we sent him away. I hated that Xiaomi knew Xiaomi was dating Mike yet still tried to seduce him. That's when I decided to get rid of her. So when I went to cook, I slipped rabbit poison powder into both her and Xiaomi's bowls again. I exploited Xiaowen's feelings for Xiaomi. While she was asleep, I helped her into the room, then took her phone and sent Xiaowen a suggestive text message. After that, I helped Xiaomi into the room. Xiaowen was always up to no good, and the suggestive text only fueled his curiosity. That very night, he used a wire to pry open Xiaomi's door and slipped inside. Not long after, loud noises came from Xiaomi's room. Xiaomi and I went out to check. Xiaomi said he'd used wire to pry open her door and approached her while she was resting. Thinking he was going to assault her, she screamed. I knew about the situation between Mike and Xiaomi and didn't want to get involved in their business. But Xiaomi felt they were all classmates. Worried that Xiaowen might harm Xiaomi, she pulled Xiaomi over and confronted Xiaowen, demanding to know what he was up to. Xiaowen approached Xiaomi to explain that while he didn't care what others thought of him, he cared deeply about her opinion. He insisted that despite his hatred for Mike, he would never do something as despicable as that. He insisted there must be some misunderstanding and urged her not to jump to conclusions. But Xiaomi wouldn't listen, convinced he was the killer. She threatened that if he came near her again, she'd slit her wrists. Xiaowen was terrified for her life and left. After this incident, Xiaomi worried about Xiaomi's safety and demanded they stay together. But Xiaomi flatly refused, rejecting her kindness and even snapping back at her. But I couldn't bear seeing Xiaomi suffer. Combined with Xiaomi's affair with Mike, it filled me with hatred. That only strengthened my resolve to kill her. I sprinkled rabbit skin powder in every room again, then entered Xiaomi's room and beat her to death with a stick. Chapter 60, Case Closed. Shen Xiaoqing paused mid-sentence, her cold laughter growing more intense. Afterward, I repeated the same trick. I wiped away all traces from Xiaomi again, dragged her to the main room, slashed her palm, and left a bloodstain on the wall behind her. Then I arranged her body in the same bizarre pose and placed it next to Mike. Mike and Xiaomi were killed because they harmed Xiaomi. I planned to leave with Xiaomi after nightfall. But that meddlesome little lackey, Xiaowen, had to stick his nose in. Soon, the effects of the rabbit skin powder wore off. Xiaowen, desperate to clear his name and prove himself to Xiaomi, went out to investigate Mike's death. Instead, he stumbled upon Xiaomi's body. His scream drew me and Xiaomi to the scene. Right after that, I immediately shielded Xiaoqing behind me, accused Xiaowen of being a murderer killing not only Mike but also Xiaomi and told him to get lost. Xiaowen frantically waved his hands and shook his head, claiming he knew nothing. He said he'd only gone to investigate Mike's death, but upon opening the door, he found Xiaomi's body lying there. He insisted he was innocent. I wouldn't listen. I grabbed something to defend myself and kicked him out. Slammed the door shut with a bang. Then I tried to spend some alone time with Xiaomi, but she rejected me again. I knew Xiaowen wouldn't let Xiaomi's death go unpunished, so I resorted to my old trick again. I sprinkled rabbit skin powder in Xiaomi's room and slipped out while she slept to assassinate Xiaowen. But who knew Xiaowen had a backup plan? While I was out, he secretly entered the room to investigate the bodies of Mike and Xiaomi, and his suspicions fell on me. At this point, Lu Yang interrupted her. Oh? So this Xiaowen is quite clever. How did he come to suspect you? Shen Xiaoqing gritted her teeth. Anyone who studied traditional Chinese medicine knows that rabbit skin powder reacts visibly with dry grass. When they come into contact, crimson streaks appear on the grass leaves. Plus, both the user and the target retain a distinct, lingering fragrance for up to 5 hours. But carrying jade can erase that scent. Xiaomi had a jade bracelet Mike gave her, so she didn't carry it. Mike, Xiaowen, Xiaomi, and I didn't have any, so we retained the scent. On the day of the incident, Xiaowen confirmed through testing that Mike and Xiaomi had been exposed to 2A powder before their deaths. Since I'd been entrusted with safeguarding the 2A powder from the moment it was collected, he naturally directed his suspicions toward me. When I returned, he confronted me, demanding to take me to the police station to report it. We got into an argument, which is where the clattering sounds came from. Knowing I couldn't overpower Xiaowen, I pointed behind him after the fight, claiming I saw the ghosts of Mike and Xiaomi approaching. That's when he turned his gaze away, allowing me to strike him from behind. One blow killed him. Then I repeated the trick. I slashed Xiaowen's palm, leaving a bloody handprint on the wall behind him. I tampered with his body, arranging it into a bizarre pose. When Xiaomei woke up, I let out a loud scream to lure her out. I told her about the wild Buddha killing people and deliberately created panic. Because before the incident, all of us had knelt before a wild Buddha statue in the cave. Combined with those rumors online, Xiaomei feared both she and I would meet the same fate. So she dragged me to the North District Police Station to report it. That's the whole story. I've told you everything I should have, and even what I shouldn't have. What you do with it now is up to you. Hearing this, Lu Yang hesitated slightly, carefully mulling over her words as he frowned. He had initially thought this case shared many similarities with the one in Kidnapperly Village. But after hearing the killer's retelling, he realized this case was far more complex than that one. Chen Xiaoqing, driven by her affection for her classmate Xiaomei, learned that Xiaomei's boyfriend Mike had slept with another classmate. Xiaomei, unable to bear the thought of her beloved being wronged, her love turned to hatred, leading her to kill them both. Xiaowan, however, had obtained evidence of Xiaoqing's murder and was framed by her scheme. Afterward, to evade responsibility, she shifted the blame onto the wild Buddha statue outside the cave. Combined with the bizarre positioning of the three victims and the blood-red handprints on the wall, it was no wonder that officers like Zhang Xiaolin from the North District Police Station were completely stumped by this case. The scent of perfume lingering on the victims in Chen Xiaoqing was caused by powdered rabbit skin, a Chinese herbal ingredient. When combined with jade, this scent naturally dissipates. Thus, even though Xiaomei's room had been dusted with this powder that same day, she carried none of its scent. All the mysteries were thus unraveled. Lu Yang rose and headed toward the exit of the interrogation room. Before leaving, he glanced back at Chen Xiaoqing and said, "Forced love never brings happiness. You knew the relationship between you and Xiaomei would never be accepted, yet you insisted on forcing it. That led to these murders happening one after another. What awaits you now is only the judgment of the law. Take care of yourself." Everyone watched the scene unfold from beyond the doorway. Even after Lu Yang had exited, they remained in a state of stunned silence. Damn, that was some deep. That's why he's a veteran. I genuinely thought he was going to kill Xiaomei just now. Who could have guessed he was playing two roles simultaneously, even mimicking her voice with such precision? One moment speaking as Xiaomei, the next as himself, all while staging the illusion of her murder. Finally, he exploited Chen Xiaoqing's obsession with Xiaomei to push her to the brink of a mental breakdown, forcing her to reveal the truth. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. In all my years as an investigator, I've never witnessed such masterful interrogation skills. The others praised him endlessly. Moments later, Chen Xiaoqing was led out of the interrogation room and detained in the holding cell. Lu Yang walked over to Zhang Xiaolin, paused, and said, "Captain Zhang, the case is solved. Later, have a few of your men review the surveillance footage from earlier, prepare the official record, write up a report, and submit it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my 2 men and head out." With that, he motioned for Xiao Lan and Zhang Dong from the crowd to approach him, preparing to leave. "Hold on, senior officer." Zhang Xiaolin called after him. "You've solved such a major case for the North District. At the very least, give this old man a chance to express his gratitude. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal later. What do you think?" "Whatever you say. You decide." It happened to be dinner time, and Lu Yang felt a bit peckish, so he agreed. Chapter 61, A New Case. The Game of Life and Death? 3 p.m. At the Grand Fortune Hotel. Zhang Xiaolin led Lu Yang, Xiaolan, and Zhang Dong to their seats. As the food and drinks arrived, Zhang Xiaolin raised his glass to toast Lu Yang first, then said, "Senior, to be honest, inviting you here isn't just to thank you for helping the North District solve that murder case. The main reason is to ask for your help once more." Lu Yang, never one for formalities, replied, "Captain Zhang, no need for pleasantries. Just get straight to the point." Zhang Xiaolin smiled and got straight to the point. "I have a friend currently working at District C Police Station as a mid-level detective. Lately, I've often heard him complaining on the phone. He mentioned being assigned a cold case with no leads. Headquarters has ordered him to solve it within 3 days, or he'll face demotion. If you have time, senior, I'd appreciate it if you could reach out to him and see if you can uncover any leads. Of course, if it's too much trouble, you don't have to." Lu Yang chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. He'd been worried about not being able to contact the city police station to complete the task assigned by the system. Now, someone was offering to connect him. This saved him a lot of trouble. "I'll take it. Why wouldn't I?" Lu Yang snapped back to reality and said, "I opened this detective agency precisely to solve cases. As long as it helps clear obstacles for the nation. That's good." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolin smiled faintly, simultaneously feeling relieved for his friend. "After this meal, I'll arrange his train tickets and itinerary. Furthermore, as a sign of respect, all his lodging and meals during this period will be covered by me and my friend." "All right, it's settled then," Lu Yang replied without batting an eye. "Give me his contact information. After we finish eating, I'll get in touch with him to learn the details of the case from him." The group chatted sporadically until the meal concluded, then dispersed. Lu Yang drove back with Xiaolan and Zhang Dong. Along the way, Xiaolan kept browsing online for fun attractions and delicious food in the city, while Zhang Dong rolled down the window and smoked incessantly. Only Lu Yang remained silent the entire journey. He was studying the new skills the system had granted him. Yes, through solving this case, Lu Yang had suddenly gained 80,000 light points and acquired 3 skills: Sketch Technique 1, Scene Replication 1, and Instant Teleportation 1. The so-called portraiture technique involved sketching the killer's likeness. This technique had been used since ancient times. For example, the wanted posters posted in ancient times were drawn by court portraitists based on descriptions from relevant individuals. This played a significant role in apprehending criminals. The difference lies in the process. Ancient portrait artists had to analyze descriptions to create their sketches, whereas this system granted skill requires only knowledge of the subject's form to produce a drawing with 100% accuracy. The scene replication skill, meanwhile, allows one to duplicate a crime scene, mastering every detail of its layout. For instance, if Lu Yang were apprehending a fugitive in a hazardous environment, he could use this skill to reverse engineer the scene's arrangement, minimizing danger and destruction. As for the final skill, instantaneous position swap, it's straightforward, transferring danger and destruction onto the criminal. Following the system's guidance, Lu Yang gained a basic grasp of these 3 abilities. Before long, the group arrived at the detective agency. After a busy morning, Xiaolan felt exhausted. Upon returning home, she collapsed into bed, pulled out one of Lu Yang's favorite mystery novels, and soon fell fast asleep while reading. Zhang Dong, meanwhile, fired up his computer to play games. Though this era hadn't yet seen many blockbuster titles, Zhang Dong became utterly engrossed, playing with a near-obsessive fervor. Since Lu Yang had already treated them all as subordinates, he decided to simply ignore them. After returning home, he took a cold shower to wash off the stench of death, then sat soaking in the bathtub. He pulled out his phone and contacted that close friend of Zhang Xiaolan's. Seconds after dialing, a voice came through the receiver. "Hello? Who's this?" Lu Yang replied, "My name is Lu Yang. I'm a private investigator." Clearly, Zhang Xiaolan had already introduced him over the phone earlier. Before Lu Yang could say more, the man exclaimed excitedly, "Holy crap, senior! It really is you. Little Zhang said he'd helped me get in touch with you, but I wasn't convinced. Now it turns out it's actually true. Ha, I always crack cases when they come my way. Tell me, what's the story behind this one?" Lu Yang chuckled softly through the receiver. Wang Guisheng sighed deeply before replying, "Don't even get me started. This case is driving me crazy. It happened last night. Our C precinct suddenly received a report call. A woman named Chen Xiaoying claimed she witnessed multiple murders but somehow survived. She even saw the perpetrator's true face. When our team arrived to investigate, we discovered the crime scene was a large abandoned warehouse. 5 bodies were found at the location, both male and female victims. Their identities were Brother He, a campus loan broker, college couple Xiao Feng and Gu Xiaoxiao, nightclub worker CC and professional manager DFA. According to Chen Xiaoying's account, she herself was a college student and had been classmates with the perpetrator's sister, who had since passed away. On the day of the incident, she had gone out to eat but was abducted by a car on the way. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself inside that warehouse. Immediately after, she saw the other 5 individuals. Each wore a black watch that couldn't be removed. Before they could react, a voice echoed from above. "Oh? What kind of voice?" Lu Yang grew curious. He had handled countless cases, whether suicides or homicides, and every killer attempted to shift blame, orchestrating a murder that appeared innocent. But this case was different. Not only did it preserve a victim, but it allowed the victim to witness herself. It was intriguing just to think about. He said, "Welcome to my family of death. From this moment onward, a game of life and death roulette, meticulously designed by me, will officially unfold upon you. Prepare yourselves mentally for death." A game of life and death? Lu Yang's brow instantly furrowed. That's a remarkably sophisticated method. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it before. You say that too, senior? The voice across the line sounded surprised. Lu Yang paused for a second. "Never mind that. I'm taking this case. I'll come find you tonight." Chapter 62, Survivor's Account. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lu Yang roused Xiaolan from her slumber. Immediately afterward, he rushed her and Zhang Dong into the city. After settling into a hotel, he called Wang Guisheng and arranged to meet him at the crime scene. Knowing he couldn't explain this case alone, Wang Guisheng also summoned Chen Xiaoying. After meeting, he pointed to the spots where several victims had lain, marking them as he delivered his opening statement. Brother He died from a suicide explosion. Xiao Feng died from beatings. Gu Xiaoxiao died from rape and murder. CC died from suffocation by stockings over her head. The FA died from a slit throat. The positions of each victim at the scene were marked and submitted for forensic examination, ultimately confirming the cause of death for each individual. "Senior, since you're here, let's examine this case together." Lu Yang scanned the warehouse perimeter before returning to the pair. Pointing to Chen Xiaoying beside Wang Guisheng, he asked, "And who might this be?" "Oh, let me introduce you." Wang Guisheng stood between them and introduced them. "This is Lu Yang, my senior colleague. This is Chen Xiaoying, the sole survivor from the scene." "Oh?" Lu Yang paid particular attention to her, then stepped forward to shake her hand. Hello, I'm a private investigator and a good friend of Officer Wang. If it's convenient, could you tell me what happened that day? Chen Xiaoying shook his hand and replied, sure. On the day of the incident, I was about to go out for dinner when suddenly, a van appeared on the road and abducted me. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself here with several strangers. Later, through talking to them, I learned they'd all had similar experiences. They'd been brought here without knowing why. Before we could react, an eerie voice echoed from above. Chen Xiaoying paused, attempting to recreate the words she had heard. Welcome everyone to my family of death. From this moment onward, a game of life and death, meticulously designed by me, will officially unfold upon you. Prepare yourselves mentally for death. Hearing this, we realized he intended to play us to death. We were furious and tried to leave, but before we could escape, we each felt an electric current surge through our bodies, leaving us paralyzed on the ground. That current originated precisely from the black watches we were wearing, items none of us had ever carried before arriving here. We tried to remove them, but suddenly, an eerie voice echoed from above us, the wheel of life and death game. Those who see life shall live, those who see death shall die. The watches on your wrists are no ordinary timepieces. They contain liquid chips implanted by me, controlled remotely by my computer. What you experienced just now was merely a warning. From this moment on, anyone who attempts to flee will detonate instantly. Brother Hay, as the campus loan manager, had always flouted the law. Unwilling to believe in superstition, he immediately tried to kick down the door and leave. The result? A loud bang, and he exploded right where he stood. By the time he fell, his body had been burned into a charred, blackened mess. Seeing this, we finally realized this wasn't an ordinary game. Terrified, we crouched on the ground, awaiting the perpetrator's judgment. The next second, a voice echoed from above us once more. Alright, no one wants to keep running, right? Now I'll announce the rules. Directly in front of you is a rectangular mahjong table with several seats. Whoever's name is written on a seat must sit there. Once seated, follow my instructions. I will tell each of you to spin the pointer on the table. When the pointer lands on someone, that person must obey my command and complete a task I assign. Complete the task, and you'll be rewarded with chips. Fail, and you'll lose chips and face punishment. We immediately found our seats as instructed. The moment we sat down, a roulette pointer emerged from the center of the mahjong table, and a stack of chips appeared beside each player. Each chip was worth 1 franc, which converted to about 300 yuan. At first, no one could believe it was real. But after the first round ended and CC received his payout, greed took hold, and they gradually fell deeper into the trap. The perpetrator's first task for CC was to beat up Gu Xiaoxiao for 1 minute. Naturally, the couple Gu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Feng refused, sparking an argument with CC. Apparently finding this insufficiently thrilling, the perpetrators added, CC, if you can't hit Gu Xiaoxiao within 1 minute, the chips disappear and everyone gets zapped for 3 seconds. I don't like fighting, but I'm scared of getting electrocuted, so I stayed put. But DFA was different. He immediately went up and punched Xiao Feng, then urged CC to get moving. CC worked at a nightclub and had little scruples. Hitting people was routine for her. Seeing how entertaining this game was, she immediately went over and beat Gu Xiaoxiao for a full minute. After a minute, CC indeed won 3,000 franc chips. Seeing the money, she forgot the danger and became completely absorbed in the game. Then, a voice echoed from above again. Congratulations, CC. You've won 3,000 franc chips. Now choose between 2 options, 1. Cash out, or 2. Keep spinning the wheel to accumulate more chips. Driven by a gambler's mentality, CC chose the second option. Immediately, a voice echoed from above. Alright, the game continues. CC will now spin the wheel again. Whomever the pointer lands on will initiate the next mission. No sooner had the words left the speaker than she spun the wheel again. It whirled rapidly for several revolutions before gradually slowing to a halt, landing on the big win section. DFA thought he'd hit the jackpot and immediately clapped in delight. He then asked the perpetrator what his task was. Perpetrator, for the second task, DFA must reach inside Gu Xiaoxiao's clothing and grope her for 2 minutes. Success earns reward chips. Failure causes CC's original chips to vanish automatically. DFA, being a company manager, often used work as an excuse to approach women. Naturally lecherous, and with Gu Xiaoxiao being exceptionally beautiful, he rose to his feet, ready to make his move. At this moment, Xiao Feng intervened again to stop him. DFA and Xiao Feng grappled fiercely, locked in a struggle. Seeing this, CC feared his own chips might vanish too, so he decided to intervene. He grabbed a nearby stick and smashed it over Xiao Feng's head. Thus, Xiao Feng died. Chapter 63, Chen Xiaoying's response. So what happened next? What else transpired? Lu Yan listened intently, his mind racing to recall her earlier words. After a few minutes, he pressed on. Chen Xiaoying continued her narrative. After Xiao Feng's death, Dafa became utterly reckless. With CC controlling the situation, he soon set his sights on Gu Xiaoxiao. After enduring several minutes of humiliation, Gu Xiaoxiao broke free from CC's grip, slapped Dafa across the face, then ran to Xiao Feng's body and wept. As she cried, she pointed at Dafa and CC, vowing to avenge Xiao Feng. Then she looked up and asked how the game should proceed next. The perpetrator announced, "Congratulations to Dafa for completing the task and earning 5,000 franc chips. Everyone, please return to your seats. Gu Xiaoxiao will now spin the wheel in her hand. Whomever the pointer lands on will initiate the next round of tasks." Gu Xiaoxiao spun the wheel in her hand. It whirled rapidly for several revolutions before slowing down and finally landing on herself. Immediately, a voice echoed from above, "Next task, Gu Xiaoxiao must remove CC's stockings, pull them over her head, and cover her mouth and nose with her hands. Time limit, 5 minutes. Success, reward chips. Failure, all chips in Dafa's possession vanish instantly." Upon hearing this, CC immediately stood up and began cursing wildly at those around her. But by then, Gu Xiaoxiao had already been consumed by a desire for revenge. Combined with DFA's fear of losing his chips, the two joined forces. One held CC down and removed the stockings, while the other pulled them over her head, covering her mouth and nose. In this prolonged struggle, CC stopped breathing completely in under 5 minutes. Gu Xiaoxiao stepped on CC's body, shouting threats to slash her face. At that moment, the perpetrator's voice echoed from above once more. "Congratulations, Gu Xiaoxiao, on completing your task. You have earned 9,000 franc chips. Please return to your seats for the next round." Gu Xiaoxiao will spin the wheel in her hand. Whoever the pointer lands on will carry out the next task. DFA and Gu Xiaoxiao returned to their seats upon hearing the voice. Gu Xiaoxiao then mechanically spun the wheel in her hand. Minutes later, the pointer landed on DFA. DFA rubbed his hands together with a sly grin, expecting another stroke of luck. He asked what the task was. "Perpetrator, for the next task, you must immediately engage in a sexual act with Gu Xiaoxiao. Success earns you chips, failure results in death by throat slitting. Time limit, 3 minutes. DFA felt a chill run down his spine and froze in place. Only now did he realize that money was no longer important. What mattered was saving his own life. He immediately walked over to Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao refused, grabbing things to throw at him as she tried to run away. After a few moments of struggle, DFA hadn't gained any advantage over her. At that moment, the perpetrator issued a warning, "Only 30 seconds remain. If you don't comply, DFA will face punishment." To avoid death, Dafa grabbed her hand and lunged forward. "Right there in front of me," he forced himself on her. Gu Xiaoxiao fought back fiercely, stabbing his eyes out with her fingers. This enraged Dafa, who then strangled her to death. Believing he had completed the task, he sat back down. But in the next instant, his throat split open, spewing blood outward. But at that moment, he hadn't breathed his last yet. With him gone, I was the only survivor left at the scene. The perpetrator then initiated the next round of the game, demanding I spin the wheel. Terrified, I had no choice but to comply. Immediately afterward, it landed on DFA's spot. The perpetrator issued the final task, kill Dafa. Success would grant me all the francs held by those present and let me walk out alive. Failure meant electrocution. Wait. Lu Yang suddenly interrupted her. What happened next? Did you kill DFA? Chen Xiaoying shook her head. No. I'd studied first aid, so I tried to treat DFA. But sadly, I couldn't save his life. I knew if I kept going like this, I'd die here too. So I just broke down, screaming at everyone around me, demanding to know what he was trying to do, why he'd captured us all to play this pointless game. Then the perpetrator's voice came through. He said he designed this game from the perspective of humanity's inherent evil. As long as one held on to kindness, the game would end. Hey Ge's evil lay in his utter disregard for law and order. DFA's evil stemmed from greed and lust. CC's evil was rooted in arrogance and tyranny. Xiao Feng's evil lay in his blind protection. Gu Xiaoxiao's evil was fueled by hatred. Only I remained silent throughout, especially during the final task. Knowing full well I'd be electrocuted, I still went to save Dafa. After saying this, he appeared from the second floor of the warehouse, exchanged a glance with me, and chuckled a few times. Immediately afterward, with a beep, the warehouse doors swung open. I refused to waste my breath arguing with such a tedious individual, so I ran out to report it. By the time the C-station officers arrived with backup, that man had vanished without a trace. After finishing her account, Chen Xiaoying took 2 steps forward and looked at Lu Yang. "Mr. Lu, that's the entire sequence of events. You must apprehend that criminal. Otherwise, more victims will follow." "I understand." Lu Yang exchanged a glance with her before turning away. He walked to one of the walls, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Detective Wang, do you have a baton I could borrow?" "Yes." Wang Guisheng immediately borrowed one from his subordinate and handed it over. Immediately, Lu Yang took the probe and began violently striking the wall several times, piercing through the outer layer of wallpaper. He then moved to the mahjong table where the incident occurred, peered underneath it, crouched down, and struck the floor several more times. After completing these actions, he stood up and said, "Indeed, there are multiple layers of black wires connected nearby. This clearly shows that if someone were remotely controlling this game via computer, it would be entirely feasible." "Senior, are you saying this is real?" Wang Guisheng found the entire situation utterly bizarre and defying common sense. Yes, but catching the culprit will be difficult. Unless. Lu Yang nodded, then walked up to Chen Xiaoying and said, unless Miss Chen is willing to cooperate with me. Wang Guisheng immediately turned to Chen Xiaoying, Miss Chen. The next moment, Chen Xiaoying lowered her head, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, yes, I'm willing. Mr. Lu, please tell me how I can assist you. Chapter 64, The Skill of Imitation. It's simple. Just describe the perpetrator's general appearance. Lu Yang turned, crossing his arms over his chest. As he spoke, he calmly analyzed the words Chen Xiaoying had just uttered. Truthfully, in all the cases he'd handled, he'd never encountered a killer like this one, someone who used computer hacking to remotely manipulate victims, luring them into a deadly game of life and death roulette that forced them to slaughter each other. There were 5 victims in total: Black Brother, the campus loan broker, college couple Xiao Feng and Gu Xiaoxiao, nightclub workers CC, professional manager DFA, and the reporting party, Chen Xiaoying. At first glance, they seemed like a group of people with no connection whatsoever. Yet the perpetrator brought them together. Was it simply for amusement? If so, why use the concept of good and evil as bait? Why release Chen Xiaoying and even meet with her? What could possibly be the motive behind such actions? To unravel this mystery, we must start with the perpetrator himself. To determine his appearance, we must question Chen Xiaoying. Then, using the sketching technique skill granted by the system, we can reconstruct the victim's features. Combining this with the investigation team's technology, we can pinpoint the suspect's location and apprehend him. Chen Xiaoying hesitated for a moment. Though she didn't understand why Lu Yang was asking this, she had only seen the perpetrator once after the incident and hadn't paid close attention. Now, her memory of him was likely a bit hazy. What? Senior has good reason to ask. You don't want the killer out there harming others, do you? Seeing her hesitation, Wang Guisheng hurriedly urged her on. Oh, alright. But I can't guarantee I'll be able to describe the person's exact appearance, Chen Xiaoying said, beginning to carefully recall the scene from that day. Lu Yang turned to her and said, it's fine, just a general description will do. After all, his sketching ability was no ordinary skill. It was as if he possessed an encyclopedic database of the world's faces in his mind. Given a few key features, he could search his mental archives and, after a short while, naturally reconstruct a person's appearance. Since explaining it would sound too outlandish, he didn't dwell on it further. After some recollection, Chen Xiaoying described, he was standing on the second floor, some distance away from me. He looked about 27 or 28, with short hair and bangs swept slightly to the left. His eyes were deep, his nose high and straight. His white shirt collar was spread wide on both sides. He had dark skin, his chest exposed, and there was a pair of tattoos on it, a dragon and phoenix intertwined. That's it? Lu Yang asked after hearing her description. Chen Xiaoying nodded. That's all. Got it. Lu Yang replied curtly, then turned his head, silently commanding, system, activate the imitation technique skill. Search for this person based on the described features. Ding. Detecting host's command. Activating imitation technique skill. Generating target profile. Generating target. Generating pursuit target. Ding, pursuit target generation complete. System has compiled this individual's appearance into the host's mind. Host, please commence sketching. Agent Wang, fetch some paper and a pen. I'm about to begin tracing. As the system prompted, Lu Yang quickly turned to Wang Guisheng. Sketch? Wang Guisheng seemed utterly taken aback by this request. After a moment of stunned silence, he snapped to attention. Oh, I'll go arrange it immediately. Before long, he returned with a set of paper and pen, handing them to Lu Yang. Senior, is this enough? It'll do. Lu Yang took the supplies with a brief reply, quickly found a stool, sat down at the mahjong table, and began sketching the figure from his memory. Stroke by stroke, he swiftly rendered the image on the paper, as if glancing over it in a hurry. Soon, he set down his brush, blew on the ink marks, picked up the paper, and walked over to Chen Xiaoying. Take a look. Is this the person you described? Chen Xiaoying looked at it and nodded. Yes, it's him. Mr. Lu, how did you do that? I mean, how could you recreate this portrait after hearing just a few words from me? It's called copying. A detective technique passed down since ancient times. When the imperial courts hunted down fugitives, they often used this method. Modern people think more progressively than those in ancient times. What's so strange about achieving this? Lu Yang replied casually, then walked over to Wang Guisheng with the sketch in hand, ready to discuss the next steps for the arrest. Chen Xiaoying stood rooted to the spot, staring at his retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. She wasn't alone. Even Wang Guisheng and the accompanying detectives watched the scene unfold with expressions of utter disbelief. Seriously? Sketching? So he can sketch the perpetrator's exact likeness in such a short time just from a rough idea of their appearance? No way. How is that even possible? How did he do that? Agent Wang, the suspect sketch has been confirmed. Finding him shouldn't be too difficult for you now, right? Lu Yang turned to Wang Guisheng, beginning to discuss the subsequent arrest plan. No problem. Wang Guisheng snapped back to reality and nodded. Good. Next, we'll pinpoint his location. You, me, and these detectives will go in for the arrest. Remember, do not alert him. A cornered dog may lash out and endanger innocent bystanders. Understood. Wang Guisheng nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to make a call. Hello, search team? I'll send you a composite sketch shortly. You must locate this individual within the shortest possible time and provide me with his precise coordinates. Several minutes passed. The search team replied. They informed Wang Guisheng of the individual's specific details and hiding place. After reviewing the details, Wang Guisheng hung up and turned to recount the information to Lu Yang, Sr. According to the search team, this man is named Sun Wei, 28 years old. He previously worked at a local computer research center as a hacker. Later, due to family circumstances requiring urgent funds, he assisted a criminal syndicate in developing a counterfeit virus software. This led to his ostracization by colleagues at the research center, ultimately resulting in his dismissal. Since then, he's been moving around unpredictably, seemingly plotting revenge against society by using his computer skills to kill people indiscriminately. Investigations reveal he has killed over 300 people within a single year. He is currently holed up in an abandoned building in the city center. A derelict building? Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. Is there anyone nearby? No. Wang Guisheng replied. Lu Yang said, good. As long as no innocent people are involved, this case will be straightforward. Agent Wang, notify your team to move in for the arrest immediately. Chapter 65, a new round of the game. Downtown. Outside the Jia commercial building. Weeds grew thickly, turning the area into a wasteland. It was understood that this site had once belonged to the former richest man, Hu Zaixian. Later, due to mismanagement and product operation issues that led to complaints, the company ultimately went bankrupt. Since then, the area had become a wasteland, neglected and forgotten. This stood in stark contrast to the surroundings of the previous abandoned warehouse. Sun Wei choosing to settle in such surroundings seemed peculiar, yet upon reflection, it revealed a surprising similarity between him and his predecessor, Lu Yang. Wang Guisheng had already gathered his men and approached Lu Yang. Leaning in, he asked, Senior, what should we do next? Should we go in directly, or use other means to force him out? No need. If he's a hacker, he's likely anticipated our movements already. You mean he's waiting for us to come in? Yes. Lu Yang gazed at the doorway, his composure unshaken. To be precise, he sees us as his next targets for retaliation. What? Wang Guisheng was utterly astonished. He couldn't believe it was true. As a computer genius, he once aspired to use his skills to serve the nation. Unfortunately, after straying down the wrong path, he faced backlash from his peers and was subsequently blacklisted. Lu Yang explained, driven to desperation, he naturally developed hatred toward society. If he was planning revenge, why let Chen Xiaoying go? Was it simply because her kindness led her to crack the game he'd meticulously designed? Impossible. Even a fool could see he was scouting out his next targets. Moreover, if he could manipulate a game to kill people using computer technology, why couldn't he design dangerous weapons like guns and cannons to attack us? In a murder game, what difference does good or evil, right or wrong make? Does the game just automatically deactivate because Chen Xiaoying had a kind thought? That's ridiculous. It makes no logical sense whatsoever. Recalling what the senior had just said, Wang Guisheng finally understood and replied, so, to catch him now, we have to walk right into it and become part of his game, right? That's correct. Alright then. Wang Guisheng felt a wave of dread wash over him, but quickly regained his composure. He turned to the team members behind him. What about you guys? Are you scared? Not scared. Chen Guoliang answered first. Sun Yaozhen, Huang Zihua, Li Wulong, and Shen Guotai followed with unwavering resolve, their voices united, not scared. Alright then. Get ready. Follow the senior's lead and go inside to check it out. With that, Wang Guisheng gripped his gun and, leading his men under Lu Yang's guidance, slowly entered the building. The moment they stepped inside, the door behind them slammed shut with a bang, as if controlled by an invisible force. Bang! 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 Thinking the perpetrator had appeared, Wang Guisheng and several team members immediately turned and fired several shots toward the door. Finding no one there, they attempted to rush over and force the door open. But no matter what methods they tried, the door seemed locked tight, refusing to budge. Don't waste your energy. That's the reincarnation door I designed myself. Unless you're willing to play out this game with me, you'll never open that door. Suddenly, an eerie, childlike voice echoed from above. Who's there? Who's speaking? You've got the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it, huh? Wang Guisheng and several other team members shouted at the surroundings. Lu Yan, though not as impulsive as they were, frowned deeply. Sure enough, just as he'd suspected, this bastard had deliberately let Chen Xiaoying go all to gather his next batch of targets for revenge. And judging by the setup, this was definitely different from the life or death roulette game last time. Everyone held their breath as they formed defensive positions, standing back to back with guns trained on the surroundings. Immediately, a high-pitched voice echoed overhead once more. "Welcome to my game club, everyone. Today, we're playing a thrilling game called Ghost Hunt. I've designed a new game boss within this building named Serena, an incredibly cute Barbie doll. Once I press the enter key, she'll appear beside one of you and tap them. The person who gets tapped must find and tap another person within 5 minutes to stay alive. Otherwise, after 5 minutes, they will die in various ways: burned, electrocuted, strangled, impaled through the chest, and so on. Those who are tapped can then tap another teammate, continuing the cycle until only one person remains." What? Wanguishing was the first to react with shock. Ghost tag? I don't believe it. How could such a thing exist in this world? Exactly. Who are we trying to fool? Do you even know who we are? We're mid-level agents from the city district, the most capable elite agents in Zone C. We're the ones playing you. You're not going to play us. Sneaking around like that? Come out and show yourselves. Seeing their leader speak up, the other agents joined in, pointing around and shouting. To them, this seemed like nothing more than a silly, made-up charade. Only Lu Yang frowned deeply, taking it as truth. The reason was simple. Because this space had been meticulously designed by the perpetrator himself. And with his status as a top-tier hacker, designing any kind of murder game was entirely up to him, wasn't it? But the ghost hunting game had genuinely caught him off guard. It seemed Lu Yang couldn't afford to let his guard down from here on out. "Everyone, stay calm." Lu Yang calmly guided them. "The more critical the moment, the more we must stay composed. Listen to me, whoever gets caught next, don't scream or make a scene. Don't turn on each other. Stay calm and treat this as just another part of the game." "Senior, but..." Wanguishing suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "Follow my lead," Lu Yang cut him off. "Ha ha ha." Just then, the perpetrator began to laugh eerily. "Are you ready? I'm about to begin." Clack. The next second, the sound of keys clacking echoed overhead. Immediately after, a fierce gust of wind swept toward their direction. Then, a puppet appeared beside Huang Zihua and tapped him. Hua Zihua suddenly felt his body grow heavy. With a gasp, he crouched down, his face turning pale. The others turned to look and saw his face drained of color, his hair turning from black to white, gradually showing at his temples. "Zihua. How are you? Are you all right?" Wanguishing, seeing his teammate in this state, tried to rush over but was held back by the others. Chapter 66, Instant Switch. "Captain, don't go over there." Team member Chen Guoliang was the first to grab Wanguishing. Judging by Zihua's complexion and hairstyle, he seems to be aging rapidly. For a person to go from youth to old age, it should take decades. But he's showing it in such a short time. Looks like that guy was telling the truth. This game really exists. "That's right, boss." Team member Sun Yaojin chimed in. "If this game is real, then if Zihua takes your picture, you might die in some other way too. Boss, better to be cautious. Though I'm worried about Zihua too." "Right, listen to everyone. Let's not go over there for now." The other team members joined in the persuasion. But seeing the look on Wang Qiwa's face, team leader Wang Kuaking couldn't help but worry. He abruptly pushed them aside and declared, "Nonsense. Before you joined the team, I always told you what. We're a team, after all. No matter what happens, we must stick together. It's not just Zihua. If any one of you were in trouble, I'd rush to save you too." "But Captain..." Team member Sun Yaojin tried to interject. Wanguishing cut him off. "Enough. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." With that, he prepared to step forward to assess Huang Zihua's current state, hoping to find a way to rescue him. But just as he moved forward, Lu Yang stepped in beside him and grabbed his arm. "Senior, you..." Lu Yang shook his head at Wanguishing. Then, positioning himself between Huang Zihua and the other team members, he addressed them. "Captain Wang and everyone else, arguing isn't the only solution right now. Listen to me first. As the perpetrator just mentioned, this game involves a back-and-forth exchange of tapping. Each tap grants the recipient 5 minutes of immunity. No matter what state the transformation begins in, as long as it continues like this, we'll be fine. One more thing. Captain Wang is absolutely right. We're a team, and as a team, we must prioritize unity. Rest assured, this won't last long. I'll figure out the best way to break this." Hearing this, every team member stood frozen in shock, refusing to believe his words. No one would gamble with their life and livelihood, even if he was a professional detective hired by Captain Wan, one with a history of solving cases that sent shivers down spines. Yet the group simply refused to believe his words. "All right then. Since that's the case, I'll set an example." Seeing no one else speak up, Lu Yang could only prove his words through action. He glanced upward, then turned and walked over to Huang Zihua. Kneeling down, he held out his hand. "Come on, Zihua. Hit me. Hit me and you'll be fine." This. Wang Tzihua glanced up at Lu Yang, cleared his throat a few times, then looked around at the other team members. Finally, for the sake of survival, he reluctantly reached out and placed his hand on top of Lu Yang's. The next second, everyone froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Huang Zihua's white hair at his temples was visibly darkening before their eyes. After being struck, Lu Yang endured several crackling electric shocks yet remained standing. However, he suffered internal injuries and spat several mouthfuls of blood. What? He actually let Zihua hit him? How is that possible? It's a matter of life and death. Is he really that magnanimous? How about it, Zihua? Feeling any better now? Lu Yang risked himself, took the hit, then helped Huang Zihua up and asked. The signs of aging on Wang Tsz's face gradually faded. Before long, he regained his youth, stood up again, and said, "Senior, I'm fine now." That's good. Lu Yang turned and led him back to the team members. Keeping a distance from them, he addressed the group, "Everyone, I let Zihua hit me. Now Zihua is alive. And although I endured several electric shocks, they weren't fatal. This reveals a major flaw in this game. After being struck by a puppet, the person may exhibit near-death symptoms, but they have a 5-minute grace period. Within those 5 minutes, it's not fatal. And within those 5 minutes, the person who was struck by the puppet can strike another person. That person then becomes the puppet and the same cycle repeats. If we keep this up, we'll have ample time to figure out a solution while ensuring everyone's safety. If you still don't believe me, fine. Captain Wang, come over here. Let me hit you with it." Faced with life and death, anyone would be afraid. But as their leader, he had to do something. Plus, the senior member had just demonstrated how to exploit the flaw in this game. This gave Wang Guisheng the urge to step forward. Hearing this, Wang Guisheng paused slightly. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward and held out his hand. "Senior, go ahead and tap me." "All right." Lu Yang replied, extending his hand to rest it in the palm of Wang Guisheng's hand. In the next instant, the electric shock marks on his body began to fade and disappear. Meanwhile, Wang Guisheng on the opposite side felt a piercing pain in his abdomen. He collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. But soon, he adapted to the agony. Panting, he gasped, "Everyone, look! The wound on the senior's mouth has vanished. Surely you'll believe him now? Come on, keep this game going until we figure out a way to break it." Wang Guisheng extended his hand. Without hesitation, several team members across from him stepped forward one after another. And so it went, each tapping the next in turn for nearly half an hour. During this time, no one died, though each endured varying degrees of pain. But this couldn't go on indefinitely. They had to find a solution quickly. By the time the tapping reached team member Sun Yaojin, everyone was exhausted, sitting on the ground. At that moment, Captain Wang Guisheng stepped forward to take a tap, facing the group and asking, "Everyone, have you thought of a solution?" "I have one." Lu Yang suddenly recalled the skill granted by the system and decided to take a chance, but before that, "Captain Wang, you have to slap me first." "All right." Wang Guisheng slowly rose and tapped Lu Yang. The next second, Lu Yang felt a blazing fire ignite on his wrist. He quickly pulled off his shirt, slapped it a few times to extinguish the flames, and declared, "I can reverse engineer the computer controlling this game and redirect the pain. But first, we need to find the perpetrator's hiding spot." "How will you replicate it?" Wang Guisheng asked. "Yeah, how do we transfer the pain? How do we find the perpetrator's hiding place?" The other team members chimed in. "Watch closely." Lu Yang stopped filming others and silently commanded in his mind, "System, activate the instant position swap skill." Chapter 67, Finding the Culprit. Ding, instant position swap skill officially activated. Host may use this skill to reverse and redirect harm inflicted by the perpetrator back upon them. Skill duration, 5 minutes. Just as I thought. This adventure was worth it after all. As the system notification flashed, a victorious smile spread across Lu Yang's face. After completing the previous mission, the system had granted him 3 skills. One was imitation technique, another was instantaneous shift, and the third was scene duplication. The imitation technique had already been used to apprehend criminals. Instant transposition could only transfer pain from his own body. The truly valuable one was scene duplication. It could instantly replicate any surrounding environment and utilize it for his own purposes. Lu Yang saved it for last because he didn't know where the killer was hiding. His target was the computer in the perpetrator's hands, but first, he had to find the perpetrator. The only way to locate him was to transfer the pain, forcing him to make a sound. The sensation of being burned alive was excruciating. He and several teammates had endured it earlier. If they hadn't continuously passed the pain back and forth, they would have been skinned alive. Clearly, transferring this agony to the perpetrator would be unbearable. No matter what, he'd have to scream. Any sound would allow Lu Yang to pinpoint his location, replicate the scene, seize control of his computer skills, and shut down the game. But this process was extremely risky. After being slapped, if the cycle wasn't maintained, the victim would die within 5 minutes. If the perpetrator remained silent for that entire time, Lu Yang would essentially be risking his own life. It seemed like a pretty bad deal. Yet this was precisely Lu Yang's unique personal charm, his near-obsessive dedication to solving cases. He was even willing to sacrifice his own life. But as it turned out, his gamble paid off. Soon, the first wave of flames surged forward, shifting its focus onto the perpetrator. From the 90-degree angle behind him, a sudden, wretched scream pierced the air. Over there! Liu Yang's keen senses quickly pinpointed the perpetrator's location. He whipped his head around, silently activating his scene replication skill. Stepping into the room, he shut down the computer equipment. Immediately afterward, he deactivated the skill and commanded toward the 90-degree position behind him, Captain Wang, and the rest of the team. The ghost hunting game is over. From now on, follow my lead and move in to apprehend the criminal. Wang Wuxing, Sun Yaojin, and several other team members were left utterly bewildered. They had only thought that Liu Yang possessed truly formidable investigative skills. But they never imagined that under these circumstances, he could silently pinpoint the killer's location and shut down the game. They had no clue how he'd managed to pull it off. Roger that. After the initial shock wore off, Wang Wuxing and the others pulled themselves together, stood up, and followed Liu Yang as they raced upstairs. But when they finally confronted the perpetrator, Sun Wei stood by the window on the third floor, turning his head with a cold sneer. Ah, this game is no fun at all. Who would have thought one of you would turn out to be so skilled, actually cracking my newly designed game? Sun Wei, you're surrounded. Wang Wuxing pointed his gun at him. If you want to live, do as we say and cooperate. Sun Wei's sneer grew even more bitter. Cut the crap. At this point, do you really think I can survive? What kind of talk is that? You tortured us to death, and you think you can just walk away? If it weren't for the captain being here, I'd have shot you dead long ago. The other team members, driven by emotion, drew their guns and aimed them at him. But Liu Yang sensed a certain similarity between himself and Sun Wei. Wanting to talk it out, he stepped forward and confronted him. You're Sun Wei, right? That's right. You're quite the talented hacker, coming up with the idea to kill people through a game. You're pretty good yourself, managing to reverse engineer my game. Sun Wei showed no fear, chatting with him casually instead. I'm curious, how did you pull that off? If you want to know, you'll have to answer one question first. Go ahead. Liu Yang sensed a kinship with him, which was precisely why he felt drawn to him. Answer me this, what was your motive for killing? Sun Wei turned his head toward the window as if nothing mattered. After a moment, he spoke, the Munich International Computer Competition. It's the lifelong dream of every computer professional. I entered this field precisely for that. But an incident a few years ago shattered my dream completely. I was originally among the elite at the computer center. One afternoon, the center's principal called me in and said he wanted to give me the competition spot. But when I returned, that spot was instantly bought by some rich kid. When I confronted the principal later, he denied everything and then expelled me on trumped-up charges. The charge? Helping a criminal syndicate design malware and launder money. Because of that, I was blacklisted by the industry. My reputation was ruined. I was utterly destroyed. My parents, unable to bear the shame, took their own lives. Neighbors pointed fingers, relatives sneered with cold disdain, and my fiancé betrayed me. All of this ultimately pushed me over the edge. I vowed to exact revenge on every criminal in this society, including those hypocrites who claim to uphold justice. For this reason, over the years, I've moved from place to place, using my computer skills to design various murder games. My victims number over 300 teachers, lawyers, detectives, predatory campus loan operators, nightclub workers, and countless others. To lure my next targets, I deliberately spared one survivor to guide the next wave of criminals into my trap. I relish this method of killing and revel in the guilt it brings. What I never anticipated was encountering you here today. I see. After hearing his words, Liu Yang sighed deeply. Perhaps sharing similar experiences, he began to reason with him. I understand your mindset and your circumstances. Like you, I'm a pitiful soul isolated by this society. About 8 years ago, I was an elite detective at the city's organized crime division. I had a family, a promising career, and dreams just like yours to use my investigative skills to serve my country. But unfortunately, Chapter 68, the mission remains unfinished? But sadly, I became too obsessed with solving cases. I was never home, and whenever I did return, it was either on my way back from an injury or teetering on the edge of life and death. My wife pleaded with me countless times, urging me to live like a normal person and return to a regular life. But I'd always agree with her, only to dive back into my old ways afterward. Sometimes, to crack a case, I wouldn't return home for a year or more. Over time, my wife couldn't endure this life anymore. She developed severe depression and hanged herself. After that incident, my career reached a major turning point. It was during a case involving a gang-related assassination. After gathering crucial leads, I acted alone without consulting my team, heading straight to their hideout. I shot everyone there and captured the leader. But that very mistake nearly made me a murderer of my own colleague. Because that leader was actually an undercover agent planted by the investigation unit within the crime syndicate. Had the investigation team not sent reinforcements to stop me, I would have committed an irreparable crime. Because of this incident, I was stripped of my position as a super agent. Since then, I've returned to my hometown county, making a living selling pancakes. For 8 years, I drifted aimlessly. I too once wallowed in self-destruction like you, seeking revenge against society. But my wife's death shattered me. Before passing, she left a final message urging me to live well. Fortunately, I wasn't crushed by these setbacks. Not long ago, I got another chance. I helped the county police catch 2S-level fugitives, earned a reward, and opened a detective agency. That's how I gained a bit of recognition. Truthfully, disasters themselves aren't terrifying. What's truly frightening is losing the courage to rise again after they strike. As long as we confront past hardships head-on and embrace life with a renewed mindset, I believe life will smile upon us. Brother Sunway, I can't guarantee your future, but I can ensure you'll suffer less for your crimes. Come with us now to face justice. Lu Yang wasn't an emotional man, but encountering a killer whose story mirrored his own today struck a chord. Driven by a desire to reform him, he extended his hand as he spoke. Truthfully, for a moment, Sunway was genuinely moved. But compared to Lu Yang, the magnitude of his own crimes was too immense, so overwhelming it felt unbearable. Choosing to walk toward him now would merely be going through the motions, inevitably ending in execution. Better to take control of his own fate. Ha! What difference does it make if I go back with you? I'll still end up dead anyway. Over 300 lives, use your head. Life imprisonment is impossible. Rather than take a bullet to the head, I'd rather end it myself. He chuckled softly, then turned toward the window and leaped out. The next second, a sharp crack echoed as the window glass shattered into shards. No! Lu Yang shouted, rushing over to investigate. Sunway lay suspended in midair, his hands spread wide, a faint smile on his face as he faced the window. But after only a few seconds, he crashed down onto a car with a thud. By the time they ran downstairs, they discovered he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, already lifeless. Boss, what should we do now? Sun Yaojin and several other team members approached to ask. Wang Guixing remained unusually calm. Go notify the funeral home to come and take him away. Roger that. The team members immediately sprang into action. After they dispersed, Wang Guixing walked over to Lu Yang and patted him on the shoulder. Senior, no need for excessive sorrow. It's not worth it for someone like him. Later. Wang Guixing intended to say he'd take him to claim credit for the operation. But before he could finish, Lu Yang cut him off. Captain Wang, no need for credit. After all, my name is taboo in these city police stations. What I want to know now is, how do you plan to handle this guy? We'll keep him at the funeral home for now. In a few days, we'll try to notify his family. If they don't come to claim him, we'll keep it simple, cremate him and find a place to bury him. Let's erect a simple memorial for him, Lu Yang said, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket. Consider it the last thing I, as one of his kind, can do for him. Wang Guixing looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Sometimes, he genuinely couldn't fathom what was going on inside this man's mind. Even though the other was a murderer, he still insisted on maintaining a shred of courtesy toward him. Could it really be because they shared some common experiences? No way. His co-workers all said he was weird. But now it seemed, maybe not. Thanks. Lu Yang patted his shoulder, then got into his car and drove away. Shortly after, he arrived at his hotel room. Xiaolan and Zhang Dong had missed the case because they were out sightseeing. As soon as he returned, they swarmed around him, asking about the details of the case. Lu Yang recounted the whole story, even praising Sunway as a rather clever opponent. He remarked that if not for their opposing stances, he might have actually become friends with him, or even an accomplice. After finishing his account, he slipped into the shower alone, washing himself clean. He waited to see what new skill the system would grant him next, but after nearly 10 minutes, there was still no notification. Strange. The mission's complete, so why haven't I received my reward? Lu Yang wondered. Just as he was scratching his head in confusion, a ding sounded in his mind. Detecting host response. System notification, this mission is still in progress. Still in progress? So this case isn't finished yet? Could there be more to it than meets the eye? Lu Yang pondered it over and over, finally confirming this possibility. Soaking in the bathtub, he carefully replayed the scenes he'd just experienced. Before long, he realized something and immediately stood up from the tub. No, this case isn't that simple. I've overlooked someone. With that realization, Lu Yang decisively dried himself off, changed into fresh clothes, and headed out. Outside, Zhang Dong and Xiaolan were still discussing the case. Damn, using computer technology to manipulate a game and kill someone? That's got to be a psychopath, right? You're telling me. I've never seen anything like it either. But even a case like this doesn't faze Lu Yang. It just shows how incredible his detective skills are. Unfazed by Zhang Dong's praise, Lu Yang hurriedly grabbed his car keys and headed out. You two wait here. I've got something to take care of. I'll be back soon. Senior. Where are you going? Bring. Xiaolan and Zhang Dong were about to speak when the door slammed shut. Left with nothing but a whiff of dust, they slumped back into their seats, muttering in unison, knew it would be like this. Those who know us think we're your subordinates. Those who don't probably think we're here for fun. Chapter 69, The Truth. Half an hour later. Lu Yang called Wang Guixing and learned Chen Xiaoying's address, meeting her there. Yes. This case had more than one perpetrator. The mastermind was Sun Wei. But Chen Xiaoying is also considered part of the group of perpetrators. Sunway designed 2 murder games in total. They were the life and death roulette game and the ghost catching game. Among these, Liu Yang had only heard about the Wheel of Life and Death game. He had only experienced the ghost hunt game. Yet upon closer examination, a common thread becomes apparent: both murder games demanded participants turn on each other. As a participant, Chen Xiaoying was admittedly released by Sunway himself. Her testimony differed significantly from Sunway's. First, her testimony. While she detailed the process of mutual slaughter among the group, she skillfully sidestepped any responsibility for her own actions. Only at the very end did she casually mention that it was her benevolent thoughts that ended Sunway's game, adding that she didn't want to get entangled with him and left. Sunway's account, however, stated that after completing each game, he deliberately released one survivor to seek out the next group of targets, guiding them into the next round. Their accounts were completely inconsistent. Moreover, Sunway mentioned in his statement that his targets were always criminals and hypocrites. If that was his rationale for choosing Chen Xiaoying, then it must have been the same. This suggested Chen Xiaoying was far from the simple person she appeared to be. Liu Yang suspected that Chen Xiaoying was also deeply entangled in that life and death roulette game. She had killed one of the 5 victims, ultimately becoming the last participant, only to be released by Sunway. Then, to cover up her crimes, she enlisted Tan Fong to eliminate Sunway, hoping to conceal her guilt. Therefore, when he went to Chen Xiaoying's home, he deliberately brought a voice recorder, intending to draw her out and record her words to hand over to Tan Fong. This would effectively bring the case to a close. Chen Xiaoying's home wasn't large. When Liu Yang arrived, she was sitting on the sofa watching TV. She had just learned about Sunway's suicide on the news when she stood up. Unexpectedly, the moment she turned her head, she saw Liu Yang. "Mr. Liu, it's you," Chen Xiaoying said, her heart skipping a beat as she looked at him. "Your door wasn't locked, so I just walked in. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all. You helped me solve the case. I should be thanking you," Chen Xiaoying said, heading toward the kitchen refrigerator to fetch some food to offer him. "Would you like some fruit?" "No, thank you," Liu Yang replied coolly, looking at her. "Chen Xiaoying, there's one thing I just can't understand. Why did you lie to me?" Chen Xiaoying gave a nervous laugh. "Sir, what are you saying? How could I deceive you?" Liu Yang took a few steps forward, staring at her up close. "Sunway told me before he died. He said you killed one of the 5 victims, which is why he was spared and survived. At this point, you still think you can hide it from me?" Chen Xiaoying's face instantly darkened. She leaned back and sat down on the sofa, silent for a moment. Soon after, she chose to confess the truth, so it was bound to happen. "Since you already know, why are you still asking me? I just wanted to hear the details of that day's events from your own mouth," Liu Yang said, inwardly amused. He had intended to intimidate this woman with a few more words, but unexpectedly, before he could continue, she had already been struck by the truth and suffered a mental breakdown. "Do the people at C Precinct know about this too?" Chen Xiaoying asked next. "Yes." Liu Yang looked at her, his gaze unwavering. "They're writing reports at the station. A large force will be dispatched shortly." "Alright, since that's the case, I suppose I have no choice but to accept it," Chen Xiaoying said, her voice filled with despair. "I did kill someone, but it was under duress. Mr. Liu, before I explain the facts, I want to ask you one thing. If I turn myself in for killing someone under these circumstances, will I be sentenced to death?" Killing under duress typically refers to homicide committed under coercion. Under our country's laws, while the perpetrator carried out the act, their lack of voluntary intent is considered during sentencing. Liu Yang said, "You were caught up in a deadly game. Subjectively speaking, it wasn't premeditated murder. As long as you cooperate with me and tell the truth, I'll handle the rest with Wanguishing and the others. I'll make sure he distinguishes between you and Sunway in his report." "That's good." Chen Xiaoying exhaled in relief before continuing, "Truthfully, I'm a kept mistress. Before the incident, I was involved in an affair with my sugar daddy. After parting ways with him, I went out to eat and was then blocked by a car. Someone appeared and abducted me. When I came to, I found myself in an abandoned warehouse with 5 other people. After talking to them, I learned they'd all been brought here without knowing it, and their stories were similar to mine. Before I could react, an eerie sound suddenly echoed overhead. Welcome, everyone, to my death family. From this moment onward, a meticulously designed game of life and death, the Wheel of Fortune, will officially unfold upon you. Prepare yourselves mentally for death." Hearing this, we realized he intended to play us to death. Furious, we tried to leave, but before we could escape, an electric current surged through our bodies, leaving us paralyzed on the floor. That current originated precisely from the black watches we were wearing, items none of us had ever carried before arriving here. We tried to remove them, but suddenly, an eerie voice echoed overhead, "The Wheel of Life and Death game, those who see the living survive, those who see the dead perish. The watches on your wrists are no ordinary timepieces, they contain liquid chips implanted by me, controlled remotely by my computer. What you experienced just now was merely a warning. From this moment on, anyone who attempts to flee will detonate instantly. As the campus loan manager, Brother Hay had always flouted the law. Unwilling to believe in superstition, he immediately tried to kick down the door and leave. The result? A loud bang, and he exploded right where he stood. By the time he fell, his body had been burned into a charred, blackened mess. Seeing this, we finally realized this wasn't an ordinary game. Terrified, we crouched on the ground, awaiting the perpetrator's judgment. Chapter 70, Comparison of Initial and Subsequent Statements. The very next second, a voice echoed from above once more. Alright, no one wants to keep running, right? Now I'll announce the rules. Directly in front of you is a rectangular mahjong table with several seats. Whoever's name is written on a seat must sit there. Once seated, follow my instructions. Next, I will tell someone to spin the pointer on the table. When the pointer lands on a person, that person must obey my command and complete a task I assign. Complete the task, and you'll be rewarded with chips. Fail, and you'll lose chips and face punishment. We immediately found our seats as instructed. The moment we sat down, a roulette pointer emerged from the center of the mahjong table and a stack of chips appeared beside each player. Each chip was worth 1 franc, which converted to about 300 yuan. At first, no one could believe it was real. But after the first round ended and CC received his payout, greed took hold, and they gradually fell deeper into the trap. The perpetrator's first task for CC was to beat up Gu Xiaoxiao for 1 minute. Naturally, the couple Gu Xiaoxiao and Xiaofeng refused, sparking an argument with CC. Apparently finding this insufficiently thrilling, the perpetrators added, CC, if you can't hit Gu Xiaoxiao within 1 minute, the chips vanish and everyone gets zapped for 3 seconds. I dislike fighting, but I dread being electrocuted, so I stayed put. DFA, however, was different. He immediately went up and punched Xiaofeng, then urged CC to get moving. CC worked at a nightclub and had little regard for decency. Hitting people was routine for her. Seeing how entertaining this game was, she immediately went over and hit Gu Xiaoxiao for a full minute. After a minute, CC indeed earned 3,000 franc chips. Seeing the money, she forgot the danger and became completely absorbed in the game. Then, a voice echoed from above again. Congratulations, CC. You've won 3,000 franc chips. Now choose between 2 options, 1, cash out, or 2, keep spinning the wheel to accumulate more chips. Driven by a gambler's mentality, CC chose the second option. Immediately, a voice echoed from above, alright, the game continues. CC will now spin the wheel again. Whomever the pointer lands on will initiate the next mission. No sooner had the words left the speaker than she spun the wheel again. It whirled rapidly for several revolutions before gradually slowing to a halt, landing on the big win section. DFA thought he'd hit the jackpot and immediately clapped in delight. He then asked the perpetrator what his task was. Perpetrator, for the second task, DFA must reach inside Gu Xiaoxiao's clothing and grope her randomly for 2 minutes. Success earns reward chips. Failure causes CC's original chips to vanish automatically. DFA, being a company manager, often used work as an excuse to approach women. Naturally lecherous, and with Gu Xiaoxiao being exceptionally beautiful, he rose to his feet, ready to make his move. At that moment, Xiaofeng intervened again to stop him. DFA and Xiaofeng grappled fiercely, locked in a fierce struggle. Seeing this, CC feared his own chips might vanish too, so he decided to intervene. He grabbed a nearby stick and smashed it over Xiaofeng's head. Thus, Xiaofeng died. After Xiaofeng's death, Dafa grew utterly reckless. With CC controlling the situation nearby, he soon laid his hands on Gu Xiaoxiao. After enduring several minutes of humiliation, Gu Xiaoxiao broke free from CC's grip. She slapped Dafa across the face, then ran to Xiaofeng's body and wept. Through her tears, she pointed at Dafa and CC, vowing to avenge Xiaofeng. Then she looked up and asked how the next game should proceed. The perpetrator announced, "Congratulations to Dafa for completing the task and earning 5,000 franc chips. Everyone, please return to your seats. Gu Xiaoxiao will now spin the wheel in her hand. Whomever the pointer lands on will initiate the next round of tasks." Gu Xiaoxiao spun the wheel in her hand. It whirled rapidly for several revolutions before slowing down and finally landing on herself. Immediately, a voice echoed from above, "Next task, Gu Xiaoxiao must remove CC's stockings, pull them over her head, and cover her mouth and nose with her hands. Time limit, 5 minutes. Success, reward chips. Failure, all chips in Dafa's possession vanish instantly." Upon hearing this, CC immediately rose and began cursing furiously at those around her. But by then, Gu Xiaoxiao had already resolved to take revenge. Combined with DFA's fear of losing his chips, the two joined forces. One restrained CC, removed the stockings, while the other pulled them over her head, covering her mouth and nose. In this prolonged struggle, CC stopped breathing completely in under 5 minutes. Gu Xiaoxiao stepped on CC's body, shouting threats to slash her face. At that moment, the perpetrator's voice echoed from above once more. "Congratulations, Gu Xiaoxiao, on completing your task. You have earned 9,000 franc chips. Please return to your seats for the next round. Gu Xiaoxiao will spin the wheel in her hand. Whoever the pointer lands on will carry out the next task." DFA and Gu Xiaoxiao returned to their seats upon hearing the voice. Gu Xiaoxiao then mechanically spun the wheel in her hand. Minutes later, the pointer landed on DFA. DFA rubbed his hands together with a sly grin, expecting another stroke of luck. He asked what the task was. Perpetrator, for the next task, you must immediately engage in a sexual act with Gu Xiaoxiao. Success earns you chips, failure results in death by throat slitting. Time limit, 3 minutes. Dafa felt a chill run down his spine and froze in place. Only now did he realize that money no longer mattered. What mattered was saving his own life. He immediately walked over to Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao refused, grabbing things to throw at him as she tried to run away. After a few moments of struggle, DFA hadn't gained any advantage over her. At that moment, the perpetrator issued a warning, only 30 seconds remain. If you don't comply, DFA will face punishment. To avoid death, Dafa grabbed her hand and lunged forward. Right there in front of me, he forced himself on her. Gu Xiaoxiao fought back fiercely, stabbing him in the eye with her finger. This enraged Dafa, who then strangled her to death. With him gone, I was the sole survivor left at the scene. The perpetrator then rewarded Dafa with francs, initiating the next round of the game. They had Dafa spin the wheel, and whoever the pointer landed on would carry out the next objective. DFA immediately complied, spinning the wheel, which landed on me. The perpetrator then demanded I remove my socks, stuff them into DFA's mouth, and force him to swallow them. Failure meant punishment. Not only would I endure 5 minutes of electric shocks, but the francs I'd won would be seized by DFA. To prevent that money from going to Dafa and to avoid dying, I took off my socks and walked over. At this point, Chen Xiaoying couldn't help but recall that scene from the past. Her body trembled involuntarily, and the words she was about to speak faltered mid-sentence because of this. Lu Yang, however, could tell she wasn't lying. Her earlier testimony matched her previous statements perfectly. It was only at this point that she changed her story, making slight alterations. And the subsequent details were precisely what he wanted to know. He leaned closer to her and urged, "Go on." What happened next? Chapter 71, Skill Acquired. Chen Xiaoying paused slightly before continuing. When he saw me approaching, Dafu slammed his fist on the table in rage, pointing at me and cursing. He said if I took one more step forward, he'd kill me. I knew he'd do it. I hesitated. But then I remembered the punishment the perpetrator had just announced. I figured I was as good as dead anyway, so I might as well try to fight for a sliver of survival. So I stepped forward. Seeing this, Dafa pulled out his nail clippers to block me, slashing my arm. He took 2 steps back and hurled more insults at me. I've always been fiery-tempered, and hearing his curses, I gritted my teeth, lunged at him, knocked him down, and knocked the nail clippers from his hand. I forced the sock into his mouth. But then Dafa punched me hard in the chest, shoving me aside. He picked up the nail clippers again, ready to kill me. Just as the clippers were about to pierce my heart, I lunged forward and bit him. Seizing the moment while he was in pain, I aimed for his injured eye and jabbed my finger straight into it. With a piercing ah! DFA screamed and rolled around on the ground. Seeing this, I grabbed the nail clippers for self-defense. At that moment, the perpetrator declared the mission complete, rewarding me with a pile of francs. He ordered us to sit back down and start a new round of the game. I walked up to Big Guy and pleaded with him to abandon his plan to kill me, urging him to return to the game. But Big Guy refused, insisting he had to kill me. In the end, to survive, I killed him. Yes, that's right, I used his own nail clippers. I remember sitting on top of him, stabbing him again and again until he stopped breathing. After the killing, I sat there like a wooden statue. It took me a long time to snap out of it and confront the perpetrator. Now that I was the only one left, how could the game possibly continue? The perpetrator clapped his hands and materialized before me. He told me there was money on the table now, and I could take it and leave. But the condition was that I had to find him a group of criminals for him to toy with. Otherwise, he would tell the detective about my murder. I was afraid I didn't want to go to prison, and I certainly didn't want to die. So I did as he said and walked out with the money. But afterward, I was constantly tormented by guilt over what I'd done. Since Detective Fong knew I'd committed the murder, I thought of using his authority to eliminate the real perpetrator. I posed as the victim and went to see police station to report the crime. But I never imagined he would ultimately expose my murder. Mr. Liu, I've told you everything you wanted to know. This counts as my major contribution to solving the case. Now, I hope you keep your promise and don't let me end up like Sunwei. Chen Xiaoying spoke with remorse, her eyes flickering as she knelt before Lu Yang. Lu Yang rose from the sofa. After observing her silently for a moment, he walked to the other side of the room, pulled out his phone, and contacted Wang Wuxing. Hello, Captain Wang. This is Lu Yang. Bring a few people to Chen Xiaoying's residence immediately. I have something to discuss with you. That's all for now. I'll hang up. Beep, beep, beep. The dial tone echoed repeatedly. After putting away his phone, Lu Yang walked over to Chen Xiaoying, helped her up, and said, Actually, when we went to arrest Sunwei, we were just as deeply entangled in his murder game as you were. But unlike you, we didn't turn on each other. We united, resolved to fight to the death, and face the enemy together. In the end, not a single one of us was harmed, and Sunwei was exposed for what he truly was. Faced with life and death, human selfishness, greed, and even primal instincts can surface, but that applies only to criminals. Wang Guixing, myself, and the others are embodiments of justice, which is why we weren't dragged down. While your actions may be understandable, you did kill someone. What awaits you will inevitably be the punishment of the law. After saying this, Lu Yang left her behind and walked out the door. Chen Xiaoying froze, her mind blank for a moment before she snapped back to reality. She shouted at Lu Yang's retreating figure, "Mr. Lu, what did you say? Didn't we agree you'd determine my sentence?" Hey. Several minutes later, Wang Guixing arrived by car with Sun Yaojin and 2 other team members. Spotting Lu Yang, he approached. "Senior, what brings you calling us out at this hour?" Lu Yang pulled a voice recorder from his pocket and handed it to Wang Guixing. "Listen to this first." Wang Guixing turned on the recorder, listened carefully, then looked at Lu Yang with surprise. "What is this?" Lu Yang explained, "This is the account from the victim, Chen Xiaoying. It differs significantly from her previous statement. On the day of the incident, Chen Xiaoying was also caught up in the situation. To survive, she used nail clippers to slit off his throat and then stabbed him several more times. But she feared imprisonment and that Sunwei would expose the truth, so she tried to use you to eliminate Sunwei. Now that the truth is out, this recording will serve as evidence of her murder." "Understood." Wang Guixing listened with unusual composure. After tucking the voice recorder into his pocket, he immediately led his men into Chen Xiaoying's room. But the moment they entered, a pungent odor choked them, forcing them to retreat. "What's wrong?" Lu Yang turned to ask. Wang Guixing coughed a few times. "Bad news." She gassed herself in there. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have earned 80,000 light points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired new skills: Super Medical Skills 1, All-Round Combat 1, Terror Electric Chair 1. A large group of firefighters rushed in and thoroughly ventilated Chen Xiaoying's room. Before long, the gas odor was completely eliminated. Wang Guixing and others checked her and found she still had a pulse. They immediately called for 2 other team members to arrange an ambulance and take her away. They then exited once more to meet with Lu Yang. At the same time, after solving this case, the system's voice echoed in Lu Yang's mind. Just as he was about to secretly gloat and ponder these new abilities, Wang Guixing approached Lu Yang and said, "Senior, how did you discover Chen Xiaoying?" Lu Yang knew what he was about to say and explained, "Nothing much. After returning, I reviewed the entire case from start to finish. The first time, I didn't notice anything. But on the second pass, I realized that Chen Xiaoying's testimony didn't match up with Sunwei's. Plus, both the life or death game and the ghost catching game were completed through participants killing each other. That's why I suspected something was off about Chen Xiaoying." Chapter 72, Commendation from the City Chief Inspector. A trip out of province. Lu Yang recounted the entire sequence to Wang Guixing. After listening, Wang Guixing grew even more impressed by Lu Yang's investigative skills and analytical abilities. He immediately gave him a thumbs up and praised him. "Senior, you're amazing. You managed to uncover such hidden clues. I, Wang Guixing, am proud of you. You're not the only one who said that. Lu Yang is still Lu Yang, but he's no longer the same person he was 8 years ago." With that parting remark, Lu Yang drove away. The other 2 team members following Wang Guixing stood frozen in place. "See? That's what you call a detective god. That's what it means. Born to solve cases, and once the case is solved, he's gone. He comes without a trace and leaves without a trace. All that remains are his legendary deeds." 4 p.m. Inside C Precinct. After solving the case with Lu Yang's assistance, Wang Guixing promptly drafted a report and submitted it to the city's chief inspector. Upon reviewing the report, the chief inspector expressed great satisfaction with the thoroughness of the investigation. By 6 p.m. that same day, he called Wang Guixing back. As soon as Wang Guixing answered, the chief commended him and his team. "Wang, your operational efficiency this time far surpassed previous efforts. This case had been classified as SSS level due to the exceptionally bizarre murder method. Given its high difficulty rating, I immediately gathered the most capable detectives from stations A, B, D, and O for a meeting to see if we could uncover any hidden clues. But the results were all disappointing. So I wanted to ask you, how did you come up with that ingenious tactic of you take my picture, I take yours to counter the suspect? And how did you end up suspecting Chen Xiaoying after the case seemed to have stalled? Could you share your thought process?" After hearing this, Wang Guixing couldn't help but smile bitterly. What line of reasoning could he possibly have? If it weren't for Senior Lu Yang, he and his team would likely have perished in that building. "Chief Inspector, I didn't intend to reveal this, but since you asked, I'll be honest. Truthfully, none of these tactical ideas were mine. Senior Officer Lu Yang came up with them for me." Lu Yang? That name sounds familiar. The city chief inspector pondered over the phone before exclaiming in surprise, "Wait, I remember now. Isn't he that exceptionally talented detective who used to work at the organized crime division?" "Yes, that's him." Wang Guixing recounted, 8 years ago, his relentless pursuit of solving a case led to his wife's suicide and his dismissal from work. He ended up selling pancakes in the county town. Later, he helped solve numerous cases for several local precincts there, gaining fame. Now, he's the founder of a detective agency. The chief inspector shook his head repeatedly and sighed. No wonder. He's always been an eccentric, with investigative methods far beyond the ordinary. It's no surprise he could figure this out. It's just a pity that with his past skeletons in the closet, he can't be of use to us. Chief Inspector, I've covered everything. Do you have any further instructions? Wang Guisheng inquired. The chief inspector snapped back to attention and said earnestly, though he isn't an official detective, he helped solve a major case for the city. By all accounts, we shouldn't shortchange him. This is what we'll do, I'll cover the expenses for him to take a trip outside the province. It's a small token of our appreciation. The funds will be transferred to your card shortly. You handle the arrangements. Got it, Wang Guisheng replied with a nod. Shortly after hanging up, he received a notification on his phone confirming the deposit a total of 150,000 yuan. The chief inspector's intent was crystal clear, to keep Liu Yang out of the province for as long as possible. After checking a map of Shaanxi province, Wang Guisheng realized there were indeed many interesting places to visit. He took the card to the bank, withdrew the funds, and headed to Liu Yang's residence. Standing at the door, he knocked. Liu Yang had already returned and changed into fresh clothes. It was Xiaolan, the maid, who opened the door. Excuse me, is the senior at home? Wang Guisheng asked first. Xiaolan nodded. He's home, changing clothes in the bedroom. Wang Guisheng said nothing, simply walking inside and sitting down on the sofa. Xiaolan had seen him before when arranging their accommodations downtown, though they hadn't spoken. Seeing him arrive without comment, she assumed it was about a case and approached to ask, Captain Wang, is there a new case? Wang Guisheng shook his head silently. Seeing this, Xiaolan asked curiously, then is there a flaw in the previous case? Wang Guisheng still didn't speak, shaking his head like a rattledrum, left and right. Whatever. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. Big deal. Feeling ignored, Xiaolan pouted and headed to her room. Outside the bedroom, Zhang Dong was still engrossed in his video game. Apparently finding it unsatisfying, he cranked the speakers to full volume, paying no heed to the guest beside him. Not long after, Liu Yang emerged wearing a suit. Wang Guisheng stood up upon seeing him, Senior. You wanted to see me? Liu Yang showed no surprise at his arrival. Wang Guisheng then said, here's 150,000 yuan. The chief inspector in the city center instructed me to give it to you. He said it's to thank you for helping the C Division solve the case. Take this money and go on a trip outside the province. I've already mapped out the itinerary. Would you like to take a look first? What? A trip? At this, Xiaolan and Zhang Dong immediately rushed over, their voices full of surprise. Captain Wang, is this for real? It is. Wang Guisheng nodded. Never mind that, we'll take the money. Xiaolan spoke up, snatching the money from his hand first. She turned and walked over to Liu Yang, setting it down as she said, Senior, oh no, I should call you boss now. Other companies have team-building events at fixed times. You really should change the rules a bit and get me and Zhang Dong some benefits. Ahem, Xiaolan's right. Zhang Dong chimed in, indirectly urging Liu Yang to accept the money. Liu Yang froze for a moment. I'm not interested in money. But if you guys want to have fun, I won't stop you. After saying this, he walked into the room and continued to bury himself in reading that suspense novel. But deep down, he was actually quite pleased to accept the assignment. After all, the other two tasks were completed, and leaving the last one unattended wasn't ideal. Moreover, only by personally engaging with people in matters outside the province could he find an opportunity to connect with cases from that region. Yet this line of thinking seemed, to some extent, rather random. Whether he could take on a new case depended entirely on his luck. What kind of case would it be? Chapter 73, The Missing Persons Case. Shaanxi Province. Liu Yang, Xiaolan, and Zhang Dong spent the entire day together. Come evening, they found a place to stay in a residential complex. They ordered takeout, sat down, and chatted casually with Xiaolan and Zhang Dong. Their conversation drifted aimlessly when suddenly, a wretched wail pierced the air from outside the door. The festive mood was instantly shattered by the sound. Liu Yang took his two men outside. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a large crowd of residents gathered at the door of the neighboring apartment, murmuring among themselves. Oh dear, Huang Dainai's grandson disappeared 3 years ago and never returned. Who would have thought he was abducted by traffickers? Poor child, only 5 years old, right in the prime of his growth. Who would have thought that when he was finally found, his tongue had been cut out, leaving him mute? What a terrible crime. Why don't those traffickers just die? For money, they don't even spare such young children. If it weren't for the provincial investigators working together to find this child, who knows what fate awaited him? As Liu Yang listened to the neighbors' chatter, a sudden realization dawned on him, as if he'd grasped a crucial piece of information. Child traffickers? Child trafficking? Could this be a child trafficking case? Having seen countless homicide and suicide cases before, Liu Yang seemed long since numb to such tragedies. But child trafficking? This was his first encounter with such a case. If that was the case, he was in for another busy spell. Just then, the detective assigned to Huang Dainai's case stepped forward to calm the elderly woman. He added, Grandma, grief is worse than death. Though the child has lost his tongue, with modern medical techniques, there's still hope for treatment. Right now, the priority is to comfort the child and prevent him from being frightened. Yes, being alive is a blessing. Huang Dainai wiped away her tears and hugged her grandson tightly. Moments later, she turned to the officer. Captain Feng, how did you find my grandson? The investigator named Feng Zizai explained, recently, multiple human trafficking cases have erupted within the province. Several single parents came to the station to report missing children. After our investigation, we began gathering clues and eventually discovered numerous begging children outside the provincial train station. They were filthy and disheveled, some couldn't speak, others were missing fingers, and some had their kneecaps removed. Our investigation confirmed they were the very children reported missing recently. The investigators grew suspicious and took them into custody to track down the traffickers. To our shock, one of the children turned out to be your grandson. Unfortunately, his tongue had been. As he spoke, Feng Zai clenched his teeth and sighed bitterly, those heartless bastards. They'd even harmed children for profit. When I catch them, I'll make sure they face justice. Just come back, just come back. Huang Dala's eyes brimmed with tears as she clung tightly to her eldest grandson, reluctant to let go. Feng Zai knew they had much to catch up on after years apart, so he didn't linger. He walked toward the door and quietly closed it behind him. The villagers, seeing there was no spectacle left to watch, dispersed one by one. Just as Feng Zai was about to leave, Liu Yang suddenly stepped forward and blocked his path. Officer, might we have a word? And you are? Feng Zai looked him over, sizing him up. Liu Yang pulled out a business card and handed it over. My name is Liu Yang. I'm a private investigator and also a former elite detective from the O division in the city. You mentioned this is a human trafficking case. Do you have any leads? Private detective? Feng Zai disliked dealing with such people most of all, always suspecting they were no better than fortune tellers. 9 out of 10 were con artists. He dismissed the offer. Brother, solving cases is an officer's job. You wouldn't be trying to steal our credit, would you? Seeing him joke about it, Liu Yang quickly clarified, I'm only interested in the case. As for the credit, you can have it if you want. Feng Zai paused, momentarily impressed. Then he smiled. Solving crimes isn't child's play. I appreciate your offer, but we'll cross paths again someday. With that, he headed toward the elevator. Liu Yang stared at his retreating figure, wondering if he'd been underestimated. But it was no wonder. Coming from a small county town, even though he'd solved numerous cases for other police stations, his reputation outside the province was still non-existent. But for the sake of the case, he was willing to endure being overlooked. Seeing no leads from Feng Zizai, Liu Yang immediately turned his attention to Huang Dainai's doorstep. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. He saw Huang Dainai hugging her eldest grandson. After a moment, he spoke up, Excuse me, I'm a colleague of the detective you just spoke with. My name is Liu Yang. He had to step out on urgent business and asked me to take over investigating this case. May I ask when your grandson was abducted? What were the circumstances at the time? Grandma Huang, nearing 70 with hair entirely white, was not hard of hearing. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, she promptly carried her grandson into the bedroom, then returned to invite him to sit down. She began, even now, I feel a pang of guilt whenever I recall that incident. It was an afternoon 3 years ago. I took Xiao Lu out to buy groceries. Passing by a mahjong parlor, I saw them gambling and felt the urge to play. I sat down with them. Who would have thought that after a few rounds, though I'd won quite a bit of money, Xiao Lu had vanished. My first instinct was to check the mahjong parlor's surveillance footage. After reviewing the footage, I discovered Xiao Lu had gone missing near a matchmaking agency. Unfortunately, that spot was a blind spot in the surveillance system, so I found nothing. Worried, I had no choice but to report it to the police. I thought the police would find Xiao Lu quickly after investigating, but who knew it would take 3 whole years. Now Xiao Lu is back, but she can't speak. I can't even hear her say grandma. As Huang Dainai spoke, she began to cry, repeatedly pulling tissues from the table to wipe away her tears and snot. So your grandson went missing at the mahjong parlor, and they cooperated with your search for him, correct? Huang Dainai nodded in response. In that case, it wasn't someone from the mahjong parlor. Liu Yang repeated his earlier point before adding, so what's the name of that matchmaking agency? Auntie Lee's matchmaking agency, Huang Dainai replied. Chapter 74, Superb Medical Skills. A mute calling uncle? Hearing this, Liu Yang calmed down and began analyzing. He had initially thought the grandson at Huang Dainai's home had been deceived away by mahjong parlor staff. But then Huang Dala mentioned that the staff there had cooperated with him in reviewing surveillance footage. So he dismissed that idea. If that was the case, then the responsibility must lie with that matchmaking agency. The spot where Xiao Lu disappeared was a blind spot, inaccessible to surveillance. What if someone was using the marriage agency as a cover to kidnap children? Liu Yang had heard plenty of similar incidents reported on the news. But for now, it was just speculation. To confirm anything, he'd have to go there himself. Auntie Huang, rest assured I'll get to the bottom of this case. Come on, let's go check out that matchmaking agency. Lu Yang spoke, preparing to take the elderly woman by the arm to head out. But Huang Dainai, worried about her grandson, glanced back. My grandson was just found. I'm afraid. It's fine. Bring him along. With me protecting him, nothing will happen to your grandson, Lu Yang reassured her. Huang Dainai hesitated. All right then. Since that's the case, I'll bring him along with me. The car sped away, quickly leaving the residential complex behind. Throughout the journey, Grandma Huang sat in the passenger seat, clutching the sleeping Shaola tightly to her chest, her heart filled with unease. To ease her tension, Lu Yang deliberately turned on the car stereo and played an upbeat song, humming along. Before long, they arrived outside the matchmaking agency called Auntie Lee's. After parking, Lu Yang opened the door, helped the elderly woman out, and pushed open the door to enter the matchmaking agency. The agency's sole manager, a middle-aged woman with an afro hairstyle, adorned in gold and silver jewelry and speaking with a sharp tongue, hurried over to greet them upon their arrival. Mistaking Lu Yang for Huang Dalao's son, she smiled and said, Grandma, looking for a match for your son? Any requirements? Well. Huang Dalao turned to glance at Lu Yang, unsure how to respond. Lu Yang took the lead. Hello, are you the manager here? Yes, I am, Li Deseo replied, pulling out a stack of attractive photos from a drawer in the counter. She handed them to him. These are all local girls of good character and background. Take a look. See if any catch your eye? Lu Yang took the photos, glanced through them briefly, then set them down. I'm not here to find a match. I'm here to ask you about a child trafficking incident. Afraid of offending him, she quickly added, Oh, not looking for a match? That's fine. What would you like to ask? Lu Yang pointed at the child in Auntie Huang's arms. Have you seen this person before? Auntie Li stepped forward to take a closer look. He looks familiar, but I can't place where I've seen him. 3 years ago, right near your matchmaking agency, this child went missing. We checked the surveillance footage, but this spot was a blind spot, nothing came up. So I came to confirm if there were any other suspicious people around here at the time. Oh dear, I really have no idea. Auntie Li waved her hands dismissively. So many people come through here every day, how could I possibly keep track of suspicious characters? Besides, it's been 3 years. Who would even remember? Alright then, sorry to bother you. Lu Yang said, rising to help Huang Dalao up as they prepared to leave. Auntie Li followed to see them out. Just as they reached the doorway, the baby in Huang Dalao's arms suddenly woke with a start. Turning to look at Auntie Li behind them, the infant let out a terrified scream and began wailing loudly. What's wrong, dear grandson? Huang Dainai asked anxiously. Shaola reacted even more violently, as if he had seen something terrifying, burrowing deeper into Huang Dainai's arms. Oh dear, this child must be afraid of strangers, Auntie Li teased from behind. Auntie Huang gave an awkward smile. Kids are just like that. Don't take it personally. With that, she began coaxing the child. Lu Yang didn't dwell on it either. He simply motioned for Huang Dainai and her grandson to get into the car. As he closed the door, he turned to look at Li Deseo. This case is important. If you discover anything, please report it to the local police station. Got it, don't worry, Auntie Li waved at him with a faint smile. Once Lu Yang drove away, her expression instantly turned vicious. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, damn it. How incompetent are those people? They let the detectives find this kid. This place is no longer safe. I have to get out of here fast. On the way back, Lu Yang glanced at the terrified child beside him. He touched the boy's forehead a few times, satisfied he wasn't sick. Curious why the child was reacting so strongly, he pulled over and asked Huang Dainai, did your child ever show fear around strangers before? Not at all, Huang Dainai replied immediately. He's never been shy. When I carried him to neighbors' houses, he'd go up and kiss those uncles and aunts all by himself. Such a sweetheart. Strange. Lu Yang frowned upon hearing this. If he's not afraid of strangers and isn't sick, how could he be so terrified? At that moment, Shaola tugged at his sleeve, mouth agape, as if he had something to say. Lu Yang hesitated, then tried to interpret his meaning. You have something to tell me? Shaola nodded. Hearing this, Lu Yang suddenly felt at a loss. There was no paper or pen in the car at that moment. If there had been, he could have had the child write down what he wanted to say. But with his tongue cut off, the only way to find out what he was trying to communicate was to figure out how to make it grow back. What should he do? Got it. Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he remembered a skill granted by the system. With a trial and error mindset, he silently commanded, System, activate the super medical skill. Ding. Sensing the host's command, the super medical skill has officially activated. Host may now cure all incurable diseases, heal the dead, and wrest life from the jaws of death. Heal Shao Li's severed tongue, make it grow back. Lu Yang fixed his gaze on the child as he spoke. The next second, the tongue inside the child's mouth began to slowly extend outward, as if undergoing cellular regeneration, gradually returning to its normal state. Xiaolu, try speaking to uncle now. Lu Yang patted the child's head as he spoke. Xiao Le nodded and opened his mouth to say, "Uncle. I can talk? I really can talk?" The child was utterly astonished. Not only him, but even Grandma Huang burst into tears of joy. "Oh my dear grandson, your tongue is working again? That's wonderful. You scared Grandma to death. Officer, did you cure my grandson?" Facing Huang Dainai's question, Lu Yang nodded. "Yes, I studied some medicine in the past. Oh my goodness, I can't thank you enough." Huang Dainai bowed deeply to Lu Yang, repeatedly kowtowing. Seeing this, Lu Yang smiled. "What a system, I've always been the one bowing to the elderly. Now I'm being bowed to frantically by an old woman? Is this some kind of deliberate attempt to shorten my lifespan?" Chapter 75, Superb Combat Skills. "Auntie Huang, no need to be so formal." Lu Yang hurriedly helped the elderly woman up, then shifted his gaze to address her grandson. "And Xiao Lo, weren't you about to tell me something just now?" Xiao Lo eagerly ran to Lu Yang, nestled into his embrace, planted a kiss on his cheek in gratitude, then declared, "Uncle, you've all been deceived by that woman." "That woman? Who are you talking about?" Lu Yang had actually thought of Auntie Li, but wasn't sure. Xiao Le nodded. "Yes, her. And her real name isn't Sister Li, it's Zhang Shufan. 3 years ago, I smelled the delicious aroma of roasted sweet potatoes outside the mahjong parlor. I wanted to try one, so I slipped out when Grandma wasn't looking. I got a roasted sweet potato and took a bite, but when the vendor asked for money, I didn't have any. Just then, Zhang Shufan walked over, scooped me up, and covered my mouth. She tossed some money at the vendor, explaining it was her child who'd run off while she was busy. The vendor believed her, smiled, and didn't think much of it as she watched me being led away. After taking me, she first brought me to her matchmaking agency. Then she shut the doors and windows, found rope and tape to bind me, gagged me, and whipped me. The pain made me cry. Later, I discovered there were 5 or 6 other children bound there at the same time. We were held captive there for 3 days, surviving on just 1 steamed bun per meal. If we got thirsty, they would abuse us further, forcing us to drink urine. A few days later, a dozen or so thugs arrived. They waited until late at night when no one was around, then forced us into a van and transferred us to a small rural house. After untying our ropes and removing the duct tape, they began brutally torturing us. Some had their legs broken, others had fingers severed, tongues cut out, or kneecaps shattered. After doing all this, they ordered us to go to the train station the next day to beg for money. Whoever collected the most would get food. Otherwise, we'd be beaten and starved. If anyone dared to escape and was caught, they were beaten to death, and their organs were harvested and sold. 3 full years I lived through that hell. I'll never forget the horrifying scenes of those thugs and Zhang Shufan dividing up the money from our beatings. So when I opened my eyes and saw that woman, I couldn't help but feel a wave of terror and started screaming. After finishing his story, Xiao buried his face in Lu Yang's hand and sniffled a few times, overcome with sorrow. Lu Yang stroked his head a few times, pulled him into his embrace, then clenched his jaw. As expected, nothing is more venomous than a woman's heart. From the very first glance, I knew that woman wasn't good. Now that I think about it, during our conversation earlier, her eyes kept darting away deliberately. Especially when Xiao screamed, the way she cut him off felt downright suspicious. Grandma Huang. Catching the traffickers was urgent, and since Lu Yang had just arrived, alerting them was inevitable. He had no choice but to leave the child with his grandmother. "I'll call you a taxi. Go report to the agent from earlier today. If he asks about me, just say my name is Lu Yang. And what about you?" Huang Dainai took her eldest grandson, clutching him tightly to her chest. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes, his gaze unwavering. "I'm going to track down the traffickers." "Be careful," Huang Dainai promised, stepping off the car with her grandson in her arms. With Lu Yang's help, she hailed a taxi and headed to the police station where Feng Zizai worked to file a report. Before leaving, she waved goodbye to her grandson and gave him a final reminder. "I know," Lu Yang said, closing the door. Only after watching the taxi drive away did he turn and head toward the matchmaking agency. Before long, he burst into the matchmaking agency, flinging open every door at top speed and searching each room thoroughly. Only then did he discover that Zhang Shufan had already been alerted and had cleared out everything of value. Damn it! Lu Yang kicked the wall. I should have pinned her down just now. Ring ring. Just then, the sound of a ringing telephone echoed through the air. Lu Yang followed the sound and eventually found a white-corded phone on a desk in the adjacent room. He walked over and picked up the receiver. Before he could say anything, an anxious voice came through the receiver. "Sister Zhang, are you there? Our cover's blown. We lost several kids today. I suspect we've been spotted by the police station." Lu Yang immediately recognized the voice as belonging to one of Zhang Shufan's human trafficking associates. Mimicking Zhang Shufan's tone, he replied, "No big deal. Look how scared you all are over nothing. Keep doing what you're doing. I've got a few more kids here today. Tell the brothers to come over." "Yeah, hurry up. Are you sure it's nothing? Stop all this nonsense. In our line of work, you need guts. Hurry up. I'm giving you 5 minutes. After that, I'll find another crew to do the job." The trafficker wasn't about to agree to that. In today's market, each child meant hundreds more in daily profits. A deal like this was practically handed to them. Why pass it up? Wait, Sister Zhang, I'll get the guys over right now. The trafficker didn't suspect a thing and agreed immediately. Click. Lu Yang hung up the phone, a smug grin spreading across his face. The show's about to begin. The universal disguise skill granted by the system earlier wasn't a one-time item like a truth serum pill. After using it once, it could be reactivated. He had employed this skill to mimic Zhang Shufen's voice during their conversation. The impersonation was so convincing it could pass for the real thing. If his hunch was correct, this human trafficking ring would soon mobilize their entire operation and rush over here. Lu Yang only needed to apprehend them all at once, beat them into submission, and then interrogate them to uncover Zhang Shufen's whereabouts. Once Zhang Shufen was recovered, this case would finally be closed. For now, there was only one thing to do: wait. Time ticked by, second by second. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. An unlicensed, old model van pulled up outside the matchmaking agency. Several burly thugs lit cigarettes, glanced around suspiciously, then crept inside. Soon they reached the office where Zhang Shufen usually worked and encountered Lu Yang. Who are you? Where's Sister Zhang? The leader immediately grew wary. There's no Sister Zhang here, and you're not getting away either, Lu Yang said, his eyes sharp as an eagle's as he glared at them. In the blink of an eye, he silently commanded, System, activate the ultimate combat skill. Chapter 76, 30 Hiding Spots. Ding, superb combat skills officially activated. Host may utilize this skill to augment physical strength, master all existing combat techniques, subdue criminals through overwhelming force, and compel their surrender. The next second, following the system prompt, Lu Yang's mind was flooded with countless combat techniques: Yongchun Kung Fu, Bagwazang, and more. These moves seemed to be demonstrated in his mind before seamlessly integrating with his body. Within moments, he had mastered them all. By the time he regained his senses, the human trafficking gang finally realized they'd been tricked. Their expressions instantly darkened as they snarled at Lu Yang with murderous intent. Damn it! So you deliberately led us here? Who the hell are you? Cop? No, impossible. If you were, you wouldn't be the only one here. You little punk, why did you have to stick your nose in? The ringleader, boiling with rage, stepped forward. I'm asking you, where's Sister Zhang? Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, let's do this. Seeing him advance, Lu Yang felt hostility surge within him. Drawing on his knowledge of Bagwazang, he assumed a fighting stance first, clenched both fists, and lunged forward in a single powerful stride. Damn it, you're asking for it. The leader's mouth twisted into a vicious grin as several distinct cross-shaped tattoos appeared on his arms. He clenched his fist to meet Lu Yang's attack. In an instant, their fists collided. The leader was sent reeling dozens of meters backward, slamming into a wall behind him. The impact left a deep dent in the plaster, and he couldn't get up immediately. Instead, he coughed violently, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Is that Bagwazang? The leader lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. You're actually trained in martial arts? Clap. Clap. Lu Yang brushed the dust off his hands. That's right. This is Bagwazang. With that, he arrogantly beckoned to the other traffickers. You lot, don't just stand there. Come at me all together. Damn it, just a few stinky moves, and he's acting all cocky? You think we won't beat you into a human pig? Guys, let's go. In the blink of an eye, the human traffickers seemed to suddenly get a burst of energy, charging toward Lu Yang without fear of death. Shouting and swearing, they surrounded him with punches and kicks. Lu Yang unleashed the swift techniques of Wing Chun, striking first. With a few swift blows, he blackened one man's face and kicked him away. Next, using the cloud hands technique from Tai Chi, he redirected one attacker's strike onto another. And so on, making them turn on each other. A series of sharp cracks echoed as smoke billowed outward. After an unknown amount of time, the human traffickers lay thoroughly subdued, limbs broken, bodies immobilized. Even in this state, they regarded Lu Yang as if gazing upon a plague god, trembling uncontrollably and utterly helpless. If they had any breath left, it was spent on other things: sighs of pity, murmurs of admiration. Take this moment, for instance. The ringleader's eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, holy crap, I thought I was tough enough, but this guy is insane. One moment it's Bagwazang, the next it's Tai Jiquan, then Wing Chun. A top 10 martial artist. Amidst their astonishment, Lu Yang walked up to the leader of the human traffickers, his expression impassive. You. Get up and fight me. No, boss, I'm sorry. I'm just a henchman working for Sister Zhang. She's the real mastermind behind this. If you're looking for someone, go after her. Please spare my life. The ringleader whimpered pitifully. Lu Yang yanked him to his feet, then glanced sideways at the others and declared, starting now, I'll count to 3. Whoever reveals all the human traffickers' hideouts first gets spared. 1. I'll talk. It's at the residential house numbered 28 in Zhangsuan Alley, West District Gate. One of the traffickers spoke up first. But Lu Yang sensed he hadn't revealed all the hideouts. He stepped forward, stomped on the man's arm, and the next second, a piercing scream echoed as the trafficker collapsed unconscious from the pain. The others, witnessing this, were terrified, their bodies shaking even more violently. 2. I'll talk. It's at number 20 Lee Village Alley in East Street. And mine. Number 19 Lou Village Alley, North Street. South Street, number 3 residential building in Sun Village Alley. The traffickers kept spilling the beans, terrified of being beaten to death. In total, they revealed over 30 hideouts, more than 30. Even Liu Yang hadn't imagined these people could be this utterly depraved. If they weren't stopped and these hideouts uncovered, more children would likely be harmed in the future. Liu Yang committed each location to memory. He surmised that after Zhang Shufan's escape, she would inevitably be hiding in one of these places. The only way forward was to search them one by one to find her, force her to hand over the stolen money, and make her spill the truth. Big brother, we told you everything you wanted to know. Isn't it time to let us go now? The traffickers assumed he was just a do-gooder, unrelated to the cops, thinking that disclosing information favorable to him would secure their freedom. But Liu Yang didn't see it that way. He believed criminals deserved severe punishment. He shoved the ringleader aside and dialed the emergency number. Hello, 110? A human trafficking ring has been discovered inside Auntie Lee's matchmaking agency in this province. Yes, bring reinforcements immediately to apprehend them. Inside the Longquan police station. Huang Dainai, holding her grandson, got out of the taxi and headed inside to find Feng Zizai to explain the situation. Excuse me, officer, is Detective Feng Zai here? Oh, you mean Officer Feng? He's here. What brings you here? Huang Dainai explained, my name is Huang Dainai. This is my grandson, Shella the child who went missing 3 years ago. Thanks to Officer Feng's help, we were finally reunited. You mean the March 15th child abduction case, right? Yes, that's the case, Huang Dainai hurriedly confirmed. I have crucial information to share with Detective Feng. I hope you can arrange for me to meet with him. Very well. Please follow me. Holding her grandson's hand, Huang Dainai followed the officer into the office without hesitation. After opening the door, the officer addressed Feng Zizai, who was working inside. Captain, a woman named Huang Dainai is here to see you. She says she has a lead regarding the March 15th child abduction case. Got it. You can go now. Feng Zai waved him off, then stood up and walked over to Huang Dainai. He scooped up Xiao Lo and said, Grandma, you wanted to see me? Chapter 77, Feng Zai's eyes shock. Huang Dainai nodded. Captain Feng, I found a lead on the traffickers. Oh? Tell me about it. Hearing this, Feng Zai immediately took her seriously. He set Xiao Lo down and helped her to his seat. Granny Huang quickly explained, not long after you brought Xiaola here today, an agent claiming to be Liu Yang came to our house. He asked me some questions, then took me and Xiaola to a matchmaking agency called Auntie Lee's. We went there to speak with the people involved. At first, we didn't think much of it. But when we were about to leave, my grandson suddenly got really scared, like he was terrified of someone. He stayed that way until we were quite a distance away. At first, both the agent and I thought Xiaola was just sick or shy. But later we realized it wasn't what we thought at all. It turned out that Mrs. Lee was the real human trafficker. My grandson was screaming in terror because he'd been kidnapped by her and deeply traumatized. Hearing this, Feng Zai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had assumed the old woman was senile and confused, so he hadn't taken her words seriously. But when Xiaola finally spoke, he was jolted awake. It's true. If that big uncle hadn't been there to heal my tongue, my grandmother would never have known that Zhang Shufan was the one who kidnapped me. Holy crap, you can talk? But your tongue was... Feng Zai's eyes widened as he stared at Xiaola beside him. Xiaola nodded, opened his mouth wide, and stuck out his perfectly intact tongue. Yep, all better. That big uncle fixed it. No way. How could something like that possibly happen? Feng Zai stood frozen in shock, but quickly snapped out of it. He pulled a business card from his pocket, glanced at it, then turned back. Auntie Huang, what did you say that detective's name was again? Liu Yang, Huang Dainai repeated. The one with the high nose bridge, short hair, and a cool-looking appearance? Feng Zai asked. Auntie Huang nodded. That's him. It was him after all. Feng Zai muttered to himself. When he first met Liu Yang, the man had also inquired about the 315 case. But Feng Zai had dismissed him as a con artist and paid it no mind. Little did he know that after he left, the guy had actually impersonated an investigator to visit Huang Dainai's home and probe the situation. Not only did he cure Xiao Li's tongue, he also extracted the truth from Xiao Li's mouth. Looks like he's got quite a knack for it. But why would a detective like him, not driven by money or fame, investigate this case? Could it truly be, as he claimed, simply for the sake of solving the case? At this thought, Feng Zai's expression turned serious. He immediately asked Huang Dainai, Grandma, where is he now? Where did he go? After healing Xiao Li's tongue, he hailed a taxi and told us to come find you to explain the situation. He himself drove back to Sister Li's matchmaking agency to arrest her. Granny Huang reported truthfully. Feng Zai's face paled with alarm upon hearing this. Nonsense. That kidnapper is so cunning, how could he just go after him like that? Isn't he afraid of alerting the target? Probably not. He seems pretty capable to me. Huang Dainai tried to defend Liu Yang. But Feng Zai didn't agree. Anti-Huang, times have changed. Traffickers operate in groups. Even if he's highly capable, he can't possibly capture them alone. Alright, you and Shella settle in here first. I'll send someone to investigate. After they return later, I'll have you both stay here to give your statements. Hearing this, Aunt Huang nodded. Okay. Immediately after, she and Shella followed Feng Zai out of the office. Feng Zai called out to his busy subordinates outside. Within moments, 5 or 6 investigators approached him. Xiaolu, you'll be responsible for keeping an eye on Huang Dainai and her grandson. Everyone else, come with me to Sister Li's matchmaking agency. The agents nodded in response. Just as they were about to depart, suddenly, the dispatcher rushed over to report, "Boss, we just got a call from Li Deseo's matchmaking agency. It was a man who said he subdued several human traffickers there." What? He subdued those traffickers all by himself? That's absurd. Feng Zai immediately realized the caller was that detective named Liu Yang. Having dismissed him as a troublemaker moments before, Feng now sucked in a sharp breath. He snapped his wrist, signaling his men, "Let's go check it out." Several patrol cars sped past the agency, heading toward Auntie Li's matchmaking agency. They arrived at their destination shortly after. Upon arrival, Feng Zai immediately ordered his men to cuff the traffickers. Then, holding a pair of handcuffs he prepared in advance, he approached Liu Yang and gave him a stern look. Liu Yang, expecting thanks, immediately stated, "No need for pleasantries. I extracted information on over 30 hideouts from these traffickers. There must be other children there. Zhang Shufan did this for money. After escaping, she'd never feel at ease leaving those children behind. She'll try to retrieve them. Our task now is to search each hideout, rescue the children, and capture her. Whether we catch her or not is beside the point. Right now, I'm arresting you." Feng Zai grabbed his wrist, preparing to cuff him. "As a detective, you impersonated our agents. If anything had happened, could you bear the responsibility? I've said it before, my job is to solve cases." Liu Yang's face darkened. "Besides, within my capabilities, I've exercised restraint in apprehending criminals. Right now, I've done my part. But you acted on your own, alerted the target, and let Zhang Shufan escape." Feng Zai retorted, "Shouldn't I hold you accountable for that? If you put it that way, I have no rebuttal." Liu Yang calmed down, hesitating for a moment. "But do you really think you can hold me back?" "Try it," Feng Zai said, narrowing his eyes. Swiftly, he drew handcuffs and snapped them shut. Click. The next second, Liu Yang's arm shot free as if coated in grease, slipping past Feng Zai and dashing out the door. Before disappearing, he called back, "Bro, I'm outta here. Remember 30 hideouts. If you've got the guts to catch me, I'll come with you. Go after him." An investigator nearby immediately waved his hand, ready to chase after him. Feng Zai said, "No need. We're after criminals. As for this guy, as long as he doesn't commit any major offenses, we don't need to worry about him." But while he said that, the mention of 30 hideouts made his head spin. If they had to interrogate these human traffickers one by one, that guy would likely have already beaten them to have captured Zhang Shufan and rescued those children. Chapter 78, Playing by His Own Rules. After leaving Aunt Li's matchmaking agency, Liu Yang drove to a gas station and filled up the tank. Are you kidding me? 30 hideouts, each hundreds of miles apart. If he didn't fill up the tank, the car would break down halfway. Better safe than sorry. Once Liu Yang set his mind on something, he prepared meticulously in advance, exhausting every avenue to ensure its success, just like this child abduction case. Right from the start, after getting the lead from Auntie Huang, he zeroed in on 2 locations, Auntie Li's matchmaking agency and the mahjong parlor next door. However, the mahjong parlor staff later reviewed their surveillance footage, proving their innocence beyond doubt. That left only Auntie Li's matchmaking agency. So, with an investigative mindset, he went there with Huang Dainai and her grandson to inquire about the situation. Initially, he didn't suspect Auntie Li, but later, Xiao Li's unusual reaction made him sense something was amiss. Using the medical skills granted by the system, he cured his tongue and learned that Auntie Li was the mastermind behind it all. But this alerted her, and by the time they arrived, Auntie Li had already vanished. But then, a phone call reignited his hope. Liu Yang immediately used his skill to mimic Mrs. Li's voice, luring these people to him. He then used his skill again to knock them down and interrogate them, extracting all the hideout locations. Unexpectedly, when provincial investigators arrived, they didn't thank him. Instead, they confronted him with accusations. Had Liu Yang not reacted swiftly, he'd likely have been labeled a suspicious character and taken in for interrogation. 30 hideouts. Scattered across the northeast, southwest, northwest, and southeast. Each hideout was in a remote area. It was impossible to guarantee that no dangerous criminal forces lurked within, but even so, he had to search each one. He needed to complete the tasks assigned by the system to keep leveling up. Beyond that, he was driven by the urgent need to rescue those children and prevent more from suffering harm. Sir, your tank is full. That'll be 80 yuan. Just then, the gas station attendant rolled up the hose and informed him. Here you go. Lu Yang snapped back to attention and handed her a bill. That's 20 yuan too much. Here's your change, the attendant said, reaching for the money. Lu Yang smiled. No need. Consider the extra as a service fee. Hassle fee? What on earth is that? She'd heard of tips, she'd heard of maintenance fees, but she'd never heard of a trouble fee before. The gas station attendant froze in place. By the time she snapped back to reality, Lu Yang had already driven away. Back inside, he sat idly for a while. Then, a few more cars pulled up to refuel. The gas station attendant got up to attend to them, pulling out the fuel nozzle as she approached. Hello, how much would you like to fill up? 3 cars, fill them all up. Feng Zai opened his door, pulled out a wad of cash, counted it out, and handed it to her. Just as the attendant was about to start pumping fuel, Feng Zai suddenly added, Excuse me, did you notice any suspicious vehicles passing by earlier? Suspicious vehicles? The attendant froze, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Oh, there was this weird guy. After filling up for $80, he gave me an extra 20, saying it was for trouble. Was he the one with the high nose bridge, short hair, and a cool-looking vibe? Feng Zai asked, leaning closer. Yep, that's him. Just as I thought, Feng Zai muttered under his breath. After leaving Aunt Lee's matchmaking agency, Lu Yang had already headed out ahead of them to investigate those 30 hideouts. It seemed exactly as he'd said. This man only wanted to solve the case and wouldn't do anything excessive. Otherwise, he would have wreaked havoc in the area long before they arrived. But what was this 20 yuan trouble fee all about? Could it be he'd anticipated me following him all along? Hello, your tank is full. That'll be 260 yuan, with 10 yuan change. The gas station attendant said, reaching for change to hand over. No need. Keep the rest as a tip. Feng Zai, preoccupied with competing with Lu Yang to solve the case, dismissed such petty gains and immediately ordered his men to drive away. After they left, the gas station attendant stood frozen in shock. Weird. What's going on today? Why are people giving me money one after another? Could it be because I'm just too pretty? A dozen minutes later, Lu Yang arrived at the first hideout mentioned by the trafficker. Taking a cautious approach, he stood before a wooden door and gave it a push. Creak. The doorframe shifted slightly. But no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge. Lu Yang examined it closely and realized the door had been locked from the inside. It was secured with one of those ancient crossbar locks, requiring someone inside to manually open it. But that didn't faze him. After all, he'd done some pretty crazy things before to crack cases. If the door wouldn't open, then why not just kick it down? No sooner said than done. He took a few steps back, gathered his strength, and charged forward in one swift motion. As he neared the door, he slammed his foot into it with a loud thud. The next second, the once sturdy, locked doorframe crashed backward in a dramatic arc. Whoa, what a cloud of dust. Lu Yang waved his hand, brushing dust from his nose, then strode confidently inside. But it's way too quiet in here. If someone was here, I'd have sensed them. Could they have moved out already? Never mind. Let's go in and see. As he spoke, Lu Yang quickened his pace toward the inner room opposite. As he pushed open an inner door, 2 clubs swung toward him the next second. Fortunately, Lu Yang reacted quickly and dodged them. He stared and realized they were 2 tattooed human traffickers. Behind them crouched several emaciated children, shivering violently. Who the hell are you? Do you know who we are? The trafficker bellowed, pointing a finger at Lu Yang. Lu Yang slapped him hard across the face. That's a question I should be asking you. You. What do you think you're doing? I'm with Sister Zhang. Lu Yang pretended to be Zhang Shufan's man and addressed them. Sister Zhang's man? What proof do you have? Another trafficker grew suspicious. Lu Yang slapped him again. Still asking? Have you ever seen anyone besides Sister Zhang come here out of the blue? True. The 2 traffickers pondered for a moment. Having been fooled so easily, they promptly ushered him inside and introduced him. Bro, this is the new batch of kids. See if you like them. Not bad. Lu Yang glanced at them and continued. Sister Zhang said the city's been cracking down lately. She needs me to take these kids and move them somewhere else. Ha? What ha? Hurry up and untie them. Lu Yang snapped. Right away. The 2 traffickers dared not delay. After all, they relied on Zhang Shufan for their livelihood and wouldn't dare offend her associates. They immediately untied the children and pushed them toward Lu Yang. Smack! 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 Unexpectedly, in the next second, Lu Yang swiftly knocked them unconscious and loaded the children into his vehicle. Heading for the second hideout. Before long, Feng Zizai and the others arrived in their vehicles. After getting out, several rushed inside to investigate. They brought out 2 beaten traffickers. Boss, we found 2 suspicious individuals inside. They claim to be Zhang Shufan's men. They say a young man just tricked them into believing he was Zhang Shufan's confidant, swindled the children from them, and knocked them unconscious. Got it. Feng Zai waved his hand dismissively, then muttered under his breath, "This guy isn't playing by the rules at all. Who in their right mind would do something like that? Wouldn't you normally capture those two first before rescuing the child? But then again, human traffickers aren't ordinary people. What if we get ambushed?" Chapter 79, Kids, have you seen an aerialist? It was unclear how much time had passed. Lu Yang drove the car to the entrance of the second hideout. Like the first hideout, this place resembled a wilderness, rarely visited by humans. The difference was that this was an abandoned shantytown. Looking around, all 3 floors were covered in cobwebs, and the occasional sound of children sobbing could be heard from within. It seemed likely that a group of trapped children were being beaten inside. Determined to stop this, Lu Yang quickly instructed the child in the car not to wander off, then grabbed a brick from the ground and sprinted inside. Following the makeshift staircase between floors, Lu Yang soon reached the entrance to the 3rd-floor building. He pressed his back against a wall and peered inside. His gaze immediately fell upon Zhang Shufan and 30 human traffickers gathered there. Zhang Shufan sat on a chair surrounded by the 30 traffickers, her expression cruel. Before them hung a 6-year-old child. The child was covered in wounds, clearly having been whipped for a long time, and was wailing loudly. Behind the child stood dozens more children of various ages, both boys and girls, their hair disheveled as they huddled together. They appeared to have been held captive there for some time. At that moment, a tall, burly trafficker approached, offering Zhang Shufan a cup of tea. "Sis Zhang," he said, "this kid won't cooperate. He refuses to call his family. We've beaten him and cursed him. Maybe we should just take off one of his hands? If this keeps up, the cops will find our hideout sooner or later. Then we'll all be in deep trouble." Zhang Shufan slammed the cup down, splashing its contents onto the child's wound. She then rose, stepped before him, and clamped her hand around his throat. "Got that, kid? I'm not joking. Call your family for ransom now, or else I won't be so gentle." "Put." The child spat in her face, dismissing her threat. "You bastards. Those cops at the station won't let you get away with this. See how long you keep talking back," Zhang Shufan snapped, slapping him hard across the face. She then spun around, snatched a club from one of the traffickers, and prepared to swing it at his arm. She intended to cripple one of his arms to make an example of him. Watching this unfold from the doorway, Lu Yang finally understood Zhang Shufan was prepared to go all out. After discovering her identity had been exposed, she intended to use the children's safety to blackmail their families, demanding ransom to escape. To prevent this from happening, he immediately hurled the brick in his hand and revealed himself. Who? Who threw the brick? Zhang Shufan and the others spun around. Me. Lu Yang stepped forward. Zhang Shufan frowned deeply, her gaze fixed on him. It's you again, you bastard. How did you find this place? Lu Yang chuckled softly. Curious, huh? I'll be blunt. I cured Xiao Li's tongue. Once he told me you were the human trafficking ringleader, I drove straight to that matchmaking agency. When I found you weren't there, I was about to leave and look for new leads elsewhere. But then several traffickers called. I used the chance to lure them all here, took them down, and got the locations of the other hideouts out of them. I figured you wouldn't let these cash cows slip away, so I systematically searched all 30 hideouts. To my surprise, I found you at the second location. Zhang Shufan listened, utterly astonished. This guy doesn't look like the parent of any of these children. Why does he meddle in everything? Most importantly, he'd found this place all by himself. But so what? He was just one man. On her turf, how could she let him get away with this? Who the hell are you? Zhang Shufan snapped. Me? Lu Yang pointed at himself casually. I'm just a detective who stands up for the underdog. Detective? Zhang Shufan dismissed him the moment she heard he wasn't an agent. How much are those agents paying you? I'll double it. From now on, you're mine. Work for you? Do you even deserve it? Lu Yang, unwilling to waste more words, lunged forward in a single stride and struck her across the face. Instantly shifting his focus, he rushed to the child hanging from the rope, cut his bonds, and lowered him to safety. He then turned to rescue the other innocent children. Bastard! You dare cause trouble right under my nose? Guys, all of you, beat him to death and chop him into mincemeat. Zhang Shufan clutched her stinging cheek, seething with rage that Lu Yang dared to defy her and ignore her authority right on her turf. With a wave of her hand, she ordered the 30 henchmen surrounding her to swarm and beat him. Don't worry, Sister Zhang. Sis Shang, just watch. See how I deal with this guy. I'll rip his arm off and present it to you as a gift. Seeing this, the 30 human traffickers rushed forward to curry favor. As they spoke, they swung their clubs and unleashed a barrage of blows toward Lu Yang's position. Uncle, watch out behind you. The rescued boy immediately sensed danger and pointed behind him. The other children saw this and did the same, pointing behind them. But unlike this boy, they weren't brave enough. They covered their eyes, terrified. Uncle, they're attacking us. Uncle, you be careful yourself. Uncle, they're all holding sticks. I'm so scared. It's okay, don't worry. Uncle will protect you all. Feeling the children's kindness, Lu Yang ruffled their hair affectionately. Have you ever seen a trapeze artist? Trampoline performers? No. What's that? The children looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Well, you're about to find out. Lu Yang said with a faint smile. Then he stripped off his shirt, bare-chested, turned to face them, and began sparring with the group. 1 second later, a human trafficker was hurled into the air and crashed down from the upper floor. Another second passed, and 2 traffickers were tossed into the air and kicked down. Then, 3 seconds later, 5 traffickers were knocked flying by a single slap from him. Before long, 30 traffickers lay scattered across the ground floor, clutching their injuries and wailing in agony. Lu Yang, however, had only broken a slight sweat throughout the entire ordeal and remained unharmed. Seeing this, the group of children all opened their eyes wide and cheered. Wow, uncle, you're so awesome. Beat 'em up. Beat 'em to death, those bastards. So that's how you play flying man. Uncle, you're so awesome. The children seemed to have forgotten the abuse they had suffered earlier, collectively idolizing Lu Yang. He didn't dwell on their sudden adoration. Turning away, he walked up to Zhang Shufan and said, Zhang Shufan, it's your turn. Do you want your arm or your leg broken? Chapter 80, The Terrifying Electric Chair. Zhang Shufan was nearly scared out of her wits. No way. How could this be? 30 of his men, beaten into a state where they couldn't even take care of themselves? Was this something a detective could pull off? The next second, a thud echoed through the room. She herself knelt on the ground. Big brother, I'm begging you, just this once, let me off. I promise, from now on, I'll be a good person. Cut the crap. Do you want your hands or legs broken? Lu Yang couldn't be bothered with such a person. No, to be precise, this wasn't a person anymore, but a devil. Zhang Shufan countered his move with another scheme. She immediately pulled her wallet from her pocket, opened it, and handed it to Lu Yang. There are dozens of checks inside, each worth $500,000. If you let me go, this money is yours. Smack! Lu Yang instantly knocked the money to the ground. Then, gripping her throat, he snarled, You think everyone's as greedy as you, blinded by money? You work as a detective, isn't it for the money? No! Lu Yang snapped angrily. I do it to protect our country and rid society of evils. Zhang Shufan froze for a moment, then threw her head back and burst into laughter. She laughed for a full 2 minutes before finally stopping. No? Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Protecting the country and ridding the people of harm? Why not just say you're the savior of the world? At the end of the day, aren't you just living for your own vanity? Helping detectives solve cases, and then what? Getting a few compliments, snagging some trophies and bonuses? At the end of the day, we're all just after the money. Only our methods differ. Hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes flickered. Wait, why does this sound so familiar? Wasn't this exactly what the great tycoon, Mr. Zhang Jiqiang, had said? Put. At least Zhang Jiqiang had some sense of honor when he was out there. You, on the other hand? Abusing children, destroying families, you're nothing but a cancer on society. Lu Yang couldn't be bothered with her nonsense. He punched her, then grabbed her hair and dragged her to the opposite corner. His eyes grew deep and intense. Have you ever felt what true despair is? What? You want to give me a taste? Zhang Shufan, having nothing left to lose, sneered coldly. Exactly. Lu Yang said, silently commanding in his mind, System, activate the terror electric chair skill. The next instant, an interrogation chair materialized beside Zhang Shufan. Lu Yang pointed at it. Know what this is? Zhang Shufan chuckled lightly. No idea. The world's most terrifying interrogation chair. Once a prisoner sits on it, any lie will trigger a corresponding punishment. Lu Yang commanded, You. Sit down. Zhang Shufan didn't believe such a thing existed. She stood up and sat down, thinking it was just a magic trick. Little did she know that the next second, 2 iron shackles sprouted from the armrests, firmly locking her hands in place. Before she could react or struggle, the terrifying electric chair unleashed its power. An iron collar formed around her neck, snapping shut. Immediately, a white helmet-like device sprouted above her head, emitting a blinding white light that illuminated her face. What the hell is this? It's hurting my eyes. Zhang Shufan couldn't open her eyes against the glare. You're supposed to be a detective. How can you conjure up anything like this? Let me go. This is only the beginning. Lu Yang watched her struggle, his lips tightening. Zhang Shufan, answer my questions truthfully. If you lie, the electric chair will do its job, making you wish you were dead. A piece of junk chair is going to make me wish I were dead? Why don't you just go fly a flag? Zhang Shufan turned her face away. Whether anyone else believed Lu Yang or not, she certainly didn't. I hope you keep talking tough. Lu Yang turned away, grabbed the children, found a chair, and sat down opposite her. He addressed the kids. Kids, want to see this egg scream in agony? Yes. The children answered in unison. Lu Yang pinched one child's cheek. Alright then, you're on Uncle's side. Watch this clown make a fool of herself in front of us. Yes. The children clapped and cheered, as if Lu Yang's presence alone made them forget all the abuse they had endured before. The laughter and cheer lasted for 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Lu Yang stood up, his expression stern. Zhang Shufan, tell me the truth. When did you start getting involved in this human trafficking business? I won't say a word. What can you do about it? Zhang Shufan snorted coldly. Crackle. In the next instant, countless hands materialized around the terrifying electric chair, slapping her face. Ouch. What is this? You're beating me to death. Zhang Shufan complained. A few children giggled. Talk. Lu Yang demanded sternly once more. I'll talk. Zhang Shufan opened her mouth, and instantly the hands surrounding the electric chair retracted. I started engaging in these illegal activities back in '93. Good. Now tell me, how many children have you kidnapped in total? How much ill-gotten money have you made? Lu Yang grabbed a piece of paper and began taking notes. Then he pressed her again. Zhang Shufan paused before answering. To date, I've kidnapped 3,000 children and earned 3 million yuan. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The next second, an electric current surged around the terrifying chair, spreading through her head and hands to engulf her entire body. Ouch. This electric shock is killing me. Can't I just tell the truth? Zhang Shufan felt as if her bones were about to shatter from just 1 second of contact with the current. Unable to endure it any longer, she blurted out. The current vanished. A wisp of black smoke rose from her head. The children giggled again. Once the laughter died down, Lu Yang asked again, be honest. How much exactly? Zhang Shufan replied, 4,000 for kidnapping children, and the total amount earned was 12,300,000. Lu Yang sucked in a sharp breath, overcome with horror. It was hard to imagine how brazen these traffickers would be if he hadn't investigated this case. He immediately took down the statement, then asked, where were all these children hidden? How am I supposed to know? It's been so many years, who remembers? Zhang Shufan argued stubbornly. The next second, the terrifying electric chair began its work. Swarms of insects extended from around her body, biting wildly at her limbs. Ouch! This tickling is killing me. Zhang Shufan, unable to move her limbs, pressed her back tightly against the chair and began wriggling back and forth, looking as if she were dancing, a sight that was particularly comical. I'll talk. The insects vanished. The children giggled again. Lu Yang prepared to take down the statement, then barked angrily, hurry up and talk. Chapter 81, Solving the Case. Zhang Shufan thought carefully before answering. Back in '93 when I first started trafficking kids, the first batch was sold to 4 neighboring villages. They were taken in as foster sons and daughters by the elderly and widowed there. Next, the second batch was sold to 5 villages in Guizhou, forced to work as laborers in the brick hills there. 3 disobedient children from the third batch had their limbs chopped off and were sent to beg near the train station. The rest were sold to Sanxia village. Half an hour later, Zhang Shufan finally revealed everything. Lu Yang recorded every child on paper. In other words, since 1993, she had trafficked over 4,000 children. Some were sold to villages as surrogate children, while others had their limbs severed and were forced to beg near the train station. Others were sold into black market coal mines and brick hills to perform backbreaking labor. Only a handful of parents paid the ransom and had their children released, but those families had been threatened by her and other traffickers and chose not to report the crimes. All along, including children hidden in other dens, their whereabouts were all known to her. He himself did not intend to search for these children. Instead, he planned to hand these records over to the children themselves so they could deliver them to Feng Zai. He believed that with the power of their investigative team, they would surely find these lost children. He wanted to end the endless tears of all the families and reunite them with their children. But before that, there was one more thing he needed to do, uncover the whereabouts of the stolen money. Zhang Shufan, one last question. Tell me, where have you hidden all the money you've earned from selling children over the years? Money? What money? Didn't I just give you everything? Zhang Shufan implied the checks inside the wallet she had handed over. Seeing she wasn't telling the truth, the terrifying electric chair sprang into action the next second, transforming into countless tickling claws that scratched her all over. Ha ha ha, this tickles to death. Zhang Shufan instantly began struggling, bursting into laughter. Yet even so, she refused to reveal the money's whereabouts. The children remained standing behind Lu Yang, giggling and laughing. After nearly half an hour of this standoff, Zhang Shufan finally couldn't endure the punishment and pressure any longer. She broke down and revealed the truth. I'll talk. The itchy claws surrounding the terrifying electric chair vanished instantly. Lu Yang prepared to take notes. Hurry up and tell me. Zhang Shufan replied, I split the money in 2. Half is hidden in the safe at my house, and the other half I cashed into a check and hid under a statue of the god of wealth at my place. What's the safe's combination? 13579. After speaking, Zhang Shufan looked at Lu Yang and said, I told you everything you asked for. Isn't it time to let me go now? Not so fast. Lu Yang stood up and interrupted, you've committed so many heinous crimes and harmed so many children. It's only right that these children get to bully you back. What do you want? Zhang Shufen's expression immediately darkened. What do I want? You'll find out soon enough. Lu Yang turned and walked out, carrying all the children from the car, 30 in total, including the ones kidnapped here. After counting them, he addressed them. Kids, tell me, did she kidnap you? Yes, it was her. It was her. She tricked me into getting in the car while I was out playing. Even if she's dead, I'd still recognize her. The 30 children chimed in one after another, all pointing the finger at her. All right then. From this moment on, settle every score, repay every grievance. With that, Lu Yang shoved them toward Zhang Shufen. He then turned and walked to the other side, sat down, and added more words he wanted to say to the paper. After finishing, he placed it on the chair, found a brick to weigh it down, and left without a sound. The children, overcome with mischief and recalling past humiliations at Zhang Shufen's hands, began to torment her. Some pulled her hair, others scratched her face, and the most vicious even splashed urine on her face. They tormented her for nearly 10 minutes. Feng Zai and his team finally arrived to intervene. What happened? Why is she like this? Feng Zai walked over to Zhang Shufen. Seeing her frantic state, he confronted the children. One of the children stepped forward and said, Big Uncle told us to get revenge. It's not our fault. Big Uncle? Could it be him? Feng Zai immediately thought of Lu Yang. He scanned the area, his gaze falling on the beaten human traffickers, and his eyes widened in shock. Could it be he did this all by himself? That's impossible. There's no way he could have such immense capability alone. Not only did he rescue the children, but he also took down the traffickers and restrained Zhang Shufen? Chief, something's up. Just then, one of the agents picked up a brick and handed Feng Zai the paper tucked beneath it. It's a note. Looks like it was written by that guy. Hand it over. Feng Zai snatched it and scanned it quickly. Simultaneously, he silently recited, Dear Agent Feng, hello. I am Lu Yang, also an outstanding detective. I am delighted to have someone like you as an adversary in the race to solve this case. Before you arrived, I had already rescued children from 2 hideouts through my own methods, taken down several traffickers, and trapped their leader, Zhang Shufen. Additionally, I extracted some clues from Zhang Shufen through my own methods. Here is what she revealed. First, she began her career in human trafficking in 1993. Over the years, she has abducted a total of 4,000 children, amassing illicit proceeds of 12,300,000 yuan. Second, the children were distributed among Sijia Village, Guaziwukan Village, Sanxia Village, Xiaoyang Village, Puzikan Village, Zhangyakan Village, Liakan Village, Gayakan Village, along with 28 other known trafficking hideouts. Third, she split the proceeds into 2 parts, one stashed in her home safe with the code 13579, and the other hidden beneath her household god of wealth statue in the form of checks. The above are the precise leads I possess. If you still doubt, you may seek testimony from these children. As for Zhang Shufen, if she hasn't gone mad, you may take her back. Sentence her if you must, execute her if you will, it's entirely up to you. I've said it before, I was born to solve cases. If you still wish to dwell on my earlier impersonation of an agent, that's your prerogative. You may send someone to find me provided, of course, you have the capability to do so. Until we meet again. So this guy actually sees me as a worthy opponent. Fine by me to have such an adversary is a blessing in disguise for Feng Zai. But next time, don't let me run into you again. Otherwise, I'll make sure we settle this once and for all. After reading the letter, Feng Zai pressed his lips together. He immediately dispatched his men to the other 28 hideouts to rescue the children. The mastermind, Zhang Shufen, was placed in the police van and taken to the station to file charges. The human trafficking case thus came to a close. Chapter 82, The Clothing Store Murder. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have acquired the skills, Evidence Restoration 1, Cremated Remains Verification 1, and Palm Print Identification 1. Initiating 9th Major Mission, 2 homicides detected at Xingtian Clothing Store. Host must investigate within 3 days and solve the entire case. Initiating 10th Major Task, assist the Provincial Governor in solving a case. Initiating 11th Major Task, assist the Governor's daughter in solving a case. After concluding the human trafficking case, Lu Yang acquired 3 new skills while simultaneously unlocking a series of fresh missions. Additionally, the system underwent a comprehensive upgrade. After each mission is activated, a black star rating appears next to it, indicating the mission's difficulty level. The more stars, the higher the difficulty coefficient. Cases rated 1-3 stars are simple and easily solved. 3-6 stars indicate medium difficulty, requiring some mental effort. 6-9 stars denote high-level cases with significant complexity, often involving interconnected cases where one leads to another. For example, the clothing store bloodshed case falls into the 6-9 star category. Compared to other cases Lu Yang had taken on, this one was relatively difficult to crack. Others might have been intimidated by it, but to Lu Yang, it was a major challenge. Beyond that, what troubled him most were the last 2 tasks assigned by the system. One was to assist the provincial governor in solving a case. The other was to help the governor's daughter solve a case. Seriously, what the hell? He hadn't even met the governor or the governor's daughter. How was he supposed to help him solve a case? This system guy sure knows how to make things harder. Forget it. No point overthinking this now. I'll just go home and get some sleep first. Solving cases was mental work. If he didn't sleep, how would he have the energy to tackle new cases later? For the next entire day, he let Xiaolan and Zhang Dong take that 100,000 yuan fund out to play while he lay in bed, sleeping like a log. It wasn't until noon the next day that he woke up and drove the two of them to the scene of the crime. Shang Tian clothing store. However, by the time they arrived, the place had transformed into a fire scene. Firefighters and investigators still guarded the perimeter, cordoning off a perimeter several hundred meters long around the clothing store. The officer in charge of this case was none other than Feng Zai, the exceptional detective who had competed fiercely with Lu Yang yesterday to solve the case. Facing this case, he seemed unusually anxious, his brow perpetually furrowed. With the crowd at the scene, he hadn't yet noticed Lu Yang. Never imagined we'd meet again so soon, Lu Yang murmured with a smile, standing amidst the crowd. Xiaolan and Zhang Dong looked puzzled upon hearing this. Boss, you know him? Yeah, bro, looks like you two are pretty familiar with each other? Not exactly, Lu Yang replied, his lips tightening. We crossed paths yesterday during that human trafficking case we solved. What? You crossed paths with him? Boss, he's renowned as one of the province's most elite agents. You went up against him? How could he possibly let you off? Xiaolan and Zhang Dong exclaimed in astonishment. After all, they had both been detectives themselves and knew stories about the detectives in Shanxi province. Especially Feng Zai. He was notorious for being combative and competitive. If the boss crossed paths with him, he'd definitely be remembered. Not just that, Lu Yang chuckled. I also raced him to crack a case, beating him to the punch by capturing the human trafficking ringleader and rescuing that group of children. But I never met him afterward, just left a clue and walked away. What? Xiaolan and Zhang Dong both sucked in sharp breaths. Boss, are you sure we should stay? This is Shanxi province, not our little county town. After what you did to Feng Zai, do you think he'll let you off? We'll see. Lu Yang said casually, then pulled aside the police tape and walked straight in. He addressed Feng Zai, Agent Feng, long time no see. Hope all's well with you. It's you again, detective. Feng Zai frowned the moment he recognized him. Come on, get him out of here. Yes, sir. Several young agents responded with a sharp yes, sir, before grabbing Lu Yang and preparing to escort him beyond the security perimeter. What are you doing? Let go of our boss. Seeing this, Zhang Dong and Xiaolan rushed straight in. Standing beside Lu Yang to shield him, they pushed the young agents aside as they spoke. Come on, Agent Feng. We're all here to serve the public and solve this case. Why be so petty? Lu Yang stepped forward and said, looks like you're stuck on this case. Need a hand? Did you come here just to mock me? Feng Zai's face darkened. If that's the case, then I'd rather you didn't. No, you've got it wrong. I don't have time for that. I'm here to solve the case. Lu Yang stepped forward and carefully examined the fire scene. Seeing that many items remained untouched, he realized Feng Zai had also just received the emergency call and rushed over. He then turned and said, why don't we team up and solve this case together? What do you think? Investigating is the detective's job, not yours. If you're bored, stay outside and watch. Don't come in here and cause trouble. Feng Zai flatly refused. It seemed he still held a grudge over Lu Yang's provocation yesterday. Yet deep down, he no longer resisted Lu Yang's presence because the man truly had the skills. Is that so? Then consider me meddling. Lu Yang knew he was just talking tough, since Feng Zai hadn't actually stopped him from heading to the scene. But once he'd said it, he had to find a way out. He needed to save face. Turning, he led Xiaolan and Zhang Dong past the cordon, adding as they walked, oh, right. Forgot to mention this isn't one case. It's two linked cases. What do you mean? Feng Zai asked. Lu Yang stopped just outside the cordon. Nothing special. It just depends on whether you have the skills to prove me wrong. Feng Zai clenched his jaw. That attitude again. During the previous investigation into the human trafficking case, he'd been exactly like this, openly provoking him. And now, with this fire, it was the same story. As an adversary, Feng Zai would never let his opponent look down on him. He turned and barked, Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. On my command, search the scene for every suspicious clue. Solve this case before tonight. Yes, sir. All agents replied in unison. Chapter 83, The Real and Fake Secretary General. Half an hour later. The three teams had already sorted through all the items at the scene and identified three distinct lines of inquiry. First, the two deceased individuals. Second, the personal belongings found near the two deceased individuals. Third, an urn found at the scene. As Feng Zai's most capable mid-level agent, Lai Zheneng, having organized these three key clues, reported the situation to Feng Zai. Boss, we've made a major discovery. Speak, Feng Zai replied immediately. Lai Zheniying led him to the skeletal remains and explained, "Our investigation reveals the deceased were a middle-aged couple in their 50s, Li Shang, owner of Xingtian clothing store, and his wife Fong Ningtian. They had an only son, Li Runny, whose true identity is Secretary General to the Provincial Party Committee Secretary." Li Shang was found carrying a pack of Heineken cigarettes and a solid metal windproof lighter. Forensic tests indicate he was heavily intoxicated at the time of death. Additionally, we detected significant signs of struggle on his body. Fong Ningtian, however, only had burn marks on her body. However, since the bodies were completely charred after the incident, uncovering further clues will likely prove difficult. As for the urn, we attempted to open it using alternative methods. Aside from a box of ashes, nothing else was found inside. Determining whose remains they are would be exceedingly difficult. Understood. Feng Zai hesitated briefly upon hearing this. Then, based on the recent report, he began to analyze. The deceased Li Shang smoked, carried a lighter, and was an alcoholic. There are signs of him trying to extinguish flames. Yet the deceased Fong Ningtian only had burn marks on his body. Could it be that Li Shang, drunk, accidentally lit his clothes with a cigarette butt, causing this fire? Then, the deceased Fong Ningtian discovered it, tried to extinguish the flames, but accidentally caused the fire to spread, resulting in 2 deaths? On the surface, that does seem plausible. But if that's the case, then what about that urn? Could it be, as Liu Yang suggested, that there's more to this case than meets the eye? Feng Zai, cautious about making hasty judgments in a case involving the family of the Provincial Party Secretary's Chief of Staff, turned and made a call to report the case to his superiors. He hoped to leverage his connections to reach the high-ranking official Li Runny. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and spoke into the receiver. "Hello, Chief Inspector. Sorry to bother you. There's been a fire in the provincial district that uncovered 2 homicide cases. The immediate family member involved is none other than Li Runny, the Secretary General to the Provincial Party Secretary. I'd like to leverage your connections to notify him and have him rush to the scene." Yes, the location is near the Xingtian clothing store, within the Provincial Party Committee compound. The Provincial Party Secretary had been busy lately, hosting important officials and attending endless meetings. As Secretary General, this spirited young man had the authority to tidy up and organize his desk while he was away. Yet at this moment, he seemed somewhat unsettled. Yes, this body of his was an imposter. Just a month ago, he had encountered a man who looked exactly like him in a hotel. They hit it off immediately, sitting together chatting and drinking, and soon realized they both shared a heartfelt desire to serve their country. However, their social statuses were worlds apart at the time. One was the Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee, poised to take office. The other was a vagabond who had dropped out of school early due to poverty. Moreover, though their appearances matched, their names differed. One was named Li Runny, the other Zhang Tanqing. The man before them now bore the name Li Runny in name only, his true identity was Zhang Tanqing. The real Li Runny had been killed by him and turned to ashes. He had believed that after eliminating Li Runny, he could seamlessly assume his identity and metals to continue living. Yet, the differing lifestyles of the two gradually aroused suspicion in the elderly couple. Then, by accident, Li Runny's father, Li Shang, discovered the urn of ashes he had buried. This led to the tragic incident he later caused with his own hands. "Hey, Xiaoren, why are you still here?" a voice suddenly called out. Zhang Tanqing jolted awake, snapping back to reality as he turned toward the doorway. The male secretary beside the deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee addressed him. "The Secretary General is in a meeting with some leaders. He asked me to relay a message. There's been a fire at your family's clothing store. He wants you to go take a look." "Oh, I'll head over immediately." Zhang Tanqing hurriedly put down his work. Led by the male secretary, he got into a car and headed toward the scene. Not long after, he arrived at the scene. The moment he arrived, he knelt before the elderly couple with a thud, cradling their remains and weeping loudly. "Father, mother, your unfilial son has come too late. I couldn't see you one last time. I bow to you. You must be Li Runny." "Secretary General Li?" Seeing this, Feng Zai personally stepped forward to help him up, then offered comfort. "It's deeply regrettable we couldn't save your parents' lives in time. The fire scene was extremely dangerous. We could only rush to the scene and work with firefighters to extinguish the blaze. But by then, it was already too late. Please try to find solace." Zhang Tanqing wiped away tears and stood up. "Have you found any clues?" Feng Zai replied, "Based on the scene investigation, your father had a history of heavy smoking and drinking. Additionally, there were clear signs of struggle on his body. Therefore, I strongly suspect that after becoming intoxicated, he accidentally ignited his clothing with a cigarette butt, which then caused the fire. My mother died when she was engulfed by flames while trying to rescue him. So it seems they haven't traced it back to me." Hearing this, Zhang Tanqing quietly breathed a sigh of relief inside. However, Feng Zai continued, "Our team also discovered an urn at the scene. Since we can't identify whose it belongs to, we'd like to ask you if it might be from one of your ancestors who lived to a ripe old age?" "What? An urn? Where is it? What does it look like?" Zhang Tanqing suddenly grew tense at the mention. Feng Zai waved his hand, then retrieved the urn from his subordinate and handed it to him. Here, this one. Zhang Tanqing examined it, his eyes widening. Because inside that urn lay none other than Li Rini's ashes. Did your investigation team touch this urn? Not yet. Seeing his agitation, Zhang Tanqing shook his head respectfully. Good. Clutching the urn tightly, Zhang Tanqing lied, this was left behind by my grandfather. My father was devoted to his father and couldn't bear to bury him, so he kept it enshrined in the clothing store all these years. Chapter 84, Restoring the Evidence. Since it's an heirloom from your ancestors, you should keep it safe. Feng Zai had no doubts whatsoever. After finishing his statement, he began inquiring about the man's movements prior to the incident. Secretarially, before the crime occurred, did you happen to visit the clothing store to see your parents? What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Zhang Tanqing's brows instantly furrowed. Are you suggesting I killed my parents? No, that's not what I meant. Feng Zai quickly clarified, I just want to understand the circumstances at the time to see if we can uncover any clues. My family's clothing store had an incident and instead of investigating others, you're targeting me? Are you just wasting your time as an investigator? Zhang Tanqing's expression instantly hardened as he snapped back. I'm sorry. Feng Zai was furious at his tone, but remembering the gap in their positions, he swallowed his anger. Clenching his fists, he tried to change the subject. How about this, we take the body back for a re-examination? Not necessary. Zhang Tanqing declared. My parents are dead. According to our local customs, they should be laid to rest. Keep nagging, and I'll report you. Besides, this case happened within your jurisdiction. If you don't give me a proper explanation before tonight, you'll be sorry you ever crossed paths with me. Feng Zai suddenly seethed with rage, clenching his fists. If not for the uniform he wore, he would have punched him already. Within seconds, however, his composure returned. Fine then, he said calmly. I won't let you take the body back. And that goes for this urn too. With that, he snatched the urn from Zhang Tanqing's grasp. You! Zhang Tanqing pointed at him. Fine, looks like you're dead set on opposing me. Just wait and see, your disciplinary action will come tonight. No need to see me out. As Zhang Tanqing turned to leave, Feng Zai turned his head and sneered coldly. What kind of person is this? Exactly. We're working hard to solve your family's case, and not only are you uncooperative, but you're also yelling at us. Those who know might think something happened to your family. Those who don't might think you're afraid of being investigated. Bystanders watched the scene unfold, pointing and whispering in the direction Zhang Tanqing had departed. But Xiaolan and Zhang Dong were exceptions. Right now, they were both covering their mouths, giggling with schadenfreude. Seeing Feng Zai's face darken with anger, they turned to Liu Yang and said, Boss, this is perfect. You didn't even have to seek revenge, someone else did it for you. Exactly. Didn't you see that guy's face? Black as coal. Xiaolan, Zhang Dong, this isn't the time for mockery. Liu Yang frowned, his gaze fixed on the direction Zhang Tanqing had departed. Didn't you notice how suspicious that person was just now? No, I didn't. Yeah, boss, he seemed perfectly normal to me. Xiaolan and Zhang Dong replied one after another. Something's off. Liu Yang shook his head. Under normal circumstances, after a family member passes away, anyone would cry for days. But he just knelt down and cried for a short while, then acted like nothing happened. Even after learning the truth about his parents' deaths, he didn't show excessive grief. Then there's the urn. The urn? Xiaolan asked, puzzled. Yes, that urn. It seemed incredibly important to him. Liu Yang said solemnly, and when Feng Zai asked whose urn it was, he claimed it belonged to his grandfather and had been kept by his father in the clothing store. That sounds pretty absurd. Under normal circumstances, who would keep an urn at their place of business? It should be either in a grave or a columbarium. Moreover, since ancient times, ashes have been considered an inauspicious presence, detrimental to feng shui. As a businessman, how could Li Shang be that foolish? Upon hearing this, Xiaolan Zhangdong immediately grasped the implication and replied, exactly, that's right. Business people only worship deities like the god of wealth or Guan Yu. I've never heard of anyone venerating ashes. Not just that, there's more. Liu Yang, quick to spot the inconsistency, voiced his concern. After the Li Shangs passed away, as their sole surviving relative, Li Rennie should have cooperated fully with Feng Zai's investigation from the start. But instead, he flat out refused to cooperate, even arguing back. If Feng Zai hadn't stood his ground, the bodies and ashes, all the evidence would have been taken back and destroyed by him. No sane person would act like that. There's only one possibility. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan and Zhang Dong's eyes widened in shock as they looked at him. Are you implying he's the murderer? His own son killing his father and mother, then lying over an urn? Could there be some hidden secret behind this? Whether there's a secret or not, we'll find out once we investigate. Liu Yang said, patting both of them on the shoulder before leading them to the crime scene. The scene of the crime. Feng Zai was now both furious and exasperated. His anger stemmed from Li Rennie's recent rude behavior. His frustration stemmed from having offended Li Rennie in a moment of impulsiveness. After all, Li was the Secretary General close to the provincial party secretary. A mere whisper in the secretary's ear could land Feng Zai a single phone call and his dismissal. But as an investigator, he shouldn't waste energy on internal conflicts over such matters. His priority should be solving this case as quickly as possible. Just then, a voice rang out. "What's the matter, Agent Feng? A little setback has you in such a state? Oof. Did you come to laugh at me?" Feng Zai turned to glare at Lu Yang. "No, I'm here to help you." Lu Yang continued, "You need to understand your current situation. This case involves not just ordinary citizens, but the Secretary General close to the provincial party secretary. If you handle this poorly, you could lose your job and ruin your career. Right now, I'm your only option. So why not set aside your pride and join forces with me to crack this case?" "Easy for you to say. Are you sure you can handle it?" Feng Zai retorted, though inwardly he was no longer resistant to letting Lu Yang get involved. "We'll see," Lu Yang replied before walking over to the charred skeletal remains. He glanced at them, then silently commanded, "System, activate the evidence restoration skill." Ding, evidence restoration skill activated. Host may use this skill to temporarily restore all evidence of crime from the corpse. Skill duration, 10 minutes. Chapter 85, The Astonishing Comparison Results. After the system prompt concluded, Lu Yang immediately sensed significant changes in the corpse before him. He instantly discerned numerous clues, then stepped forward to stand between Li Shang and Fong Ning Tian, explaining. The deceased, Li Shang, showed signs of intoxication and had a smoking habit, with cigarettes and a lighter found on his person. Superficially, it appears highly likely that smoking while intoxicated caused him to ignite his clothing, leading to this fire. Additionally, both victims show distinct signs of physical struggle. Li Shang sustained head injuries, while Fong Ning Tian exhibits clear drag marks and evidence of poisoning prior to death. Therefore, I suspect they were framed and then deliberately set on fire. Framed and then set on fire? Upon hearing this, Feng Zai couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, that's utter nonsense. The bodies were charred black on the surface. How could you possibly discern any surface marks? On the surface, naturally, nothing can be seen. Lu Yang patted his chest emphatically. The key is to look carefully. Alright, I won't waste any more words. It's time to reveal the truth. Everyone, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. With that, he activated the skill to restore every trace on the deceased. After about 10 minutes, the surfaces of both corpses began to show distinct, glaring changes. First, the body of Li Shang. Several knots on his skull were missing. The blackened charcoal stains on his surface were being removed at a visible pace, as if being washed clean, revealing clear details. Next was the deceased Fong Ning Tian. Her wrists were steadily whitening and deforming, showing severe dislocation. Fractures were visible on several other hand bones. Beyond that, dark blood could be seen continuously flowing from deep within her eye sockets. This. Feng Zai's eye froze instantly, his mouth agape. Lu Yang walked over to Li Shang, slipped on white gloves, parted his hair, and pointed to a specific spot on the center of his skull. First, for a normal human, the skull must consist of 23 bones. Every bone is essential. Yet, Li Shang's skull is unusually missing several bones. This indicates he definitely suffered blows to the head before his death. Secondly, at this point, he moved to Fong Ning Tian's body, crouching down to examine her wrists and the condition of her eyeballs. Fong Ning Tian's arm is dislocated, and her hand bones show signs of fracture. This clearly indicates she was dragged before death. Furthermore, her eyeballs are sunken and bleeding outward. This is a clear sign of internal poisoning. She was definitely poisoned. If you still doubt it, you can have the forensic team examine her. Feng Zai hesitated briefly. Even after witnessing this evidence firsthand, doubts lingered. He turned and ordered the forensic team to conduct an examination. Wang, go take a look. Yes. A forensic technician approached, examined the body thoroughly from all angles, and finally nodded. He reported to Feng Zai, Chief, he's correct. Li Shang was indeed struck on the head, and Fong Ning Tian was poisoned and dragged. What? This is real? Feng Zai asked in astonishment. And when she looked back at Lu Yang again, her eyes were filled with admiration and unease. Of course it's true. Lu Yang pursed his lips slightly, then walked over to the urn. But this isn't over yet. To find out who the killer is, we still need to investigate this urn. I just wonder if Detective Feng is willing to cooperate with me. If you've got the skills, I don't mind. Feng Zai put aside his hostility toward him, no longer stubbornly clinging to pride. Very well. Everyone, watch closely. Lu Yang crouched down, opened the urn, and silently commanded, System, activate the cremated remains verification technology. Ding, cremated remains verification skill activated. Host may now use this skill to detect traces left by the perpetrator on the ashes and collect them on site. The system prompt concluded. The next second, Lu Yang discerned a distinct palm print in the ashes. His eyes lit up. Agent Feng, do you have a rubbing? A print? That forensic tool for collecting palm prints. Yes. Feng Zai waved his hand immediately, instructing his subordinate. Before long, the subordinate retrieved a transparent fingerprint lift and handed it over. Here. Is this it? Yes, that's the one. Lu Yang acknowledged, taking the plate as he spoke. He pressed it firmly against the palm print at the center of the urn. When he lifted the plate again, a distinct handprint had been imprinted onto it. He then handed the rubbing to Feng Zai, saying, "Here, take this for analysis. See if we can identify who it belongs to." "What is this?" Feng Zai felt perplexed. Lu Yang explained, "The palm print left inside the urn. My guess is it belongs either to the deceased or to the person who framed them. Either way, we need to identify the ashes first." "You don't believe this is the ancestral remains Li Rini mentioned?" "No, absolutely not," Lu Yang replied firmly. "No businessman would ever keep their ancestors' ashes enshrined in their place of business." "True," Feng Zai nodded in agreement. Hearing this, he felt Li Rini had seemed a bit suspicious earlier. But it was only suspicion, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was off. As they spoke, he turned and signaled to his subordinate. "Xiaoying, take the clues to the lab for identification. Send me the results in 10 minutes. The agent named Xiaoying nodded. "Got it." Seeing this, the crowd gathered outside the police tape and began murmuring among themselves. "Seriously, who is this guy? How is he so amazing? Not only did he identify the injuries on the two victims, but he also determined what had been done to them before they died? And on top of that, he even found a palm print inside the urn? Holy crap, what kind of genius technique is that? Even if Conan himself showed up, he'd be put to shame. His investigative skills are impressive enough, but he's also incredibly handsome. What unexpected theories will he come up with next? I'm so curious." 10 minutes later. Xiaoying sent the results of the palm print comparison to Feng Zai's phone. Receiving the MMS, Feng Zai clicked to view it, then froze in place. "No way. How is this possible? What's wrong?" Lu Yang and the other agents rushed over to ask. Feng Zai's eyes widened, his hands trembling so violently he nearly dropped the phone. The fingerprint match confirms the cremated remains belong to Li Shang's son Li Rini. Chapter 86, Uninvited Guest. What? The palm print inside this urn belongs to Li Rini? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, the entire team was stunned. Why wouldn't it be possible? Just then, Lu Yang interrupted them. "Didn't you see how much Li Rini cared about that urn just now? I suspect this could very well be the trigger for this arson murder case. Either Li Rini killed the person inside the urn, or the person inside the urn is Li Rini." Buzz. The statement sent shockwaves through the room. No, how could that be possible? Li Rini is clearly alive, and well, how could he possibly be the person inside the urn? Besides, as the Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee, would he really need to kill the person in the urn? If that's the case, then who is the person inside? What was the real motive for the murder? And what exactly is the connection between this fire and the urn? Feng Zai also couldn't figure out what was going on here. He couldn't say he didn't trust Lu Yang. The man had demonstrated his investigative skills and presented a logical, well-reasoned explanation. If he trusted Lu Yang, why was Li Rini, who was clearly alive and well, found inside the urn? Just how deep were the hidden secrets here? Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just spout off nonsense. What evidence do you have for all this? Feng Zai turned to him and asked. Lu Yang shook his head. No concrete evidence yet. But I can make a rough inference. What kind of speculation? Feng Zai asked again. Lu Yang replied honestly, could it be possible that the current Li Rini isn't the real one? And that the real Li Rini might be hiding inside this urn? You mean someone impersonated the son of a high-ranking official and killed Li Rini to achieve their goals? Feng Zai's ears perked up, sensing something fishy. Lu Yang nodded. Exactly. As I mentioned earlier, this is a serial murder case. That explanation actually makes sense. Let's assume there's someone who looks exactly like Li Rini. They encounter the real Li Rini, covet his family background, and kill him when he's off guard. Then they burn the body to ashes. Then, impersonating Li Rini, he ascended to power overnight. He brought the ashes back to his hometown, met his parents, and took up his new position. But during this process, their vastly different lifestyles caused problems. This led Li Shang and his wife to suspect something was amiss. During their confrontation, the imposter revealed his true identity. Compounded by the couple's accidental discovery of the urn, he resorted to murder to silence witnesses and conceal his deception. Seeing this, the elderly couple confronted him. During the struggle, Li Rini shoved Fang Ningtian aside and attacked Li Shang first, striking him on the head with a sharp object. While Li Shang lay unconscious, Li Rini pulled out a lighter and set him ablaze. Fang Ningtian then rushed forward, only to be forcibly poisoned. Immediately after, he was dragged to the fire scene, where the flames were deliberately ignited. This perpetrator first murdered Li Rini, then assumed his identity to enjoy unprecedented wealth and privilege. Later, however, differences in lifestyle habits aroused the elders' suspicion. Coupled with their discovery of their biological son's urn, this drove the imposter to murder again. Thus, after killing Li Rini, he orchestrated this horrific tragedy. This explains why the elderly couple's bodies bore various signs of assault and why the ashes container contained palm prints, the source of the shock. But these are merely speculations for now. To uncover the truth, we must start by investigating this fake Li Rini. As Liu Yang spoke, he turned to Feng Zizai and patted his shoulder. Feng Zai, fully alert, understood immediately. He turned to his men and ordered, "You lot, head to the provincial committee compound and review all surveillance footage of Li Rini after he took office. The rest of you, contact every surveillance station and retrieve footage of Li Rini before he assumed his post. Bring all the recordings to me within 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Feng Zai's men nodded in unison and dispersed in an instant. 10 minutes later. They arrived carrying stacks of printouts, handing them to Feng Zai. "Boss, these are the surveillance recordings from inside the provincial party committee compound, primarily documenting Li Rini's daily activities after he took office. Additionally, these are surveillance recordings from various sections, primarily documenting Li Rini's daily activities before he assumed office. Each printout shows the exact time and corresponding surveillance frame. Please review them." Got it. Feng Zai took the printouts, crouched down, and examined them carefully. After about half an hour, he selected several suspicious images and walked over to Liu Yang. "Here, take a look. Aren't these a bit suspicious?" "Yeah, they definitely are." Liu Yang examined them closely. "This is surveillance footage from a hotel hallway. Look, these two men are identical. But after they entered the same room, only one came out afterward. And he was dragging his suitcase, looking very hurried. And here, this is surveillance footage from inside a taxi. The timing matches exactly half an hour after he left the hotel. He instructed the driver to take him out to a remote, wilderness area. But in reality, the real Li Rini had already been killed. The suitcase he was dragging contained the body. He asked the driver to go to the wilderness specifically to avoid surveillance areas and cremate the real Li Rini. The surveillance footage provided by the provincial committee compound shows everything appearing normal, with no useful information. It only captures him leaving the remote area carrying documents to report, and footage of him returning home before the fire. This proves beyond doubt that he was impersonating Li Rini. Moreover, he started the fire and killed the couple the very day before you arrived. Makes sense. Feng Zai stood up. In that case, we'll proceed with the arrest operation. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, follow my orders. Proceed immediately to the provincial party committee compound to apprehend the imposter Li Rini. All team members nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to depart, two luxury cars approached from the distance. Almost immediately, the voice preceded the person. "Detective Feng, you're quite the big shot, aren't you? Daring to arrest my men? If I gave you any more authority, would you dare investigate me?" Chapter 87, Truth and Deception. Everyone turned to look behind them. 5 or 6 figures emerged from 2 vehicles, opening the door of the foremost car to escort out a prominent figure. This important figure was none other than Sun Zhengming, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and the second in command at the Provincial Party Committee compound, the very man who had just made things difficult earlier. He had come specifically to back up this imposter, Zhang Tanqing. "Secretary Sun, this is the barbaric investigator who, without cause, forcibly investigated my parents' bodies and seized my grandfather's ashes." As if guided by divine intervention, Zhang Tanqing stood beside him, pointing at Feng Zizai. "The one standing next to him, I haven't seen him before. Looks like he's a forensic doctor." "Understood." Sun Zhengming scanned Feng Zizai and the others as he walked, saying, "Since I'm here, I'll naturally handle matters at home and give my older brother, the provincial party secretary, a proper explanation." Just moments earlier, within the provincial committee compound, Sun Zhengming had excused himself during a meeting, citing stomach pains, and slipped off to the restroom. Upon his return, he found Zhang Tanqing looking disheveled and furious. After inquiring, he learned the reason. Guided by the spirit of camaraderie within the compound, Zhang had taken matters into his own hands, gathering some idle personnel from the compound to seek justice for his subordinate. But in truth, he had only heard Zhang Tanqing's one-sided account. Had he known the full story, he would never have acted so impulsively. Having worked closely with the provincial party secretary for so long, he regarded him as an older brother and went to see him. Hearing this, Zhang Tanqing immediately gained confidence. With a defiant glare, he strode into the scene and confronted Feng Zizai angrily. "Hey, I'm talking to you. The deputy secretary of the provincial party committee is here, and you don't even acknowledge him? Don't tell me you don't want to work anymore?" Deputy Secretary Sun, Feng Zizai and the other agents stepped forward to greet him. Sun Zhengming remained silent, lifting his head haughtily. "What about you?" Zhang Tanqing frowned immediately upon seeing Liu Yang, Xiaolan, and Zhang Dong showing no reaction, directing his criticism at them. Liu Yang and the others ignored him, refusing to grovel before Sun Zhengming. This instantly drew displeasure from Sun Zhengming and Zhang Tanqing. Zhang Tanqing immediately walked over to Liu Yang and the others, pointing his finger at them. "Hey! I'm talking to you. Are you mute or deaf? No, you imposter, how dare you speak to us like that?" Xiaolan disliked being pointed at like that and immediately fired back. "Imposter? Who are you calling that?" Zhang Tanqing felt uneasy. Me, of course. Zhang Dong stepped forward, his towering 6-foot frame instantly overpowering them with sheer presence. You. Fine, you think you're tough? Just you wait. Zhang Tanqing knew he was outnumbered. After spitting out a few threats, he turned on his heel and walked over to Sun Jiangming to complain. Deputy Secretary Sun, look at them, they're nothing but a bunch of bandits. Sun Jiangming shot a dark look at Lu Yang and his two companions before fixing his gaze on Feng's eye. Agent Feng, he said sternly, how did you become a team leader if you can't even manage 3 subordinates? Feng's eye glanced back before lowering his head. Secretary Sun, they aren't detectives. They're investigators assigned to this arson case. They don't fall under my jurisdiction. Detectives? Sun Jiangming chuckled lightly. Oh, so they're 3 unrelated individuals. Well, let them be then. Now, tell me what's your take on this case? Feng's eye explained, the case was reported by a concerned citizen around noon today, though it actually occurred last night. By the time we arrived at the scene, both bodies were completely charred. The only clue left behind was that urn. Through investigative questioning, we only identified the 2 victims. We found cigarettes and a lighter on one of them. Preliminary findings suggest victim Li Shang was drunk and smoking when he accidentally set himself on fire. Victim Feng Ningtian then tried to extinguish the flames, inadvertently spreading the fire. But Mr. Lu Yang behind me, as a detective, raised objections. Using his own methods, he restored all incriminating evidence from the victims' bodies and even discovered a palm print inside the urn, taking a rubbing of it. The impression yielded a startling revelation: the identity matched Li Rini. Mr. Li, combined with traces of poisoning and dragging marks on the body, he concluded this was the work of a suspect bearing an identical resemblance to Li Rini. This left me and the other investigators deeply skeptical. Yet after cross-referencing numerous surveillance feeds, we began to believe his theory. Our earlier deductions were thus overturned, revealing the truth to be: the real Li Rini was already dead. The current Provincial Party Committee secretary was merely a doppelganger. They met at a hotel, where they seemed to hit it off instantly. Shortly after meeting, they entered a room together. Yet when they emerged, only one person walked out, the other vanished without a trace. Moreover, after leaving the hotel room, he was dragging a suitcase. About 5 minutes later, surveillance footage from a taxi showed him urgently instructing the driver to head to a remote area. After that, he reappeared at Shengtian Clothing holding an urn. Furthermore, that exact time coincided with Li Rini's first day on the job as a newly appointed cadre. After that, we could find no trace of the man who looked exactly like him. Only surveillance footage of a provincial party secretary named Li Rini remained. At 3 p.m. on the 21st of this month, the evening before the incident, surveillance outside Qingda Clothing captured Li Rini visiting the premises. Shortly after his departure, a fire broke out inside the store. These clues clearly point to the current Li Rini's suspicious nature. Secretary Sun, concerning the honor of the Provincial Party Committee compound, I dare not withhold a single detail. As for evidence, it has all been gathered. We were about to move in for an arrest when we unexpectedly encountered you arriving at this moment. As Feng Zai spoke, he handed over all the evidence and clues in his possession to Sun Jiangming. He reasoned that as the deputy secretary within the provincial committee compound, Sun would surely be incorruptible and upright. Entrusting this matter to him would be far more advantageous than handling it himself. Sun Jiangming listened with visible shock, glancing back at Li Rini before carefully examining all the evidence in his hands. After reviewing it, he froze in place. Just then, Zhang Tanqing snorted coldly. Nonsense! How could there possibly be 2 people in the world who look exactly alike? They clearly can't find anything on me and are deliberately trying to frame me. Secretary Sun, I'm an active official within the provincial committee compound. You must stand up for me no matter what. Chapter 88. Where did the real Li Rini go? Sun Jiangming now found himself torn about whom to believe. He had initially come to seek justice for Li Rini. After all, when Li Rini first met him, he had only mentioned that the investigators had forcibly examined the body and seized the urn, without bringing up any leads in the case. But upon arriving at the scene, he discovered the matter was far more complex than Li Rini had described. The corpse showed signs of poisoning, dragging, and blunt force trauma. Combined with the palm print match from the urn, the surveillance footage before and after the incident, and the evidence at hand, it almost convinced him this was a genuine case. He even began to doubt whether the young man beside him was truly Li Rini. But now, with both sides presenting conflicting accounts and the honor of the provincial party committee compound at stake, Sun Jiangming had to proceed with caution. After some consideration, he said, "All right, as an official working in the county party committee compound, rushing around like this, what kind of example is that? Hey, aren't you a detective? Here's what we'll do, you come up with a plan." Lu Yang snapped to attention when Sun Jiangming pointed at him, suddenly understanding the implication. Exactly, it was the classic political maneuver known as using someone else's knife to kill. The evidence was right there. Any clear-eyed observer could see the right and wrong of the matter. But the truth of the matter could only be confirmed by the parties involved. Until then, even with evidence in hand, it could only be considered speculation. Precisely because this matter was tricky, Sun Zhengming, as deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, couldn't afford to offend the provincial party secretary above him. After all, Li Rini was a subordinate he had always held in high regard. To distance himself from all the trouble, he could only choose Lu Yang, someone who knew the details but had no background or status to take the fall. If Lu Yang's assessment proved correct, not only would there be no trouble, but the credit would be his. When he reported back, the provincial party secretary would only praise his keen insight. If Lu Yang was wrong, then when trouble arose, he could shift all blame onto the other party. This way, he wouldn't offend either the provincial party secretary or the secretary general. Though Lu Yang was no longer in officialdom, he had once been part of the political arena and understood its tactics well. Even so, he stepped forward voluntarily. Secretary Sun, are you calling me? Yes, you. Sun Zhengming approached and patted him on the shoulder. Since you analyzed the case, you bear responsibility for the outcome. Tell me, how should we resolve this? Lu Yang sensed the threat but responded with a smile rather than anger. Since the surveillance system captured his first image inside the hotel, why not go there to investigate? If we still find nothing, we can discuss further options after consulting me. That makes sense. Sun Zhengming said, then turned to Feng Zai. Agent Feng, you handle this. Don't worry, secretary. I'll handle it. Feng Zai gave a brief order to his subordinate, who promptly went to notify the hotel staff. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the hotel lobby. Feng Zai immediately summoned the staff member who had been on duty that day and asked, let me ask you, do you recognize this person? The staff member stepped closer, studied Zheng Tanqing, and replied, yes, I recognize him. And I remember him very clearly. Oh? How so? Feng Zai asked. The staff member explained, nothing serious, just something odd. That day, he came alone, checked into a room, and didn't leave at all during the entire process. But not long after, he walked back in from outside the hotel and asked me to check him into another room. And when he checked out, only one person came out. He returned one room, but the other room hadn't been checked out. Yet our cleaning staff found no one in that other room. That's why I found it so confusing and remember him so clearly. After hearing this, Feng Zai became even more convinced of Lu Yang's theory and immediately asked, do you still have the check-in records for both rooms from that day? Bring them over for me to see. Yes. The staff member retrieved the registration forms from the counter, examined them carefully, then pointed to the entries in two separate boxes. That day, I initially thought they were one person, but upon checking the records, I realized they were two separate individuals. Feng Zai first glanced at the forms himself, then shot a sidelong glance at Zheng Tanqing. He then approached Sun Zhengming and reported, Secretary Sun, the front desk registration form lists two names, Li Rini and Zheng Tanqing. Aside from identical appearances, their names, ID numbers, phone numbers, and addresses are all different. Yet when they checked out, only Li Rini's name was recorded. The other room showed no record. These inconsistencies confirm Lu Yang's analysis. Sun Zhengming examined the records, cross-referencing them with the surveillance timelines from that day. To his astonishment, he discovered the truth matched Lu Yang's account. Two people with identical appearances existed in this world. This deepened his suspicion of Zheng Tanqing. He shot him a withering look, flung the evidence at him, and demanded, what do you have to say for yourself now? Zheng Tanqing glanced at the documents and continued to defend himself. Secretary, things aren't as you see them. I admit there is such a person in this world. After we met that day, I even invited him to my room to chat about life. But our connection ended there. After checking out the next day, I bid him farewell and only vacated my own room. Where he went afterward, I have no knowledge. You can't pin the murder on me based solely on a surveillance tape and a few statements from staff, can you? Ha! So according to you, where did the other person who looks exactly like you go? And why were you pulling a suitcase when you left? How do you explain that? Lu Yang stepped forward and interrupted. Zheng Tanqing was at a loss for words, but soon began to wriggle out of it. It's strange, how would I know where he went? As a public servant, I was originally stationed elsewhere. As a selected graduate, I'd just been promoted and brought a suitcase back to my hometown. It couldn't have been more appropriate. You're even questioning that? Isn't that a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Fine, still not admitting it, huh? Lu Yan walked over to Feng Zi, patting him on the shoulder. Agent Feng, contact the relevant taxi companies in this city. Have them identify the driver from the surveillance footage that day and bring that person in for identification. I'll be damned if I don't see how long this imposter can keep up the charade. Chapter 89, Palm Print Identification Technique. Feng Zai instantly grasped Lu Yang's meaning. He immediately instructed his men to contact the local taxi company under the pretext of investigating a case, extracting the driver's specific details and phone number from the surveillance footage that day through the relevant staff. He promptly called the number. Once the line connected, Feng Zai spoke into the receiver. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Bing? Yes, this is he, Chen Bing replied over the phone. Feng Zai said, the investigation team needs your immediate cooperation for an inquiry. The location is the lobby on the first floor of the Holiday Inn on Sunday. We hope you take this seriously and come as soon as possible. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm currently at work. It's over 30 kilometers away. How about this? I'll pull over and discuss it with you over the phone. That's fine. Seeing this, Feng Zai deliberately switched to speakerphone so everyone could hear. A minute later, he asked, have you picked up a male passenger near the Sunday Holiday Hotel recently? Yes, there was one, the other party replied. Feng Zai continued, what were his distinguishing features? After listening, the driver replied again, tall, thin, wearing glasses, looked about 25 years old. Feng Zai compared these details to Zhang Tanqing's description. Finding a perfect match, he gave a cold chuckle and asked, did he exhibit any unusual behavior when getting into the car? Chen Bing answered, he had a suitcase. I offered to help and open the trunk, suggesting he put it there, but he refused, insisting on keeping it with him. Seeing that, I didn't feel right saying anything more. I pulled the door open for him to get in, then sat in the driver's seat and asked where he wanted to go. He said to the least populated area around here. I froze, finding it odd, but remembering the rule that passenger requests must be honored, I didn't ask further and started driving. On the way, I suddenly caught a particularly foul odor and tried to open the window for fresh air, but he stopped me. When I asked why, he said he had severe autism and didn't want to be exposed to the noisy outside world. Hearing autism, I understood his unusual behavior and didn't think much of it. I closed the window and continued driving. About half an hour later, the car stopped on a country lane. It was nearly 1 a.m. by then, and there wasn't a soul in sight. I asked him if we could stop here. He rolled down the window, glanced outside, said yes, handed me the money, and got out. I counted the money and confirmed it was correct before turning the car around and leaving. And you never encountered him again after that? Feng Zai asked. Chen Bing replied, no. I knew it. As a renowned elite detective in the city with countless solved cases under his belt, sometimes he could discern patterns from just a few words spoken by those involved. He then thanked the caller over the phone, Mr. Chen, we greatly appreciate your cooperation in sharing this information. You may now return to your work. Alright, Chen Bing replied before ending the call a few seconds later. At the same time, Feng Zai put away his phone and turned to Sun Zhengming. Secretary Sun, you heard that conversation, right? If it was Li Runyi who left the hotel, why didn't he have the driver handle that suitcase after getting in the car? Why insist on carrying it himself? Why did he insist on going to this deserted area after getting in the car instead of reporting to the provincial party committee compound or the Shengda clothing store? Why did Chen Bing smell something foul after getting in the car? And why did Li Runyi refuse when Chen Bing tried to open the window for ventilation? Does he really have autism? Given all this, how do we explain these numerous questions? After hearing this, Sun Zhengming turned to Zhang Tanqing and asked, what do you make of all this? Secretary Sun, listen to me, that wasn't me at all. It was someone else who looks exactly like me. Zhang Tanqing hurriedly explained. Someone who looks just like you? I don't think so. Lu Yang stepped forward to interrupt him, continuing, there are surveillance cameras inside and outside the hotel. The footage only shows one person leaving, the other didn't. And you just admitted that the person who left the hotel was you. So if it wasn't you who took the taxi, then who else could it be? Zhang Tanqing was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Lu Yang calmly stepped forward. Let me reveal the truth. The real Li Runyi is long dead. The man standing before us now isn't Li Runyi, it's Zhang Tanqing, who bears an uncanny resemblance to him. At the hotel, the two met. It was clear that Li Runyi invited Zhang Tanqing. Zhang Tanqing, coveting Li Runyi's family background and status, decided to take his place and killed him in the room. Afterward, he placed Li Runyi's body in his suitcase and carried it out of the hotel. He boarded Chen Bing's taxi, intending to find a secluded spot to dispose of the corpse. His insistence that Chen Bing not touch the suitcase stemmed from fear of exposing the body inside. The foul odor emanating from Chen Bing's car prompted him to request opening the window, which was refused. This odor stems from the natural decomposition process after death, where intestinal functions cease and accumulated fecal matter produces a distinct smell, what we classify as cadaverous odor. His peculiar actions stemmed from fear that this odor would spread and be detected. As for autism, that's even less plausible. Look at him, does he show any signs of autism? Inspector Zhang, at this point, won't you admit your true identity? As Lu Yang spoke, he took several more steps forward, radiating an imposing presence as his gaze locked onto the other man. No, you're lying. My name isn't Zhang Tanqing, it's Li Runyi. Zhang Tanqing stumbled backward in fright, stumbling and falling to the ground. At this point, you still refuse to admit it, huh? Lu Yang's eyes sharpened like an eagle's. Very well. Then I'll use the most straightforward facts to force you to reveal your true self. What are you going to do to me? Zhang Tanqing trembled in fear. Palm print identification, a technique I developed myself for solving cases. All I need is a rubbing. I'll make you press your palm onto it, then compare it to the palm print of Li Runyi found in the ashes. If you're the real one, the two will match perfectly. If you're a fake, they'll differ drastically. Lu Yang stared intently at his opponent, his expression darkening as he demanded, well? Dare you step forward and try it? Chapter 90, The Truth Unveiled. No. I won't. I am Li Rennie. Why should I go through this unnecessary trouble? Secretary's son, come over here and judge this fairly. Zhang Tanqing decisively turned his gaze toward Sun Zhangming. Sun Zhangming desperately wanted to help him, but with so many clues pointing to Zhang as the fake Li Rennie, the man he'd come to support now felt utterly conflicted. He stood frozen, his eyes darting around, unsure what to say. His hesitation led Feng Zizai to assume Sun would no longer intervene. Without further restraint, Feng and several henchmen approached, yanked Zhang to his feet, pinned him down, and forcibly pressed his palm onto the rubbing. 3 seconds later, Lu Yang held 2 palm prints in his hands, one from Li Rennie inside the urn, the other from Zhang Tanqing. To compare them faster and confirm the results, he silently commanded, System, activate palm print identification skill. Ding, palm print identification technology activated. Host may now rapidly master all knowledge points regarding palm patterns, distinguish authenticity, and expose criminals without concealment. The system prompt sounded immediately. Realizing the skill's purpose, Lu Yang felt his mind fill with intricate palm pattern diagrams and corresponding explanatory notes. After absorbing this knowledge, he turned to the 2 prints and began his explanation. Human palm patterns are categorized into fingerprints, palm lines, pathological patterns, and more. I won't elaborate on each here. Instead, I'll focus on key areas of fingerprints. First, the fingerprint regions are divided into the Moon Mount, Earth Mount, Venus Mount, First Mars Mount, Jupiter Mount, Saturn Mount, Sun Mount, Mercury Mount, Second Mars Mount, and Mars Plane. There are 3 types: loop, arch, and whirl. Each area generally features one of these 3 types, making them quite easy to distinguish. The left print belongs to Li Rennie, while the right print is tentatively attributed to Zhang Tanqing. If both prints match, then the individual before us is the genuine Li Rennie. If they do not match, then this person is an imposter. Now examining the left hand, the Moon Mount is bowl-shaped, the Earth Mount is scoop-shaped, the Venus Mount is bow-shaped, the first Mars Mount is scoop-shaped, the Jupiter Mount is bowl-shaped, the Saturn Mount is scoop-shaped, the Sun Mount is bow-shaped, the Mercury Mount is bowl-shaped, the second Mars Mount is bowl-shaped, and the Mars Plane is bowl-shaped. Having covered the left hand, now the right, the Moon Mount is bow-shaped, the Earth Mount is scoop-shaped, the Venus Mount is bowl-shaped, the first Mars Mount is bowl-shaped, the Jupiter Mount is bow-shaped, the Saturn Mount is scoop-shaped, the Sun Mount is bowl-shaped, the Mercury Mount is bow-shaped, the second Mars Mount is bow-shaped, and the Mars Plane is bowl-shaped. The fingerprints on both sides differ significantly. The discrepancies lie in the Moon Mount, Venus Mount, First Mars Mount, Jupiter Mount, Sun Mount, Mercury Mount, and Second Mars Mount. This clearly indicates they do not belong to the same person. At present, all evidence points to this person not being Li Rennie, but an imposter named Zhang Tanqing. Lu Yang pointed at Zhang Tanqing as he delivered his final conclusion. The next second, everyone reacted differently. Feng Zizai and several other agents looked utterly shocked. Holy crap, palm print identification. What kind of magical skill is this? It must be so hard to learn. Xiaolan and Zhang Don's eyes brimmed with admiration. As expected of the boss, always so sharp and principled when it comes to cases. Who knew he'd even think of this technique? Fingerprints? Isn't that something fortune tellers study? When did Lu Yang start researching this? Sun Zhangming looked utterly incredulous. No way, is this real? The person standing next to me, isn't that really Li Rennie? Zhang Tanqing collapsed back onto the floor in terror. This guy is downright terrifying. Someone, help! A few minutes later, Feng Zai regained his composure and shouted, take this guy back to the station for thorough investigation. Roger that. Lai Zhenaying and several other officers stepped forward, cuffed him, arrested him on the spot, and loaded him into the police van. 1 hour later. Lai Zhenaying returned with the interrogation results. Boss, the guy confessed. No doubt about it, he was the imposter. His real name is Zhang Tanqing, an unemployed petty criminal. He went to the hotel that day to meet a woman, but unexpectedly ran into someone who looked exactly like him. At the time, Li Rennie was just taking office and curious about new things. Seeing the lookalike, he invited him into his room. After chatting for a while, Zhang Tanqing learned Li Rennie was the incoming Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee, whose family owned a clothing store. Driven by jealousy, he decided to kill him. When Li wasn't paying attention, Zhang slipped a pill into his drink. While Li was unconscious, Zhang stabbed him to death. Afterward, he stole Li Rennie's identity documents, stuffed the body into a suitcase, took a taxi to a remote wilderness, set the corpse ablaze, turned it to ashes, and brought the remains to the sleeping quarters within Li Rennie's clothing store. Then, assuming Li Rennie's identity, he took up his new post. As for why he killed Li Shang and his wife, it was because his lifestyle differed from Li Rennie's, arousing their suspicion. At the same time, Li Shang had inadvertently discovered the ashes of his own son. To avoid exposing himself, Zhang Tanqing had no choice but to kill them. First, he smashed Li Shang's head with a stool. Then, while Li Shang lay unconscious, he forced alcohol down his throat, found a lighter, and set the body ablaze. Fang Ning Tian arrived shortly after and tried to stop him, but he broke her arm. He then forced her to drink He Ding Hong poison, dragged her by her long hair over to Li Shang, let the flames engulf them, and walked away. Holy crap, this guy is ruthless. Feng Zai sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing this. To enjoy wealth and luxury, he actually killed the entirely Rini family. Unbelievable. Thank goodness Lu Yang was there. Otherwise, we might have fallen for his deception. At this point, he turned to look at Lu Yang, his eyes filled with warmth. With such an incident unfolding, Sun Zhengming naturally felt his face burn with embarrassment. Once the investigation vehicle had driven far away, he approached Feng Zai and said, Agent Feng, I was also deceived by this guy into coming here. You have to believe me. Secretary Sun, you're too kind, Feng Zai replied. I certainly believe you. It just depends on whether that brother is willing to settle this matter. Sun Zhengming turned to Lu Yang, smiling wryly. You're right. I misunderstood him earlier, he must be angry with me. Alright then, you introduce us. Try to mediate between us. Since Secretary Sun says so, I'll give it a shot. Feng Zai walked over to Lu Yang, whispered something in his ear, and soon returned with him toward Sun Zhengming. Secretary Sun, I've discussed it with him. Rest assured, he won't make a big fuss about this. He just wants you to treat us to a meal. A meal? No problem. Sun Zhengming agreed readily. Let's go to that restaurant across the street. Noon. The group gathered at the restaurant across the street. As the host, Sun Zhengming waved his hand generously and reserved a luxurious private room. After the dishes and drinks were all served, he was about to pick up his glass to apologize to everyone present when suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang. Sun pulled out his phone and saw it was the county party secretary calling. Covering the receiver with his hand, he smiled and said, Everyone, excuse me for a moment. I need to take this call. Lu Yang and the others didn't mind. After he left, they began eating, taking a few bites. Before long, Sun Zhengming returned, accompanied by two new faces, Provincial Party Secretary Shi Zhong and his daughter, Shi Xinyue. My apologies, everyone. Allow me to introduce you. This is my elder brother, Provincial Party Secretary Shi Zhong. Beside him is his daughter, Shi Xinyue, a major internet celebrity who graduated from a prestigious foreign university. Sun Zhengming proceeded with the introductions. Secretary Shi, Miss Shi, this is Feng Zai, a local rising star and the city's renowned super detective. This is his right-hand man, Lai Zhenaying. And over there is the mastermind behind solving this case, Lu Yang Detective Lu. Beside him are his two partners, Zhang Dong and Xiaolan. Upon hearing this, Shi Zhong's eyes lit up instantly. He walked up to Lu Yang and said, You're Lu Yang? The mastermind responsible for cracking this clothing case? Chapter 91, Counter-Investigation Skills. Lu Yang nodded. That's me, Secretary Shi. Shi Zhong praised him, impressive. You certainly have a commanding presence. Outside just now, Old Sun already briefed me on the entire sequence of events. To discern clues invisible to others from a charred corpse and an urn, then use palmistry to expose the criminals' lies. Your investigative skills are truly exceptional. Not at all, Lu Yang smiled modestly. These are merely superficial skills, nothing to boast about. Secretary Shi is the truly remarkable one. I can't bear such praise. I'm getting old now, nothing like I used to be. From now on, it's your young people's world. Shi Zhong extended his hand, patted Lu Yang's shoulder, and led him to his daughter. Come, Xinyue, come greet Mr. Lu. Hello, Mr. Lu, Shi Xinyue smiled and waved. Today, she looked exceptionally beautiful. Her wavy hair framed her fair, delicate features, and the gold and silver jewelry adorning her gave her an air of dignified elegance. As a man, Lu Yang naturally saw her differently than before, but his true purpose wasn't for her. He sought to leverage these connections to draw closer to the governor and his daughter, hoping to seize this opportunity to complete the task assigned by the system. But he couldn't reveal his true intentions outright. Miss Shi, that jade bracelet on your wrist is truly exquisite. May I ask where you purchased it? The Provincial University Student Commercial Store. Why? Shi Xinyue also held a favorable impression of him. Lu Yang suddenly clicked his tongue regretfully. What a pity. The quality is indeed fine, but it's a replica. You mean it's fake? Yes. Lu Yang nodded, stepping closer as he spoke. He bent down to examine the patterns on the surface. The smoother the edges appear, the more obvious the polishing marks become. Plus, there are significant internal flaws. If I'm not mistaken, the production cost should be around 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan? But I paid 70 or 80,000 for it. Shi Xinyue frowned, clearly displeased. Lu Yang then asked, Do you still have the receipt? If so, I can help you get your money back. Yes. Shi Xinyue nodded and pulled a crumpled receipt from her bag, handing it to Lu Yang. Lu Yang took it, glanced at it, then turned to the others. Everyone, I have to step out with Miss Shi for a moment. I won't be joining you. Go ahead, have a good time. The group looked at Shi Zhong in unison. He waved his hand and nodded, seemingly not opposed to his daughter spending time with someone like Lu Yang. Bye, Dad. Bye, Uncle Sunday. Bye, everyone. Shi Xinyue turned and waved at the people at the table as she left. Lu Yang knew nothing about appraising antiques. His earlier comment had merely been an excuse to catch Shi Xinyue's attention. The moment he stepped outside the restaurant, a notification sounded from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have earned 100,000 light points. Acquired skills: Control Restoration 1, Despair Interrogation 2, Counter Appraisal Skill 1. Sure enough, what you think about comes true. Brother system really gets me. Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Setting aside the other skills in the system, just the name of that counter appraisal skill suggested a connection to treasure appraisal. As for how to use it, Liu Yang was already trying to communicate with the system. Before long, the system responded, the counter appraisal skill isn't about courageously appraising treasures. Instead, it reveals flaws on genuine artifacts invisible to the human eye, achieving a level of perfection that makes fakes indistinguishable from the real thing. Great! Liu Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He thought to himself, earlier, I called the genuine bracelet fake. While I could fool Xin Yue and the others, I couldn't fool the shop staff. With this ability, I could fool not just the shop staff, but even a real appraiser would be left dumbfounded. This way, I can seize the opportunity to help Xin Yue get justice, deepen our relationship, and through her, connect with the governor's network to complete the subsequent tasks assigned by the system. But to confirm whether she actually knows anyone connected to the governor, I'll need to probe her carefully. With that thought, Liu Yang snapped back to reality. He walked with her to a car, opened the door, and said, Miss Shi, may I ask you something? Mr. Liu, please don't be so formal. Just say what's on your mind, Xin Yue replied with a gentle smile. Liu Yang chose to get straight to the point. Do you and Secretary Shi often attend dinners like this together? Yes, Xin Yue nodded. Liu Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Then do you know the governor? You mean Uncle Ji? Of course I know him. Our families are old friends and often dine together. Xin Yue looked at him with sparkling eyes. What's the matter, Mr. Liu? Why bring this up suddenly? Oh, nothing. Liu Yang closed the door, walked around to the driver's seat, and started the car. After we finish with the bracelet business, you'll have to introduce me to him. Sure, I happen to have business there this afternoon anyway. Xin Yue replied without hesitation. Only then did Liu Yang breathe a sigh of relief. He drove to the shop and, guided by her, approached the salesperson at the counter. Liu Yang retrieved the bracelet from her hand, then approached the salesperson at the counter. He placed the bracelet down, presented the receipt, and said, Hello. Hello, what can I help you with? The salesperson inquired. Liu Yang replied, No, you've got it wrong. I'm not here to buy anything. I'm here to clarify something. A few days ago, my friend purchased a bracelet from your store. However, after having it appraised by a professional gemologist, it was declared counterfeit. I'd like to understand what exactly happened here. The salesperson glanced at the stamp on the receipt, confirming the jewelry had indeed been purchased here. A flicker of panic crossed their face. Oh my, that can't be possible. All our jewelry is professionally authenticated. We guarantee 3 times the refund for any counterfeit. Who would dare do such a thing? Sir, are you sure you're not mistaken? No mistake. Liu Yang said with unwavering resolve. He then lowered his gaze to the bracelet, activating his counter-appraisal skills. Using the various flaws on the jade bracelet as evidence, he intimidated the other party. On the surface, this jade bracelet has a slightly unnatural color, even showing obvious color spots or unevenness. The texture is abnormally blurred, lacking any sense of depth. Most crucially, it doesn't feel cold to the touch. Instead, it carries a natural warmth. This is completely inconsistent with the characteristics of genuine jade. If you claim it's authentic, then why does it exhibit these flaws? Chapter 92, The Dead Infant in the Trash Heap. The sales clerk panicked instantly upon hearing this. Sir and ma'am, I'm truly sorry. We never imagined such an error could occur in our store. How about this? I'll exchange it for a new one for you. What do you think? Liu Yang turned to Xin Yue. What do you think? Xin Yue smiled and said, I'm fine with either option. In that case, be smart about it and get my friend a new one too, Liu Yang instructed the salesperson. Certainly, please wait a moment. The salesperson turned away, retrieved a brand new jade bracelet from the display case, and handed it to him. This one is quite similar to the previous one. Why not try it on? Liu Yang took it, glanced at Xin Yue without comment, then grabbed her wrist and fastened it on for her. Not bad. It suits your taste perfectly. Xin Yue froze in surprise. This was the first time she'd been this close to a man. Feeling the charm radiating from Liu Yang, her face flushed and her heart raced. Mr. Liu, you hurt me when you grabbed my wrist just now. But I think I kind of like it. Hearing this, Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Wait, what did that mean? The harder he grabbed her, the more she liked it? Could she be a masochist? Is that so? Maybe it's because I care about your feelings. Scratching his head, Liu Yang chuckled a few times. Do you like it? I like it. Xin Yue looked him straight in the eye, her face flushed and heart racing. Liu Yang replied, Glad you like it. Now can you take me to the governor's house? Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Xin Yue snapped back to reality. Ji Ning invited me out today. Ji Ning was sure Xinyue's best friend and also the only daughter of Governor Ji Dongming. Just yesterday, upon learning Shi Xinyue had returned from abroad, she'd planned to gather them all together for a get-together. Like Shi Xinyue, both were popular influencers on a certain platform, known for their good looks. Ji Ning? Lu Yang asked, puzzled. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. The governor's name is Ji Banian, and he has a daughter named Ji Ning. So that's how it is. Lu Yang stood frozen in place. Then introduce me to her later, okay? Sure thing, Shi Xinyue nodded in agreement. Soon after, she and Lu Yang drove to Governor Ji Bonian's residence, slipped on slippers, and stepped inside. To welcome Shi Xinyue, Ji Banian and his daughter Ji Ning personally cooked a lavish afternoon spread. By the time Shi Xinyue arrived, the final dish had just been brought to the table by Ji Banian. Lu Yang studied the diligent official closely, finding him kind-eyed and approachable. Then he watched as Shi Xinyue smiled and approached him, taking his arm. Uncle Ji, remember me? You little rascal. Haven't seen you in 5 or 6 years, and look how tall you've grown. Ji Boyan praised her before shifting his gaze to Lu Yang. And who might this be? No way, Xinyue. You just got back and already have a boyfriend? How could you not introduce him to us? Seeing her father speak up, Ji Ning, who had just emerged from the kitchen, chimed in with a playful tease. Not at all, Shi Xinyue flushed. This is Lu Yang. He's an incredibly talented detective. You know that case at Xingtian clothing store? Even Feng Zizai couldn't crack it, but he solved it. Isn't that amazing? Upon hearing this, Ji Banian instantly took notice. He leaned in and said, I heard about that case. The clues were incredibly complex, and it even involved the Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee. Solving that case? That's truly extraordinary. Wait, Father, Xinyue, what did you just say? He solved that case? As an internet celebrity, Ji Ning had no idea why, but today when she opened her phone, she immediately came across the Shangtian clothing store incident. Reading the comments below, everyone claimed it was solved by a detective. No one knew who exactly it was or what they looked like. Now that she had seen him in person, she couldn't help but approach him, eager to ask Lu Yang about every detail of the case. But first, she needed to confirm whether he was indeed the one who had solved it. Yes, he solved it, Shi Xinyue nodded in confirmation. Wow, that's incredible. Ji Ning exclaimed, immediately crowding closer and tugging at Lu Yang's sleeve. Mr. Lu, please tell me, how did you crack this case? Lu Yang paused, taken aback. It's really nothing special, just... He recounted the entire sequence of events, paying particular attention to the investigative techniques he'd employed, explaining them in meticulous detail twice over. When he finished, he looked back at Ji Ning and the others. They seemed to have been completely mesmerized, frozen in place, utterly speechless. Holy crap, that's insane. To reconstruct evidence from a charred corpse, then extract palm prints from ashes to trace their origin, and finally use palm print identification technology to distinguish between the real and fake provincial party secretary's secretary based on those two prints. Mr. Lu, you're incredible. Dad. The group sat down to eat together. Midway through the meal, Ji Ning suddenly turned to Ji Banyan and said, You were so troubled by that case the other night you couldn't sleep, right? Now the master detective is here, see if he can help you crack it. Enough, child. Stop this nonsense. Mr. Lu is our guest, how could we waste his time on such trivial matters? Ji Banyan gently admonished his daughter before deliberately serving Lu Yang a piece of chicken. Mr. Lu, please, have some meat. The child doesn't know any better. Don't take it personally. Lu Yang replied, It's fine, Governor Ji. Solving mysteries is my passion. Any case, no matter how difficult, I'll find a way to crack it. Ji Boyan paused slightly before continuing, Very well. Here's the situation. The night before last, I was just about to head out when I suddenly heard a scream outside. I went to investigate and discovered that the sanitation worker had found a dead infant in the trash bin right outside my door. I went to take a look and was immediately horrified by the sight. I quickly pulled out my phone to contact the police station and report it. But days have passed and the station hasn't responded. I can't help but wonder if this case is too difficult to solve, destined to become an unsolved mystery? Mr. Lu, you're a detective. Could you help me with this? Otherwise, I might not sleep well for days on end because of this. The dead infant in the trash case? Lu Yang's eyebrows twitched slightly upon hearing this. Governor Ji, I'll take this case. But first, I need to see the child. That's my primary condition for accepting it. Chapter 93, The Technician Installing the Combination Lock. No problem. Ji Banian nodded in agreement. After the meal, he left Ji Ning and Shi Xinyue at home to look after things. He then led Lu Yang to a van, heading to a storage room at the local funeral home where they would see the child. The first sight of the child startled not only Ji Banyan but nearly gave Lu Yang a fright as well. The deceased appeared young, yet its heart had been completely removed. Severe burn marks were evident in the child's respiratory tract and stomach. Externally, it resembled both the modus operandi of human traffickers and the effects of feeding the child milk that was too hot. But these were only speculations. The true cause of death would require investigation based on the actual circumstances. Well? Ji Banyan asked him. Lu Yang paused briefly before replying. Judging by the injuries, it could be that the child's organs were removed by traffickers, or that the child died from burns to the respiratory tract caused by scalding milk during feeding. To determine whether this was the work of traffickers or someone else, we need to establish whether the child's respiratory tract was burned first, or if the heart was removed first. If the heart was removed first, followed by the respiratory tract burn, it's the traffickers. If the respiratory tract was burned first, then the heart removed, someone deliberately did it to frame the traffickers. Therefore, before determining which scenario occurred, I must first thoroughly understand the child's condition. As Lu Yang spoke, he turned to Ji Banyan beside him. Governor Ji, after the incident, what were the child's parents doing? Did they come to claim the child? Ji Boyan sighed. Don't even get me started. They're a pair of irresponsible, immature adults. The man is 35, a stay-at-home programmer. The woman is 33, unemployed, and spends her days playing video games. After the incident, they came once to take the child away. But since the case wasn't solved, the local police station had to dissuade them and gave them a compensation payment. Only after the truth is fully investigated can the child be returned to them for a proper burial. Lu Yang listened and asked, where do they live? Can you give me their address? Ji Banyan thought for a moment and replied, Happiness Garden Residential Complex, Building 9, 3rd floor, Unit 1127. I'll go investigate. Until then, keep the child right here. Don't move him, Lu Yang instructed. Ji Boyan nodded in agreement. I'll accompany you, he added. As the provincial governor, they should show me some respect. That's fine, Lu Yan replied. A few minutes later, the two arrived by car at Xingfu Garden Community. They pressed the doorbell at Unit 1127, 3rd floor, Building 9. After the ding-dong, a couple in the living room instantly stood up, walked over, and opened the door. You? Hello, I'm Governor Ji Banyan. We met earlier at the police station, Ji Banyan said, extending his hand first to shake theirs. He then introduced Lu Yang. This is Lu Yang, the detective assigned to your case. If it's convenient, could we come in and discuss this further? The couple were roughly the same age. The man was Chen Tianjiao, and the woman was Zhao Yanan. Their demeanor wasn't particularly composed. But upon hearing the governor had personally arrived, they felt obliged to show some courtesy. They immediately put on a warm and welcoming act, ushering them inside. Oh, Governor. Please come in. The room is a bit messy, please don't mind the state of it. Lu Yang paused slightly. Upon entering, he glanced around. The coffee table was piled high with snacks, and the floor around it was littered with takeout boxes. Two computers sat on the coffee table. One was streaming a game screen, while the other had a small keyboard in front of it. Upon seeing the guests, the couple quickly shut down the computers to save face. Sorry about that. My wife loves gaming. My husband is a programmer. No problem, I won't keep you busy, Lu Yang said. I'm here to ask about the specifics of this case both before and after the incident. Chen Tianjiao paused for a moment before saying, before the incident, we had just put our child to sleep and went out to buy groceries. But when we returned, the child was gone. And most importantly, we clearly remembered locking the room door when we left, but upon returning, the front door was wide open. At first, we thought a thief had broken in. We rushed back inside, checked the safe, and found nothing missing. That's when we immediately thought of the child. And then, our worst fears were realized. By the time we reached the child's bedroom, he was gone. We questioned neighbors and even checked nearby surveillance footage, but found nothing. That same day, we went to the police station to file a report. Who would have thought that by afternoon, we'd receive a call from the station saying they'd discovered the body of a male infant in a trash pile outside the governor's residence. We rushed over to identify the body, and upon seeing it, we nearly fainted. How could our child have become like that in just a few days? As he spoke, Chen Tianjiao embraced his wife and reached for tissues to wipe away his tears. Governor Ji, you are the head of this province. This happened right outside your doorstep. You must see justice done for us. Ji Boyan patted Chen Tianjiao on the shoulder, feeling deeply unsettled himself. He then turned his gaze to Lu Yang and asked, Mr. Lu. Lu Yang waved him off, then stood up and stepped outside for a glance before returning. Mr. Chen, something doesn't add up. Your door has a combination lock. Thieves couldn't possibly get in with that kind of lock. Exactly. That's precisely why I'm asking you to spot the inconsistencies, solve this case swiftly, and get justice for my son, Chen Tianjiao hastily replied. Lu Yang listened, then asked, solving the case is a given. But before that, I need to ask you a private question. Go ahead, Chen Tianjiao replied. Lu Yang inquired, regarding the code to your door lock, besides you and your wife, is there a third person who knows it? Chen Tianjiao shook his head. No. No, there is one, Zhao Yanan interrupted. Honey, do you remember when we installed the electronic lock? Only the technician who installed it knew the code, he said it himself. We just didn't think much of it at the time. Chen Tianjiao immediately snapped to attention, slapping his thigh. Right. That's exactly it. In that case, it's highly likely the technician did it, Lu Yang analyzed before continuing. Do you know his specific details? Chapter 94, Something's Off. Chen Tianjia thought it over for a moment before replying, oh yes. When he came to install the keypad lock at my place, I specifically asked him for a business card. Let me see, right, it's in the coffee table drawer. After saying this, he immediately gave his wife a knowing glance beside him. Not long after, Zhao Yinan busied herself and found the business card. Here it is. Quick, tell me the name and address. Chen Tianjia asked impatiently. Zhao Yinan read the information from the card aloud. Shi Xiaowen, TZ Garden Residential Complex, Building 8, 2nd floor, Unit 2201. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang and Ji Banian exchanged glances. Governor Ji, would it be convenient for you to come with me to take a look? Certainly. All right then. Lu Yang turned to Chen Tianjia and his wife. What about you two? Would you like to come with us? The couple spread their hands and shrugged. Whatever you say. All right then. We'll all ride together to the location shortly. I believe this case will be resolved before long. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Outside apartment 2201, 2nd floor, Building 8, Tiazizi Garden Residential Complex. Lu Yang and his group stood there, double-checking the information on the business card before ringing the doorbell. Who is it? Shi Xiaowen opened the door and peered out. Governor Ji Banian presented his official credentials and stated, I am Governor Ji Banian. I'm here to investigate a case involving the murder of an infant. We'd appreciate your cooperation. Shi Xiaowen paused slightly before replying, all right. What do you wish to ask? Lu Yang stepped forward with Chen Tianjia and his wife, asking, first, do you know this couple? Familiar faces, but I can't recall where we met. Shi Xiaowen stepped closer for a better look. Lu Yang prompted, you're a security technician, and they're one of the households you work with. Ah, that explains why they look so familiar, Shi Xiaowen said. But how does this connect to the infant case? Lu Yang continued, before the incident, this couple had just gone out to buy groceries. Before leaving, they put their child to sleep and carried him into the bedroom. They locked the door securely before leaving. But when they returned, the lock had been opened. The child went missing precisely during that time. The child was later found dead in a trash bin right outside the governor's residence. Investigations revealed the couple used a combination lock, and besides them, only one other person knew the code U. I need to ask, what were you doing at that time? Did you take advantage of their absence to enter the code and abduct the child? Shi Xiaowen froze in place, overcome with terror. Wait, what? Are you implying I abducted the child? Then what else could it be? What evidence do you have to prove you weren't at the couple's home at that time? Lu Yang countered. Only 3 people knew the combination. The couple would never kill their own child. That leaves only one possibility, Shi Xiaowen did it secretly while the couple was away. But what was his motive? I work at Intong Lock Industry Company, Limited as a security engineer. Projects are randomly assigned by the company, and field assignments are never solo. 2 other colleagues, Bai and Fawn, always work with me. The company keeps detailed trip logs. You can verify this information there. Yes, I admit that during the installation of these combination locks, we designed them according to the customer's requirements. But I've installed locks at so many other homes. Why did this particular incident only happen at his place? Shi Xiaowen grew visibly agitated as he spoke, pointing his finger at Chen Tianjia. Chen Tianjia, equally quick-tempered, retorted, pointing back at him, wait, what are you implying? That we're making unreasonable demands? What else could it be? Shi Xiaowen turned his face away. Chen Tianjia snapped back, so you think stealing my child is justified? I'll beat you. Enough. Governor Ji Boyuan suddenly roared, since this incident has occurred, we should be searching for clues and investigating thoroughly, not wasting energy on pointless arguments. Chen Tianjia, you go apologize to them. And Shi Xiaowen, you call Onsuwa Company and inquire about the specific itinerary before the incident that day. Only by doing this can you clear yourself of suspicion. I'm sorry. Hello, Onsuwa Company? Could you please retrieve the information for a homeowner named Chen Tianjia? See who was working with me that day and have them come in. Though the 2 were like oil and water, they ultimately gave the governor face. One apologized, the other made the call to the company to prove their innocence. Soon after, the security company responded and dispatched 2 new faces who introduced themselves as Shi Xiaowen's colleagues, one named Bai Zhuan, the other Fang Xiaoxi. Both gave consistent accounts, confirming they had indeed accompanied Shi Xiaowen to Chen Tianjia's residence that day. They stated they were present during the password setup, which had been approved by the homeowner, Chen Tianjia. Furthermore, they claimed to have worked together for several consecutive days afterward. Only today had they been idle, taking the morning off. As they spoke, they produced invoices for the past few days' work and printed itineraries from the company. Lu Yang took them and glanced through them. His brow instantly furrowed. This is strange. What's going on here? What's wrong? Ji Banian stepped forward to ask. Lu Yang replied, look, earlier Chen Tianjia and his wife said that after they went out to buy groceries and returned, the door lock was open. And only 3 people knew the password: him, his wife, and this locksmith. But this locksmith brought 2 colleagues to vouch for his innocence. Not only did he provide invoices, but also detailed work schedules. That means after installing the locks at Chen Tianjiao's home, he worked continuously for over half a month, putting in about 10 hours a day. How could he possibly have time to get involved in this infant case? Most crucially, his 2 colleagues stated they also knew the password. This directly contradicts the earlier account given by Mr. and Mrs. Chen Tianjiao. So what are you getting at? Ji Banian pressed him. Lu Yang analyzed calmly and said, one side must be lying, and one side is telling the truth. It's just a matter of how we determine which is which. Chapter 95, The Source of the Hong Kong Dollars. Oh? How do you plan to determine this? Ji Banyan was impressed by his analytical reasoning. Lu Yang's expression turned serious as he glanced at both Chen Tianjiao and Shi Xiaowen. Governor Ji, have you heard of the interrogation of despair? Ji Boyan shook his head. This was the first time he'd heard the term. Lu Yang proceeded to explain, despair interrogation, in layman's terms, is an unconventional interrogation method. The term was coined by a notorious criminal from the last century. Its core lies in employing various means to exert psychological control over suspects. Later, as national laws became more widespread, this interrogation method was gradually phased out and replaced with more humane approaches. Today, I intend to employ 2 techniques from the repertoire of despair interrogation. Care to witness them? Ji Bonyan's heart skipped a beat. All right. Very well. I shall now activate my interrogation mode. With that, Lu Yang unexpectedly appeared behind Chen Tianjiao and Shi Xiaowen, knocking them unconscious before hoisting them over his shoulders and departing. Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Yinan shouted as she gave chase. Put my husband down right now. You! Let go of my colleague. Bai Zhuan and Fang Shoushi followed closely behind. Worried that the 2 might cause trouble in Lu Yang's hands, Governor Ji Boyan frowned deeply and hurried after them as well, wanting to see what Lu Yang intended to do with them. Half an hour later, Chen Tianjiao and Shi Xiaowen regained consciousness. Under Lu Yang's arrangement, they found themselves in 2 new environments. Chen Tianjiao found himself in a small room plastered with zebra print wallpaper. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of ventilation anywhere. He himself was restrained to a chair, unable to move. As for Shi Xiaowen, he found himself in a pitch-black room. The walls, windows, and doors were all shrouded in darkness. He himself was locked inside a cage barely large enough to contain his body. Strangely enough, the 2 locations were adjacent, separated only by a folding door. Bai Zhuan, Fang Shaoxi, Zhao Yinan, and Ji Banyan arrived one after another. Except for Ji Banyan, the others rushed toward Lu Yang the moment they saw him, demanding to know what he was doing. Lu Yang pushed them aside, walked over to Ji Banyan, and led him on a tour of both environments. Soon, they emerged again. 2 environments, 2 distinct interrogation approaches. Chen Tianjiao's environment is called the Sleepless Wall, while Shi Xiaowen's is the City of Death. My task is to keep Chen Tianjiao fixated on the zebra-striped walls surrounding him and Shi Xiaowen focused on the pitch-black environment around him. It's pure mental torture, causing them no physical harm. Even the toughest men can't endure more than 3 days here. During that time, Governor Ji will focus on reassuring their families and colleagues. Once I extract the answers I need, they'll walk out of here on their own. I see. So this is what they call the despair interrogation. Ji Banyan felt an overwhelming sense of menace wash over him, sending a shiver down his spine. He then said, Mr. Lu, you focus on your work. Leave the outside world to me. Thank you. Lu Yang offered his thanks and turned to walk inside. How could he possibly create such an interrogation environment in such a short time? It was all provided by the system. The despair interrogation skill, in essence, was a method of interrogation that only tormented the mind without causing physical harm. The 2 environments conjured by the system were actually imagined based on the host's own thoughts. After introducing Ji Banyan, he stepped into the environment where Chen Tianjiao was held. Facing her, he demanded, Chen Tianjiao, between you and Shi Xiaowen, who lied first? Chen Tianjiao squirmed in his chair and protested, no, you're being unreasonable. That was my child. How could I possibly lie to you when he's dead? Then why do your statements differ from Shi Xiaowen's? Lu Yang pressed. Chen Tianjiao retorted, how should I know? Who's to say he wasn't lying? After hearing this, Lu Yang walked through the folding door into another interrogation area to question Shi Xiaowen. Fine, you don't have to talk. But I can guarantee you'll stay in this kind of environment. After watching him leave, Chen Tianjiao grew impatient, struggling violently. Hey! Don't go! Come back! Come back! Moments later, Lu Yang stood facing Shi Xiaowen in the cage and said, Shi Xiaowen, I'm asking you, does that child's death have anything to do with you? Shi Xiaowen shook his head. No. Lu Yang pressed again, then why do your colleagues' accounts differ somewhat from what Chen Tianjiao said? Shi Xiaowen. Not talking, huh? Fine. I'll wait right here and see how long you can hold out. Seeing this, Lu Yang thought to himself that he'd have to put in some serious effort for a protracted battle. He prepared provisions in advance, shuttling back and forth within this space. He ensured they neither went hungry nor thirsty, but he denied them sleep, forcing them to remain constantly alert and fixated on their surroundings. The moment either showed signs of drowsiness, the two environments would suddenly spawn pinpricks that stabbed them. Yet the instant they snapped back to alertness, the needles vanished without a trace. Thus, under this relentless torment, by dusk, Shi Xiaowen was the first to break down and reveal the truth. However, before disclosing the facts, he demanded 10 minutes of sleep from Lu Yang. Lu Yang agreed, holding a watch as he waited. 10 minutes later, he roused Shi Xiaowen and asked, "Can you tell me now?" Shi Xiaowen rubbed his eyes, drank a bottle of water, and said, "I admit, I did initially have that intention to burglarize the place. Because that household seemed to me to be the wealthiest among all the customers I'd ever dealt with. After completing all the work, ordinary households would pay in renminbi to settle the final balance. But that family was different, they paid in Hong Kong dollars. Back then, everyone knew Hong Kong people were wealthy. We couldn't even read the currency when we got it, but after asking around, we learned one Hong Kong dollar was worth half my monthly salary. But my thoughts stopped there. After that, I never had any further contact with that homeowner. Here, this one. I still keep one." Shi Xiaowen pulled out a crisp Hong Kong dollar bill and handed it over. Lu Yang took it and glanced at it, instantly realizing something was off. Hong Kong dollar? When did mainland China adopt such a spending habit? Chapter 96, Traces of Evidence. Lu Yang sensed something amiss. In his understanding, before Hong Kong's official handover in 1997, the mainland used only renminbi. Hong Kong dollars simply didn't exist. Against this backdrop, the couple had chosen to go against the grain by demanding Hong Kong dollars for the transaction and requesting Shi Xiaowen to install a password system for their home. This alone was highly suspicious. But no matter how much Lu Yang pondered it, he couldn't fathom the significance of Chen Tianjiu and his wife's actions. If Shi Xiaowen wasn't responsible, then how did the lock at Chen Tianjiu's home open by itself? How did their child go missing? And who ultimately harmed the child? All these questions made Lu Yang feel that this case was far from as straightforward as it appeared on the surface. Instead of releasing Shi Xiaowen, he turned and walked through the folding door into another zebra wall environment. While Chen Tianjiu slept, he roused him and said, "So, have you tasted the flavor of despair?" interrogation. "Now, do you choose to talk or not?" Chen Tianjiu's eyes were dark and sunken, his mental state clearly deteriorating. Under the relentless pressure of this environment, his resolve was crumbling. "I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Yang pulled out a Hong Kong dollar bill and waved it before his eyes. "You recognize this, right?" Shi Xiaowen just spilled everything. "That's right, he admitted he wanted to break into your home but never found the chance. You, on the other hand, seem suspicious." "Oof. What does that prove?" Chen Tianjiu gave a weary, cold laugh. Lu Yang continued, "In this day and age, everyone uses money for purchases, but everyone else uses renminbi. You're the only one who's different. You gave the locksmith a few Hong Kong dollar bills. What are you implying?" Chen Tianjiu's eyes darted nervously, panic setting in. Lu Yang retrieved the Hong Kong dollar note, his eyes flashing with intensity. "Nothing," he said. "Just curious. Who in their right mind would do that? Is the foreign exchange business getting tough? Or did you get into trouble over in Hong Kong and sneak over here?" In those days, the laws on both sides of the strait differed. Many criminals evaded prosecution by changing their identities and smuggling themselves across to survive. While ordinary people could visit as tourists, they needed passports and had to exchange currency at authorized foreign exchange institutions. If Chen Tianjiu had come to survive on the mainland, how could he not exchange foreign currency? Unless there was one possibility, he had gotten into trouble on Hong Kong Island. But that was just speculation. Chen Tianjiu then shifted his gaze nervously to the side and said, "Sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about." "Not talking, huh? Fine. Then you'll stay right here for now. Watch how I investigate you." With that, Lu Yang flashed a menacing glare and left the room. Moments later, he emerged outside. Bai Zhuan, Chen Shoushi, and Chen Tianjiu's wife, Zhao Yanan, confronted him the moment he emerged. "You bastard! What did you do to my colleague? Let me tell you, this is illegal detention. You could end up in jail for this. Did you hear that? Let go of my husband." Lu Yang glared back at them, then shoved them aside. He walked over to Ji Boyan and said, "Governor Ji, I've got a handle on the situation. I want to ask, are you confident you can contact the agents in Hong Kong?" "Should be possible," Ji Boyan replied. "What's the urgency?" Lu Yang glanced at Zhao Yanan and said, "Based on the interrogation, I believe Chen Tianjiu is the most likely suspect between the two. But he's the one who reported the crime. And the victim is their own child. How could they possibly kill their own child?" Ji Boyan was stunned by this revelation. "Don't be surprised it's true," Lu Yang stated bluntly. "I suspect Chen Tianjiu is from Hong Kong Island and is actually a wanted criminal there. No, to be precise, he seems more like a human trafficker." Ji Boyan frowned and asked, "What evidence do you have to support that?" Lu Yang replied decisively, "Earlier, during my interrogation of the two suspects, Shi Xiaowen was sincere. He admitted he had considered committing a burglary but never followed through due to factors like his colleague always being nearby. After confessing this, he handed me a brand new Hong Kong dollar note, claiming it was the construction fee Chen Tianjiao had given him at the time. When I questioned Chen Tianjiao, however, he was evasive and uncooperative. Therefore, I suspect Chen Tianjiao likely came here illegally. He probably committed a crime in Hong Kong, which is why he can't use foreign currency. Ji Banyan nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. So you want me to check this man's criminal record, right? Exactly, Lu Yang replied. Alright, I'll try to get in touch. Ji Banyan agreed without hesitation, then walked to the other side and pulled out his phone to look up various details about Chen Tianjiao. During this time, perhaps feeling uneasy, Chen Tianjiao's wife, Zhao Yanan, seemed to be trying to cover something up. She stormed over to Lu Yang angrily and said, "You bastard. What kind of Thai detective are you? Not only did you illegally detain my husband, but you also suspect him of being a human trafficker. Why don't you just go die?" Lu Yang pushed her away. Poof. The investigation isn't over yet. Why the rush? If your husband is innocent, I'll apologize personally. You can hit or yell at me then. But until we get to the bottom of this, you're not going anywhere. You won't let me go, so I won't go? Who do you think you are? Zhao Yanan stood up and declared, "I'm leaving. See if you can stop me. Where do you think you're going? You framed my colleague like that. Try letting even one of us leave." Just then, Bai Zhuan and Chen Shoushi stepped forward to block her path. You lunatics. A bunch of lunatics. With nowhere to go, Zhao Yanan turned back, leaned against the wall, and cursed furiously. Not long after, Ji Banyan returned with the investigation results and said to Lu Yang, "The results are in." "What's the situation?" Lu Yang inquired. Ji Banyan explained, 3 months ago, a couple of human traffickers surfaced in Hong Kong. The man is named Lu San, and the woman is Zhang Ziwei. Since their appearance, they've destroyed numerous families, trafficking over 100 children. Their ill-gotten gains amount to 30 million Hong Kong dollars. However, recent intelligence from Hong Kong police indicates their trail suddenly went cold. Authorities suspect they may have smuggled themselves back to the mainland. Here their photos and wanted details are on my phone. Judging by the images, they match this couple perfectly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang, Bai Zhuan, and Chen Shoushi all crowded around to examine the images. Only Zhao Yanan thought to flee. But Lu Yang quickly spotted her and grabbed her by the arm. Chapter 97, Control Restoration Skill. Zhang Ziwei. Lu Yang grabbed Zhao Yanan by the arm. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhao Yanan halted abruptly. Turning her head, she drew a dagger from her pocket and lunged forward. Lu Yang reacted with lightning speed, pulling his hand back. Like a galloping steed, he seized her as she lunged forward, snatching the dagger from her grasp. In the struggle, he slashed her ankle, the pain causing her to faint. The next second, Ji Banyan approached. "Mr. Lu, are you alright?" "Nothing." Lu Yang calmly tossed the dagger aside. "Notify Feng Zizai to come arrest this person." "What about the other one?" "He's no pushover," Ji Banyan remarked. "After all, they're only suspects for now. If they don't confess voluntarily and time drags on, they might hire lawyers to defend themselves. That would be a loss rather than a gain." "I understand," Lu Yang acknowledged the logic. "Leave it to me." 2 minutes later, he walked back to the zebra crossing, facing the visibly shaken Chen Tianjiao. "Lu San," he said, "I've uncovered your true identity. There's no point in pretending anymore." Chen Tianjiao froze for a moment, then chuckled softly and shook his head. "What Lu San? I don't know him. My name is Chen Tianjiao." 3 months ago, a couple emerged in Hong Kong, the man called Lu San, the woman Zhang Ziwei. Together, they trafficked children and committed every conceivable evil. Lu Yang's tone turned icy. The commotion grew too loud, and they were hunted down by every major detective agency in Hong Kong. But recently, their trail seems to have vanished without a trace. Hong Kong investigators strongly suspect this couple has smuggled themselves back to the mainland. After cross-checking, our personnel over there have sent over the couple's photos and wanted information. Upon comparison, they look exactly like you and Zhao Yanan. So, whether it's Lu San or Chen Tianjiao, this case is already a done deal. Your wife is currently detained in the detention center, awaiting the next round of interrogation results. You don't seriously think you can keep dragging this out, do you? Chen Tianjiao's pupils dilated instantly as he stared at the man in shock. You bastard, don't push things too far. You need to leave yourself some wiggle room. Otherwise, you won't even know how you'll die someday. Still talking tough, huh? Lu Yang's demeanor shifted abruptly, his gaze turning terrifying. Fine. Let's see how long you can keep talking tough. System, activate control restoration skill. Lu Yang silently commanded in his mind. A prompt sounded in his mind shortly after. Ding, control restoration skill activated. Host may utilize this skill to manipulate environments conjured after the despair interrogation skill is activated, achieving interrogation objectives by inflicting physical and mental damage upon the subject until truth is revealed. Needle felt. Target, Lu San, also known as Chen Tianjiao. The next second, within the zebra-striped environment, iron pallets studded with pinholes appeared on either side of Lu San, relentlessly descending toward him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As they spoke, the iron pallets were mere centimeters away from touching Lu San's body. Instantly overcome with terror, Lu San let out a scream. He knew that if the pallets continued descending at this speed, he would likely be crushed into a pulp. And not just crushed, pierced by countless needles, bleeding uncontrollably until the pain finally numbed him. He didn't want to die like this. I'll talk. Please, just pull those iron planks back. Retract the needle felt. Lu Yang shouted at the iron planks on both sides. The next second, the skill retracted. Both iron planks halted their descent, suspended in place for a second before slowly ascending until they vanished. Only then did he speak. Talk. Tell me everything honestly, and you might suffer less of this torture. Chen Tianjiao sat where he was, catching his breath before replying, that's right. My real name is Lu San. I'm a human trafficker. Zhang Ziwei isn't my wife either. She was a hostess I met in Lan Kuai Fong. Since I frequented her services, we gradually ended up together. But after living together, neither of us had proper jobs. Legitimate work paid too little, was exhausting and dirty, not for us. So we set our sights on the children roaming the streets. One day, I met some people in the underworld and saw them sell captured children for huge sums. I was consumed by envy and started copying them. Within 3 months, working in tandem, one of us luring them, the other snatching them, we captured over 100 children. The proceeds totaled 30 million Hong Kong dollars. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out attracts the wind. With the increasing number of missing children, detectives from Hong Kong Island's police station began investigating us. For safety, Zhang Ziwei and I secretly crossed over to the mainland in the dead of night while everyone slept. We settled down, changed our identities, and started anew. But as we squandered our savings, our funds dwindled. Zhang Ziwei and I decided to strike one last time. Little did we know mainland security was so tight we couldn't find an opening. Finally, we snatched a child, but the little one wouldn't stop crying. To avoid waking the neighbors and making things worse, Zhang Ziwei and I brewed a cup of milk with boiling water and forced it down the child's throat. The result? We scalded the child to death. After realizing we'd killed someone, we were terrified. We planned to bury the child and be done with it. But fearing we'd be implicated, we staged a drama after much deliberation, shifting the blame onto the locksmith. Zhang Ziwei and I first removed the child's heart to create the illusion of human trafficking. We then stuffed the body into a garbage bag, discarded it outside a random house, and returned to report the incident to the local police station, deceiving them by posing as the child's relatives searching for their lost child. We directed them to investigate that locksmith. But what we didn't anticipate was the unexpected variable of you. As a detective, you possess extraordinary discernment. You can use your own methods to pierce through superficial illusions. Judging by your approach, you must have been a veteran investigator. If I'd fallen into someone else's hands, I'd be seething with resentment. But facing you, I accept my defeat, and I accept it wholeheartedly. But don't forget, if you can send me to prison, one day I'll send you there too. At this, Lu Yang slapped him across the face. As a detective, I've crossed countless criminal syndicates. If anyone wants me dead, it won't be your turn. But you? Murder, human trafficking, your crimes against humanity are so heinous, you might not even have the guts to walk out of here alive. Chapter 98, A New Case. Lu San fell silent for a moment, lowering his head. Indeed, at this point, what chance did he have of turning things around? Murder, human trafficking, and framing others, the combined weight of his crimes was enough to warrant countless death sentences. Just as he was about to speak again, footsteps approached from behind. Mr. Lu, how did it go? Did he talk? Ji Bonian approached and asked. Lu Yang nodded. He's talking. Ji Boyan smiled faintly. Zhang Ziwei has also confessed. She and Lu San, that is, Chen Tianjiao, returned to the mainland to kidnap children. By accident, they fed the child scalding milk, causing his death. Afterward, to evade responsibility, they staged this entire charade. That's pretty much what Lu San said. Lu Yang nodded in agreement. Ji Boyan continued, given this, shouldn't we release Lu San and Shi Xiaowen? Restore their freedom, hand one over to the investigation bureau, and show leniency toward the other? It's only right. Lu Yang spoke, deactivating both despair interrogation skills. With a snap of his fingers, the pitch-black environment and the zebra-striped environment vanished instantly, returning them to a real-world setting in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Ji Bonian, Lu San, and Shi Xiaowen were utterly bewildered. Wait, what just happened? How did those two environments vanish in the blink of an eye? What on earth was that? Mr. Shi, I sincerely apologize for the brief detention and interrogation. You are free to go now. Before they could react, Lu Yang walked up to Shi Xiaowen and untied his restraints. Shi Xiaowen stared blankly for a few seconds, said nothing, then turned and left the area with his two colleagues, Bai Zhuan and Chen Xiaoxi. Afterwards, Lu Yang then approached Lu San, untied him, and gripped him firmly. Lu San, you're suspected of several criminal offenses. Do you plead guilty? I admit it, Lu San said, closing his eyes. Very well. Come with me to see the station personnel. Lu Yang led him over to Ji Banyan. Governor Ji, you lead the way. Understood. Ji Boyan snapped back to attention and nodded. The trio walked 50 meters forward and soon met up with the local police squad. The lead arresting officer, an elite detective named Ji Qing, was Governor Ji's nephew and a colleague of Feng's eye. Upon hearing his uncle had uncovered the infant case, he had followed to assist with the arrest and observe the entire investigative process. After taking Lu San away, the objective of the arrest was achieved. Yet, instead of leaving immediately, Ji Qing approached Ji Banyan to ask how they had cracked the case. Uncle, how did you crack this case? Well, Ji Boyan said, glancing at Lu Yang on the other side, you'd have to ask Lu Yang what he thinks. Lu Yang? The detective Feng's eye mentioned? Holy crap, he solved the fake Secretary General case too? Upon hearing this, Ji Qing immediately crowded closer. Senior, you're seriously amazing. Lu Yang cleared his throat. Actually, this case wasn't as difficult as you might imagine. First, the child's condition upon death was enough to deduce that this was the work of both human traffickers and inexperienced parents. But real parents wouldn't abandon their child after it got scalded by milk, then go so far as to remove its heart. They'd rush it to the hospital out of love. Kidnappers are different. Armed with this hypothesis, uncovering the truth would be twice as effective with half the effort. Plus, analyzing that inconspicuous Hong Kong dollar note led us to the source we needed. Sure, Xiaowen intended to steal but failed to act, an attempted crime born of self-interest. Since he confessed, we'll let him go. Lu San sought to evade legal responsibility by impersonating the child's guardian, shifting blame. Yet his identity was exposed by the Hong Kong dollar note in Sure Xiaowen's possession, ultimately backfiring on him. This shows that people are always a blend of good and evil. Selfishness, greed, delusion, these human traits weave a web of connections, becoming accomplices to crime. Ji Qing listened intently, digesting Lu Yang's words. By the time she snapped back to reality, Lu Yang had already gotten into the car and driven away with Ji Banyan. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have earned 400,000 light points. Acquired skill, scene recall 3. On the way back, the system's notification sounded in Lu Yang's mind. Unlike previous instances where the system granted multiple skills, this time only one skill was awarded and it could only be used 3 times. This puzzled him, prompting him to inquire, System, why only one skill this time? Host, do not panic. Though singular, this skill proves more effective than previous ones and carries no duration limit. It is intended for the ultra-difficult mission cases ahead. Super difficult task cases? So the later cases get harder and harder? Lu Yang's interest was instantly piqued. Interesting. Mr. Lu, we're almost at my place. Care to come in for a visit? Ji Banyan suddenly spoke up. Xin Yue and Jining, those 2 girls, will definitely be dying to hear the whole story of this case. An old man like me can't really keep up with them anymore. Why don't you help me entertain them? Lu Yang quickly regained his composure and replied, that sounds fine. Ji Boyan smiled faintly upon hearing this. Once the car pulled up to his house, he got out, went upstairs to his bedroom to rest, and instructed the driver to entertain Lu Yang. The driver then led Lu Yang to a room. No sooner had Lu Yang sat down in the room than Sure Xin Yue and Ji Ning burst in. Both wore casual pajamas. Spotting Lu Yang, they tossed aside their slippers and scampered barefoot onto the bed, begging him to recount the entire case. Lu Yang recounted the story to them. After listening, Sure Xin Yue and Ji Ning blinked their beautiful eyes in unison. That's incredible. The person who reported the crime is the perpetrator, yet the perpetrator provided the clues. This case sounds quite different from the usual ones. The 2 stared blankly for a long while. Soon after, they approached him. Mr. Lu, since you're so clever, why not help us out? Yes. We have a case right here that still has us scratching our heads. Lu Yang smiled faintly upon hearing this. He had been wondering if he needed to deliberately cultivate a relationship with Ji Ning to take on a case from her and complete the system's assigned task. But now it seemed he wouldn't have to go through all that trouble. Sure thing. I'm a detective. Wherever there's a case, I'll be there to solve it. Tell me about it. What exactly happened? Chapter 99, The Lawyer's Death Case. Upon hearing this, Ji Ning began the story. As you know, I'm an internet celebrity. I often post emotional content on platforms. Over time, I've gained many followers who message me privately, sharing their troubles in life and hoping to find some comfort from me. I reply to almost every message, but just now, a fan messaged me, and I didn't know how to respond. He said he had a friend who died under mysterious circumstances. Lu Yang frowned and pressed further, then what? How exactly did this mysterious death occur? Sure Xin Yue picked up the thread and replied, he said his friend was the founder of a law firm. Not long ago, he handled a case between a national rare bird hunter and a naval agent. Because of that case, he offended one of the national rare bird hunters. Because of this, the national rare bird hunter was arrested. The naval agent mistakenly killed the hunter's wife during the incident. Witnessing the shooting left him traumatized and mentally unstable. Time flew by, and half a year later, he took on another divorce case. He was sitting in his office when a man walked in calmly. The man claimed his wife was cheating and had photographic evidence, demanding the lawyer handle the case to secure a divorce. He was curious. Usually, a spouse caught cheating would provoke intense anger, yet this client remained remarkably calm. Still, considering the man was also a victim, he took the case. But after leaving the office for this case, he never returned. Around the same time, news reports emerged of a body discovered in the waters off Songjiang, and that body was his friend. He had been shot 3 times and died instantly, yet there were no leads whatsoever. As a friend, the netizen also felt deeply sorry for the deceased, drowning his sorrows in alcohol and pouring out his heart. Ji Ning and I felt sorry for him, so we wanted to help. I wonder how Mr. Liu intends to handle this case. Liu Yang listened carefully, digesting their words. The deceased was a lawyer who had taken on 2 cases. One involved a dispute between a national rare bird hunter and a naval investigator, while the other was a divorce case. The first case concluded successfully with the naval agent winning the lawsuit. However, this action angered the national rare bird hunter and subsequently cost the hunter's wife her life. In the second case, the petitioner requested the lawyer to represent him in a divorce proceeding against his wife. After successfully securing the divorce, the lawyer never returned from the case and was found dead in the waters off Songjiang. The deceased was found with 3 bullets in his body, leaving no traceable leads. The 2 cases appeared unrelated at first glance, but they were likely intricately connected. However, the petitioner's limited communication skills had obscured certain crucial details. It seemed that to solve the case, Liu Yang would need to reconnect with this fan. That's going to be tough. Liu Yang pondered for a moment before saying, but solving it isn't impossible. The question is whether you can contact this fan? We can. Ji Ning nodded, pulling out his phone mid-sentence. He contacted the fan through the platform and soon obtained his contact information, relaying it to Liu Yang. He lives in the residential complex across from the Songjiang Sea area. He's waiting outside for us now. Should we go meet him? Let's go meet him, Liu Yang said, rising and heading for the door. Hold on, let's change clothes first, Ji Ning replied. She then pulled Shi Xinyuat along and headed into the bedroom. After changing into casual outerwear, they walked out. The trio drove to the designated location and met the fan at the entrance of a residential complex. After some questioning, the fan finally recounted the specific details of the incident. It turned out the deceased was named Songwon. A year prior, while representing a naval agent in a lawsuit, a dispute had erupted between naval agent Zhang Mingjie and national rare bird hunter Bell. Bell had violated national laws by illegally hunting the endangered short-tailed albatross. During the hunt, he was discovered by Zhang Mingjie, leading to a heated argument and physical altercation. Zhang Mingjie was injured, and Bell was apprehended by arriving naval agent colleagues. Afterward, Zhang Mingjie pursued legal action against Bell, bringing him to court. The case was handled by the deceased, Song-won, who single-handedly secured 5 major charges against Bell, ultimately sending him to prison. 3 months later, Bell was released from prison. Seeking revenge against Song-won, he kidnapped Song-won's sister, Song-ching, demanding that Song-won deliver the ransom alone. Song-won risked his life, using cunning tactics to lure Bell by bringing his wife along while coordinating with local agents to capture him. However, during the rescue of Song-ching, a local agent accidentally shot and killed Bell's wife. Consumed by guilt over Li Bo's wife, Song-won became mentally unstable. The incident occurred right across the water, in the Songjiang Sea area. A year later, Song-won took on a divorce case. A middle-aged man claiming to be Chen Guanyu presented evidence of his wife's infidelity, demanding Song-won fight the case to ensure their divorce. He also demanded that his wife be left penniless. Song-won accepted the case. However, after Chen Guanyu left, while reviewing the private photos of his wife's infidelity, Song-won noticed that Chen Guanyu's wife bore a striking resemblance to the wife of Bell, who had been mistakenly killed a year earlier. Already living with shame over that incident, Song-won was now intrigued by this woman who looked exactly like Bell's wife. He went out to investigate her, but once he left, he never returned. Instead, he was found dead in the Songjiang waters, shot 3 times. After hearing the details of these 2 cases, Liu Yang finally grasped a faint thread of connection in his words. He murmured to himself, Songjiang waters, identical wives, interesting. Ha? Mr. Liu, what are you talking about? Shi Xinyue asked. Yeah. Have you found any clues? Tell us already. Ji Ning chimed in from beside her. Seeing this, Liu Yang turned to face them and replied, every case has its hidden causes and consequences, and this one is no exception. When Song-won took on his first case, he offended Bell, causing Bell to be imprisoned for 3 months. After those 3 months, Bell harbored a grudge over this incident and kidnapped his sister. While Song-won went to deliver the ransom, using Bell's wife as bait to lure him out, he simultaneously contacted the investigators. Although his sister was rescued, it led to the mistaken killing of Bell's wife. That was his sin, and the root cause of this entire case. But a year later, the divorce case resurfaced, reminding him of it all. Seeing someone who looked exactly like Belle's wife, he went to investigate, consumed by guilt. Then came the news of his death, his final destination, and the consequence of this whole affair. To uncover how he died, one must first understand Chen Guanyu himself, his ex-wife, and the connection to Belle's deceased wife. Following these threads, gradually unraveling the investigation step by step, is the only way to reach the ultimate goal. Chapter 100, Chen Guanyu Lies. Makes sense. Songwon went out to investigate after seeing that photo of Chen Guanyu, only to die under mysterious circumstances. And that photo bore an uncanny resemblance to Belle's wife, who was mistakenly shot. The whole thing sounds pretty suspicious. Sure, Xin Yuan and Ji Ning nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Ji Ning then turned to Lu Yang and asked, Mr. Lu, should we go find Chen Guanyu first, or first to the law firm? Find that photo, then go confirm with Chen Guanyu, Lu Yang interrupted. Alright, I'll get the car, Ji Ning said, starting the vehicle and driving it up to the group. He leaned out and said, let's go. Take that fan with us, he can guide us. Lu Yang turned to the fan, but before he could speak, the fan nodded. Soon after, they all got into the car. Guided by the fan, they arrived at the law firm once founded by Songwon. After some discussion, they finally found the photo in a drawer inside Songwon's office. To verify its authenticity, Lu Yang specifically brought the photo to the fan. Here, take a look. Is this the one? Yes, that's the one, the fan replied. I'm also a partner at the firm. I was present when Songwon took on both cases that day. I can confirm this is genuine. Do you know Chen Guanyu's exact address? Lu Yang pressed. The fan nodded. Yes, I know. He lives in the mountaintop apartments, a private villa complex. Chen Guanyu is a well-known local businessman, so it's easy to spot. Let's go. Take me there, Lu Yang said, kicking the photo back. He patted Ji Ning on the shoulder. Come on, Miss Ji? Ji Ning understood perfectly well what she meant. She thought to herself, how could she, the daughter of a provincial governor, be acting as this guy's driver? And willingly, at that? Wait, what was going on here? Who knows? Fine. You can count on this lady to drive you safely. She pulled her car keys from her pocket, dangling them from her finger as she waved them. Following Shi Xinyue, she stepped out of the office ahead of them. The fan and Lu Yang stared blankly for a moment before silently trailing behind. Soon, guided by Ji Ning's driving, they headed toward the mountaintop apartment complex. There, they met up with Chen Guang. Lu Yang immediately shook his hand and stated his purpose. Hello, I'm Lu Yang, a private investigator. A friend of mine, a lawyer, died suddenly and inexplicably. I'd like to ask you about him. Chen Guang paused slightly, standing in the doorway. You're referring to the case of attorney Songwon, aren't you? Exactly. Ah. Chen Guanyu suddenly sighed. I've heard about this too. He was an excellent lawyer, but his life was tragically cut short. In my opinion, there must be some hidden circumstances behind this. Yeah, 3 bullets in his body, yet no leads or investigation, it just doesn't add up. There's no way there aren't hidden circumstances. Lu Yang agreed, but what I'm more curious about is what's the story behind this photo. As he spoke, Lu Yang pulled out the photograph. Chen Guanyu looked at it coldly. This is my ex-wife, Duna. She was promiscuous, constantly sleeping with other men behind my back. Before the incident, I gathered some evidence, private photos of her with others, and wanted to hire Songwon to handle my divorce case. Songwon took the case and didn't charge me much. But he said this evidence alone would only get me a divorce, not a divorce where she leaves with nothing. What I wanted was for her to walk away with no assets. So I asked him how to proceed. Songwon told me it was actually quite simple, he just needed to personally capture video evidence of Duna cheating. And he had to do it himself. I didn't think much of it at the time, didn't take it seriously, and agreed. I figured, since that woman had already strayed, it didn't matter if she was caught. I'd just leave some photos behind and walk away. But who knew that later that very day, I'd see the news on TV about Songwon's death. That's all? Lu Yang asked after hearing the story. Yes, that's all, Chen Guanyu replied. Alright then. Sorry to bother you. Lu Yang shook his hand and turned to leave. Chen Guanyu walked them out. On the way, Shi Xinyue, Ji Ning, Lu Yang, and the fan discussed what had just been said. Lu Yang said, on one side, there's Belle's deceased wife, on the other, the wealthy man's adulterous ex-wife. Xinyue, what do you all think? Was what Chen Guanyu just said actually true? I think it's true. Shi Xinyue was the first to respond. Chen Guanyu is a prominent figure in the province, frequently moving between political and business circles. If he were truly corrupt, he'd likely have been investigated long ago. That's right. The fan chimed in. Besides, Songwon investigated the person in that photo because she looked exactly like Belle's wife. So we shouldn't be doubting Chen Guanyu, we should be looking into the person in the photo. No, I find Chen Guanyu's story highly suspicious. After listening to both sides, Ji Ning replied, I studied law abroad and have some understanding of divorce cases. Under normal circumstances, if the plaintiff possesses photos proving the defendant's infidelity, that alone is sufficient to satisfy the plaintiff's demands to dissolve the marriage and have the defendant leave with nothing. It's not like he claims, insisting he needs a video to meet his demands. That's why I suspect he's lying. It's not impossible. Lu Yang nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of hesitation in the car, he turned to the fan. Do you know where the person in the photo lives? The fan replied, the request documents mentioned it. Duna lives in Unit 3301, 3rd floor, Building 11 of Sky Garden. Let's go check it out, Lu Yang said. Songwon was undoubtedly murdered. But under normal circumstances, a person struck by 3 bullets would inevitably cause a significant commotion, drawing the attention of those nearby. Yet in reality, no such commotion occurred. This suggests several possibilities for his death. One is that he died from the gunshot itself, but the bullet exiting the barrel made no sound. Another is that he voluntarily stepped in front of the gun. Regardless of the scenario, Lu Yang must uncover the full truth behind this incident. Chen Guanyu was undoubtedly lying, but the motive behind his deception remained to be uncovered. Lu Yang hoped to glean something from Duna. After all, they were both husband and wife, and enemies. In such situations, discussing the other party often led to the spilling of some secrets. As for what kind of dirt it might be, he was genuinely looking forward to finding out. Chapter 101, Duna's account. The car moved slowly forward. Before long, Lu Yang and his group arrived at the front door of Duna's home. Standing at her doorstep, they knocked. Coming. Duna answered, holding a small child. Seeing the unfamiliar faces, she hesitated. Who are you? Lu Yang stepped forward to explain. Hello, my name is Lu Yang. I'm a detective. I'm here to investigate the death of Song Wenshin. What do you want to ask? Duna inquired. Lu Yang spoke bluntly. From what I understand, the last case Song Wenshin took before his death was the divorce dispute between you and Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu gave Song Wenshin several photos of your infidelity, demanding you divorce him and leave with nothing. He said that because these photos weren't enough to prove you had no assets to divide, Songwon needed to get closer to you to capture more direct evidence as proof. I want to ask you, is any of this true? At the mention of Chen Guanyu, Duna's brows furrowed and she snapped, bull-proof. There was never any such thing. Oh? So Chen Guanyu lied to us then? Lu Yang pressed further. Duna retorted, he was right to sue me over the photos, but everything else is fabricated. Here's the truth. That day, Chen Guanyu brought the photos to Songwon, demanding Songwon represent him in court to divorce me and strip me of everything. Songwon saw me in the photos and recognized a resemblance to a girl he'd wronged in the past. Out of guilt, he refused Chen Guanyu's request. Chen flew into a rage and stormed out. He left those photos behind at the law firm. The more Songwon looked at the photos, the more he recalled that incident from a year ago. He assumed the woman from back then was still alive, which is why he sought me out. Seeing how difficult it was for me to raise the child alone, he stayed to help me care for the baby. I was at my most vulnerable then. My divorce from Chen Guanyu wasn't what it appeared on the surface. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing, a hypocrite. In his youth, with my support, he climbed the ladder step by step to reach his current position. After he became successful, he became active in both political and business circles, secretly keeping mistresses. Later, one of those mistresses demanded he divorce me to secure her position. To prevent me from exposing his past deeds, Chen Guanyu set me up staging photos of me with a young, handsome man. He used those photos to blackmail me while simultaneously parading them around to lawyers to file for divorce, aiming to strip me and our child of everything. Bound by those images, I endured his abuse all this time. Now that he's made these photos public, I no longer need to keep bailing him out. I just never found the chance to strike back until one day, Songwon found me. Meeting him for the first time reminded me of when I first got together with Chen Guanyu. Except Songwon was kinder and more considerate than him. We talked a lot too. He said he approached me because I was connected to a woman he accidentally killed a year ago. She was the wife of Belle, a national rare bird hunter. Due to a lawsuit, he offended Belle, who then kidnapped his sister to blackmail him. Later, to rescue his sister, he lured Belle's wife. His sister was saved, but Belle's wife was shot dead while protecting Belle. Ever since, he's lived with guilt, as if seeing me as Belle's wife. He apologized to me and poured out his heart. Before long, he was crying like a child. Seeing how emotional he was for a man, I confided in him about my situation with Chen Guanyu. I talked for nearly half an hour before we finally ended up holding each other. After Songwon left, news of his shooting death came on the TV shortly after. I wept uncontrollably and went to the scene to see him. It's such a pity, such a good man, yet he can never speak to me again. After finishing her story, Duna couldn't help but shed tears. She reached for tissues to wipe her face. Several minutes later, she finally calmed down and changed her tone. Mr. Lu, do you think Songwon might have offended Chen Guanyu over this, leading Chen to have him assassinated? Lu Yan didn't know how to respond. Chen Guanyu was a well-known local businessman, one couldn't casually pin the blame on him. He then analyzed the situation. Chen Guanyu said he approached Songwon and Songwon agreed to help him. Yet you say Chen Guanyu sought him out, but Songwon refused. Instead, they empathized with each other's circumstances, confided in one another, and after parting ways, the incident occurred. So your accounts completely contradict each other. Regardless of truth or falsehood, I can't jump to conclusions before verifying this. Stay home and await my news. I'll head to the police station first to examine Song Wen's body. Lu Yang said, turning to leave. On the way, he addressed Shi Xinyue, Ji Ning, and the fan. Which of them do you think is more credible, Duna or Chen Guangyu? I think it's probably true. Shi Xinyue replied, women's intuition is interconnected. From the look in Duna's eyes, she's a deeply emotional person. Plus, the details she just mentioned about Song Wen match what we know pretty closely. She probably wouldn't lie about it. It certainly seems that way. The fan changed his tune. I know Song Wen. He's a genuinely good person. And what that woman just described fits perfectly with how Song Wen would act. No, I'm not so sure. Ji Ning listened to their exchange and countered, when I was very young, I saw a saying on TV, the prettier the woman, the less trustworthy her words. While I don't agree with Chen Guangyu's views either, there's something about Duna that gives me a really bad feeling. How to put it, she seems like a skilled actress. Both of your points make sense. Lu Yang analyzed, but in my view, both of them are hiding something. As for the truth, we'll find out once we go to the morgue to see the body. The body? Ji Ning questioned. Yes, the body. Lu Yang turned to the fan. After the victim died, which detective agency took over the case? Shaji Detective Agency. The top agent, Ji Qing. The fan replied. Ji Qing? Ji Ning instantly chuckled. I know him. He's my cousin. We grew up together. Mr. Lu, rest assured. With me here, he'll definitely cooperate with you regarding Song Wenshin's death. Lu Yang smiled. That's good. Chapter 102, New Clues. About half an hour later. Lu Yang and his group arrived at the Cha Detective Agency. Led by Ji Ning, they proceeded to Ji Qing's office and met him there. Brother Qing, it's been ages. Ning, why didn't you let me know you were coming? Ji Qing immediately stood up and greeted them warmly. Ji Ning said, I just missed you, that's all. And you, taking on this lawyer murder case without telling me? Ji Qing looked at her in confusion. How did you find out about this? Ji Ning paused slightly, then turned and pulled the fan closer. Let me introduce you. This is my fan, who's also a party involved in this case, a friend of Song Wen. He told you about it? Seriously, nothing ever stays hidden from you. Ji Qing tapped her forehead, then turned to notice the other two and walked over. Xinyue looks beautiful too. Brother Ji Ning still remembers me? Sure, Xinyue smiled faintly. Of course I do. We used to play together all the time when we were kids. Ji Qing said, glancing at the person beside her. This one looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. They had crossed paths briefly during the infant abduction case they solved last time, but there had been no real interaction between them. It was only natural that she didn't recognize him. Fortunately, Lu Yang didn't dwell on it either. He replied indifferently, Detective Ji, who I am isn't important. What matters is where Song Wen's body was stored after his death. Ji Qing replied, after Song Wen died, his body was originally meant to be claimed by his sister. But she's still in middle school, and considering her age, we didn't want to subject her to such trauma. So we never notified his family. He's just been kept in the cold storage. So the body is intact, correct? Ji Qing nodded. Correct. Lu Yang exhaled in relief. Good. Take me to see it. I want to understand how he managed to remain undetected by those around him after being shot 3 times. Ji Qing had initially disagreed, but upon hearing this, his interest was piqued. He asked, after the case occurred, all clues were kept under strict confidentiality. No statements were ever released to the public. How did you even guess about this? Lu Yang smiled and replied, that missing infant case last time, didn't you seal off the clues then too? In the end, didn't I still crack it? The infant disappearance case? At that, an image flashed through Ji Qing's mind. Your senior Lu Yang? Finally remembered? Lu Yang walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Come on, take me to meet Song Wen. Ji Qing nodded. His first encounter with Lu Yang came through Feng Zizai, who spoke of him with both admiration and gritted teeth, a rare opponent and talent. Though capable of any extreme measure to solve a case, he always hit the mark. Later, after the infant disappearance case had concluded, Shi Zhong mentioned Lu Yang. The most memorable thing Shi Zhong had said was, a man like that, if he weren't a detective, if he weren't solely driven by solving cases, I'd be tempted to recruit him into the provincial committee compound and put him to work for me. Consider this, Feng Zai and Shi Zhong already held considerable status. To receive such praise from him meant this man was undoubtedly exceptional. With him investigating this case, Ji Qing might feel more confident. Soon, the group arrived at the freezer room and saw Song Wen's body. Senior, this is Song Wen. Ji Qing lifted the shroud covering Song Wen's body and explained, when he was discovered, he was lying in a specific location in the Songjiang waters. He had been shot 3 times, once in the chest, once in the neck, and once in the forehead. These 3 bullets have been extracted. One was inscribed with midday, another with transcendence, and the third with suppression. Our investigators have traced these markings and discovered a direct connection to another murder case that occurred in the Songjiang waters a year ago. Oh? Tell me more. Ji Qing recounted, a year ago, Songwen had a legal battle with naval agent Zhang Mingjie and national rare bird hunter Bell, which angered Bell. After Bell was released from prison, he kidnapped Songwen's sister and demanded a ransom. At the time, Bell's wife was heavily pregnant and hospitalized for prenatal care. She also had an adopted son, just 17 years old, attending boarding school. Setting that aside, once Songwen discovered Bell's wife's whereabouts, he informed her of the situation and sought her assistance. Not wanting her husband to continue down this path of wrongdoing, she agreed. She then accompanied him to the Songjiang waters to confront Bell and persuade him. Songwen also informed naval agents like Zhang Mingjie about this. To protect Songwen and his sister, they remained in hiding, preparing an ambush. Songwen's wife tried to persuade Bell to release Songqing by threatening to abort their unborn child. Ultimately, Bell's compassion moved him, and he let her go. However, just as Zhang Mingjie and the others were about to shoot this villain, Bell's wife shielded her husband with her body, taking 3 bullets. Bell was later captured and sentenced to death. Both died at the Z and Wu hours, respectively. Thus, the investigation team strongly suspects this crime was likely committed by the child adopted by the Bells. He murdered Songwen and left 3 bullets in his body. The inscription Ziwu, suppression, and transcendence on the bullets likely represent some form of superstitious talisman. The purpose was to avenge his parents, guide their souls to the afterlife, and suppress Songwen's spirit, condemning him to eternal torment. That does make a certain amount of sense. After listening, Lu Yang analyzed the situation and asked, what happened next? Did you investigate that adopted son? We did. Ji Qing replied, but after the Bells died a year ago, he vanished without a trace. We couldn't find any clues or leads about him. It sounds like he's a prime suspect. But Songwen died while investigating a divorce case a year later. From that angle, Chen Guanyu and Duna seem somewhat suspicious too. Who exactly killed Songwen? Lu Yang tilted his head back and rubbed his eyes. Soon after, he regained his composure and addressed Ji Qing and the others. Come on, accompany me to 3 locations. Which 3 places? Ji Qing asked. Lu Yang replied, the law firm Songwen founded, Duna's residence, and the area where Songwen was killed. Chapter 103, Scene Revisited. Half an hour later. Lu Yang and the others first arrived at the law firm founded by Songwen. He did so because he suddenly recalled the 3 skills gifted by the system. Yes, precisely those 3 scene revisited skills. Earlier, Lu Yang had attempted to communicate with the system in his mind to understand this skill. Simply put, if the host appeared in a scene related to a case, they could close their eyes and briefly replay everything that had happened there in their mind until they found the desired image. After each use, the frozen image would be permanently imprinted in the host's mind, aiding in solving the case. This was precisely why he had brought Ji Qing and the others to these 3 locations, because Songwen had been present at each of them before and after the incident. In chronological order, they were the law firm, Duna's residence, and the Songjiang waters. Senior, why did you come here? Yes, Mr. Lu, haven't we been here before? Could there be more clues here? The others questioned. Lu Yang remained silent, closing his eyes as he silently activated his first scene reconstruction skill. Immediately, a flood of images began to play in his mind. Before long, the figure of Chen Guanyu materialized in his mind, specifically the moment before the incident, when Chen had come seeking legal action, armed with photos of Duna's infidelity. The specific reconstruction unfolded as follows. Knock knock. Chen Guanyu stood at the door and knocked. Songwen sat in his office. Come in. Chen Guanyu entered, sat across from him, and shook his hand. Hello, I'm Chen Guanyu, chairman of Lin Shang Group. I've come today to request something of attorney Song. Songwen looked up at him. What is it? Chen Guanyu handed over several photographs. This is my wife, Duna. I recently discovered she's been consorting with another man. I want to divorce her, but before the divorce, I don't want to give her any of the assets. Do you think these photos are enough to win the case? Songwen paused, took the photos, and glanced at them. His eyes widened. This is your wife? Chen Guanyu nodded. Yes, it is. Attorney Song, do you have any questions? Songwen stared at the photos for a long time before asking. No, it's just, she looks a lot like a friend I used to know. Regarding this case, generally speaking, if one spouse is unfaithful, the other can file for divorce with evidence. As for property division, it depends on the circumstances. If the other party has proof of your infidelity, it could become contentious. If not, this case should be straightforward. Chen Guanyu hesitated for a moment. So, as long as I can prove my innocence, this case can be settled, right? Songwen nodded. Theoretically, yes. Chen Guanyu pulled out a stack of cash. Alright, take this money. I want you to monitor my wife's every move. If you find any compromising material she has on me, stop it immediately or inform me. Songwen hesitated but pushed the money away. Mr. Chen, I think you misunderstand. I'm a lawyer, not a private investigator. My role is to handle lawsuits. As for anything else, I'm afraid I don't have the time to deal with it. Chen Guanyu's face darkened, but he quickly let out a cold laugh. Then don't you want to know about the connection between my wife and Belle's deceased wife from a year ago? Songwon looked stunned. You know about that? Chen Guanyu replied, of course I know. That case made you famous back then and piqued my interest in the appearance of the deceased wife. But let me give you a hint, my wife had plastic surgery to look exactly like her. And before I met her, she was a man. Songwon grew even more astonished. You mean he's the boy Belle and his wife adopted? Chen Guanyu replied, precisely. Songwon lit a cigarette and took a drag. Alright, I agree. Clink 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 clink. Chen Guanyu smiled faintly, stood up, shook hands with him, then turned and walked away. Songwon sat down, staring at the photographs until his mind went blank. Soon after, he tucked them into a drawer and walked out of the law office. Scene replay skill ended. Liu Yang began processing the scene that had just played out in his mind. He ultimately reached a conclusion. Chen Guanyu was indeed lying, but he wasn't the real killer of Songwon. Instead, he had approached Songwon because he wanted to divorce Duna. He wanted Songwon to help him get close to Duna, seize the opportunity to destroy the compromising material she held, and win the lawsuit. His lie stemmed from the need to keep family shame private. He didn't want the world to know about Duna's compromising information, nor did he want anyone to discover that he, a prominent businessman, had fallen for a transgender woman who had undergone plastic surgery. The truly suspicious person was Duna. As Songwon mentioned in the scene, he was the very boy adopted by Belle and his wife back then. Thus, Liu Yang speculated that the case might unfold like this. Suppose Songwon felt guilty about the shooting death of Belle's wife a year prior and sought to approach Duna to investigate her. But Duna discovered he was sent by Chen Guanyu, compounded by the fact that his adoptive parents died because of him a year ago. Ultimately, she developed hatred towards Songwon. Using Taoist talisman bullets, she fired 3 shots at Songwon, ultimately killing him with these talisman bullets. And perhaps such talisman bullets could indeed be made to kill without making a sound. After all, the world is vast and full of wonders. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If that were the case, this case would make perfect sense. Chen Guanyu is lying, but he isn't the killer. Liu Yang opened his eyes after finishing his analysis. Moreover, the reason those photos resemble the deceased Belle's wife is because Chen Guanyu's wife, Duna, is actually the child adopted by Belle and his wife. She underwent plastic surgery to resemble her adoptive mother and transitioned to marry Chen Guanyu, all to survive. Ha! Senior, is this true? Duna doesn't look the least bit masculine. She's clearly a stunning beauty at first glance. How could she possibly be a man? Once again, everyone was stunned and perplexed. Nothing is impossible. Liu Yang explained, a year ago, he was only 17, with no financial means whatsoever. To survive, he had to find a way to support himself. At that point, only by undergoing gender reassignment and marrying into a wealthy family could he complete his undercover mission. He was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. That's why, after the Bells died, he vanished without a trace, no leads to follow. But he was holding a child, sure she knew I pressed. Liu Yang replied, for wealthy individuals like them, conceiving a child through discreet means is nothing unusual. If you still doubt it, you can have Chen Guanyu investigate and gather evidence. Chapter 104, The Emotional Entanglements Between Duna and Chen Guanyu. No sooner had Liu Yang finished speaking. Ji Qing immediately called her capable subordinates, instructing them to go to Chen Guanyu's residence to gather evidence. Shortly thereafter, they returned with plastic surgery records and gender reassignment documentation, confirming Liu Yang's claims. These are the materials gathered from Chen Guanyu's investigation. Based on the information here, the senior's speculation is indeed well-founded. What? This is all true? This is terrifying when you think about it. The records show that Duna underwent cosmetic surgery at a domestic medical aesthetics clinic a year ago. She then traveled alone to Thailand for gender reassignment surgery. Shortly after returning to China, she became Mrs. Chen and adopted an infant within 3 months, publicly claiming it was her child with Chen Guanyu? And he really is the son Belle and his wife raised. So the killer really does have a strong connection to him. The scene erupted into a heated buzz, like ants on a hot pan, lasting for quite some time. Seeing this, Liu Yang clapped his hands in their direction and said, everyone, please quiet down for a moment. While Chen Guanyu isn't a murder suspect, he's clearly no saint either. His earlier evidence gathering was practically a provocation. We shouldn't provoke him further. We need to regroup and hurry to the second location. I believe once we get there, we'll be getting closer and closer to the truth of this case. Hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Yes, the senior is right. Since we've confirmed Duna is the boy adopted by Belle and his wife a year ago, that means this incident has absolutely nothing to do with Chen Guanyu. All we need to do now is dedicate significant time to investigating Duna. Outside room 3301, 3rd floor, building 11, Sky Garden. Liu Yang and his group stood at the door, hesitating for half a minute before knocking. Soon, a child approached and opened the door for them. Who are you? Liu Yang crouched down, ruffling the child's hair. Little one, is your mom home? Mom, there's an uncle outside looking for you, the child called out, turning his head. Who is it? Duna appeared at the door, looking at them. Her smile froze instantly as she stepped forward. "Oh, it's you. Come in." Lu Yang and the others stepped inside and found seats in the living room. After finishing chopping vegetables in the kitchen, Duna emerged wearing an apron, carrying the child, and sat across from them. With the child present, certain topics were off limits, and for a moment, the atmosphere felt awkward. To avoid delaying the case, Shi Nuet and Ji Ning instinctively stepped forward. "Little one," they said, approaching the child, "would you like these two sisters to take you over there to play?" "Yes, yes." As they spoke, Duna's son eagerly ran to their feet, stood between them, and took their hands, leading them to one side. Worried about her child's safety, Duna tried to stop him. Just then, Lu Yang spoke up, "Ms. Du, please rest assured. They won't harm your child." "But..." Duna glanced toward the other side, about to say something, then closed her mouth. "Alright, what do you want to ask?" Lu Yang stood up and began pouring tea. Before speaking again, he introduced, "Let me introduce you to Ji Qing, the elite agent from Cha Detective Agency." "Hello." Duna hesitated briefly before smiling and shaking his hand. "Hello," Ji Qing replied amicably, though he understood Lu Yang's true intent behind this introduction. The purpose was to send Duna a warning to make her aware that within her own home, a professional agent and two women who appeared to be a couple were effectively holding her child hostage. And indeed, that was precisely the case. With this constraint in place, Duna immediately became more compliant. After withdrawing her hand, she turned to Lu Yang and asked, "How's the investigation into Song Wen's case progressing?" "That's precisely why I came to see you." Lu Yang stated, "We've uncovered some leads about you through Chen Guanyu. To be frank, the truth about your gender reassignment surgery a year ago is practically impossible to conceal now. I want to ask you directly, does Song Wen's death have anything to do with you?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Duna turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge the allegations. "Is that so? In that case, I'll find out for myself." Lu Yang had already read the answer he sought in her expression, but to uncover the full details, he activated his second scene reading skill. By closing his eyes and sensing the surrounding environment, he could understand everything that had happened here. Finally, not long after, he witnessed the scene of Song Wen's appearance. Knock knock. Song Wen knocked on the door. Duna opened the door for him. Seeing her face, Song Wen froze in place for a moment. "Hello, you must be Mr. Chen Guanyu's wife, Duna, right?" Duna's expression darkened. "Yes, I am." "Did he send you?" Song Wen replied, "Mr. Chen entrusted me with two purposes for this visit. First, I wish to understand the emotional dispute between you and Chen Guanyu. Second, I'd like to ask if you know someone named Bell?" Duna's tone turned cold. "There's nothing left to discuss between Chen Guanyu and me. He's suing me, and I'm suing him. Besides, I don't know any Bell. Please don't bother me again." Bang. After speaking, Duna prepared to close the door. At that moment, Song Wen slipped his hand into the door crack, only to have it caught in the door. He refused to pull it back. Duna snapped, "Are you crazy? Let go." Song Wen replied, "I won't let go." Duna demanded, "What exactly do you want?" Song Wen explained, "Ms. Du, I mean you no harm. Though I'm here to represent Chen Guanyu in court, I never engage in unethical practices. Right now, I just need to clarify the emotional entanglement between you and Chen Guanyu. If the truth differs from Chen Guanyu's account, I'll withdraw from this case immediately. Also, you bear a striking resemblance to a friend I knew, only she died in an accident a year ago. I feel profoundly guilty about that." After hearing this, Duna paused for a moment before opening the door. "Come in and talk." Song Wen stepped inside and spotted a child in the house. He crouched down and played a game of horseback riding with the little one for a while, soon coaxing a laugh from Duna. But Duna quickly regained her seriousness, calling the child over and instructing him to do his homework. After sending the child away, she said, "This is my son. He's only 6 and a bit mischievous." Song Wen smiled, "It's fine. I actually like kids. Ms. Du, let's begin. Starting now, tell me the story between you and Chen Guanyu." Chapter 105, Scene 2. Duna recounted in detail. "I met Chen Guanyu at an academic debate a year ago. At the time, I hadn't yet turned 18, but I had achieved commendable results in the International Mathematical Olympiad. Chen Guanyu happened to be one of the school's investors at the time. After seeing me, he was captivated by my talent and appearance and began pursuing me. After a while, I succumbed to his sweet talk and flattery. Finally, on my 18th birthday, I chose to marry him. Not long after our wedding, we welcomed our child, Tian Tian. Unfortunately, my married life was far from happy. Chen Guanyu was constantly away for business, leaving early and returning late, sometimes disappearing for 10 days or even half a month. On the rare occasions he did come home, he would erupt into violent arguments, subjecting both me and our child to domestic abuse. My child was only 2 years old at the time, just learning to walk and still struggling with speech. Yet he would casually burn the child's buttocks with cigarette butts, causing the little one to wail in pain. Beyond that, the slightest inconvenience would prompt him to whip me with his belt. Look at my child's buttocks, then look at my back. Alas, life in this wealthy household brought no happiness. Soon, while he was away, I secretly fled with my child, hiding in a residential house within the neighborhood. When Chen Guanyu found out, he started searching everywhere for me. Finally, one day he tracked me down, brought me back home, and demanded to know what I wanted. I told him I wanted a divorce. Divorce, huh? He said. Fine. Then pay back every penny he's spent on you these past years. As he spoke, he tossed a notebook my way. I opened it and saw the total amount, over 800,000 yuan. As an 18-year-old woman, I had no way to repay such a huge sum. So I said some things to provoke him, exposing all the shady deals he'd been involved in. Upon hearing this, Songwon realized Chen Guanyu wasn't exactly a saint either. He sighed regretfully and asked, "What kind of shady business?" Duna replied, "He's a real estate developer. Last year, after tricking workers into completing half a project for him, he defaulted on over 1 million yuan in construction payments. Later, to secure a contract and prevent the laborers from reporting him, he illegally confined the contractor, seized the contract from him, and beat him to death. I had a private investigator look into this after he sued me for divorce and demanded I leave with nothing. I have all the evidence locked in my bedroom closet. Here, I'll show you right now." With that, she rose and headed to the bedroom. She opened the wardrobe, retrieved all the documents, and turned to meet Songwon. Songwon glanced at the evidence and immediately said, "This is." Duna continued, "These are the lawsuits filed by 108 migrant workers. They bear their handwritten signatures and blood-stained fingerprints. Additionally, there's the lawsuit filed by the deceased contractor's family, along with the death certificate. These also carry their handwritten signatures. Oh, and the key document is the one at the very bottom." Songwon set down all the written materials and examined the contract at the bottom, his eyes widening. "This is?" Duna confirmed, "Exactly. This is the contract the deceased foreman had in his possession. I found it at his home when Chen Guanyu wasn't there." Songwon slammed the papers down. "This Chen Guanyu. He looks respectable on the surface, but he's a heartless monster. Thank goodness you told me. Otherwise, I would have been aiding and abetting a villain." Duna's eyes darted nervously. "So, you genuinely want to clear my name in this case?" Songwon nodded. "Yes, but before we proceed, I need to ask one more thing. Are you absolutely certain you don't know Belle?" Duna shook her head. "No." Songwon said, "Alright then, I'll take your case. But there's one thing I need to clarify. When Chen Guanyu came to me, he handed over several compromising photos of you. If this case goes to trial, those photos could seriously undermine your case. I need to understand exactly what happened." Duna replied, "He drugged my food and drink. While I was unconscious, he staged and took those photos. When I woke up, he used them to blackmail me, demanding I keep quiet, agree to the divorce, and walk away with nothing. I refused, which is why the conflict escalated." Someone said, "That may be so, but do you have any evidence proving he framed you?" Duna shook her head, "No." Songwon said, "That makes things tricky. But don't worry, remember, I'm a lawyer. I'll take this evidence to Chen Guanyu shortly and negotiate with him to secure the best possible outcome for you." Duna nodded. "Thank you." They chatted about other things afterward, shared a meal together, and then parted ways. Around 3 in the afternoon, Songwon reappeared at her home and said, "I'm sorry, Ms. Du, I don't think I can help resolve this matter for you." Duna frowned and asked, "Why?" Songwon sighed, "Because you aren't Duna. You're the child Belle and his late wife adopted a year ago. And Chen Guanyu didn't meet you during an academic debate. You actively seduced him after traveling to Thailand for gender reassignment surgery and cosmetic procedures. This child isn't yours with Chen Guanyu either, it's adopted." Chen Guanyu learned all this and felt humiliated, which is why he wants a divorce. He shared documents and evidence with me that confirm these facts. He also claims your purpose in approaching him was to find an opportunity to eliminate me to avenge your adoptive parents. Yes, I am a lawyer, but I've always been upright and honest, serving only decent people. However, neither you nor Chen Guanyu meet my standards for professional conduct. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot take this case. You'll have to find someone else." With that, he walked away. Scene replay skill ended. Through these mental images and Duna's earlier words, Lu Yang reached a conclusion. Yes, she had been lying from the very beginning, just like Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu lied because he felt ashamed. But she was different. She lied to minimize her losses and protect her interests in this divorce case. As for her relationship with Songwen, there had never been any deep emotional entanglement to begin with. Songwen had only taken pity on her plight, which is why he had volunteered to reopen her case. But after leaving Chen Guanyu's home, he clearly realized something, that neither of them was a good person. So he decided to abandon the case and leave the area. It seemed impossible to prove that Duna had killed Songwen. So then, who exactly was responsible for Songwen's death? Lu Yang concluded the answer could only be found in the third scene, The Waters off Songjiang. Chapter 106, the third scene. How's it going, senior? Any discoveries? As Lu Yang was putting away his scene recreation skill, Ji Qing walked up, patted him on the back, and asked. Lu Yang snapped back to attention and shook his head. Nothing concrete, but that doesn't mean there's absolutely nothing. Oh? What do you mean? Ji Qing inquired. Lu Yang paused slightly, then turned to address Duna, who sat composedly beside the tea table. Earlier, when you weren't here, I came by with Ji Ning and the others. We managed to get something out of her. Guess what she said? She claims Songwon took on the guilt for Belle's wife's death a year ago and chose to help overturn her conviction because of it. But that's not the real story. The truth is, Songwon never had any deep emotional entanglement with her. After learning her true identity from Chen Guanyu, he didn't want to get involved and eventually left. And shortly after Songwon departed, a murder occurred in the Songjiang waters just half an hour apart. What transpired during that interval? I believe only by investigating the Songjiang waters ourselves can we uncover the truth. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Ji Qing grew suspicious of Duna behind him and glanced back, asking, what exactly did Chen Guanyu tell Songwon? Lu Yang replied, a plastic surgery file and a gender reassignment surgery certificate. The certificate bears the signature Bei Xiaobei, while the plastic surgery file shows Duna as the signatory. So Duna is the child Belle and his wife adopted back then? Ji Qing immediately caught the implication, his ears pricking up. Lu Yang nodded. That's correct. But that only confirms our earlier speculation. It doesn't prove she killed Songwon. Ji Qing understood his meaning immediately. He turned, walked between Ji Ning and Shi Xingyue, picked up the child Duna had adopted, and approached Duna. Ms. Du, whoever you are, please come with us. That child was all that mattered to Duna now. Though extremely reluctant, she nodded for the child's sake and followed them by car to the scene of the incident, the waters off Songjiang. Upon arrival, Lu Yang activated his final scene recall skill. Closing his eyes, he scanned every memory of events that had unfolded here. Soon, fragments related to Songwon surfaced in his mind. After leaving Duna's home, Songwon kept replaying the information he'd gathered today, suspecting he might have been unwittingly drawn into some kind of trap. First, Chen Guanyu had come to his door, offering divorce papers and showing him photos of Duna. He'd revealed Duna's connection to Belle's deceased wife from a year prior, compelling Songwon to delve into the case and draw closer to Duna. Then came the visit to Duna's home, where he felt sympathy for her plight. Only later did he learn from Chen Guanyu the truth about her identity. But how could a transgender person possibly have a child? Which of the two was telling the truth? And why would he undergo plastic surgery to look like Belle's wife? Belle's wife had died a year ago, caught in the crossfire of a naval agent's gunfire while trying to help him rescue his sister, Songcheng. Since then, the image of her dying figure had haunted his world, driving him to the brink of mental collapse. Now this new situation had arisen. He truly didn't know what to do. The waters off Songjiang were eerily quiet, not a soul in sight. As Songwon walked along, he spotted three figures ahead, to be precise, a woman, a child, and a man. The woman held the child close, seemingly in the midst of a heated argument with the man, glaring at him angrily. The man swiftly drew a gun, pointing it at the mother and child, threatening to kill them. No! Songwon sprinted forward, trying to intervene. As he neared them, he recognized all three faces. The man with the gun was none other than Chen Guanyu. The other two were Duna and her child. Perhaps driven by guilt over Belle's dead wife, Songwon instantly lunged forward at top speed when he saw Chen Guanyu about to kill Duna and the child, shielding them from the bullets. 3 bullets fired without a sound. Songwon lay on the ground, consciousness fading. Suddenly, Chen Guanyu and Duna, standing before him, burst into laughter. They hurriedly walked together. The laughter lasted nearly 2 minutes before Songwon finally realized something was terribly wrong. Pointing at them, he gasped, You. Chen Guanyu said, That's right, Songwon. From the very beginning, we were betting you'd take this case. Here's the truth, a year ago, after the Bells died, as Belle's sworn brother, I spread the rumor that Duna was a man named Bei Xiaobei. I funded her to study psychology abroad, planning to exact revenge through psychological means. A year later, she returned from abroad, living up to our expectations. That very night, the two of us gathered to plot and devise a perfect plan for revenge. Duna then picked up the thread, explaining, Exactly. This plan is called the guilt-induced suicide method, derived from a technique proposed by a renowned foreign psychologist for committing murder without guilt. Simply put, it involves trapping you in such profound shame that your mind becomes clouded, eroding your sense of self-awareness until you effectively commit suicide. A year ago, to rescue Song Qing from my father's grasp, you threatened my mother while simultaneously alerting naval agents to ambush him. This led to both my parents dying in this very area. Now, a year later, I intend for you to meet the same fate here. First, I had Uncle Chen bring the photo to the agency to find you. Seeing me in that photo would trigger memories of my mother's death a year ago, sparking your curiosity and guilt, prompting you to actively investigate the case. Then I had Chen Guanyu gradually leak information, hinting at a connection between me in the photo and my mother's death a year ago. This drew you in, compelling you to seek me out. When you came to me again, I would play the victim to win your sympathy. Then I'd deliberately confuse you, telling you I had no connection to my mother. Using your guilt and compassion, I'd guide you to seek out Chen Guanyu for more fabricated details. Once you learn I'm the child my parents adopted back then and realize I deceived you, your inner conflict will deepen. You'll feel profound guilt for being unable to help me due to my connection with Belle, oscillating between helping and not helping. Finally, here in the Songjang waters, the drama unfolding between me and Uncle Chen will leave you unable to choose. To atone for your earlier mistake in killing my mother, you'll feel even more guilt and step forward to take the bullet for me. Only then did I know my actions were right. Songwon, rest in peace now. The pistol Uncle Chen used was a specially made American handgun capable of firing bullets silently, undetectable to others. The bullets themselves were crafted by a professional Taoist master in China, inscribed with the characters Ziwu, suppression, and transcendence. Those struck by them not only died, but their souls were condemned to wander the mortal realm eternally, denied rebirth. Mom and Dad, did you see? Your daughter has finally avenged you. Songwon gazed at her face, saying nothing. Soon after, he lay dying. Chapter 107, Crucial Evidence. Chen Guanyu surveyed the lifeless body before approaching Du Na. Child, he said, our vengeance is complete. Let us depart. Du Na nodded. The two clung to each other as they climbed into a car. Before long, they had left the area. Having witnessed this, Lu Yang had essentially grasped the full truth of the case. He had intended to close the skill and solve the case, but as he hesitated, another scene flashed through his mind. About 5 minutes later, a light rain began to fall as a patrol car approached. A figure emerged holding an umbrella, using it to shield the corpse. Crouching beside it, the person shook their heads sadly while reviewing the footage they just captured. Ah, such a pity, they murmured. The man's features were blurred beyond recognition, leaving only one clue, the badge pinned to his chest. It read, Li Changzai, Duty Officer, Longyuan Security Patrol Unit. Scene replay skill ended. Lu Yang snapped back to reality and turned to the others present. I've uncovered the truth. Senior, is it true? Hurry up and tell us what happened. Ji Qing asked anxiously. Ji Ning, Shi Xinyue, and the fan who had accompanied them all echoed her urgency. Only Du Na's face darkened. Realizing she couldn't hide the truth any longer, she wanted to flee, but seeing the child still in their custody, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Lu Yang continued, the truth is, Songwon threw himself into the line of fire. What? He threw himself into the line of fire? Has he lost his mind? How could that be possible? Ji Qing and the others couldn't believe it was true. That's right, it's true, Lu Yang explained. But he didn't do it consciously. He was deceived by someone else's elaborate deception. After saying this, he walked over to Du Na, his gaze fixed on her like an eagle's. A year ago, Songwon fought a legal battle between Zhang Mingjie and Belle. He ended up offending Belle. After getting out of prison, Belle kidnapped Songwon's sister, Song Cheng, demanding that Songwon bring the ransom. Songwon intended to settle the matter peacefully, yet feared Belle might renege. So he sought to resolve it through Belle's wife and the power of the police. But this action indirectly led to the death of Belle's wife, plunging him into deep guilt ever since. At the time, there was talk of a son adopted by Belle and his wife. While it sounded plausible, it was actually false. They had no adopted son, only an adopted daughter. This was deliberately spread by Chen Guanyu, who was sworn brother to Belle. His goal was to secretly protect Belle's adopted daughter, supporting her studies abroad in psychology. He planned for her eventual return to unite forces with Belle, using psychology to exact revenge on Songwon. A year later, Bei Xiaobei aka Du Na returned after completing her studies. She teamed up with Chen Guanyu to approach Songwon through a divorce case. First, they showed Songwon photos, triggering memories of that incident a year prior and leaving him mentally disoriented. Then, during Songwon's investigation, they repeatedly fed him lies, making his guilt grow more intense. This drove him to want to make amends with Bei's wife, or rather, with Du Na, who looked exactly like her to the point where he was willing to die for her. Finally, they staged a self-directed scene in the Songjiang waters, using the marital dispute as cover for Chen Guanyu to shoot at Du Na and her son, an act witnessed by Songwon. Consumed by guilt, Songwon threw himself forward, taking 3 bullets meant for Du Na. No one noticed at the time because the gun was unlike ordinary handguns, it fired without sound. Moreover, the bullets were specially enchanted with Taoist magic, designed to ensure Songwon's soul could never find peace. That's the entire case, laid out as it happened. Do not know, I should call you Bei Xiaobei now. At this point, is there anything else you wish to say? What a joke. Du Na sneered coldly. You just came here to look around and didn't uncover any real clues. You think you can pin my guilt on me with a few words? Accuse me of murder? I could just as easily accuse you of murder. You want evidence? Fine. Here you go. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes, then walked over to Ji Qing and said, Agent Ji, look into someone for me. Bring him in. Who? Lu Yang replied, Li Changzai, the duty officer at the Longyuan Security Patrol Unit. Hello, Security Division? Ji Qing pulled out his phone and contacted someone. Run a check on a man named Li Changzai. Have him come see me? Yes, the location is right here in the Songjiang waters. After hanging up, Ji Qing walked over to Du Na himself, restrained her, and waited for Li Changzai's arrival. During this time, he was curious how Lu Yang had discovered these anomalies and approached to ask, Senior. Lu Yang turned to look at him. Ji Qing said, usually, agents investigating a case prioritize finding clues and solve it based on those clues. But you only visited 3 locations, took a look, and were able to deduce what happened at each one. I'm curious, how did you do that? Lu Yang replied with feigned profundity, if you knew, could I still call you senior? Ji Qing's mouth fell open. He stood frozen in place, at a loss for words. Haha, just teasing you. Lu Yang chuckled softly and explained, it's actually a special ability of mine. When I first started learning detective skills, I studied under a master for several years to master it. As for you? Your aptitude is average. It'll probably take you about 30 years to learn it. 30 years? That long? Ji Qing exclaimed in shock, forget it then. I'm not learning that. Ha ha ha. Shi Xinyue, Ji Ning, and the fan burst into laughter. Amidst the laughter, a patrol car approached from ahead. After it pulled over, a man stepped out. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and asked, which one of you is Detective Ji? That's me. Ji Qing stepped forward. Li Changzai said, I'm Li Changzai. The captain said you were looking for me? You're Li Changzai? Ji Qing stepped forward to take a closer look. Li Changzai nodded. After hearing this, Ji Qing turned to Lu Yang and said, Senior, the person you were looking for is here. What should we do next? Keep an eye on him. Lu Yang walked up to Li Changzai. Mr. Li, not long ago, a dead body appeared in the waters off Songjiang. You discovered it once, correct? Li Changzai nodded. Yes, that did happen. Lu Yang pressed further, did you capture any footage or evidence from the scene? Chapter 108, New Assignment. Li Changzai nodded again. Yes. I was using a public restroom nearby when I came out and witnessed the entire incident from the moment the person was killed to afterward. Oh, and I recorded it on my phone. Here, take a look. With that, he pulled out his phone, scrolled through the album to the footage captured that day, and handed it to Lu Yang. Lu Yang took it, reviewed the footage, and confirmed it matched the scene he just envisioned. He then turned and handed the phone to Ji Qing, allowing the others to see for themselves. After watching, they froze in place. Holy crap, I never imagined the killers were actually Chen Guanyu and Du Na? So what the senior said earlier was actually true. He really possesses the ability to foresee the future? Do not know, I should call you Bei Xiaobei now. Is there anything else you want to say? Lu Yang walked back toward Du Na, meeting her gaze directly. Du Na froze for a moment, then slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. Before long, driven by fear, she spilled the truth. Yes, it's exactly as you said. But Songwen deserved his fate. A year ago, my parents died because of him. No matter what mistakes they made, that's the truth. Killing him for revenge was only natural. Even if Uncle Chen hadn't sponsored my psychology studies, I would have found every possible way to eliminate him. But what can you do to me now? At this point, Du Na let out a sinister chuckle. Chen Guanyu pulled the trigger. I had nothing to do with it. Even if I was involved, how could you prove I was the one who killed him? With this video alone? I knew you'd say that. Lu Yang chuckled softly. But can you guarantee Chen Guanyu will think the same way? With this evidence, we can prove he committed murder. Suppose the law can sentence him, do you think he'll turn you in? The net of heaven is wide, yet nothing escapes it. If you've committed a crime, don't expect to walk free, especially not when caught by me. For a moment, Du Na froze in place, speechless. Lu Yang stepped before Ji Qing and said, Agent Ji, the case is solved. Take her in for questioning now. If she won't talk, go arrest Chen Guanyu. With this video evidence, Chen Guanyu's guilt is ironclad. No amount of evasion will save him. Bring him in for a separate interrogation. Remember, with men like him, you must combine kindness with authority. Ji Cheng nodded, then pulled out his phone to contact his team. Soon, several police cars pulled up, taking Chen Guanyu and Du Na separately to the station for interrogation. Du Na remained stubbornly silent, refusing to say anything. Chen Guanyu, however, confessed everything in hopes of securing a lighter sentence. Ultimately, the case concluded hastily with both suspects arrested and sentenced to death. That same night, Ji Qing relayed the outcome to Lu Yang. With the case concluded, he arranged 2 banquet tables atop the open-air building to host Lu Yang. During the banquet, Ji Qing suddenly approached Lu Yang with a cup of wine, knelt before him, and declared, Master, I know you hold me in low regard, but please allow me to address you as such. Ji Qing has submitted his resignation. From this moment onward, I will lead this band of brothers to follow you. From this moment on, I am your disciple. My men are your disciples and followers. From this day forward, we'll follow your every command, even if it means walking through fire and water. Lu Yang turned to look at him, blinking several times in sudden bewilderment. He then looked at the group of men Ji Qing had brought with him. They knelt down on the ground just like Ji Qing, shouting the same words, We'll go through fire and water for you. We'll do whatever it takes. Through fire and water, we shall not hesitate. Through fire and water, we shall not hesitate. Pfft, ha ha ha. Shi Xinyue and Ji Ning watched the scene unfold before them, unable to contain their laughter. Mr. Lu, who knew you were so popular? The governor's own nephew, the top agent from Cha Detective Agency, and Shanxi province's most renowned young prodigy, Ji Qing. He actually quit a great job and brought all his underlings to kneel and toast you just to become your disciple? If word gets out, you'll be famous for sure. Cut it out, don't tease me about this. Lu Yang waved his hand dismissively at them, then awkwardly stood up and walked to the side, gazing down at the bustling traffic below the rooftop. He spoke up, I've lived over 40 years. Aside from feeling guilty toward my wife, I've had little desire to engage with the outside world. But since you're so earnest about following me. Very well. Today, I'll make an exception and accept you as my nominal disciple. But whether you can learn my skills depends entirely on your own aptitude. After hearing this, Ji Qing looked at him and asked, Master, are you taking me on or not? Ji Ning stepped forward, helping him up. Brother Qing, you're being silly. Didn't you hear what Mr. Lu said? He's accepting you as a disciple, but whether he'll pass on his skills depends entirely on your own understanding. In other words, he intends to keep you close to serve his purposes. Then, through solving cases, he'll demonstrate his skills for you to observe and learn. But he won't actually teach you his skills. Ah? So that's how it is. Ji Qing snapped out of his daze, stood up, and said, well, that's fine too. Staying by the senior's side is better than being stuck in that stuffy detective office. In that case, pack your belongings. Meet me here in 10 minutes. We have a major assignment ahead. What major task? Another new case? Facing Ji Qing's question, Lu Yang replied, no, it's moving. Moving? Yes. I'm relocating the detective agency from the county seat to this place. Ji Qing and the others turned pale instantly. Damn it, so he's treating us like free labor? What are you standing around for? Don't you want to learn the trade? Lu Yang asked when he saw them not moving. Ji Qing hastily waved his hands. No, we'll go right now. With that, he waved his hand and headed back with his crew to pack their belongings. During this time, a system notification sounded in Lu Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have earned 500,000 light points. Acquired skills, dissection expertise 1, detail magnification 1, possession invocation 1. Triggering 12th mission, a female corpse has been detected in a nearby river. Host must proceed to examine it immediately and solve this case within 3 days. Initiating 13th mission, establish a foothold in Shanxi province. Utilize online platforms to secure and successfully complete your first case assignment. Initiating 14th task, conduct one live stream daily to interact with viewers and share case-solving knowledge. Chapter 109, The Mother-Daughter River Corpse Case. New mission received. Lu Yan listened to the system's voice, feeling incredibly excited inside. But what exactly does use the internet to take cases mean? And I have to host a daily live stream to interact with viewers about crime-solving knowledge? Isn't it like before, where we just post the cases directly? Bro, you've changed. Ding. Invincible Detective System replies, this measure aims to enable the host to complete assignments more efficiently. It's a way to rapidly build the detective agency's reputation without relying solely on the system. Additionally, considering the host is currently single, the system couldn't bear to see it and wants to provide opportunities to interact with the two beauties, Ji Ning and Xin Yue. What the hell? You're a detective system, not a flower-picking system. That's a bit off topic, isn't it? Lu Yang muttered a complaint under his breath. That said, Ji Ning and Xin Yue were undeniably stunning. If he could bring them both on board alongside that girl Xiaolan, it might even lighten the team's workload. Of course, that was just idle talk. Lu Yan wasn't the type to act on such whims. 10 minutes later, Ji Qing and the others arrived with their luggage. Master, the car is already here, waiting below. When should we depart? Right now. Lu Yang said, turning to head downstairs. But before leaving, he glanced back at Ji Ning and Xin Yue. Hey, you two, wanna come with us? Yes, of course we would. My dad said I should learn more from Mr. Lu, so of course I'll be right by your side. Ji Ning and Xin Yue replied. As if waiting for Lu Yang to say just that, they immediately stepped in to help, carrying several pieces of luggage downstairs. Before long, the group boarded the vehicle. Led by Lu Yang, they first met up with Xiaolan and Zhang Dong at the hotel, then headed back to the small county town via the expressway to move. After making 4 or 5 trips back and forth and securing a new office building to stay in, Lu Yang had established a new base in Shanxi province in less than a night. Exhausted, the group fell asleep on the spot. When they awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Ji Ning went out to splash some water on his face, pulled out his phone to order takeout, and sat down with the rest of the team to get acquainted. Then he turned to Lu Yang and asked what the plan was next. Lu Yang replied, first, we need to crack a case. What? Another new case? Ji Ning was taken aback. The others looked at him with serious expressions. Lu Yang nodded. There's a female corpse in the Zimu River, still drifting at the bottom. I want to go take a look first. Once we retrieve the body, we'll figure out what to do next. I'm going. Me too. Me too. Xiaolan, Zhang Dong, Ji Ning, and the others all raised their hands. Lu Yang shook his head. No. This time, only one woman and 3 men can go. The rest of you stay behind to manage the company. After I handle matters over there, we'll return to discuss future operational plans. I'll go. Ji Qing was the first to raise his hand. I'm the top agent in this province. I'm highly experienced and a strong swimmer. I'll definitely be able to assist you, master. Lu Yang nodded, then looked at the others. After a moment's hesitation, he said, besides Ji Qing, Zhang Dong, Chen Zixiao, and Ji Ning will accompany me. The rest of you stay here and await further notice. Zimu River. A deep, winding river. Local fishing boatmen often chose this spot as their resting place. When Lu Yang arrived with Ji Ning and the others, the place was deserted except for a single small boat. So, he and his men paddled a raft, boarding the boat to drift back and forth along the river, trying to locate the female corpse by instinct. Before long, the boat came to a stop at a certain spot on the river. Lu Yang pointed to a spot 35 degrees to the left and declared, "There. The body is right there. Ji Qing, you go down and see if you can bring her up." "Yes, master." Ji Qing stripped off his clothes and immediately dove in. Swimming back and forth along the riverbed, he soon located the body and hauled it onto the boat. "Master, you're amazing. The body really was at the bottom. Let's go ashore and take a look." Lu Yang signaled Chen Zixiao, and they maneuvered the raft to the riverbank. Once they reached the shore, the group gathered around the body to examine it. Ji Qing spoke first. "Master, it looks like this woman accidentally fell in." Chen Zixiao replied, "Exactly. Look, she's heavily pregnant. How could she possibly have jumped in on purpose?" Zhang Dong asked, "Is there fluid buildup in her abdomen? That's why it looks so swollen." Ji Ning countered, "That doesn't add up. Maybe she was pushed. Didn't you notice the injury marks on her neck? Enough with the theories. Let me examine her myself." Lu Yang stepped forward and examined the female corpse thoroughly from head to toe, eventually discovering several peculiar details. First, a segment of the artificial nails on her hands was missing. Second, there were no traces of mud or sand between the fingers and toes. Third, the abdominal swelling wasn't caused by fluid accumulation, she was genuinely pregnant. Fourth, there were distinct strangulation marks on the neck. Fifth, the heels of the feet showed severe signs of wear. Sixth, the back of the corpse's shoes had a hole torn through them. Seventh, a peculiar pattern was found on the corpse's forehead, resembling both the Chinese character for scholar and the floral design on compressed biscuits. "No, you're all wrong." Based on these clues, Lu Yang made a rough deduction and then stated, "The victim didn't accidentally fall into the water, nor did she jump in out of despair. She was strangled to death and then dragged into the water. And what's inside her abdomen isn't water accumulation, it's a child. A crime of passion?" Ji Qing blurted out immediately. Chen Zixiao nodded. That's a possibility." Zhang Dong added, "It's true. I've seen plenty of scumbag guys abandon girls after getting them pregnant. Usually, when something like this happens, the girl confronts the guy demanding answers. Arguments break out, and in the heat of the moment, the guy might kill her. It's terrifying to think about," Ji Ning said, goosebumps rising on her skin. She turned to Lu Yang and asked, "Mr. Lu, do you agree?" "Hard to say." Lu Yang stood up and said, "Report it to the police. First, we need to identify this woman. But before that, the body must not be cremated." "Master, I'll handle this." Ji Qing pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and once connected, said, "Hello, is this the Cha-Ji Detective Agency? This is Ji Qing. A female body has been discovered near the Zimu River. Identity is currently unknown. Yes, send someone over immediately to investigate. I'll be waiting here for you." Chapter 110 end. Detectives from the Cha-Ji Detective Agency hurried over. Before long, they completed an examination of the body and approached Ji Qing with findings that differed from what Lu Yang had mentioned. "What's the situation?" "The victim had water in her abdomen. It looks like she accidentally fell into the water." "No, you're wrong," Lu Yang stepped forward. "She didn't fall into the water by accident. She was strangled to death and then dumped in." The men from the Cha-Ji Detective Agency turned to him. "And who might you be?" "He's my mentor, Lu Yang. Detective Lu." Ji Qing introduced him to his colleagues. "Lu Yang? Never heard of him." "Yeah, he just looks like a scruffy middle-aged guy. He seems rather ordinary." The staff at Cha-Ji Detective Agency immediately began whispering among themselves. Ji Qing couldn't stand anyone speaking ill of his master and was about to confront them. At that critical moment, Lu Yang stepped forward to stop him, saying, "I wasn't lying. I made an inference based on facts. Under normal circumstances, after falling into the water, a victim would struggle for a period of time. As long as they were alive, mud residue would inevitably be found under their fingernails. But she didn't have any. What does this prove? It proves she was already dead when she fell into the water. Second, the contents in her abdomen weren't water accumulation, but a fetus. Water feels slightly soft and spongy to the touch, with a hint of swelling. A fetus is different, it feels solid, like a piece of flesh in the belly." "Oof. What evidence do you have to prove you're right?" "I have it. I can perform an autopsy. Lu Yang spoke, silently activating his autopsy skill. Holding a scalpel, he aimed it at the deceased's abdomen and began the dissection. Before long, he extracted an infant from the body. Ji Qing and the others watched in awe, applauding enthusiastically. But before long, the men from the Cha-Ji detective agency began mocking again. So what if the deceased was pregnant? Who saw her being pushed into the river after being murdered? No one saw it, Lu Yang replied, but if I magnify the details, you'll see it too. Magnify the details? Seriously? At a time like this, you're still bragging? Just watch. Lu Yang ignored them, turning instead to face the deceased. In his mind, he commanded, "System, activate detail magnification." Instantly, every clue on the body became sharply magnified. He then turned to explain, "Detail 1, a section of the victim's manicured nails is missing. This proves she struggled somewhere before dying, causing the nails to fall off. Detail 2, there are no traces of mud or sand between the fingers and toes. This proves the victim was already dead before entering the river. Detail 3, the abdominal swelling is not from water retention, but genuine pregnancy. This clue strongly suggests a possible love-related murder or domestic abuse. Detail 4, there are distinct strangulation marks on the neck. This proves the victim was indeed choked before death. Detail 5, severe abrasions were found on the heels of the corpse. The back of the corpse's shoes had holes worn through. This proves the victim was forcibly dragged into the river after being strangled. Since the victim lacked conscious movement, the shoes rubbed against the ground during dragging, causing this damage. Detail 6, a peculiar pattern exists on the victim's forehead, resembling both the Chinese character 4 and the decorative pattern found on compressed biscuits. This indicates that prior to death, the victim engaged in a struggle with another individual, causing their forehead to strike an object in the surrounding environment bearing this specific pattern. In summary, I believe the victim was strangled to death in a specific environment by an assailant, who then dragged the body into the river to create the illusion of drowning. That makes sense. Ji Qing and the others nodded in agreement once more. But the investigators at the Cha-Ji police station refused to accept this. To challenge Lu Yang, they pressed on, "Bull logic. These are nothing but guesswork. Cases are built on evidence, do you understand? Unless someone witnessed it firsthand, or the victim speaks up themselves, I refuse to believe a word you're saying." You really want the dead to speak? Lu Yang looked at him indifferently. The other man retorted, Do you have the ability to make that happen? We'll see when we try. Lu Yang activated the final skill granted by the system, emotional marriage possession. In the blink of an eye, the corpse lying on the ground suddenly rose and spoke, "My name is Cha Xiaoqing, the eldest daughter of the Cha family. But originally, my surname wasn't Cha, it was Zhang. A year ago, I followed my mother when she remarried into the Cha family. Father Cha accepted me because he liked my mother. But deep down, he looked down on me. 3 months later, I became pregnant before marriage. When he found out, he considered it a sign of misfortune. One night, he summoned me and forcibly demanded I abort the child. When I refused, he grabbed a packet of abortion pills and tried to force them down my throat. In the struggle, he grabbed me by the throat and strangled me to death. Afterward, to cover his tracks, he dragged my body into the Zimu River and left me there." After finishing her statement, she collapsed as if suddenly losing consciousness. Ji Qing and the others froze in place upon witnessing this, then burst into applause. The investigators from the Cha-Ji detective agency, however, were so terrified they sat down on the ground. "Well, convinced?" Lu Yang walked over to them. The Cha-Ji detective agency men conceded defeat. Convinced. Good. Now listen to me, head to the Cha residence. The group arrived at the Cha residence. After securing the Cha family members, they first entered Cha Xiaoqing's boudoir to investigate. What they found immediately caught Lu Yang's attention. Something was off. "Look here." Lu Yang pointed to a cabinet and said, "There's an extra piece of nail in the gap in the middle of the cabinet. And the shape of the cabinet's exterior perfectly matches the pattern on the victim's forehead. This means what Cha Xiaoqing said is true, the murderer is indeed her father." With this, the case reached a conclusion. Lu Yang gained massive online fame through this case. Subsequently, under the guidance of Ji Ning and Xin Yue, he began streaming online, regularly sharing investigative insights. He then started accepting daily online cases. He traveled with his team across domestic and international locations, becoming a legendary detective in the eyes of many. Subsequently, he cracked international smuggling rings, domestic money laundering operations, a century-spanning drug lord case, and a Myanmar-based fraud scheme. Overnight, his fame swept through the winds of fortune, cementing his status as a legendary figure.